My name is Andy. I woke up and realized my body was gone. Instead of the weight I once carried as a department manager, I was nothing but a pile of cracked ribs and dry bones. I have crossed into another world and become a level 0 skeleton mage named Hyjel. My new home is the wasteland of bones, a red soil plain where only the dead walk. I felt lost and frustrated. My bright future in the human world was over. After calming down, I searched my new memories. I learned that I have a weak spell called Accelerate Decay and a simple bone staff. To survive and grow stronger here, I have two choices. I can sit under the light of the twin crimson moons for decades, or I can destroy other undead and absorb their soul fire. While hiding in the red grass, I watched a terrifying fight that changed my mind about playing it safe. A strong giant axe skeleton was ambushed by a fast longbow skeleton. At first, it looked like the axe wielder would win. He crushed the archer's leg and prepared to finish him off. But the longbow skeleton was smart. It had been pretending to be weak. It used a hidden bone dagger to kill the giant and then calmly absorbed its soul fire. Watching this, I felt a deep sense of danger. I realized that if I just hide and wait, I will eventually be hunted by someone stronger or smarter. The longbow skeleton saw me but didn't think I was worth the effort because my soul fire was too weak. That was a wake-up call. I don't want to be prey for the next 50 years. I decided right then that I would not just run and hide. I need to become a hunter if I want to survive this cruel world. I tried to fight a zombie with my decay spell, but I failed miserably and had to run for my life. Feeling lost, I returned to the spot where the giant skeleton had died. I realized that if I only absorbed moonlight normally, it would take decades to become strong. I refused to spend 50 years as prey. While feeling frustrated, I found a heavy bone axe. I couldn't use it as a weapon, but I realized I could use it as a shovel. I decided to survive by digging traps to catch other undead. As I worked, I watched the twin crimson moons. They reminded me of my past life and how I had chased money and status while forgetting what truly mattered, like family and peace. While I was thinking, I noticed I was recovering energy much faster than I should. Curious, I looked inside my own soul fire and saw a sky full of crimson stars. I greedily tried to grab the largest star of energy with my mind, but it was a terrible mistake. The massive energy was filled with horrible negative emotions like rage and hatred. These emotions turned into spirits that tried to tear my soul apart. I fell into my own trap as I fought for my life inside my mind. Just as I was about to fade away, ancient words about balance appeared in my head. I compressed my soul into a tiny point, creating a black and red yin-yang symbol. This new balance destroyed the negative spirits and turned them into pure power. This change was so powerful that I physically evolved. My bones grew thicker, wider, and taller, and my staff transformed. The energy I released was so great that it attracted the attention of two undead kings, Dorarigus and Anubis. They began a massive battle in the sky, searching for the source of the disturbance, but they eventually left without finding me. I stayed unconscious in my pit, completely unaware that I had just survived an internal war and started a fight between kings. I woke up feeling much stronger. My bones were thick and white, and I realized my human soul and the skeleton's soul fire had merged perfectly. This allowed me to absorb moonlight much faster than a normal undead. I knew I had reached at least level 1 or level 2, so I decided to visit the skeleton mage temple to learn new spells. The journey was strange because the wasteland was unusually empty. I didn't realize that my evolution the night before had caused a massive battle between kings that cleared the area. When I reached the temple, the heavy stone doors opened for me. Inside, I saw 40 crystal wheels. Since I had leveled up twice, I could spin 2 of them. The first wheel gave me bone regeneration. I was very disappointed because it was just a support spell to fix broken bones. I wanted a powerful attack spell like a bone spear. Desperate for something better, I prayed to Hydric, the god of death, as I spun the second wheel. I foolishly promised a great sacrifice if he gave me a good spell. The second wheel gave me necromancy control, which allowed me to create contracts with weaker undead and control them perfectly. This was a great combination. I could lead a small team and heal them with my other spell. However, as I left the temple, my joy turned to pure terror. An icy, powerful voice filled my mind. It was the god of death himself. He had heard my prayer and accepted my promise. He told me that when I reached level 10, he expected a sacrifice that would truly satisfy him. If I failed, the consequences would be deadly. The pressure of the god's presence almost destroyed my soul fire. I ran away as fast as I could until the temple was out of sight. I collapsed against a tree, filled with regret. In my old life, I made empty promises to gods all the time when buying lottery tickets. But in this world, the gods actually listen, and they expect you to pay up. I had just made a deal with the most dangerous being in the realm, and now I had to find a way to keep my word. I finished digging my pit trap and prepared to hunt. My first target was a giant axe skeleton. I used a clever trick. I cast bone regeneration on its right knee, making the bone grow too thick. This ruined its balance, and it stumbled right into my trap. After many tries, I finally forced it into a contract. My first servant, Dagama, was now under my command. I was surprised to find that the contract made him smarter, though he still only knew a few phrases. I soon realized that managing an undead army is hard work. After 18 days of constant hunting, I managed to gather 5 giant axe skeleton servants. I learned that these skeletons are much easier to control than archers or spearmen. I even tried to get revenge on a zombie, but I learned the hard way that skeletons are just no match for them. Instead, I focused on hunting other skeletons to strengthen my team. As we traveled, I noticed that the soul fire I absorbed was mostly taken by the mysterious yin-yang fish in my mind. Even so, my magic grew, and my servants leveled up. However, the shadow of my promise to the god of death, Hydric, still worried me. I knew I needed a great sacrifice by level 10, but for now, I just focused on surviving day by day. One evening, we reached a dark, withered forest. My team of level 2 skeletons was easily wiping out weaker enemies, and I felt very confident. I sat down to rest on what I thought was a large rock, but I was horrified to realize it was the skull of a skeleton war elephant. These are legendary, powerful creatures, yet I found 7 of them lying in a row. Each one had a perfect hole through its skull. I realized that whatever killed these giants must be incredibly dangerous and still lurking inside that forest. I didn't wait around to find out what it was. I called my servants and fled until the trees were out of sight. I am curious about the secrets of that forest, but I know I am not strong enough yet. For now, I will keep moving and growing my power, keeping my distance from that deadly trap. Leveling up wasn't as slow as Ander had imagined. After a month of non-stop hunting, on the night when the twin crimson moons became full again, the black and red yin-yang fish within his soul fire suddenly burst out, releasing countless pure energy clusters. The energy was so pure that Ander, who had always let his soul fire absorb moonlight freely, was caught off guard. His vision went dark, and he fainted. This time, the process was much calmer, just like an ordinary skeleton's upgrade. A cloud of black mist appeared and wrapped around him. When it faded, his bones looked more balanced, and his bone staff had changed too. The top now bore the skull of some unknown carnivorous beast. When Ander woke up, the first thing he saw were his 5 dull-looking servants, which made him sigh in relief. After a quick check, he found that his soul fire could now store at least 3 times more spiritual power, and the number of undead servants he could control had also tripled. After hesitating for a long time, Ander finally gritted his teeth and led his skeleton servants toward the nearest skeleton mage temple. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of the death god, Hydric. On the contrary, he was terrified. That soul-deep pressure and trembling fear were something he never wanted to feel again. But fear alone was useless. Ander knew that if the death god truly wanted to talk to him, there would be no way to escape. Rather than being too scared to learn new spells and getting caught at level 10, it was better to take the risk, learn what he could, and then slip away. Ander bet that the death god didn't have time to watch him all the time. And he was right. Even after leaving the skeleton mage temple far behind, Hydrix will never appeared. Maybe he's already forgotten about me, Ander muttered to himself. Hopefully, completely forgotten. This time, Ander learned the Bone Shield spell, one of the skeleton mage's key defensive skills. The shield was about 1 meter wide and 2 centimeters thick. When he asked Dagama, now a level 3 skeleton, to strike it with all his strength, it took 5 or 6 heavy blows to break it. Ander immediately fell in love with this new spell. He couldn't help but wonder, could this bone shield block the mysterious energy that had destroyed those skeletal war elephants? Ander was startled by his sudden thought. He still couldn't figure out what could have killed the 7 skeletal war elephants. The wounds were as wide as a fist, clearly not caused by arrows. Could it have been a giant crossbow? No, even that wouldn't have such power. The skulls of those war elephants were as hard as steel. Could it have been some kind of bone spear spell? That didn't seem likely either. Anyone capable of casting such a powerful spell would have to be at least of king level, and that withered forest was far too small for such a being to appear. Besides, the memories he inherited included encounters with king-level beings. Those memories described the overwhelming pressure they gave off. Under that pressure, even a powerful skeletal mage could do nothing but tremble and submit. Over the past month, Ander had wandered around the edges of the withered forest, getting closer each time, but he had never felt any trace of that kingly pressure. Though he hadn't dared to step inside yet, he had already circled the forest completely. Aside from the remains of the 7 skeletal war elephants, he hadn't found any other powerful undead nearby. To say he had no desire to explore the forest would be lying to himself. When I've gathered 15 skeletal servants, I'll go in and take a look. Ander finally made up his mind. Since becoming a skeleton, Ander's first priority had always been survival. Even though he had decided to explore, his goal for new servants was clear. He wanted skeletal axe warriors. Their bone shields looked sturdy enough to offer good protection. With that plan in mind, any level 1 or level 2 skeletal axe warrior that appeared in his sight was doomed. Ander even developed a tactic. 5 giant axe skeletons would rush in together, 1 to push, 4 to hold down the target, while the tireless skeletal mage, himself, cast skeleton control with all his strength. Perhaps because his spiritual power had grown stronger, after the first few resisted, the rest were easily subdued. The only problem was that there weren't many skeletal axe warriors nearby. It took Ander 8 days to capture 10 of them. 5 giant axe skeletons led the way, 5 skeletal axe warriors surrounded him for protection, and another 5 followed behind to guard the rear. When he came across an unfriendly spirit, Ander simply pointed, and his skeleton servants rushed forward like wild beasts, chopping the enemy into piles of shattered bones. Ander felt a bit like a spoiled young master, followed by fierce servants and troublesome followers who caused chaos wherever they went. Although their journey had been noisy and messy, the moment Ander saw the withered forest in the distance, he quickly ordered his bone-white followers to behave, afraid of angering any powerful spirits that might dwell within. He told the other skeletons to stay alert, then transferred most of his soul energy into a skeleton warrior armed with axes. Through the warrior's eyes, Ander carefully guided it step by step toward the forest's depths. With his current mental strength, Ander could control his skeletons within a range of about 100 meters. As he circled the forest, he noticed it was round and no more than 300 meters across. If he pushed himself, he might be able to guide the skeleton warrior all the way to the center. Apart from a few low-level skeletons wandering near the edge, the deeper Ander went, the more uneasy he felt. The dim light, the silence, and the twisted black trees made him feel as if countless cold, lifeless eyes were watching him. Yet whenever he stopped to look, he saw nothing. The eerie atmosphere made him want to turn back, but when he glimpsed a faint white light through the dead trees, curiosity won over fear. What could be ahead? As his energy neared its limit, Ander made the skeleton warrior run toward the light, like someone trapped in a cave rushing toward a glimpse of daylight. He saw it bones. Countless bones. Ander froze in shock. There were skeletal war elephants, death knights, liches, bone dragons, and giant skeletons, an endless pile of remains forming small hills. Pale skulls with extinguished soul flames lay scattered everywhere, many still wearing broken bone crowns that showed their former power. Who could be so strong as to destroy so many undead kings at once? A sharp scream suddenly rang out beside Ander's ear. He barely had time to turn his head before a terrifying soul-eating wraith appeared out of thin air. Then everything went black, and he lost control of the skeletal warrior he had sent into the jungle. Other than losing one skeletal warrior, Ander himself was fine. Although the wraith had completely devoured the warrior's soul flame, Ander only lost a small portion of his spiritual energy used for control. Still, he couldn't help feeling frightened. How could a soul-eating wraith, such a broken, overpowered undead creature appear in the withered forest. Even a newly formed wraith could use its soul-devouring ability at least 3 times a day, ignoring physical defenses and consuming the soul flames of weaker undead. The skeletal warrior Ander used for scouting wasn't a mage type, but it was still a level 2 skeleton. Yet it didn't even have time to resist before being devoured completely. That meant the wraith's rank was definitely not low. Shaking his skull, which felt dizzy from the loss of spiritual energy, Ander gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. As he stood, he recalled the massive pile of bones belonging to the undead kings. Something about that pile felt wrong, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was. Now that he knew a soul-eating wraith was in the forest, Ander had no desire to continue exploring. He wasn't sure his spiritual strength could overpower it. With little enthusiasm left, he led his skeletal followers away, no longer interested in fighting the undead along the way. He just walked in silence. After traveling 3 or 4 kilometers, Ander suddenly slapped his forehead and turned back with his skeletons. He finally realized what was wrong. It was the pile of bones belonging to the undead kings. Those remains were stacked together, yes, but they were tightly embracing one another, as if they had died protecting something. Once he understood that, how could he not go back? Even if the withered forest held not just one wraith, but a dozen bone dragons, nothing could stop Ander now. As he ran, he searched his inherited memories for a way to deal with the wraith, and surprisingly, he found one. After a soul-eating wraith devours enough soul flames, it must take time to digest them. During that period, no matter how many soul flames appear before it, it can only watch and do nothing. Naturally, Ander turned his attention to the newly subdued skeletons. For the glory of our cause, go without worry. You will be remembered. Controlling the skeleton warriors one by one to face certain doom, Ander only lost a small bit of his spiritual energy each time. But after doing it 9 times in a row, his head was spinning, and even the figure of Djamma beside him seemed to double. The elusive soul-devouring ghost had consumed 10 clusters of soul fire. Its once faint outline now flickered between light and shadow, a sign that it was full. Even so, Ander carefully sent out an 11th skeleton. When the twisted, eerie ghost didn't react to its taunts, he finally relaxed. With the last 4 skeletons by his side, Ander didn't stop to rest. Stumbling forward, he rushed straight toward the massive pile of bones that made up the remains of the undead kings. Move. Work with all your strength. Pointing at the huge mound, Ander urgently ordered the 5 remaining skeletons. Slinging his bone staff behind his neck, he took the lead, digging and moving bones himself. The skeletons followed his command, tossing their axes aside and digging furiously. Though the forest outside seemed calm, being surrounded by the remains of so many undead kings was terrifying. Ander kept glancing at the wandering ghost nearby while continuing to dig with all his might. No one knew how long these kings had been gone. The thinner bones crumbled at a touch. After a while, Ander simply lay sideways and dug with both hands, burrowing deeper. There's something here. There must be something inside. He felt a powerful certainty, as if he himself had once hidden something within this pile of bones. A sharp scream. It was the soul-devouring ghost. Startled, Ander's soul fire flickered wildly. He accidentally knocked over a large skull, and as bone dust scattered, a worn leather notebook fell out. Grabbing the plain-looking notebook, Ander turned and ran. In front of him, a swarm of soul-devouring ghosts was slowly emerging. Whether they had just awakened or Ander was simply running faster than ever, no one could tell. But he tumbled and scrambled his way out of the undead king's remains before the ghosts could catch up. Ander ran as fast as he could. On his way, a soul-eating ghost blocked his path. Annoyed, he cast a necromancy spell at it, and then dashed straight through the ghost to keep running. "Master," a voice echoed in Ander's soul fire. Startled, he turned around and was instantly overjoyed. The random necromancy spell he had thrown had actually worked. He had tamed the proud, round-bellied, soul-eating ghost. "Stop talking and follow me." That unexpected success calmed Ander's panic. Though he kept running, his mind was now clear. The group of chasing ghosts stopped at the edge of the withered forest, as if held back by some unseen force. Feeling he had reached a safe area, Ander stopped, twisted his misaligned spine back into place, and after a short rest, continued on his way with 5 unarmed skeleton servants and his new ghost companion. Who knew if all that noise had drawn the attention of some powerful being? The best plan was to take the loot and run far away before checking it. After traveling for 5 sleepless days, Ander finally stopped by a dark river. If he hadn't been so exhausted, he would have gone even farther. The Kalashnikov notes that was the name of the notebook wedged between Ander's ribs. The notebook itself looked old and ordinary, but the name on it was what mattered. 3,000 years ago, a great ruler named Kalashnikov had ruled the entire Bone Mountain range. He was destroyed after angering the god of death, Hydric, and the mountains were flattened into what was now the Bone Plains. Ander had read the notebook many times along the way. It contained knowledge only a lord of the undead could possess. Compared to it, the memories Ander had inherited made him seem like an ignorant child. But that wasn't all. The notebook also held many complex records of experiments. King Kalashnikov had been a true researcher, secretly testing ways to create things powerful enough to even destroy the god of death himself. That, Ander thought, was probably the real reason Hydric had wiped him out. To be honest, Ander didn't really understand much of those things. What caught his attention were other parts instead. Kalashnikov, the king's thoughts on soul fire, and his records of experiments on transforming the undead. These notes were scattered throughout the journal, not many in number. But to Ander, they opened a door for him, a door leading to paradise. For the undead, the most important thing is undoubtedly the soul fire. According to the highest law of the undead realm, every undead must follow the path set for them from the moment they appear. After cruel battles, the victors become kings, and the defeated become nourishment. But why are there differences in rank when the undead first appear? Why was I, Kalashnikov, born a lich, while Eva was a skeletal archer? Every undead is formed from a lifeless body and a soul fire. Why did the Lord of Death divide them into so many kinds? Kalashnikov's notes. Page 3. Why must we follow the laws of the Lord of Death? It turns out that the undead can transform themselves freely. The process is surprisingly simple. It only requires mastering the bone regeneration spell. Kalashnikov's manuscript, page 109, just as one can split their mind to control undead servants. Ander carefully used his spiritual sense to restrain the completion of the bone regeneration spell. According to Kalashnikov's notes, one must first use spiritual power to form a mold of the desired shape, then cast the bone regeneration spell to fill that mold. The idea was easy to understand, like shaping a glass container first, then pouring water into it. Once the container is full, the water naturally takes its shape. What Ander was now shaping was a pair of sharp claws, and his subject was the unfortunate Dalgama. Slowly, very slowly, after countless failures, Ander had finally learned how to delay the normally instant bone regeneration spell, forcing it to complete gradually. His control was still difficult and imperfect, but it worked. He watched as Dalgama's raised skeletal hands were slowly covered by layers of new bone. Under the invisible mold formed by Ander's spiritual sense, the new bones had no choice but to take the intended shape. 10 sharp, gleaming bone claws were taking form. Although both his body and mind were exhausted, Ander couldn't help feeling excited as he watched his experiment nearing success. After more than 200 failures, anyone would feel the same. He focused all his energy and continued controlling the spell. From experience, he knew that the closer he got to the end, the higher the chance of failure. Thumbs, constructed. Right ring finger, constructed. Left ring finger, constructed. Little fingers, hic. Just as Ander was fully focused and the sharp bone claws of Dalgama were about to be completed, a loud hiccup echoed in his mind. His concentration instantly broke. The spiritual bone claw vessel he was building collapsed, and the suppressed bone resurrection spell also slipped out of control. When his vision finally cleared, Ander saw that Dalgama was no longer raising 2 hands. It looked more like he was holding a fan made of fused bones. Hic! Holding its swollen belly, the soul-eating ghost servant that had been floating nearby hiccuped again. Magellan, you fool. I'll get you for this. Furious, Ander grabbed the half-solid ghost, who had overeaten soul fire, and began punching and kicking it. The ghost squeaked and wailed in protest. Meanwhile, Dalgama, who hadn't received any new orders, just stood there blankly, still holding up his claws. "Get out. Don't come within 100 meters of me without permission." After venting his anger, Ander kicked the ghost Magellan far away, then sat down, fuming, staring at Dagama's fused bone claws. The magic within the soul fire was completely drained. Ander felt frustrated. According to Kashnikov's notes, this process was supposed to be easy. He had completely forgotten that Lich King Kashnikov had been over level 30 when he studied Undead modification, deeply skilled in necromantic arts. Ander, on the other hand, was still just a beginner. To construct a vessel with spiritual power while simultaneously controlling the bone resurrection spell, to fill it required far more than mental strength. Even Kashnikov himself would have called Ander a genius for managing it. After resting for a while, Ander stood up, pulled the bone staff from behind his neck, and began tapping and breaking apart Dagama's failed hand bones with a series of sharp cracks. Dagama took a few aimless steps, then suddenly fell to the ground. Without his arm, he couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried, and could only turn his head pitifully to look at Ander. "You too. Help him up," Ander said casually, pointing to two skeleton servants before turning away. Ander wasn't foolish enough to wait for the Crimson Twin Moons to rise and slowly restore his magic. Without magic, the only option was to hunt other undead. Although most of the soul fire energy he absorbed was consumed by the yin-yang fish, taking in more still helped him recover his strength. With 15 newly restored undead servants, Ander's recovery speed was much faster. Not far from where he was staying, there was a large graveyard filled with countless wandering skeletons. From a small hill outside the graveyard, Ander could see a half-collapsed stone temple standing at its center. He thought this graveyard would be a good temporary base. However, the place was guarded by a huge red skeleton. Though it moved slowly, its towering frame, 3 or 4 times the height of a man, and the massive spiked club it dragged behind it showed that it was no weakling. From time to time, the red skeleton would wander out of the temple. Any skeleton too slow to avoid it would be smashed to pieces with a single swing. Ander knew he wasn't strong enough to challenge it yet. Could he use the soul-devouring ghost, Magellan, to consume the red skeleton's soul fire? Of course, Ander had thought of that. The problem was that Magellan's soul fire was far weaker than the red skeleton's. Furious, Ander had ordered Magellan to hunt and feed as soon as it finished digesting, to strengthen itself as quickly as possible. But Magellan overfed itself and ended up disturbing Ander's experiments. Still tempted by the countless skeletons in the graveyard, Ander decided not to leave. He settled nearby and began upgrading and evolving his skeletons according to Kashnikov's notes. When his mental energy ran out, he would hunt skeletons at the graveyard's edge. The red skeleton, feeling its territory threatened, had chased him several times. But every time Ander saw it coming, he ran away. The slow red skeleton could only glare helplessly. After a few failed chases, the red skeleton stopped coming out, letting Ander hunt freely. Recently, Ander discovered something interesting: 3 bone hounds. At first, Ander thought they were just a pack of bone wolves. Those creatures were everywhere on the Boneyard Plains. On this plain, undead beings came in many forms, not just human-shaped ones. There were small packs of 3 to 5 bone wolves, or large ones with over 100, herds of decayed horses that galloped by with eerie cries, and bone rats that dug holes all over the place. In fact, animal-shaped undead were far more common than the humanoid kind. But bone mastiffs, those were something Ander had never seen before. If it hadn't been mentioned in Kashnikov's notes, he might have ignored them completely. Just as the notes described, the bone mastiffs had thick, sturdy skeletons. Their skulls were much larger than those of normal dogs, and their jaws were filled with sharp teeth that fit together perfectly. According to the notes, at least 2 of the 3 mastiffs were top-grade specimens, and even the smaller one was of excellent quality. As for their abilities, the more Ander observed, the more excited he became. Moments ago, the 3 bone mastiffs had attacked a skeletal warrior. The 2 larger ones leapt forward and bit down on its legs, pulling hard from both sides until the skeleton fell face-first to the ground. Before it could get up, the 3rd mastiff pounced and snapped its spine with a single bite. The entire hunt took less than 3 minutes, leaving Ander deeply impressed. His own skeleton servants needed 4 or 5 of them working together to bring down a single target, and even then, they weren't nearly as efficient. Well, except for Magellan, that strange soul-eating ghost. Naturally, Ender decided to pause his undead modification experiments for now. All his attention turned to capturing those 3 powerful creatures. He and his followers had been trailing the bone mastiffs for several days. The mastiffs seemed to share Ender's interest. They had clearly set their sights on the countless skeletons in the graveyard, treating the place like a moving food supply. After days of observation, Ender finally figured out their daily routine. They moved back and forth between their resting place and the graveyard. Though they took different routes each time, Ender still managed to gather useful information. Watching the 3 bone mastiffs, full and ready to return to their den, Ender followed them from a distance. When they reached a pond and were about to turn, Ender's bony face split into a grin. The moment he finished smiling, there was a loud crash. The 3 bone mastiffs had fallen straight into the deep pit Ender had dug in advance. Ha ha ha. Digging traps really is the best way. I've got you all now. Seeing the 3 bone hounds fall into the pit like dumplings, Ender's soul fire flickered with excitement as he jumped and waved his arms in joy. But before Ender could enjoy his victory for even a minute, a powerful gust of wind pressed down from above. Ender and his followers were blown away, rolling across the ground like gourds. The ghost Magellan squeaked wildly as he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Spitting out a mouthful of mud, Ender burned with anger and looked up, ready to curse. But when he saw what was blocking half the sky, the words froze in his throat. A huge skeletal dragon was gliding through the air, its massive, tattered bone wings, each more than 20 meters long, beating heavily. Every flap sent waves of undead creatures on the ground collapsing. The bone dragon seemed injured, flying unevenly, sometimes high, sometimes low, leaving chaos below. If it had only been the dragon, Ender might have started shouting curses. But there was someone riding on its back. A death knight clad in sealed black armor lay on the dragon's spine. The large bone crown on his head revealed his identity. He was a king. Perhaps sensing Ender's gaze, the black-armored undead king turned his head slightly, his eyes flashing with a red, fierce light. Ender didn't dare meet his stare and quickly lowered his head. The Dark King seemed to lose interest, the red glow fading from his eyes. He patted the bone dragon's back, and the creature turned northwest, flying away. TCH, so what if he's an undead king? Give me a few decades, and I'll be the same. Humph. When the bone dragon and its rider disappeared into the distance, Ender finally stood up, shook off the dirt, and made a rude gesture toward the sky, only to remember he still had a mouthful of mud. So that was the undead king? He didn't seem that intimidating, Ender muttered as he scraped mud from his mouth. Wait, that bone dragon's tail seemed shorter than it should be. Maybe they lost a fight and came back in shame, Ender thought with a smirk. Get up, all of you. What are you trembling for? He shouted, kicking at the ground around him. A dozen skeleton servants were lying face down, shaking so hard their teeth clattered together. What are you all so scared of? Ender grumbled in frustration. He had no idea that because he came from another world, the pressure of the undead lord had little effect on him unless it was aimed directly at him. But for other low-level undead, a king was always a being that made them tremble and kneel. When Ender faced the will of the death god Hydric, he hadn't been scared stiff, so why would he fear a wounded undead king? After kicking his undead servants awake one by one, Ender suddenly remembered the 3 bone hounds were still in the pit. Putting aside the matter of the undead king, Ender ran to the edge of the pit and looked down. The 3 strong bone hounds were piled up at the bottom. Heh, with wicked servants and fierce dogs, am I really going to become some kind of local tyrant in this world of bones? Circling the pit, Ender completely ignored the 3 bone hounds below, who were silently roaring up at him. With the bone hounds now his, Ender mercilessly destroyed 3 of his skeleton servants to make room for them. After guarding the pit for 5 or 6 days, he finally tamed the 3 stubborn bone hounds. Watching the bone hounds and skeleton servants hunt together, Ender couldn't help but feel delighted. Without these 3 bone hounds, he would have had no way to deal with the red skull that occupied the skeleton graveyard. But now, still, the 3 bone hounds were a bit too weak. Something was missing. Thinking about what he still lacked, Anders scratched his head. The dark river water flowed past his leg bones. Though he couldn't feel anything, a swarm of bone fish had already gathered, pecking at his legs. The 3 bone hounds splashed in the water, chasing after the larger bone fish. Whenever they caught one, they wagged their tails and proudly brought it to Ander as an offering. Big one, second, third, stop bothering me and go play on your own. Standing by the riverbank, busy directing his servants to search through the sand, Ander patted each bone hound on the head. He took the bone fish from Third's mouth and threw it into the deep water, sending up ripples of black waves. Shaking his wet bony hand, he turned around and saw the ghost Magellan imitating the other servants about 100 meters away, trying to pick out the bone fragments Ander had ordered them to find along the sandy shore. Could a ghost even pick things up? Ander couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time, then sent Magellan back to continue keeping watch. Metal bone fragments. Huh. Looking at the skull behind him, which was only 1/3 full, Ander figured he still needed at least half more. Stay sharp, all of you. And remember, if anyone brings me a pile of useless fish bones again, you'll regret it. After shouting at his servants, Ander lost patience with picking out the metallic bone fragments himself. Carrying the half-filled skull cap, he found a clean, dry spot, lay down, and began reading Kashnikov's notes while supervising. Before long, Ander started to drift into a lazy half-sleep. Of course, as an undead, he couldn't truly sleep. He merely dimmed his soul fire and rested in a hazy state. At the slightest sound, he would be the first to jump up and run. He hadn't rested long when the smallest bone hound, Samo, came bounding over with a bone fish as long as an arm in its mouth. It leapt onto Ander's chest and nudged his cheekbone playfully with its bony nose. "You 3 little troublemakers, can't you be quiet for a while?" Ander grumbled. With a half-human-sized skeleton dog lying on his chest, there was no way he could keep resting. He raised his hand to tap Samo's head, but froze halfway. Wait, this bone fish, its whole body was made of metallic bone fragments? Seeing the fish still wriggling and trying to escape from Samo's jaws, Ander's jawbone nearly fell off from laughter. What was that saying again? Oh right, good things come when you least expect them. Good boy, Samo. You're my lucky star, Ander said, laughing so hard he could barely speak, patting the bone hound's skull affectionately like a proud parent. Feeling Ander's joy through the soul fire, Samo wagged his tail bones even faster. After rubbing the metal fish's head against Ander's skull a few times, the hound suddenly tossed its head and opened its jaws. The metallic bone fish flew in an arc through the air. Splash! A huge spray of dark water scattered everywhere. "My fish!" Ander shouted, jumping up and stumbling toward the dark river. His precious fish. Seeing its master join the game, Samo wagged its tail bones even more happily, running circles around Ander as they both dashed along the riverbank. Ander ran frantically to the edge of the River of the Dead, his leg bones almost breaking from the sprint. He was close to tears. Such a huge metal bone fish, such a huge metal bone fish. The image of that creature filled his mind completely. "Go catch the fish. If you can't, I'll deal with you all myself," Ander shouted at his skeleton servants, knowing that the river was too deep to recover the metal bone fish he had just lost. He turned around, wanting to kick Samo out of frustration, but in the end, he held back his anger. Just as he was about to send Samo to catch more fish, Big Mao and Second Mao came running back, each holding a bone fish in their mouths, their jaws gleaming brightly. Gleaming? Ander jumped up again. "Big Mao, Second Mao, you little troublemakers. Who told you to let go of my fish? I'll make you regret it." He charged forward, waving his arms wildly. In his desperate rush to grab the 2 metal bone fish, Ander finally managed to break his leg bone. Metal objects were extremely rare in the realm of the undead, but metal-rich bone fragments could still be found along the banks of every river of the dead, though in very small amounts. Bonehounds might not look impressive, but among the lower undead, they had the strongest bite force. Their power, however, was limited by their plain bone teeth. The teeth of bone dragons, on the other hand, contained metal bone fragments, which made them incredibly strong. If one could precisely control the bone resurrection spell and use metal bone fragments to rebuild the claws and teeth of bonehounds. Kashnikov's notes. Page 77. Kashnikov's notes were vague, merely suggesting the possibility. But to Ander, it was completely achievable. More than 10 days ago, Ander had already succeeded in crafting a pair of sharp bone claws for Dagama, transforming the giant axe skeleton into a clawed skeleton warrior. Upgrading bones required multitasking, intense focus, and mastery of the bone resurrection spell. Ander, who possessed 2 soul cores, found concentration easy. The spell was second nature to him. He met all 3 conditions perfectly. The door to the undead transformation has long been open to him. Successfully transforming Dagama demonstrates his ability. Although he can only perform the most basic transformations now, he is still far from mastering the highest laws of the undead plane, allowing skeletons to evolve freely, as mentioned in Kashnikov's notes. But Ander has glimpsed a part of this law. All he lacks is time and strength. Even though Ander is currently struggling just to survive, or perhaps has no big ambitions, only thinking of occupying the skeleton cemetery and living as a lazy undead lord, one day, whether he wants to or not, he will stand at the top of this bleak world. Of course, these are future matters. Right now, Ander is busy trying to figure out how to destroy the soul fires of those 2 metal-bone fish. The fish skulls rich in metal cannot be broken by Ander and his followers now. The bones are too hard compared to metal. Agama, the strongest, shattered over a dozen bone axes but couldn't defeat the opponent. Magellan could easily handle it, but it had just eaten and was full. Just when Ander was at a loss, the soul fires of the 2 metal-bone fish suddenly disappeared, dispersing into countless tiny energy stars. Ander thought for a long time about the 2 fish corpses and finally came up with a possibility. The 2 bone fish had been out of water too long and died of thirst. Can bone fish also die of thirst? Ander scratched his head and made his final judgment. Hard to say. As the lord of the skeleton cemetery, the red skeleton reed has lived in this graveyard for at least 600 years. Since reaching level 7 and learning Undead Deterrence, 3 levels early, becoming the lord of this skeleton cemetery, he has never been more troubled than now. That skeleton mage, who always wears a withered bone staff around his neck and acts so carefree, where did he come from? Reed is deeply troubled by this question. As a high-level undead lord, at the lowest level, hundreds of years of survival have taught Reed the basic rules of the undead world. Strength is respected, and the weak must either obey or become food. But that lecherous skeleton mage, who is only level 4, dares to ignore his presence and hunt freely at the edge of the skeleton cemetery. Every time I wanted to go out and fight that skeleton mage, he would always turn and run away. What kind of thing is that? Does he not know the rules among the undead? When a battle is started by the stronger, the weaker must fight back. That skeleton mage is just a coward among skeletons. Poor Lord Red, the skeleton leader, thought hard and finally came up with the word coward. At first, Lord Red thought that the skeleton mage had already left because he hadn't seen him for over 30 Crimson Moon cycles. But just when he was feeling relaxed, that skeleton mage suddenly came back. This time, the skeleton mage was even more daring. He brought along 3 skeleton dogs with sharp teeth, expanding their hunting area from the edge of the skeleton graveyard into the interior. This is a clear insult. Anger burned inside Lord Red's bones. He wished he could catch that skeleton mage right now and smash his head. But unfortunately, the cowardly skeleton mage still dared not fight Lord Red. Every time, he ran away very quickly. Just yesterday, that skeleton mage took advantage of Lord Red's distraction and ordered his bone dogs to bite off 2 of his toes. Then he and his evil dogs turned and ran away. My unique red toes. Looking down at his 2 severed toes, Lord Red's fiery spirit was about to boil over again. If that coward dares to come today, hiding behind a large tombstone in the graveyard, with most of his skull showing, Lord Red gritted his teeth and swore, "I will definitely twist that coward's skull off and smash it into pieces, then swallow his trembling soul fire." After thinking this, Lord Red peeked his head out from behind the large tombstone, which was missing a big chunk. He still didn't see the cowardly skeleton mage and his group. Did that coward find out that the great Lord Red was waiting here? No, that's impossible. That low-level coward wouldn't understand what an ambush is. How could a low-level coward have the wisdom that only undead lords possess? That coward comes here every day to hunt near this big tombstone. He'll definitely come today too. Thinking about his own wisdom, Lord Red, with his red skeleton frame, finally felt a bit happier. What is wisdom? Lord Reed clearly remembers that before he became a lord, he was just a slightly stronger red skeleton soldier than others. When facing strong enemies, he only knew fear. When hungry, he only knew to fight other skeletons. When full, he wandered aimlessly in the graveyard, living a confused and aimless life. But after becoming a skeleton lord, everything changed. Reed learned how to use necromantic intimidation to make lower-level skeletons obediently die at his command. He understood that ambushes were part of hunting. He learned. As he thought more, Reed suddenly became confused. What do I really know? He was puzzled and lost in deep thought. What do I still understand? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Reed fell into chaotic disorder. The many negative thoughts he had absorbed started to spiral out of control, causing his soul fire to flicker wildly. In his frenzy, Lord Reed suddenly stood up. He swung his bone club, and all the low-level skeletons within his attack range were thrown into the air, bones scattering everywhere. Who am I? What do I really know? The troubled skeleton lord was completely confused. This was a new situation that only appeared after becoming a lord. When intelligent undead minds get cornered, they often can't suppress the negative thoughts absorbed into their soul fire and fall into chaos. From the lowest level undead lord to the highest undead king, all can be temporarily controlled by this destructive desire to wipe everything out. Lucky higher undead can temporarily break free from this state and return to normal. Unlucky ones become mindless killing spirits, eventually fading away silently after exhausting their last bit of soul fire. Reed, in his frantic state, had fallen into this chaos for the second time. The last time was after he woke up in a frenzy and gained some wisdom, but this time, it was uncertain. He smashed and tore through the graveyard, causing bones and broken tombstones to scatter everywhere. Along the way, he encountered bones everywhere, and the crooked tombstones suffered even more. Finally, 3 large dog skulls with sharp teeth and a skeleton mage hiding behind a group of skeleton servants appeared in Reed's view. Attack, kill them. The chaotic skeleton lord suddenly gained a very clear awareness. Honestly, Anders was very surprised when the giant red skeleton suddenly charged out. This was completely unexpected. There was no reason for it. Why is the red skeleton so fast now? Although he had been teasing the red skeleton for several days and only decided today to confront it, could it be that the red skeleton suddenly became smarter and knew he was here for a fight? Dogs, attack. Thinking quickly, Anders didn't stay idle. He ordered the mastiffs to hold their ground. While he turned and ran in a big S shape, he knew he couldn't withstand a casual strike from the red skeleton's club. After days of fighting the skeleton Lord Reed, the mastiffs finally started to get used to Reed's ghostly intimidation. They snarled and lunged forward. The 3 dogs, with their sharp teeth, jumped around, dodging the skeleton lord's heavy blows. Following Anders' orders, they circled behind the skeleton lord, each biting at his thick right leg bones. The furious skeleton lord was focused solely on chasing Anders, his speed much faster than before. The skeleton servants behind Anders had long since been defeated or scattered. Dagama threw away his axe and ran the fastest. Running so fast just to get reincarnated. When I deal with that red skeleton, just wait and see. Suddenly, before he could finish cursing, Anders' bone shield was smashed into pieces by the wolf fawn club, and he was knocked aside. He clumsily got up from the ground, turned his head, and saw the red skeleton coming after him. Anders didn't dare stop. He dodged past countless tombstones, twisting his big S shape again. Dogs, keep biting. I'm the bait, and if I fall, you won't survive well either. He summoned his bone shield again to protect his back, and continued running, covered in bone debris. Why is this red skeleton so berserk? Its bones are even harder now. Yesterday, Dagma had sneakily bitten it and took off 2 toes, but today, it only lost a small piece of bone after several bites. Those were the good teeth he had carefully installed for the dogs. Though he kept complaining, Anders kept running and eventually found a way out. The red skeleton was still a fool, following him in the S shape. With its huge size, it had to stop to turn when he made his turns. The three-headed bone mastiff often took the chance to bite fiercely, and the Skull Lord Reed's thick right leg bone was almost gnawed away by a third. As Andy circled around the largest tombstone for the second time, a large wolf-tooth club spun through the air with a buzzing sound, brushed past Andy's nose, and then heavily struck the tombstone. You red skeleton, throwing a stick at me. Do you think I won't do anything about it? Startled, Andy was immediately furious. He turned his head and threw a bone spear he had just learned to use yesterday at the red skeleton. When Andy tried to run away again, the huge red skeleton suddenly collapsed with a loud bang, falling into a big shape. Poor skeleton lord, Andy's right leg bone was finally broken. To deal with the enraged red skeleton lord, Andy was at his wit's end. He controlled 3 bone mastiffs, biting one after another, and after half a day, they finally gnawed off the skeleton lord's arm bone. Andy also wanted to show his bravery. He eagerly released more than 10 bone spears, but unfortunately, his aim was far from good, despite his strong mental power. Only one of the more than 10 bone spears hit the target. When the 3 treasure bone mastiffs gnawed through the skeleton lord's 2 arm bones, the furious red skeleton lord naturally wouldn't surrender easily. But unfortunately, after Andy leveled up to the 4th level, his magic power surged. The damage caused by the skeleton lord to the mastiffs was even less than what Andy's own necromancy could repair. Seeing that only the skeleton leg was left twitching on the ground, Andy felt relieved but also pitied the skeleton lord. He ordered Dumao and Mao to hold him tightly, and San Mao to bite the skeleton lord's neck vertebrae. For now, he had no intention of killing the skeleton lord. Having defeated a strong enemy, Andy clapped his hands and looked back. He found that the skeleton servants, who had scattered and run away, had somehow gathered again. Dagma and Magellan, who had recently developed their intelligence quickly, looked like children afraid of being scolded, hunched over and hiding at the back. Andy was not polite. He took out the skeleton staff from behind his neck, held it with both hands like a hammer, and started smashing them hard. After all, they were all just bones. If broken, they could be put back together. It was a bit more troublesome to deal with Magellan, as he had to order him to eat his fill first. In fact, to clean up these skeleton servants, as long as Andros slightly moves the soul fire stored in the servants and takes back the soul fire fragments they have surrendered, each of them would suffer greatly. But Andro is too lazy to use this method because when the servants' main soul fires are damaged, their intelligence and abilities drop significantly. Even now, Andro is still worried about not finding someone to talk to. Seeing that Degrama and Magellan seem to have gained some intelligence, he doesn't even have time to train them. After the group of servants was loudly and painfully dealt with, Andro warned each servant that if anyone dared to spread what just happened, they would face destruction. The servants didn't understand what Andro meant, so they could only stay silent. Andro took their silence as consent and casually threw a bone resurrection spell to each of them. Satisfied, he strolled over to the skeleton lord still firmly held down by the bone dog. Seeing the skeleton lord still wildly thrashing in rage, Andro didn't bother with words. He swung his bone staff and smashed it down. Stop chasing, stop knocking me away, stop throwing sticks to scare me. While pounding the skeleton lord's huge, bright red skull, Andro cursed loudly in his soul fire. But a miracle happened again. Andro noticed that the soul fire leaking from the skeleton lord's skull through its 7 orifices, after being hit repeatedly with shock-like strikes, gradually calmed down. What is going on here? Andro finally stopped, feeling confused. He had long noticed that the skeleton lord had some intelligence, though only like that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and he had indeed considered subduing him. But when they suddenly encountered each other just now, his first impression was that this red-boned creature had gone mad. That's why Andro turned around and ran without hesitation. Any normal person, when faced with a madman coming to fight, would choose to avoid. Just now, Andro hit the skeleton lord's head hard, just to get some revenge. With the skeleton lord's current state, Andro knew that after he finished, the bone dogs would tear open his skull, and he would absorb the soul fire himself. Despicable coward, let me go. A clear stream of consciousness entered Andro's mind. Are you talking to me? Andro was stunned. He looked down in surprise. How did this big guy suddenly become conscious? I am Reed, the higher-level skeleton lord. a humble and cowardly skeleton mage. You let me go so we can have a fair fight. I will kill you and swallow your soul fire. Suddenly, the awakened skeleton lord Reed's intelligence greatly improved. At least, his thoughts and sentences became much clearer and more correct. You say you'll let me go if I let you go? Do you want me to use the bone resurrection spell to heal you? Ander was amused. As expected, he was still a silly skeleton. It was hard enough to command the dogs to chew you into a bone club. Wait, I mean a bone stick, and now you expect to be let go for a fair fight? Fine, just do as you say. Heal me immediately with the bone resurrection spell. Skeleton Lord Reed was a bit confused. Why did this skeleton mage want to heal himself? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply ignored the question and moved on to the next. This was much better than before he went into rage. Okay, Ander was really happy. He grabbed his skeleton staff and struck the skeleton lord on the right cheek with all his strength. After a dull bang, the skeleton lord's face cracked open a small gap. Ander quickly checked his bone staff. Luckily, it was fine. Despicable coward, how dare you hit me? Reed's soul fire was about to burn again. Being hit casually by a low-level skeleton made him feel a huge sense of shame as a high-level being. I just hit you. So what? Ander sneered at Reed's anger. He waved his bone staff at Reed's head, trying to hit him again. But he was worried about breaking his staff, so he turned it to the back of Reed's neck instead. Holding his sturdy bone staff, Ander pointed at Reed's large front teeth and shouted, "Do you think just because you're a skeleton lord, you're so great? I've faced dozens of undead kings before, and I didn't even flinch. I went straight to break their bones. Who do you think you are? Really? Really?" The simple-minded skeleton lord was shocked. The cowardly skeleton mage in front of him had actually killed those high and mighty kings? What's the point of lying to a simpleton like you? Ander believed he was telling the truth. There were probably 20 or 30 undead kings that had already disappeared in the withered forest. He had no trouble breaking their bones without changing his expression. Even if he wanted to look scared, he simply couldn't do it with his bones. After a pause, while the poor skeleton lord was still shocked, Ander surprisingly started to use threats and persuasion. You now have two choices. First, surrender willingly and give me the soul fire fragment, and I will make you my servant. I promise you'll enjoy a good life. If you refuse, don't think that my little friend Sandmao can't bite through your broken skull. After sending this message, Ander was worried his words might not be strong enough, so he secretly manipulated Sandmao. With a loud crunch, Sandmao bit through the skeleton lord's neck vertebrae, creating several holes. Then he made Sandmao open his metallic-colored fangs, showing he was about to bite the poor skeleton lord's skull. Although this was a dramatic show, Ander didn't really expect much. Just like Reed had said, there was no precedent for an undead lord surrendering to a small skeleton. Seeing the skeleton lord standing on his chest, his big head bobbing around as if choosing where to bite, the now more intelligent skeleton lord was scared. I am willing to become your servant. The poor lord desperately tried to send his thoughts to Ander. He didn't want to die just yet. Besides, the other side had said he had once killed a king. Low-level undead couldn't lie. So maybe becoming his servant wasn't such a shame after all. With his increased intelligence, he desperately looked for reasons to surrender to Lord Reed. Dear readers, please pass by and give the wizard a vote, or at least add this to your favorites or click on it. The wizard is now trying to climb the rankings. Thank you all. Main text: voluntarily becoming an undead servant is completely different from being forced into it through undead control. Any high-level undead can easily threaten lower-level undead to become their servants. Naturally, lower-level undead must also give up their soul fire fragments. The rules of the undead world have long been established. An undead that does not know undead control magic can have one servant if below level 5, 2 if between 5 and 10, 4 if between 10 and 15, and 8 if between 15 and 20. When reaching level 24 and becoming a king, the number of voluntary undead servants can increase to 40. Of course, even a level 40 king can only have 40 undead servants. Because there are limited spots, high-level kings will do everything they can to force lower-level kings to submit. Many who become kings have often come through bloody battles. Therefore, wars among undead kings are countless. Ahem, I'm getting sidetracked. Let's return to our main character, skeleton mage Mr. Anderson. Anderson is feeling very proud right now. What does it mean that he took Skeleton Lord Reed as an unofficial undead servant? Simply put, he no longer needs to do the usual daily hunting. Skeleton Lord Reed's Lord skill, Undead Intimidation. It's basically a simplified version of a king's innate, aura, ability. Although it has been weakened multiple times, the intimidation effect is more than just making lower-level undead afraid to move. It's a skill only a lord can have, after all. For example, with Skeleton Lord Reed, when he fully activates his intimidation, he can influence all lower-level undead within 200 meters and command them to do anything. Once Anderson understood that he had the intimidation skill, he was very happy. Stupid Skeleton Lord Reed wouldn't fully use this skill. Anderson, who can recite the Kalashnikov notes backward and forward, obviously understands. Right now, Anderson is sitting cross-legged on a tombstone, giving orders to the poor Skeleton Lord Reed. The skeletons within 200 meters are naturally busy working as laborers. According to Anderson's plan, he wants to expand the Skeleton God Temple in the middle of the cemetery into a large fortress. The Skeleton Cemetery is a good place. Located at the confluence of two rivers, with a core area that still has a somewhat livable palace, countless stone tombstones stretching endlessly, and tens of thousands of skeletons ready to be intimidated into working. How could Anderson not think of building a castle on the spot? His requirements are simple. Build a stone wall around the entire Skeleton Cemetery, dig a stone moat outside the wall for defense, and then improve the central building of the cemetery. After all, undead lifespans are theoretically endless. Anderson's idea of building a city didn't come out of nowhere. He knows better than anyone that he can't suddenly jump to level 10 right now. The words of the Grim Reaper Heidike kept buzzing in Anders' ears. If he accidentally raised his level too quickly without obtaining something the Reaper was satisfied with, his mood could turn bad. When the Reaper was in a good mood, it was fine, but if not, Ander remembered the small ants he accidentally stepped on as a child. So, Ander thought, maybe he should delay and see what happens first. Thus, the first phase of the Skeleton Cemetery construction on the Bone Plane began. To slow down his leveling, Ander stopped consuming the souls of other spirits. During the day, he supervised the Skeleton Lord Reed as he dismantled tombstones and built walls. At night, under the glow of the crimson double moons, he studied Kalashnikov's notes. He decided not to devour soul fires anymore to gather energy. Only the yin-yang fish inside the soul fires kept absorbing the crimson moonlight on their own. Ander's skeleton servants, however, had no such worries. Under his encouragement, they roamed the cemetery openly, committing acts of theft and violence. When they saw a skeleton's soul fire was good, they would attack and topple it. Some even took turns showing off their special moves. Magellan was a powerful skeleton who could extract and swallow the soul fire of other skeleton soldiers. Ander named this move Star Swallowing Technique. Gamma wielded a pair of metal claws that Ander had recently given him. Wherever he went, skulls with 5 holes on top appeared. Ander named this move Nine Whitebone Claw. Other skeleton servants were much weaker. They wielded metal-colored bone axes that Ander had easily crafted, but they still made the scene look like a bunch of ghosts invading a village. Disgraceful. Ander watched this and felt sick. He named them. Practice more before showing off. As for the 3 adorable dogs, Ander had recently been thinking about coating their entire bodies with metal bone particles. So, they were sent to the river to catch metal bone fish, avoiding the other evil servants of the Ander family. Now, Ander faced a new problem. He thought that turning the metal bone fish into metal bone particles and carefully wrapping their bones with a layer of metal bone using resurrection magic was too inefficient. He believed it would be better to turn the metal into water first, and then find a way to coat it onto the bones. But the problem was, with Ander's current abilities, he didn't know how to turn metal into liquid from nothing. Maybe a different king could do it. Using a method like smelting iron? Ander had worked hard to produce fire by drilling wood, but the temperature of that fire was simply not enough. What should he do? Ander looked at the pile of metal bone fish and scratched his head. Master, as you requested, the wall taller than me has been built and completed. Skeleton Lord Reed happily ran over, dragging his wolf fawn club, to report that he had finished the task. Just a short while ago, he completed such a large project? Could it be that Reed has the ability to build quickly? Ander, filled with questions, followed Reed to the construction site. When he saw it, he understood. He had ordered Reed to build a stone wall as tall as himself, with a thickness of 5 steps. But Reed had simply built a thick stone pillar instead. Looking at the skeleton laborers around the stone pillar, who had started to move aimlessly again because the undead's intimidation was gone, Ander was furious. Oh well, let it be a stone pillar. With the limited intelligence of these low-level skeleton soldiers and a clueless project leader, the half-month effort to build the wall was worse than a poorly made structure. It kept collapsing and had to be rebuilt 7 times. At least this time, it didn't fall. So maybe that's a small victory? Just build a stone pillar every 100 meters along the wall. Then I will take you to cut some tree stumps and set them up. Ander bit his lip and decided to shrink his original plan of building a stone city into just a fence. Understood, Master. The skeleton lord nodded and bowed, then turned to run. After a few steps, he turned back and sent Ander a confused thought. Respected Master, how far is 100 meters? The simpleton, after all, didn't know how far 100 meters was. Ander casually responded in his mind to explain, 100 meters is, but Ander suddenly couldn't continue. 100 meters? In this skeleton world, there is no such thing as 100 meters. There is no unit called 100 meters. This means that many of his original ideas from his world simply don't apply here. So, perhaps the rules themselves aren't as high and mighty as he thought. Maybe he can. Ander no longer bothered to answer the confused skeleton lord. He focused on flipping through his Kalashnikov notebook loudly. Master, 100 meters. Reed, the skeleton lord, waited for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked again. He really wanted to know. The notebook snapped shut with a loud sound. Andy suddenly walked to the tall stone pillar made of tombstones and took a big step forward. Pointing at his feet, Andy sent a clear thought to the skeleton lord. Look carefully. Walking this distance of 100 steps is exactly 100 meters. Watching his master walk away confidently into the wind, the skeleton lord Reed had an uncontrollable thought. My master. His way of walking is so ugly. This part, originally, I wanted to write about Andy first understanding the principles of the law, radiating confidence, and the skeleton lord humbly bowing. But as I wrote, it turned out like this. What is the law? Andy was rarely lost in thought. Based on his own understanding and the vague descriptions in Kalashnikov's notes, Andy gradually gained some insight. If in his original world, 1 is equal to 2 is a law, then in this undead world, the law could very well be 1 is equal to 3, or even more likely. Andy could set his own laws. According to Kalashnikov's notes, before becoming a king, Kalashnikov the Great had responded many times to calls from undead sorcerers in the main plane, making hundreds or thousands of trips there, clearly showing that the laws of the main plane are like a fantasy world. The main plane has many countries. Magic is thriving, and top-level mages can move mountains, fill seas, and destroy entire areas at will. Can the laws of Earth describe such power? But An's focus was not here. He was thinking about how to use the differences in the laws of these planes to gain some benefits. The undead plane lacks metal resources, but the main plane is rich in them. The undead creatures in the undead plane are countless, but undead mages in the main plane must summon undead from necromancers. To learn new skills, undead in the undead plane must go to various temples, while in the main plane, they can learn on their own. There are countless undead sorcerers who stay up all night practicing spells. Thinking this way, Andy became more excited and decided to visit the main plane. According to the notes, every moment, undead sorcerers from the main plane send requests, trying to summon the undead of this world to work or fight for them. After receiving a request from the ghostly wizard, wandering spirits can choose whether to respond and whether to make any demands when they do. Of course, many low-level spirits, in their confusion, respond unconditionally to the ghostly wizard's requests. This has led many main-plane ghostly wizards to believe that summoned low-level spirits are just disposable tools, not worth much. As a result, once spirits become aware, they tend to refuse the wizard's summons unconsciously. This is also related to the fact that ghostly wizards have developed powerful soul-binding magic, which can ignore the requests of low-level spirits entirely. Early ghostly wizards mostly used mutually beneficial dark contracts when summoning spirits. These contracts meant that the summoned spirit and the wizard worked together. After the spirit fulfilled the wizard's request, the wizard had to fulfill the spirit's demands in return. Ander extended his mental energy into the dark sky, searching carefully. The consciousness of the main plane ghostly wizard's summoning will constantly pass through the thick clouds of the dark sky. After searching for a while, Ander felt very disappointed. Current ghostly wizards are all so corrupt. What kind of foolish forced soul-binding magic are they using? Using it once might be deadly. Angrily, Ander withdrew his consciousness, feeling very upset. He would never accept such forced summoning magic. Responding to these spirits who only become expendable once they go to the main plane, no matter how tragic their deaths, the wizards wouldn't even look at them. What Ander wants is just to use dark mutual benefit contracts with friends to exchange some things and learn some survival skills. Really, he thinks his request is not high at all. People's hearts are unfaithful. People's hearts are unfaithful, Ander lamented bitterly. In Kashnikov's notes, the ghostly wizards of his time mostly used dark mutual benefit contracts. Only the non-mainstream wizards secretly used forced soul-binding magic. It's only been 2,000 or 3,000 years, and non-mainstream has become mainstream. People's hearts are truly unfaithful. Ander gritted his teeth and cursed for a while. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the main plane. He sent out his consciousness again, searching the dark sky. He still didn't believe it. He wouldn't believe he couldn't find a spirit using a dark mutual benefit contract. After searching in the vast sea of consciousness for at least 2 or 3 hours, through layers of weak or strong attempts to summon spirits, it was still the same as the first time. Just as Andrew was about to give up again, a faint consciousness suddenly appeared. Honorable spirits of the undead realm, is anyone willing to accept my Christina Vizzi's request? This was a young girl's clear, bright voice, using a dark mutual contract. At this moment, Andrew was overwhelmed with tears. If only he could cry. Good character. No, my bones are top quality. Andrew hurriedly responded to the other's request. Another contract death spirit appeared, signing a life-sharing contract with the girl named Christina. After understanding what kind of contract the death spirit had signed, Andrew's soul was furious, cursing loudly. What kind of joke is this? A life-sharing contract? In an era where forced summoning magic is mainstream, there are still undead mages using such an ancient contract. A life-sharing contract is a good thing. It means Andrew and Christina will share life and death, suffer and prosper together. Andrew, increasingly accepting his undead identity, felt like crying. If that foolish girl in this main world suddenly died one day, he would have to follow her. He was supposed to have endless life. With almost endless resentment, Andrew involuntarily crossed a shimmering water wave into a narrow stone house covered with withered bone patterns, beginning his first journey in the main world. Andrew felt himself wrapped tightly in a bright white light. When the light faded, he found himself in a small stone room. Inside the small room, there was only a bed, a worn-out wooden chair, and a long wooden table. On the table, there was a small water jar and a rough plate with half a black bread, accompanied by 2 iron knives and forks. Apart from these, there was nothing else in the stone house. On the wall next to the long wooden table, there was a narrow window. Through it, he saw a small flowering tree outside. As Andrew looked out, a tiny bird like a sparrow landed on a branch, folding its wings and grooming its feathers. A black cat tiptoed under the tree, yawned widely, then lay down under the tree to nap. Green trees, yellow soil. Ander was stunned. He had thought he would never see these things. Mr. Skeleton Mage, are you here because of my call? He even felt a faint scent of grass and trees in the air. While Ander was greedily and blankly staring out the window, a shy girl's voice came from behind him. Dear readers, the wizard here is begging for some recommendation votes. If you're enjoying the story, please feel free to give a few votes. Thank you very much. Mr. Skeleton Mage, are you here because of my call? Ander sensed the voice was behind him, so he angrily turned around. He remembered the contract they had just made. Ander took out the old bone staff from behind his neck. His first thought was to scold the silly girl, but when he saw who summoned him, he couldn't bring himself to hurt her. A girl about 14 or 15 looked at Ander shyly. Ander naturally examined her from head to toe. The girl had dry blonde hair, a slightly childish face that was a bit dirty, with patches of black and white stains, as if she had touched something messy. Ander noticed her face was soft and gentle, though a little thin, and her eyes were like clear black gemstones, bright and transparent, very clean, which didn't match her dirty little face. Looking further down, the girl wore a thin, worn black dress, similar to the Western-made outfits Ander had seen in cartoons. The dress looked very clean. She was holding a rolled-up sheepskin scroll, which looked at least 10 times more worn out than Ander's notebook. Ander didn't like to bully children, so he couldn't bring himself to attack such a young girl. He just held his bone staff loosely and looked at her, unsure of what to say. He found it strange. Based on his experience, the girl's appearance was not bad, and with her spotless clothes and the neat room, she shouldn't be a messy person. So why was her face so dirty? "Are you Christina Vesey?" After waiting a moment and seeing that the girl was still shy, even blushing under Ander's silent gaze, Ander decided it was better to speak first. With the contract of life and death, Ander's consciousness could now fully and smoothly transfer to the young girl. Well, this might be a good thing. Otherwise, just communicating would be too troublesome. Yes, Mr. Skeleton Mage. I am Christina." Feeling the thoughts transmitted by Ander, Christina was stunned for a moment. She seemed to try replying with her mind too, but in the end, she couldn't help but speak aloud. "Are you 16 yet?" After confirming her identity, Ander asked irritably. "Just 3 months to go." "Mr. Skeleton Mage, why do you ask?" This strange question made Christina feel puzzled. Although she answered, her curiosity made her ask back. "You're still just a little girl." Ken thought it was no problem to carry his skeleton staff, so he turned his head away and continued venting his frustration. "Christina, did your mentor never tell you that you can't casually sign a life and death contract with the undead?" Looking at the fragile girl, Ander was very annoyed. Such a foolish girl was also known as a cunning, cold-blooded undead wizard who ignored others' lives. He wanted to scold Christina loudly, pointing at her nose, but seeing her already looking sad after his few words, Ander could only snort and give up. "If only you weren't a girl, I'd beat you until your face was covered in bruises." Ander could only go into his soul fire to think about it, about the person who was beaten, who was now being simulated as the company's stupid manager. "Christina has no mentor. This undead mage scroll was left by my grandfather. I followed what it said. I really didn't know you couldn't casually sign a life and death contract. Sorry, Mr. Skeleton Mage, I thought it was necessary." When Christina said she had no mentor, she seemed to remember something sad. Her big eyes sparkled with tears, but she held back from crying. She also turned the sheepskin scroll around to show Ander. The torn scroll with many holes was written in the same script as the notebook Ander held, so he could understand it. Seeing such a pitiful little girl, Ander felt helpless. He had a strong sense that it was his fault. Ander looked at the young girl's scroll and immediately understood. The beginning of the sheepskin scroll described a dark mutual benefit contract, but right after that, there was a big hole. The following part explained how to use a life-sharing contract, and it even specifically noted that it could be used while using the dark mutual benefit contract. Isn't this just a trick? It's not called a trick, it's called cheating. All right, it's not your fault. Can you tell me where we are? Ander couldn't think of anything else to say, so he changed the subject. This young girl, Christina, probably doesn't have a mentor. Otherwise, she wouldn't be asking questions with a low-level skeleton mage like himself. The scroll she held also mentioned communicating with contracted spirits, but it had a big hole. Ander guessed it probably specified that the spirits you could communicate with had to be at least level 10 or higher. This is Maya City. It's the largest city in the north of the Ruger Grand Duchy. Inside the city, there's one of the 4 great magic academies on the continent, the Boeing Magic Academy. In response to Ander's question, Christina honestly continued to answer. When she mentioned Boeing Magic Academy, her eyes lit up. She eagerly talked about the academy's history, the gate blessed by the goddess of nature, the 6 great archmage deans, the annual magic college entrance exam, and so on. Anyway, after listening, Ander could picture everything about the academy with his eyes closed. He even roughly imagined the appearance of the 6 main magic disciplines: light, dark, fire, water, earth, and air, represented by the archmages. "Little girl, what do you want me to do after summoning me?" Ander patiently listened and then asked. Based on Christina's words, Ander guessed she probably wanted to take part in the annual Boeing Academy Magic Apprentice exam. It's not too hard. Pay 500 gold coins for the entrance fee and show her ability with a skeleton soldier. That should be enough for him. But Ander looked at Christina's place. Does she have 500 gold coins? I want to participate in the 3-yearly Boeing Magic Tournament. She looked a little shy and whispered to Ander. The so-called Boeing Magic competition is held every 3 years and is claimed to be the most authentic wizard contest. The winner will receive the grand prize from Boeing Magic Academy, either a large sum of gold coins or special magic equipment. However, there is a risk involved, up to a 30% chance of participant death each time. Given Christina's current strength, what are the chances she might be eliminated right away? If it didn't involve me at all, I might not care. But the problem is, Christina has a life-death contract with me. No way, absolutely not. If you go, I will risk my life to stop you. Ander spoke sternly, desperately trying to prevent her. Although she was very scared inside, biting her lip tightly, the young girl shook her head like a rattle. No, I must participate. Because, no matter what the reason is, it's not allowed. As an adult, I can't just watch a young girl risk her life and do nothing. Ander interrupted Christina's choked words harshly, feeling his tone might be too strong. Since he didn't know her well, he decided to speak more nobly. Mr. Skeleton Mage. Christina still shook her head hard, not convinced by Ander's words. She even tried to persuade him. Just call me Ander. Ander quickly cut her off. This was a common way he used to refuse stubborn people. When they wanted to speak, he kept interrupting. It worked especially well on easily distracted people. Mr. Ander. The girl obediently changed her words and continued to explain her reason. There's no need to add, Mr. I'm not that old. Ander wouldn't let her finish and kept joking around. Mr. Ander, you don't have to be like that. Even if you don't agree, I still have to join this magic contest. Although she didn't speak and blushed, her shy personality was obvious, which Ander liked. But her personality was also the kind he feared most. Once she set her mind, she wouldn't change it. Seeing her eyes, which were once soft and now suddenly firm after Ander's continuous interruptions, Ander gave up on trying to interfere further. Tell me, give me a reason why you must go. Ander looked steadily at the young girl for a while and then asked, Mr. Ander, have you agreed? The clever little girl sensed Ander's change in attitude and blushed with excitement. Although she had a reason to participate in the competition, she couldn't help but hope for a greater chance of success. Christina had originally been determined to give up, but after summoning Ander, she felt she might actually succeed. Because, in Christina's serious mind, the skeletal mage Ander, dressed in pure white bones, was definitely a wise being. Christina didn't have a mentor, but in this place were 10 fools, at least 1 mid-level mage, 2 senior mages, and the remaining 7 are magic apprentices. She knew some magic knowledge. Although rules say ordinary people cannot spread knowledge of undead magic, Christina's old tomb raider, before being captured and executed by Count Cram, last stole from an ancient undead mage's tomb. Based on that damaged, ancient undead mage scroll, Christina believed that the skeleton mage she summoned was actually a powerful being from the undead realm. So, that's why the girl was so respectful to Ander. And that's why it didn't seem strange to her that she clearly felt a sense of respect. First, tell me your reason. No matter what, Ander wouldn't agree first and then be asked for something. Even if the girl was looking at him with very pitiful eyes. That wouldn't do. Actually, seeing her pure and pleading eyes, Ander couldn't help but feel moved. Oh, he forgot. He currently has no heart. This magic contest's first place will win an Asimov storage ring. I must get it. The girl finally expressed her wish. Wait, what does the Asimov storage ring have to do with you? Ander knew about the Asimov storage ring. It was created by a genius mage named Asimov during the later stages of the Great War between gods and demons. He made about 100,000 of these rings, making him the top producer of magical items in the main realm. This storage ring innovation broke the tradition left by the previous owner, allowing only the new owner who meets certain conditions to open it. It completely changed the old method of opening storage rings, which required blood or mental marks. Now, ordinary people could use what was once only for magicians. Because of the Magic Guild's control, the manufacturing method was lost. Over thousands of years, the remaining supply of the Asimov storage rings has become very limited. The ring used as a prize in this year's Boeing Magic competition is closely related to young Christina. It's her grandfather's. Her unlucky grandfather's collection of tomb-raiding treasures was stored in that ring. He planned to finish one last job, stealing from a ghostly wizard's tomb, and then retire. But unfortunately, the old man was caught by Count Clem, who was passing by. When he refused to surrender, the Count's fire mage companion destroyed him. Only Christina, who was hiding nearby, managed to escape. Well, the rest of the story can be imagined. Little Christina, carrying an ancient scroll, arrived at Count Clem's house and even became a maid. She wanted to find a way to get her grandfather's Asimov storage ring back. Unexpectedly, Count Clem, who had the ring, simply gave it to Boeing Magic Academy, even though he couldn't open it himself. Then, the crazy old mages at the academy couldn't figure it out either, so they decided to use it as the top prize in the magic competition. No one knows what might be hidden inside an old Tomb Raider storage ring, but that doesn't stop it from being the top prize. The value of the Asimov ring itself is already very high, even if it can't be opened for now. Clumsy girl, don't you understand that you should wait until someone wins the prize before trying to get it? Ander found it strange. Since no one can open the ring, why rush? It's like this, Mr. Ander. First, there's very important stuff inside the ring. Second, the ring is actually defective. It loses its function for 3 days every 6 months. Anyone who wears it can open it during that time. Young Tina quickly answered politely. She was still just a girl and knew that her skeleton friend, bound by a life contract, wouldn't betray her. So she answered honestly, subconsciously trusting Ander, who was much stronger than her, to be her protector. Ander, based on the girl's story, quickly realized that cursed ring's expiration date was exactly the day after the magic competition. Ander muttered, then continued to ask, what exactly is inside the ring that makes you have to get it back? The girl hesitated for a moment and softly said 2 words, artifact. The weather was very cold. Today, I went out riding my motorcycle and was a bit late returning, almost freezing solid. I hurried home, typing while shivering. Poor wizard seems to have caught a cold. Weakly shouting, I asked for votes, Ander grabbed his head and returned to the undead world. The news about the artifact was a huge shock to Ander. The idea that he hadn't gotten the artifact was definitely false. But how could Ander not know his own strength? He's just a level 4 skeleton mage. Oh right. According to the contract of mutual life, if Ander is summoned to the main plane, he can directly summon all his subordinates there based on the master-servant contract. Now, his current forces include a level 10 but foolish and narcissistic skeleton lord, a level 5 Dagma, diligently practicing the 9-een white bone claw, a level 6 Magellan, who is full after eating and floating around while burping, a 3-headed bone mastiff causing chaos in the skeleton cemetery, and about a dozen giant skeletons, ranging from level 2 to 4, swinging their arms and smashing bones into dust during their group attack training. Ander suddenly remembered that after leveling up to 4, his mental power greatly increased, and he could recruit about 50 skeletons. Last time, he managed to gather that many. But he was caught off guard by a suddenly enraged skeleton lord and lost most of them. Later, Ander was busy with the basic construction of the skeleton cemetery and truly forgot about this matter. For the artifact, I'm willing to risk everything. Ander made up his mind, gathered a pack of vicious dogs and evil servants, and prepared to convert other undead compatriots to his side. A group of undead servants nodded respectfully. The highest-ranking skeleton lord carefully asked a question, showing great respect. During the half-day that Ander was away, he supervised the construction of stone pillars. 3 out of 4 had fallen, and he was worried that Ander would find out and give him a harsh punishment. Although the skeletons could be rebuilt better with their magic, and they wouldn't feel pain, the intelligent skeleton lord didn't want to lose face. He was worried that Degrama and Magellan, who had gained some intelligence, might laugh at him. What else can we do? Hunt. The skeleton lord replied. Ander was annoyed. For the magic artifact, he was willing to risk everything. He planned to level up before the Boyne Magic tournament started. Then he would strengthen his skeleton servants. He estimated that if he reached level 5, he could have around 150 skeletons, which would be safer. In theory, high-level mages are not allowed to participate in the Boyne Magic Tournament. The event was meant to give new mages a chance to shine. Ordinary mages and fallen noble mages rarely joined, as noble families' mages preferred the elegant Sky City Magic Tournament. Ander wondered what kind of magic artifact Christina's unlucky grandfather had obtained. Maybe he could get it first, then upgrade himself to level 10 and give the artifact to the death god, Hadrich. While leading his confident undead servants, Ander thought about his situation. His skeletal body was too obvious in the main world and might make ordinary people dislike him. He needed to find a way to restore his flesh body first. He also had another idea. Before returning, he could go with Christina to the Thieves' Guild to take on a mission. The receptionist's large chest made Ander want to go up and touch it. But now he was just a pile of bones, even less impressive than It seemed he would need to meet that girl several times. Although Christina was officially the one giving the mission, Ander, disguised as a skeleton soldier behind her, remembered how the receptionist spoke. He wanted a flesh body. He wanted little Andy. He had never missed his former 170 pounds as much as he did now. Ander made up his mind, but all the undead creatures he chose to target suffered as a result. First, there were the skeleton mages in the graveyard, who were already few in number. Ander was determined to catch them at all costs. Whenever he encountered them, the poor skeleton mages would be first intimidated by Reed and dare not move. Then, they would be pushed aside by 3 vicious dogs with metal teeth. If they dared to resist, a large group of minions would rush forward to tear their limbs and bones apart. Finally, Ander, yawning with a skull-like grin, strolled over casually. As the fallen skeleton mages trembled in fear, he quickly cast his control spells over the undead. Soon, Ander gathered a large team of skeleton mages. Although most were low-level and weak, with only basic spells like Speed Up Decay, Bind with White Bones, and Rotten Fog, having about 20 or 30 skeleton mages was still useful. To get the magical artifact and restore his body, Ander was willing to risk everything. He calculated that there were less than 10 days before the Boeing magic competition started. With his accomplices, Ander worked tirelessly in the undead world. Every day, countless undead creatures were drained of their soul fire after being defeated. Now, Ander's plans expanded beyond skeletons. After fighting in the graveyard for 3 days and seeing most of the skeletons there remain unchanged and unleveled, he decided to take action. He led his minions, with 3 bone dogs at the front, crossing the Blackwater River heading north toward a zombie cave. The entrance to the zombie cave was wide enough for 10 horses to pass side by side. About 100 zombies wandered around. Ander hadn't considered attacking these zombies before, mainly because he feared a zombie lord might be inside, which could cause trouble, and he wasn't in a hurry to level up. His main focus was strengthening his followers. But now, desperate times called for desperate measures. Compared to skeletons of the same level, the zombie soul fire was at least twice as strong. To Ander, these zombies were just glowing energy blobs. The question of whether there was a zombie lord inside was no longer important. Ander and his team stopped at a safe distance. After organizing his chaotic followers into a formation, he controlled the ghostly Magellan to drift slowly toward the outer edge of the zombie cave. Regarding the soul-devouring ghost that invaded the territory, the zombies didn't react much. Their soul fires are hidden deep within their decayed brains, making it hard to extract them. Moreover, Magellan is now flickering constantly between reality and illusion, clearly full and not a threat to the zombies. So, Magellan drifted lazily to the zombie at the outermost edge and stopped. Then he reached out and grabbed. His rapid flickering left 5 needle-like wounds on the zombie's pale gray face. Did he get hurt? The confused zombie sensed Magellan's challenge. It let out a dull growl and reached out with its claws to attack Magellan. But Magellan had already turned around and ran away. The zombie missed its attack and, unwilling, roared and chased after him. It slowly reached the place where Andy had already prepared. Undead intimidation, Andy gave the order. The skeleton Lord Reed was called out, puffed up his red ribcage proudly, and then released a wave of undead intimidation toward the zombie. The undead intimidation from a skeleton lord is already less effective on zombies. Reed's wave only made the zombie confused and stopped for less than 3 seconds while chasing Magellan. But Andy needed exactly those 3 seconds. In the brief 3 seconds when the zombie was stunned by Skeleton Lord Reed's intimidation, more than 10 bone-bind spells erupted from beneath the zombie's feet. Several bone claws tightly held the zombie's legs. Then 7 or 8 large patches of greenish, rotting cloud wrapped around the zombie's lower body. As the zombie desperately tried to break free from the bone bind, several accelerated decay spells hit near its knees, causing the rotting flesh to fall off rapidly. The poor zombie finally broke free and took 2 more steps. Just as it regained strength, Reed cast another undead intimidation wave. Well, when the poor zombie finally reached 5 steps from Andy, its legs had already rotted into skeletons. The 3 brothers, eager to attack, each took a bite. The poor zombie then turned into a rolling gourd. Looking at the scattered, thrashing half-zombies still roaring at him, Andre felt a rare twinge of conscience. Before the poor zombie could get within attacking range, Andre quickly turned and ordered, "Hey, you. Yes, you, the one with the long nails. Try hiding further back. Quickly go up there and give this poor guy a good finish." Dagama, who was facing a skeleton of the same kind, looked lively and fierce. Seeing the skeleton's head full of holes, he suddenly got scared when he saw the zombie and shrank back, trembling. After being kicked several times by Andre, Dagama had no choice but to go forward and try. But the already exhausted zombie was no match for him. After a few tentative attacks, Dagama realized he couldn't hurt the zombie, so he started trembling and used his sharp fingers to stab wildly, turning the scene bloody and chaotic. Finally, they sent the poor zombie to its rest. With confidence soaring, Dagama happily clutched the soul fire and went to Andre. If Andre were still alive, he would have been sick at the sight. But perhaps because he had been a skeleton for so long, he just waved his hand, letting Dagama eat the flickering soul fire himself. This skeleton-like creature was definitely the weakest in the undead world. Andre sighed inwardly. The low-level skeletons had no awareness and dared to compare themselves to the higher ones, making bold moves. But even Dagama, who was gradually gaining intelligence, clearly showed fear of zombies that were more advanced than him. In this situation, Andre had no good ideas. He could only force it to go and be the executioner. The effect was good. Having just tasted the thrill of killing a zombie, Dagama now looked eager to do it again. Spells like Undead, Bone Restraint, Rotting Cloud, Accelerated Decay, and the dozen or so giant axe skeletons in reserve. Andre was feeling quite pleased. After a short rest, the poor bait Magellan floated once more toward the zombie cave entrance. Soon, another angry zombie was lured back. Like before, Andre adjusted the attack sequence and took down the zombie. This time, Dagama didn't wait for Andre's command. He rushed out and finished the kill at least twice as fast as before. This time, the zombie soul fire that was obtained was casually thrown by Andy to a small skeleton mage who had completely exhausted his mental energy. As the number of hunts increased, and minions became more skilled at working together, most of the zombies at the entrance of the zombie cave had been eliminated. Naturally, although the skeleton mages kept replenishing their zombie soul fires, their mental energy was running out one after another. Seeing the crimson double moons quietly rising in the sky, Andy stopped hunting. He retreated far away, letting the skeleton Lord Reed lead the team back to a pre-selected campsite to recover their mental energy. As for Andy himself, he stayed behind with Magellan, hiding behind a pile of stones, watching the zombie cave. Sure enough, after a while, a large group of zombies poured out of the cave. Andy even saw a tall, strong zombie crackling with electric sparks in both hands. That zombie, clearly capable of casting electric spells, caused surrounding zombies to keep their distance. Andy believed this was the zombie king inside the cave. When the electric zombie emerged, it looked around and quickly realized that many of its subjects had been killed. Furious, the electric zombie grabbed a low-level zombie nearby, one that wasn't qualified to enter the cave, and roared in zombie language, asking what had happened. Since the low-level zombie's intelligence was no higher than a skeleton's, and it was trembling from the electric current in the electric zombie's hand, it had no ability to explain. The angry electric zombie lord, not understanding the situation, struck the small zombie with a claw. Then, with a fierce open mouth, it bit into the small zombie's half-opened head, swallowing both brain matter and soul fire together. Low-level zombies are so disgusting. Andy, hiding behind the pile of stones, shook his head and made a comment. At this moment, he completely ignored the 60 or 70 zombies he had mercilessly destroyed earlier today. After devouring the small zombie's soul fire and brain matter, the electric zombie lord raised its pale blue face and suddenly roared and howled toward Andy's direction. Startled, Andy realized it was just an unconscious venting. After the roar, the electric zombie lord went to inspect the scattered zombie corpses lying everywhere. The even more irritable electric zombie lord gathered several electric balls and blew up the pile of bodies into pieces. After venting for a while, the furious electric zombie lord gradually calmed down. Having killed a few unlucky zombies, he lost interest in absorbing the crimson double moon energy and turned back to his cave. Seeing the electric zombie lord return, for black-skinned zombies, who were quicker than the others, hurriedly followed him inside. As they ran, their short claws, just over 3 inches long, flashed faintly. This guy actually has 4 black zombie guards. Things just got a lot more complicated. Ander watched this scene clearly and couldn't help but curse. He came to this zombie cave originally thinking there might be a zombie lord, and even considered killing the zombie lord. But Ander never expected the zombie lord to be so strong. Not to mention the electric zombie lord's electric orb. Even his 4 black zombie guards are very tough. Although the black zombie guards are weaker than regular zombies in strength, their skin is naturally tough, and they move quickly. The group Ander commands. Only the skeleton lord can probably withstand one. It's still uncertain whether the bone dog's fangs can bite through the black zombie guard's tough skin. Scratching his head, Ander clenched his teeth and scratched his head in frustration. Without the pressure of the electric zombie lord, the restless zombie horde finally calmed down. One by one, they found places to look up and absorb the energy from the crimson double moon's moonlight. Hiding behind a pile of stones, Ander took the opportunity to start counting carefully. But he didn't realize that after counting over 2,200, he felt dizzy and fainted, losing track of the exact number. Losing patience, Ander decided not to count again. But since he wasn't counting, he estimated. He thought that about 400 or 500 zombies remained uncounted, plus the 2,200 he already counted. That's not a small number. If the zombie lord led the zombies to attack the skeleton cemetery, Ander's fence, which was just a single stone pillar, wouldn't be able to stop them. The remaining thousands of skeletons in the cemetery would all be doomed. He estimated the strength of both sides and the distance between the skeleton cemetery and the zombie cave. Ander was now completely determined to kill the electric zombie lord. There's a saying, isn't there? By the side of the bed, how can one tolerate? What was it again? Ander thought for a long time, but couldn't remember the second half of the story, though he understood the main meaning. Next, he needed to figure out how to deal with the zombie lord. Electric magic is a branch of air magic, so it's quite tricky to handle. Earth magic offers good defense against electric attacks, but Ander didn't know anyone who could use earth defense spells. So, he had to think of other ways. Also, besides the electric zombie lord, he had 4 black zombie minions to deal with. Ander kept scratching his shiny, bony head. Should we dig another trap this time? After thinking for a long while, Ander still couldn't find a better plan. He habitually thought of this idea. He was really addicted to digging traps. No, that's not good. The electric zombie lord is too strong. When it uses its undead intimidation, my servants definitely won't dare to attack. Plus, it has a powerful electric ball attack. Ander immediately dismissed that idea. The electric ball attack from the electric zombie lord is clearly a ranged attack. Unless he dug a pit over 100 meters deep, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Instead of wasting time digging such a big hole, he should focus on improving his servant's strength. Today alone, several level 0 skeleton mages had already leveled up to level 1. Let's go back and rest. Ander quietly got up and led Magellan back to the temporary camp. He decided, first trim the branches, then cut down the main tree. He didn't believe that once he cleared out all the small zombies, the powerless electric zombie lord could cause much trouble. Back at the camp, Ander didn't stay idle. He took the group of giant axe skeletons, who hadn't worked much during the day, and ran around. Every undead they encountered was quickly controlled and defeated by his skeletons. He was having fun when suddenly, Anders' soul fire moved. He heard a timid voice from little Christina. "Mr. Ander, the person you're looking for has arrived during the day. Can you come over?" "Aye, aye." The girl hesitated a few times, but didn't finish her sentence. Ander thought she might be in danger, so he became a little nervous. Without hesitation, he accepted her request and used the teleportation array linked by the bond of life to enter the main world. When Ander arrived at the young girl's room, he saw Christina standing behind the door, holding a candle and looking nervous. As soon as she saw Ander, her expression relaxed a lot. Ander looked around the room and saw no one else there. He immediately understood that the girl was scared and nervous. Even such a strong girl, who wanted to recover her grandfather's belongings, could be afraid? Ander secretly chuckled but didn't say anything. "Mr. Ander, here is the cloak you asked for." The girl pointed outside, indicating someone was waiting just outside, then picked up a brand new, solid black cloak from a chair and handed it to Ander. Strangely, Ander noticed that Christina was not afraid of him in his skeleton form. Instead, she seemed to depend on him from the start. She obediently followed all his requests. Could it be because his bones are more shiny and attractive than usual skeletons? Quickly putting on the cloak, she handed him, and pulling the hood over his skull, Ander thought proudly. After finishing his outfit, Ander stepped back into the shadows, making himself invisible, then signaled the girl to open the door. When the old wooden door creaked open, the candle in Christina's hand flickered in the wind. In the flickering yellow light, Ander saw two people standing outside, both wearing black cloaks. The two had large swords on their backs, and one had a shiny small round shield on his right arm. Their rough, muscular bodies and the fiery red beard of the man, who looked like a fierce warrior, clearly showed he was a swordsman. The person behind the swordsman was slim, clearly a woman. The candlelight was too dim to see much, but Ander could tell her hair was green. The rest was hidden behind the hood, so he only saw her head. She seems to be a low-level mage. Ander made a quick judgment. A dark magic apprentice. Worthless. And a low-level skeleton mage around level 4. Worthless. While Ander was observing the visitors, they were also looking at him and Christina. The swordsman turned his head and spoke to the person behind him, which made Ander very angry. "What do you mean low-level skeleton mage and worthless? I curse your grandmother, sitting on a throne of skulls with thousands of skeletons. But I am An's little brother. Do I have no value? Christina, don't waste time arguing with that useless swordsman. Just have his master come out and speak. He's just a servant, yet he dares to act arrogant, unable to speak, and he desperately tries to send his thoughts to the young girl Christina. I came to help you find a way out, and you dare say I have no value? Just wait until I help the young girl win first place. Cry all you want, little swordsman. Sir Swordsman, please let your master come out. Your judgment doesn't mean much." Young Christina fully understands Anne's anger because that swordsman also looked down on her. So, summoning her courage, she speaks confidently, not showing any fear. Her anger makes her calmer, and her tone is respectful but firm. "Please forgive us. As you said, his judgment doesn't mean much. So, dear little girl, what brings you to us, the Ajin family, through the Thieves' Guild?" The woman behind the swordsman paused for a moment before gently pushing aside the red-throated swordsman. She stepped forward, removing her hood, revealing a delicate face under the candlelight. "A simple apology? Don't think you're impressive just because you're pretty. I see you as nothing more than a pretty vase. Big chest, but no brains. Oh, and your chest isn't even that big. Can't you see that I, along with my little girl, have great potential? What are you talking about?" Andy shot a glance at the beautiful woman, still full of anger, and made a subjective judgment about her. Unlucky divider, unlucky, 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 unlucky. Then suddenly, my computer made a loud bang and went black. After waiting until after 2 o'clock for it to turn back on, I finally opened my document and nearly cried in frustration. I worked for over an hour again to rewrite it. So frustrating. "Dear little girl, my name is Teresa Ajin. May I know your name?" Teresa, with green hair and a bright smile, slightly bowed in a polite, noble greeting to young Christina. The girl, Tina, who was not very good at hiding her emotions, responded with a simple, commoner's bow. In the main world, it's rare to see a noble bow to a commoner. As the saying goes, Under the support of swords and magic, a noble's son will always be a noble's son, and a commoner's son will always be a commoner's son. Except for those unfortunate, fallen nobles, it's uncommon to see proud nobles willingly bow to commoners. Teresa's gesture slightly improved Anne's opinion of her. My name is Christina Vizzi. I came here to propose a deal with your family. The girl remembered what Andy had said. After greeting Teresa with a small pout, she immediately spoke. But she couldn't help but glare at the swordsman, Meng Zhangfei, afterward. What kind of deal is it? Teresa was not surprised. She had already investigated the girl's intention to join the bowing magic competition. Every year, some contestants reach agreements with their families, receiving rewards, either fighting their opponents fiercely or letting things slide. Apart from the top 30 contestants, the Oaken family had some concerns. They often manipulated the lower-ranked matches. In Maya City, the Oaken family was not considered a top noble. They were a hereditary viscount family. But in terms of wealth, the Oaken family secretly controlled the gambling industry of the bowing magic competition held every 3 years. They were a well-known wealthy family in Maya City. When someone said their wealth was second only to others, no one dared claim their own family was number one. Yes, I want to make a deal with your family. Christina, being new to such negotiations, sounded a little nervous. Don't be nervous. What kind of deal do you want to make with me? Don't worry, no one else will know about our agreement. Teresa cleared her throat gently. The swordsman beside her stepped back into the distance. Then Teresa entered the small house. After Tina closed the door, she casually cast a soundproofing spell. Andy was a bit surprised by this. He hadn't expected this seemingly delicate woman to be at least an intermediate wind mage. All right, Tina, as I told you at noon, tell her. Remember, when you speak, pay attention to your tone and avoid sounding tense. This is about whether you can finally get your grandfather's belongings, understand? She glanced at Teresa, who looked calm, and quickly whispered a few words to little Tina. After the girl nodded slightly to show she understood, he relaxed a little. Little Tina raised her hand and asked Teresa to sit on the only chair in the room. Teresa looked at the old chair by the candlelight, frowned slightly, and politely declined the girl's kindness. Little Tina understood what she meant, so she didn't say more. She saw Teresa was ready to listen to what she wanted to say, so she spoke directly. Does your family want to make a big profit at this bowing magic competition? Seeing the girl speak so seriously, Teresa could only smile. Hee, cute girl, you should know that the bowing magic competition is a very formal event. Even as a noble family, we are not allowed to seek personal gain from this grand event. Please don't dodge my question, Miss Teresa. Everyone knows what the Ajin family does every 3 years. Please answer my question. All right? Christina shook her head and, following Professor Anders' advice, interrupted Teresa's formal explanation. All right. I admit that our Ajin family does place some bets on the bowing magic competition, but this is allowed by the law of the duchy, and Duke Gru 13 himself also places bets every year. You need to understand this, little girl. Okay? Teresa clearly thought little Tina was trying to blackmail her, and she skillfully hinted at some secrets with a smile. She didn't dislike the girl, but she also didn't like her, so she just hoped she wouldn't be foolish. After saying this, Teresa was about to turn and leave. No, Miss Teresa, you misunderstood me. I really just want to make a deal with your family. If your family can give me some information, you will earn a lot in this year's competition. That's all. Little Tina wasn't a fool, especially with Ander behind her. She understood Teresa's hidden meaning, so she directly revealed part of the deal. Tell me, why are you so sure we will earn more than before? Teresa stopped her steps and turned back to face young Christina. It's simple. Your family provides me with some information about my opponents, and then I will become the champion of this tournament. Christina lifted her head, speaking softly but firmly. Little girl, I think you probably know that the death rate in the 3-year bowing magic competition is about 30%, and among those who die, 70% are magic apprentices. Carefully repeating her words, Teresa sighed inwardly. This girl might be a bit unusual. After speaking, Teresa removed her soundproofing spell and prepared to open the door and leave. Among the participants registered for this year's bowing magic competition, there are already some notable figures. David Tepafil, a genius wind mage said to be 1 in 100 years, Benjamin the fire spirit, and Oregon, a land druid sent by the elves to compete. With these 3 intermediate-level mages and their incredible control skills, Teresa saw no chance, not even a tiny one, for the dark magic apprentice, Tina. Miss Teresa, my mentor Mr. Andre once told me, anything is possible. As a merchant, don't you have even a little courage to take risks? Christina said, her voice still soft but filled with disappointment, though she was doing it on purpose. Sure enough, Teresa, the green-haired beauty, turned back again. Anything is possible. If I get the chance, I want to meet your mentor. I will tell him that his idea is completely wrong. Teresa paused for a moment before continuing. However, I suddenly changed my mind, little girl. You will get all the available information about your first opponent. If you defeat your first opponent, you will receive information about the next one. All of this is free. By the way, I have one last piece of advice. When facing an opponent too strong to beat, the fastest way is to surrender. It can save your life, understand? After saying this, Teresa turned and left without hesitation. The steady sound of footsteps gradually faded as she walked far away, staring at Teresa, who was leading the sword-wielding servant into the night. Anders' mood was not good at all. Was my idea completely wrong? Very well. I will prove it. Silly woman. Just wait and see. Andre, after you get home, remember to tell the butler Decamonso to send someone to find out who her first opponent was. Make sure to check her identity, what she likes, what she fears, her achievements before the contest, and also what spells she knows and is best at. Walking along the quiet, cold stone street, Teresa softly and cheerfully gave her instructions. Miss Teresa, according to the Duke's orders, besides the usual trades, you can't waste the family's resources recklessly. Under the deep night sky, Andre Augustus, carrying a heavy sword on his back, listened silently for a while before speaking to Teresa, who was a step ahead. Andre, you are indeed sent by my father to watch over me, but even if I am wasting the family's resources, what can you do about it? Teresa stopped and, pulling up her hood, asked calmly, her tone not very friendly. Andre Augustus didn't answer, just stopped along with her. I know you're thinking about telling my father when you get back, right? But, Andre the great swordsman, do you really think that little girl has no chance? Teresa sighed softly and continued. Want to know what that girl told me? The mighty swordsman remained silent. She said, her mentor told her that everything is possible. She said, as a merchant, I have no risk-taking awareness, which is wrong. Teresa turned around, looked up at the silent swordsman Andre, and then spoke to herself. I don't agree with her mentor's words. Some outcomes are destined no matter what we do. But I agree with her second statement. So, this little girl is valuable. Under the newly risen moonlight, Teresa couldn't see any emotion on the face of the emotionless swordsman. She simply turned and continued walking forward. After walking quite a distance, Teresa finally softly spoke again. If you still don't understand, then tell everything I said to my father. If he and my brothers all reject my judgment, well, the Ajin family will have no hope. A cold wind swept through the street, making Teresa's thin coat flutter loudly. Under the faint moonlight, her figure stretched far down the street. Far away. Are you sure this is the mask I want? In Teresa's small house, Andre was pointing at a colorful mask, looking both amused and confused. Andre was beginning to doubt if he remembered correctly. He wanted a strong, bold mask, but Tina, the little girl, had made this. A round red face with a big nose. Where did she get this circus mask from? It wasn't from the circus, Mr. Andre. Tina made it herself, spending the whole afternoon drawing it. Did I misunderstand what you wanted? The little girl sensed Andre's frustration and quickly explained, nervously twisting her hands and looking up at Andre with bright, watery eyes. It's okay. Anyway, right now I just have a skeleton face, so a mask to cover it is fine. Tina, your mask is very good. I really like it. Seeing the girl look at him with such an expression, Andre couldn't get angry anymore and could only grit his teeth and endure. The clown mask was also very good. Very good. At least children would like it, right? Quickly, he dressed in clothes, pants, shoes, gloves, a cloak, and then put on the mask. Turning to little Christina, he asked, Am I handsome? He looked over his fully covered, skeleton-shaped outfit and then at the mask on his face. Little Christina burst out laughing. her eyes squinting into crescent moons, her long eyelashes curling up. "Dad, I'm going back now." Andre couldn't help but reach out. He wanted to pinch the little girl's clean, washed face. But he remembered he was still a skeleton mage, so it wouldn't feel anything, and it might cause misunderstandings. Andre was feeling quite frustrated as he opened a portal and returned to the undead world. After the bright light disappeared, a large pile of clothes was left on the ground. "Come on, it's just a few pieces of clothing. Why can't I wear clothes back in the undead plane? This is so frustrating. I've been running around for so long, and now I finally get to wear something. Do you know how hard that is for me?" Looking at his own pale, exposed ribs, Andy was shouting and complaining, his face full of frustration. Apart from gods, creatures in the mortal world can't bring items from one plane to another. Andy knew this rule well. After all this fuss, Andy looked up at the sky. The crimson double moons were slowly setting. He checked the temporary camp and found everything was fine. Then he found a place to sit and quietly recover his mental energy. Tomorrow won't be like today. Now, with the zombie lord appearing in the zombie cave, he might suddenly come out tomorrow. He had to stay alert. If there were no other options nearby, Andy didn't really want to provoke the electric zombie lord with his current strength. But since things had come to this point, he could only grit his teeth and push forward. After a short rest, the morning in the undead world quietly arrived. Andy stretched lazily, then called his undead servants to gather. They marched again toward the zombie cave. They stopped about half the distance from yesterday. Andy then took Magellan and carefully went ahead to scout. Surprisingly, the low-level zombies at the cave entrance today were not fewer than yesterday. "Go. If you're not full, don't come back." Andy didn't hesitate. He shouted at Magellan to go ahead and test the situation. Hearing the order, Magellan grinned and floated happily forward, swaying like a willow in the wind, looking very proud. Andy couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up a skull and threw it at Magellan. The skull spun around and passed through Magellan's body, landing near a zombie. "If you keep dawdling, I'll destroy your soul fire, understand?" Andy pretended to threaten. Magellan immediately scurried into the zombie group, found a zombie at random, and started devouring its soul, using his star absorption technique. Did you think I didn't see you trying to show off in front of Dagama and Reed? You're so obvious." I found another skull, but it was already quite far away. The skeleton mage's strength is really limited. Seeing that no one noticed, Andy secretly dropped the skull. By the time Magellan had fully blended into the zombie horde, not to mention the zombie lord, even the 4 black zombie guards didn't come out to look. Since they were all like that, Andy didn't bother being polite. He simply let the semi-physical Magellan lure a small zombie, and then floated back leisurely. When there's work to do, time always passes quickly. Before he knew it, it was already afternoon. Andy had a good day. All the skeleton mage servants had leveled up by 1. Seeing that the zombies at the cave entrance were almost cleared out, Andy decided to leave first to avoid causing trouble with the electric zombie lord. Since there was still some time before nightfall, Andy took his servants and headed to the nearest skeleton mage temple. In this undead realm, such a large group of skeleton mages working together to improve their strength probably hadn't happened before. Waiting outside the skeleton temple, Andy lined up his skeleton mage servants in a long row, just like queuing to buy train tickets in the past. He felt very pleased inside. If only he had a loudspeaker to shout, "Hey you, no cutting in line. Go to the back and wait your turn." That would be perfect. He sat on a stone, feeling bored, and started playing a little prank in his mind. This was the only way he could remember Earth, which was gradually fading from his memory. Suddenly, Andy noticed his other skeleton servants inside the temple area becoming restless. Something was happening. Without thinking much, Andy hurried down the temple steps to see what was going on. What he saw made him jump in surprise. A skeleton mage, dressed in a tattered black cloak, was slowly approaching. In his hand, he was holding a black knight's head. Andy immediately recognized that the head belonged to a black knight because behind the skeleton mage, there were 2 burly black knight servants. Seeing the 2 black knights, Andy was instantly captivated. They were riding skeletal war horses, half the height of a person. The skeleton horses' eyes glowed with fierce red light, and they constantly spat sparks from their nostrils as they moved. Their legs, with horseshoes nailed on, lifted and lowered, making the broken stone ground clatter loudly. On the horses sat two black knights, standing perfectly still. Their bodies were covered in solid black armor, and their heads were tightly helmeted, hiding their faces. But their cold, sharp gazes could be seen as they looked ahead. They held sleek, blood-red swords at all times. Behind them, on the horses, were spears leaning diagonally, skeleton-shaped swords hanging at their waists, large shields shaped like bones on the right side of the horses, metal spikes on their gloves holding the reins, and occasionally, they tapped the skeleton horses with iron spurs. This made Andre realize what a living weapon arsenal looked like. Under the necks of the two black knights' horses hung 3 or 4 skulls still burning with soul fire. A skeleton mage, cloaked in black, stopped at the entrance of the skeleton mage temple. Andre understood that this mage was also learning new skills. But what kind of skeleton mage could command such fierce black knights? Andre wanted to gasp in surprise, but he knew better than to foolishly approach such a high-level skeleton mage. Instead, he shrank back behind a pile of skeleton servants, biting his lip and crouching down. The high-level skeleton mage stopped at the temple entrance. The Black Knight servants then removed 2 strings of skeleton skulls from under the necks of the skeleton horses and jumped down, walking loudly behind the skeleton mage. They reached out and tried to lift the 2 strings of skulls. The skeleton mage released his grip, turned his head, and looked at Andre and his skeleton servants, who were crouching nearby. "Come here, help me carry these," he ordered. The high-level skeleton mage pointed sharply with his long, pointed bones at Andre, who was hiding at the back. At the same time, a clear flow of consciousness entered Andre's mind. As the high-level skeleton mage's awareness in the soul fire arose, Andre felt a strange dark magic energy trying to force him to obey. But this energy was instantly transformed into primal energy by the yin-yang fish in Andre's soul fire and absorbed. Dark coercion. Only undead mages above level 15 can learn a dark spell that forces lower-level undead to serve them. Pretending to tremble, Andre stood up and shakily moved toward the high-level skeleton mage. "Take this. Follow me inside." The advanced skeleton mage continued to give orders. Andy obediently walked over to the 2 black knights and took the 2 strings of skeleton heads from their hands. This was really exhausting. As a result, the 2 strings of black knight skulls almost crushed Andy's 2 arms. After cursing silently in his mind, he saw the advanced skeleton mage walking up the weathered steps of the skeleton mage temple. He clenched his teeth and followed, carrying the black knight heads. On the steps, the skeleton mage servants waiting to upgrade inside the temple were still quietly lining up. The advanced skeleton mage was clearly surprised. He probably hadn't seen such a scene before. Were the low-level skeleton mages suddenly gaining intelligence? This puzzled the advanced skeleton mage. His soul fire flickered, and his tattered cloak moved without wind. Originally, Andy was drooling over the powerful soul fire of the Black Knight in his hand, hesitating whether to risk everything to absorb it. But now, he suddenly became alert. This time, Andy was confused. To use any dark magic, his skeleton mage servants had to first convert the spiritual energy inside the soul fire into dark magic. Then, through the bones as conduits, transfer the dark magic into the withered staff. Only when the skeleton's eyes at the top of the staff glowed could the spell be completed. Why could this advanced skeleton mage do it so easily? He only slightly moved his soul fire and instantly transformed the spiritual energy inside into dark magic, even causing his cloak to flutter with darkness. While Andy was puzzled and following closely behind the advanced skeleton mage, the mage suddenly stopped. He turned around, extended a bony arm from his tattered cloak, and once again conveyed his intention to Andy. "Hand over what you have." Andy shivered and snapped back to his senses. His bones rattled nervously. Losing focus at this moment was not good. Feeling something was wrong, Andy hurriedly handed over the 2 strings of Black Knight skulls to the advanced skeleton mage. Fortunately, the mage interpreted Andy's nervousness as fear, and he was pleased with Andy's fear of him. When the advanced skeleton mage took the Black Knight skulls, Andy, through the tattered cloak, suddenly saw that the mage's body was covered in a familiar metallic sheen. Bones filled with metallic particles? Ander understood a little more. Dear readers, don't forget to save and vote. Be kind and honest. These are my main motivations for writing. When the high-level skeleton mage left the skeleton mage temple, even Ander could see he was very excited. Why? What else could it be? If the soul fire inside the undead skull was wildly flickering, it would be either anger or excitement. Judging by the high-level skeleton mage's posture, Ander didn't think he was angry. Still, Ander had no intention of talking to this high-level skeleton mage. He stayed within the temple's area, not because he was waiting for the mage to come out, but because fighting inside the temple was forbidden. Otherwise, Death Lord Hydric would come to cut him down. Did Ander want to sneak away with his followers? He considered it, but the two Black Knights outside the temple made him abandon that idea. He decided to stay quietly in the small square outside the skeleton mage temple. Come to me, Lord Cordrin. Unfortunately, what Ander feared happened. When the high-level skeleton mage came out, he pointed at Ander hiding behind the mage's servant and sent a mental message, this time without using dark force. Although reluctant, Ander was not afraid to walk over. What could this Lord Cordrin, the high-level skeleton mage, do to him? Take this. Just as Ander reached Lord Cordrin, a Black Knight's head suddenly flew through the air and hit him in the chest. Ander wondered, why would Lord Cordrin, the skeleton mage, attack him so suddenly? He almost cursed. How cowardly, using a hidden weapon. He hurriedly caught the Black Knight's head, looking at Cordrin hidden under a tattered cloak, trying to understand what he was planning. Don't understand my meaning? How sad, low-level creature. Then take my words as an order. Lord Cordrin tightened his cloak and continued to send mental messages to Ander. Here's the soul fire of this trash Black Knight. Take it. After sending the message, Cordrin didn't stay any longer. He left the temple directly, quickly walking away with his two Black Knight servants. Is that all? Ander felt a bit confused. When did working in the undead world come with rewards? Usually, low-level undead doing tasks for high-level undead end up like workers tricked into a dark brick kiln. If they leave alive, they might shout to the heavens for divine protection, and yet, there are rewards? If I had known helping to take a couple of heads would bring such great benefits, I wouldn't have worked so hard in the zombie cave. Just waiting at the temple entrance every day would be enough, right? Ander didn't know. After the death of the Black Knight, which was caused by Cauldron, Ander estimated that the knight was at least level 3 or 4. A level 3 or 4 Black Knight is comparable to a lightning zombie lord. Ander was happy for a while, then hesitated. Should he eat the soul fire of the Black Knight? Or should he tame it? Eating the soul fire? Ander thought it might directly upgrade him to level 5. That would expand his skeleton army by 2 or 3 times. Imagine over 100 undead standing together, scary enough to frighten even the bravest. Taming the soul fire? But that's the head of a Black Knight. If he could somehow put a body and a skeleton horse on this Black Knight, Ander was confident he could face it head-on and defeat the lightning zombie lord. Eat. Or not eat. Ander was so worried he almost hit his head against the wall. After the Black Knight was killed by Cauldron, Ander guessed that the knight was at least level 3 or 4. A level 3 or 4 Black Knight is as strong as a lightning zombie lord. Ander felt happy for a moment, then hesitated. Should he eat the Black Knight's soul fire? Or should he tame it? Eating the soul fire? Ander thought it might help him level up to 5. That would make his skeleton army 2 or 3 times bigger. Imagine over 100 undead standing together, scary enough to scare even the bravest. Taming the soul fire? But that's the head of a Black Knight. If he could somehow put a body and a skeleton horse on this Black Knight, Ander was confident he could face it and defeat the lightning zombie lord. Eat. Or not. Ander was so worried he almost hit his head against the wall. Ander couldn't think of a solution himself and carelessly accused Cauldron of something he didn't do. He wondered if Cauldron would be angry enough to come back and crush him into bones if he found out about this mistake. After hesitating for a long time, Ander finally resisted the urge to kill the Black Knight's soul fire and decided to keep him alive. Hey, are you still alive? If you are, give me a sign. In a tentative tone, Ander sent his consciousness to the Black Knight's head, which was placed on the steps. The Black Knight's soul fire flickered violently. With a fierce and chaotic mind, he tried to attack Ander from the inside. You don't accept a warning and go straight to punishment. Ander quickly cut off the connection between their souls. Frustrated, He kicked the Black Knight's head far away. Of course, his 3 finger bones also flew out at the same time. Though angry, Ander limped over and picked up the head with the helmet still on. Ander was always like this. He might hesitate before doing something, but once he made a final decision, he would never turn back until he achieved his goal. The Black Knight's fate was sealed the moment he fell into Ander's hands. Listen, you have 2 choices now. First, voluntarily give me the soul fire fragment and become my servant. Second, I will control you with my undead magic and make you my servant. Choose. I'm telling you openly, the treatment for the first and second options will be completely different. Now, pick. Ander held the Black Knight's head level with his face and roared in his mind. Although the Black Knight was only a head now, he had almost been sacrificed earlier. Ander didn't expect that this proud creature would respond so stubbornly, showing no reaction to Ander's threats or temptations. Good. Very good. Ander placed the Black Knight's head on the ground and then pulled out his bone staff, aiming to cast a spell. His target was clearly the head of the stubborn Black Knight. Seeing the crimson double moons rise, Ander truly felt the urgency of time. He couldn't afford to waste more time with the Black Knight. He had plans to upgrade and evolve his skeleton mages and was eager to test them. Today had been a frustrating day, and Ander was in a bad mood. The unfortunate Black Knight, stubborn and uncooperative, was destined for a bad end. By the way, Reed, take the mastiff and go check around carefully. Look out for any ambushes. If you see the skeleton mage in front or spot the Black Knight, report to me immediately. Ander lingered at the skeleton temple square, not leaving for no reason. Who knows if Cauldron is waiting outside? After assigning the tasks, Ander shook off his sleeves and started smashing the undead control magic on the Black Knight's head like rain. To climb the newcomer ranking, this is the best I can do. The wizard also wants to reach the top 15. I hope kind readers can leave 1 or 2 votes for the wizard tomorrow. Thank you all in advance. The 3-headed mastiff led the way, followed by a group of skeleton soldiers wielding metallic-colored axes. Behind them was a large team of skeleton mages, then floating ghosts Magellan, Claude de Gama, and finally, Reed, the skeleton lord, carrying a skull of a Black Knight on his shoulder. Ander, with his hands behind his back, walking in space stride, was at the very end, just missing the big words, "I am very happy" now carved on his forehead. Joyful, thrilled. Somehow, he ended up with a Black Knight servant. Although this Black Knight servant only had a head, Ander's face was practically bubbling with excitement. If he could speak now, he'd probably sing off-key to the tune of the Brave song, singing Walking on the Country Road. The head-only Black Knight couldn't escape Ander's magic grasp. In the end, he couldn't resist Ander's massive undead control magic and became Ander's newest servant. Magellan and Reed circled around the skeleton temple several times. Besides seeing a few skeleton zombies, they didn't find Cauldron or the Black Knight servant, not even a bone mouse. So now, Ander naturally ran straight back to his main base, the skeleton cemetery. All thoughts of zombie caves or electric zombie lords were long forgotten. Hurry back to give Black Knight Dakin a new body. That's the main task. Of course, the modification of the skeleton mage is also very important. Even when walking straight, Ander and the skeleton servants spent most of the night before reaching the skeleton cemetery. Seeing the familiar weathered building at the center of the cemetery, and knowing that the 2-day absence was over, Ander felt a strange sense of returning home. The cemetery was filled with many low-level skeletons. Just as he was about to express some thoughts, Ander noticed 4 collapsed stone pillars. "Dear Skeleton Lord Reed, if I find any more fallen pillars, I will peel your red skin." Ander kicked Skeleton Lord Reed from behind, pretending to threaten him fiercely. Frightened, the Skeleton Lord swore that he wouldn't let the pillars fall again, then hurriedly commanded the skeletons to repair the pillars and fled. Meanwhile, Ander, who had already taken the head of Black Knight Dakin from Reed, ordered the team to relax and move freely. He then led a large group of skeleton mages toward the weathered skeleton temple, the only stone house still livable. Inside the stone house, Ander suddenly remembered that the name Dakin, the Black Knight, sounded familiar. It turned out to be a foot fungus ointment. So, the poor Black Knight's head was casually placed on a stone table inside the house, smashing stones everywhere. "You can't treat me like this. I am a noble Black Knight. And you said you would help me restore my body. The chaotic fire inside the black iron helmet of the Black Knight flickered as he protested to Ander. Shut up. You are now my servant. Remember to call me master when you speak. If you want a body, just wait patiently. Ander, who clearly saw the Black Knight was still stubborn and unruly, didn't have a good attitude. He casually shouted at him through his soul fire, then slightly moved the fragment of the Black Knight's soul fire he had obtained. The proud Black Knight immediately trembled painfully, begging for mercy. Ander didn't intend to make the Black Knight completely stupid. Seeing that the punishment had taken effect, he stopped. He took some metal bone fragments from a corner of the house, then randomly selected one of the obedient skeleton mages waiting outside and called him in. After inspecting the skeleton of the skeleton mage, Andre tried hard to recall the scene when Cauldron's dark magic suddenly burst out. He thought carefully, piece by piece. Andre guessed that, according to the rules of the undead, the dark magic must circle inside the skeleton before it can be released. That's why even the simplest spell, like the bone bind, takes at least 3 seconds to activate. However, Cauldron's skeleton somehow incorporated metal bones, allowing him to quickly release the dark magic in less than a second. Moreover, he didn't channel it through the bone staff, but used his own body directly. This was a surprising discovery for Andre. He had thought that the metal bones in the undead world were only used to strengthen melee-type undead creatures. As the saying goes, don't believe everything in books. In Kashnikov's notes, it only mentioned using metal bones to strengthen bone dogs. Andre had assumed it was just for reinforcement and never considered that it could also speed up spellcasting for undead. Haha, it seems that in the future, I need to experiment more with new things. Well, I have plenty of undead servants anyway. Unbeknownst to Andre, his sudden insight ultimately led his followers to evolve into powerful new kings of the undead realm, something never seen before. Of course, their suffering was proportional to their final levels. Years later, Andre's followers held a nostalgic gathering, reminiscing about his countless evolutions and transformations. When they talked about the pain he caused them, they ended up crying together as a group of legendary undead kings. Now, Andre couldn't predict what the future held. He was thinking about how to transform and evolve the skeleton mage in front of him. With the current amount of metal particles he had, it was impossible to coat all 30-plus skeleton mages in a layer of gold. Even if he had enough metal bones, Andre wouldn't do that. If 30 metal-like skeleton mages suddenly appeared during a fight and cast undead spells at speeds far beyond what the main world could understand, Tina's safety would be completely at risk. If Tina died, Andre would have to follow her into death. He wasn't that foolish. Quietly making money and staying low-key, that's the real way to succeed. So, to balance efficiency and hidden strength, Ander thought carefully and finally made a decision. He came up with a good idea. Similar to how electricity conducts through wires, he planned to carve grooves into the skeleton mage's body, then use the bone reanimation spell to fill the grooves with a continuous metal bone wire. Actually, Ander still didn't fully understand how Cauldron could release dark magic without using a bone staff. So, for now, Ander decided to start carving grooves from the back of the skeleton mage's head, down along the neck, passing through the shoulder blades, into the arms, and finally carving a groove into the top of the bone staff, extending all the way to its tip. He wanted to guide the dark magic along this set path, trying out this method. Haha, just a low-level skeleton mage, dreaming of changing the rules of the dead by the Grim Reaper. How naive. The Black Knight's skull, which had been quietly watching Ander, suddenly spoke with a mocking tone. In truth, Darkening didn't believe Ander could restore his body. His mind was already a bit confused. Shut up if you don't want to suffer. Ander, whose spine was almost out of place from all the busy work, threw a specially made metal-colored bone blade, created with the bone reanimation spell, like a flying knife at Darkening. Alas, it missed. The modification didn't succeed as Ander had hoped. The poor skeleton mage, used as a test subject, had a metal wire added from the back of his head to his right-hand bone staff, but his casting speed didn't improve. At least, Ander thought it didn't. The skeleton mage's bone-binding spell still took at least 3 seconds to cast. What went wrong? Ander was very confused and couldn't figure it out. He tried modifying several other skeleton mages in the same way, but the results were still disappointing. Could it be that his idea was wrong? Maybe Cauldron could quickly convert mental energy into magic power directly, without relying on the metal bone layer on the surface of his body for fast conduction? Lost in doubt, Ender began to doubt his own theory. Can you tell me if you know any spell that can directly attack other undead? Ender asked the honest-looking Black Knight's skull. With the undead contract in place, he wasn't worried about the other side lying. Only Dark Impact. The remaining head of the Black Knight, Dakin, was bound by an undead servant contract and could only honestly answer questions. Dark Impact is a skill of the Undead Knight type. When it successfully affects another creature, if that creature's mental strength is lower than that of the Black Knight using the skill, it will involuntarily retreat 3 to 5 steps in fear and experience a few seconds of mental confusion. The Undead Knight can then take the opportunity to use Knight skills like Dark Tread, Charge, or Stab to finish off the enemy. Ender knew that this skill was very powerful in the hands of undead knights with high mental strength, but useless in those with low mental strength. That works too, Ender said. He grabbed a handful of metal fish bones, using a bone regeneration spell to reshape them into a wire about 20 to 30 centimeters long. He looked around the Black Knight's head, trying to find a place to insert the wire as a conductor. Unfortunately, the Black Knight's sturdy helmet prevented Ender from finding a suitable spot. To test, Ender spent half a day carefully controlling the bone regeneration spell, exhausting most of his mental energy. Frustrated, he suddenly decided. He lifted the Black Knight's head and quickly pushed the metal bone tube deep into the brain through the next trachea, leaving only a small 3 to 5 centimeter section outside. Ender was not worried about killing the Black Knight. Undead creatures, regardless of their form, are controlled by soul fire. Damage to their bodies only affects their movement. As long as the soul fire remains, the undead will never truly die. Use your Dark Impact on him. Remember, you must channel your dark magic through the bones I inserted and release it. Once successful, tell me if your casting speed has improved. Ender pointed to a failed reanimated skeleton mage and ordered Dakin. Ender was very direct with Dakin, only giving commands and no other instructions. After all, Dakin had started to rebel against Ender. Ender's mood towards Dakin would only improve once his anger was gone. After being repeatedly reprimanded by Ender and bound by the undead servant contract, Dakin dared not disobey. Though feeling very uncomfortable, he obediently drove his mental energy through his soul fire, desperately trying to use Dark Impact along the metal bone tube that pierced his soul fire. After failing more than 10 times in a row, Dakin's mental strength, already weakened from fighting the servant of the skeleton Lord Cauldron, was completely exhausted. I'm too tired. You can't change the rules of the Grim Reaper. Give up. The Black Knight Dakin weakly sent his thoughts to Ender. He was starting to believe that Ender couldn't help him restore his Black Knight body. Nonsense. Ender's soul fire flickered, and he angrily cursed. If the laws of the undead world can't be changed, then all of Ender's previous efforts are just jokes. If nothing can be changed, then whether he reaches level 10 or not, it might not make much difference, especially if it angers the Grim Reaper Hydric. Since coming to this world full of undead, Ender's goal wasn't to become a powerful undead king or overthrow Hydric himself. Honestly, what Ender truly wanted was just 3 words: to live. With his small undead team, he had achieved something he was proud of, even if other undead strongmen saw it as insignificant. Although Ender often scolded or hit his undead servants, he was still a person with his own bottom line. His bottom line was, my people are mine. I can hit or scold them, but if anyone else tries to hurt them, they first have to ask if I agree. For this basic rule, Ender kept trying to strengthen Magellan, Gamma, Reed, and the Bone Dogs. His goal was simple: to survive himself and ensure his followers could live well too. However, from Kashnikov's notes, Ender faintly saw what it takes for an undead king to rise to power. According to Kashnikov's records, a genius who was killed by the Grim Reaper at level 36 for offending him. In his long life, he changed his servants over 30 times. The first 28 batches, over 400 undead creatures, all lost their soul fires before Kashnikov reached level 24 and became a king. This number made Ender feel cold inside. Ender always wanted to appear cold and detached, but he once raised a cat that stayed with him for 8 years. Ender, who had gradually come to accept his undead servants, could not bear the idea of any of them dying on his path forward. Originally, Ender thought he had glimpsed some rules of the undead world. He planned to study them carefully to prevent himself from ever truly leaving life. But this failure made him very uneasy. Ender stared into the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton with intense focus for a long time, then suddenly stood up and walked outside the stone house. After a while, Ender hurriedly entered, clutching a glowing skeleton soul fire. He walked straight to the stone table where Dakning's skull was placed and presented the soul fire before him. Swallow it. Recover your mental strength and continue to unleash the dark strike. The soul fire flickered again. After a pause, Ender conveyed a firm, unwavering message to Dakning. Listen carefully. If I can break the rules of the Grim Reaper, I will definitely do it. 1, 2, 3 times. Ender kept running back and forth between the graveyard and the stone house, feeding skeleton soul fires to the Black Knight Dakning. Faced with Dakning, who stubbornly refused to stop the soul fire from flickering inside his skull, Ender's rebellious Black Knight suddenly lost all his courage to say anything. He obediently swallowed the soul fire, and after a brief digestion, immediately transformed it into dark magic to unleash the dark strike. But repeated failures were unavoidable. This gradually bred a furious emotion in Dakning's heart. Why? Why could he never succeed no matter how many times he injected metal magic into that bone tube? Feeling that his mental power was only enough for one more use, Dakning first sent a mental message to Ender, indicating he needed more skeleton soul fire. Then, without controlling it with his mind, he simply planned to release the last remaining dark strike at will. The skeleton mage, who had been ordered by Ender to stand still and not move, suddenly staggered back 3 steps. After hitting the wall of the stone house, he finally sat down heavily on the ground. Tell me, how did you do that just now? After a moment of stunned silence, Ender, who was about to leave the stone house, turned around like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey. He grabbed Dakning's head and shook it desperately. Ugh! The weakened soul fire energy of the Black Knight, Dakin, simply vomited and spat out a thin cloud of energy smoke. Then, the 2 blood-red eyes hidden inside the armor turned away in circles. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you get dizzy when shaken. Sorry. Ender was in a very good mood and found Dakin much more agreeable. Seeing that the Black Knight was dizzy, Ender muttered to himself, a knight on horseback, shaking twice, and he gets dizzy. Thinking this, he still gently placed Dakin's head back on the stone table. Ugh, I was just trying to release the last dark impact attack. I didn't think about anything else. I don't know why it worked when I released it. The dizzy Black Knight, Dakin, took a while to recover and then answered Ender with a dazed voice. It worked without him thinking about anything. Now Ender was the one feeling dizzy. What was going on? He thought it was necessary to recall the whole process. It all started with an experiment using a skeleton mage. They carved out circuits on their bodies, trying to guide and speed up the spell's release. The result was a failure. Then, they used metal bones to form a conduit. In their haste, they directly inserted it into Dakin's head, commanding him to release dark magic from the metal bones. They also required him to report whether the spell was faster after success. The dark impact speed. It's definitely faster. Finally, Dakin, the Black Knight, shook off the dizziness, exhaled the last energy smoke bubble, and hurriedly reported to Ender. Not reporting would violate their master-servant contract, and Dakin's soul fire would be cursed by the Grim Reaper. That wouldn't be fun. However, Dakin had never learned math, so he couldn't clearly explain how much faster the spell was. He could only describe it vaguely. Ender glared at Dakin. How much faster was it? This was pointless to say. It seemed he still needed to continue experimenting with the skeleton mage. But from what Dakin said, Ender was completely sure. His previous guesses were correct. Setting aside the undead laws, at least he could figure out some strategies that benefited him, ultimately to arm his small group. This is as exciting as winning $5 million by accident. After calming his emotions, Ender nodded at the Black Knight and then rushed out of the stone house. Soon after, he returned holding the skull soul fire. Swallow it, then continue to release the dark shock. Hearing Ender's words, the Black Knight, Dakning, almost fainted again. Such a disgusting skull soul fire. He had eaten nearly 10 today, but Dakning couldn't disobey Anders' orders now. He could only grit his teeth and swallow the skull soul fire, absorbing it. With the first success, Dakning failed 3 times before succeeding again. Like the first time, he didn't think at all, just instinctively injected the transformed dark magic into the metal bones, and it worked. After several successful attempts, Ander casually pulled over a modified skeleton mage. The mage, whose mental strength had mostly recovered, released the white bone binding spell again. Strangely, although the skeleton mage's white bone binding spell always succeeded, it still took at least 3 seconds. Why was it that the Black Knight Dakning was accelerated, but the skeleton mage's speed remained the same? Both had been upgraded with metal-infused bones, yet the difference was so big. Ander paced back and forth inside the dim stone house. Several skeleton mage servants, who hadn't received his orders, stood blankly in place. As Ander moved, their bone heads turned back and forth. All had metal bones attached. Yet what was the difference? Ander couldn't help but reach out and scratch his head. His strength was a bit too much, causing the skeleton heads to creak and, when did the back of his head develop a? If they got any wider, even a finger-sized bone could fit inside. Inside. Yes, inside. A sudden flash of insight struck Ander, and he suddenly understood the key to the whole problem. When modifying the skeleton mage, the metal bones stopped outside the skull. But in the experiment with the Black Knight, the metal bones were directly inserted into his head. Dakning, did the metal bones you have inside your head touch your soul fire? Ander quickly asked to confirm after figuring out the main issue. That bone went through my soul fire. The Black Knight, Dakin, honestly answered. In fact, he really wanted Ander to help him remove the metal bones that made him uncomfortable, but he was afraid to speak up because Ander had shown a very aggressive attitude from the start. I was right. My method was correct. The undead rules can indeed be changed and used. Ander patted his head and crossed his arms, laughing loudly and looking up at the sky. It's over. Dakin's soul fire trembled. His master had gone crazy. Divider The wizard is still 10th on the new user list today, which made him happily stare at the computer screen all day. Thank you. Thank you all for supporting the wizard. Thanks for your votes and collections. Once Ander figured out the problem, he became very excited. The soul fire in his head jumped around, making Dakin feel nervous. Ander didn't have time to bother Dakin anymore. He directly knocked a hole in the skull of the skeleton mage next to him, inserted a piece of metal bone, and then used the bone resurrection spell to connect it with the original wiring. With the skeleton mage's current intelligence, he just sat there blankly, waiting for Ander to finish everything, then passively accepting commands to release dark magic. Maybe because there was more stuff in the soul fire, the first 4 or 5 attempts of the skeleton mage also failed. But even when Ander was almost hopeless, he didn't give up. And now, there was hope for success. Of course, that skeleton mage, after many failures, also received a new skeleton soul fire to help. With Ander's great anticipation, the well-rested skeleton mage successfully cast the second wave of bone-binding magic on the first try. The mage's casting time was at least 1 second faster than before. Ander clapped his hands and laughed loudly in the soul fire. After finally calming down, he turned his head back to Dakin. Look at him, then look at you. You're still a high-level Black Knight, but you're as stupid as a pig. If you're my subordinate, I'd be ashamed. Remember, when there are outsiders around, don't call me master. Ander's words made Dakin so angry he felt like he was about to explode. How could I, a proud Black Knight, be weaker than a mere skeleton mage? You say you won't call me master? Then I'll call you master instead. Humph. Don't think that just because of this master-servant contract, I've lost the right to speak freely. After a few provoking words from Ander, the Black Knight, Dakning, became defiant again, acting like a rebellious teenager, arguing foolishly with him. Very good. You're quite obedient after all. As your master, I'll reward you with the body of a Calamity Night King. Ander grinned slyly, then turned away to command the skeleton mage again, busy continuing his experiments. Humph, you think I'd bow down just for a Death Night King's body? Wait, what? A Calamity Night King's body? Dakning started to retort, but halfway through, he realized what Ander had said. His surprise and confusion were so strong that they almost echoed like a banshee's wail. Of course. Who do you think your master is? Ander snorted proudly, full of confidence. Darkneen fell silent, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering. Ander, who held a fragment of the Black Knight's soul fire, couldn't be bothered to read his thoughts. He focused entirely on commanding the skeleton mage to cast bone binding again and again until its spiritual energy was completely drained. As for the Calamity Night King's body, Ander actually knew where to find one. It was in that withered forest. Whether he could retrieve it was another matter. The hundreds of soul-devouring ghosts, there were no easy foes. Still, Ander just wanted to give the Black Knight something to look forward to. As for the future, well, he'd deal with it later. After all, there's always a way when the time comes. After the earlier setbacks, Ander had a much clearer understanding of the metal bone particles' effects. When he reworked the previously failed skeleton mages, each modification turned out better than the last. Every skeleton mage's casting speed improved by at least a second, fully meeting Ander's expectations. He now guessed that the skeleton mage's initial casting failures were simply because they weren't used to channeling dark magic through the designated paths. Once they adapted, their spells succeeded every time. Regarding the continuous failures of the Black Knight Dakin, Ander can only blame his low intelligence. He's even less capable than a skeleton mage. After the initial successful experiment, he naturally wanted to do a large-scale upgrade. However, halfway through transforming the skeleton mages, a new problem arose. The metal bone particles ran out. There was nothing he could do. Ander had to lead his servants under the moonlight to the edge of the black water underworld river, ordering the skeleton servants to gather metal bone particles. Of course, the three main bone mastiffs, as the strongest fighters, received special treatment. All the soul fires they hunted along the way went into their big mouths. Big Mao, Second Mao, Third Mao, go catch fish for me. Remember, they need to be metal fish. When you catch the fish, I'll give you a big feast, and in a few days, I'll take you on a vacation to the main plane. Ander's tempting words worked well. The three bone mastiffs happily went to catch metal fish. Whether they understood or not is another story. After 2 busy days of effort, Ander finally gathered enough metal bone particles to upgrade all the skeleton mages. To avoid attracting attention, Ander covered the metal wiring on the skeletons of the mages with ordinary bones. He also recovered the teeth of the big axe skeletons, the teeth of the bone mastiffs, and Dagma's sharp fingers with ordinary bones, disguising them for low profile. After finishing everything, Ander stretched lazily at the door of the stone house. His bones creaked as he moved. Then he strolled out. Miss Tina from the main plane is scheduled to participate in a competition tomorrow. Ander planned to rest briefly and then go see how things are going. He already had the information on his first opponent, right? Master, you're lying. Just a few steps outside, a creature with a big head like a doll, a skeleton body with a Black Knight's head, stumbled out, pointing at Ander and gesturing wildly. Nonsense. What am I lying about? Ander turned to glance at the creature with a skeleton body and a Black Knight's head, then casually asked back. You said you'd get me the body of the Disaster Night King, but what you gave me is just a level 3 skeleton soldier. Such a trash body. For us Black Knights, that's an insult. The Black Knight Dakning's soul fire flickered chaotically. If not for Andy being his master, he wouldn't even think about attacking. Otherwise, he would have already used his strongest skill, Black Knight Charge, toward Andy. I told you, you can just make do with that skeleton. And besides, did I say you had to replace it with the body of the Disaster Night King within a certain time? Andy shrugged his shoulders and asked again. No, I didn't say that. Honest Black Knight Dakning carefully recalled and replied sadly. Then that's settled. We'll wait patiently. The king's body will come. Andy shrugged again and turned to walk away. Hey, look at that idiot. He's got a skeleton body given by his master, and he can't even walk steadily. Haha. Far away, near the skeleton graveyard, the skeleton Lord Reed, about 3 or 4 meters tall, nudged the skeleton Dagma sitting beside him. Dagma was furious. He extended his long claws and poked 5 holes in Reed's leg. Get lost. Stop showing off. You tall guy. I'll poke you. So you can't take care of yourself. Dear readers, it's time to ask for votes. Did you vote today? Name, Demand Oyewa Identity. Earth Element Magic Apprentice Background. Born in the Suhoi Kingdom, neighboring the Duke Rug on the continent's new calendar year 3314. His father is a blacksmith in Kiev, the largest northern city of the Sukhoi kingdom. At age 6, Demond was tested and found to have good talent in earth magic, so he was taken as an apprentice by the intermediate earth mage Rosie in Kiev. He is 19 years old. He has blonde hair, green eyes, slightly darker skin, but his height and weight are unknown. Magic abilities. Records show Demond has successfully used most basic earth magic. His strongest earth skill is earth element armor, and his attack magic focuses on pinpoint spike attacks. However, he is quite poor at basic earth spells like Wall of Earth or Mudfoot traps. In summary, this earth magic apprentice named Demond doesn't pose much threat to other contestants. Of course, that's assuming his opponents aren't dark magic apprentices. Mr. Andy, after reviewing the information, Andy surprisingly did not get angry. Or perhaps he simply had no extra reaction at all. His unexpected behavior made Tina, the little girl standing nearby, worry, and she asked cautiously, Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, Tina, with your current mental strength, how long can you support me staying in the main world? Hearing Tina's worried words, Andre finally snapped out of his thoughts and asked his own question. Honestly, Andre's report was very objective. Generally speaking, dark magic apprentices, when using force summoning spells, can only summon 1 or 2 levels of skeleton soldiers, and their mental strength can support only about half an hour of activity. With the attack power of 1 or 2 level skeleton soldiers, unless the dark magic apprentice has incredible luck and manages to summon 4 skeleton mages with bone spear magic at once, then there might be a slight chance to break through the earth element armor. Therefore, Demond, who specializes in earth element armor, just needs to grit his teeth and turtle for half an hour. When the dark magic apprentice's mental strength is exhausted, and the skeleton soldiers run out of magic and return to the undead plane, crushing a powerless, physically exhausted dark magic apprentice is just a matter of minutes. The information obtained was somewhat sarcastic, and to be fair, it was already quite polite. Few people in the main world know this. Before summoning ghosts, vampires, and other powerful undead, dark magic apprentices are considered useless. Mr. Andre, I don't know exactly how long. Since you arrived until now, Tina's mental strength has been drained by about half. Tina really didn't know how to explain this to Andre. The standard measurement in the main world is an hourglass, but Tina couldn't afford to buy one now. Half. This surprised Andre. He had been here for about 20 minutes, yet the little girl's mental strength was only half gone. In previous visits, Andre never stayed until Tina's mental strength was completely drained before returning to the undead plane, nor did he bother to count exactly how long he could stay. Since it was still early, Andre wanted to do a specific experiment. This was very important. I'm going to summon some servants. Don't be afraid. After giving Tina a reassuring word, and seeing her nod in understanding, Andre used the undead servant contract to summon 4 skeleton mages. The small stone house suddenly felt even tighter with 4 skeleton mages appearing inside. Little Tina thought for a moment, then took off her shoes, sat on the bed, and left the only chair for Ander. Mr. Ander, are you? The undead king, sitting on the bed with her knees hugged, Tina finally asked the question she had been curious about for a long time. Undead king, Ander chuckled happily. The little girl had hesitated for so long, but finally asked, which made Ander feel much more at ease. At Tina's age, if she never doubted her identity, Ander would feel uneasy. Do you think I look like the undead king? Ander sat down on the chair, crossed his legs out of habit, then felt a bit uncomfortable. He shifted his position, stretched out his bony hands, and rested them behind his head. After these small actions, Ander sent a mental message to the girl. Tina's reaction was quite amusing. She stared at Ander with wide eyes, curious about his movements. When Ander sent the message, she nodded her little head without thinking. But then she suddenly realized that her quick nod might hurt Ander's pride, so she quickly shook her head instead. Not sure if she was shy or something, her plain face turned bright red instantly. Even though it was evening and the sunset was fading, Ander saw it very clearly. Do you think I don't look like the undead king? Ander deliberately acted a bit sad to pass the time, sending a feeling of loneliness to Tina. No. Mr. Ander, I didn't mean that. Tina means, That. The girl thought she had touched a sore spot for Ander and hurriedly waved her little hands, trying to explain. But the more she tried to explain, the more confused she became, and her face turned redder and redder. Ha ha, it's okay, Tina. No need to worry. I am not really the Undead King right now. Well, actually, I'm just a skeleton mage with some strange memories. Ander laughed softly in his soul fire, half joking, half serious as he explained to the girl. Wow, I guessed it right, Mr. And you must be just like the main character in the dark sacred text. After Mr. and finished speaking, little Tina immediately cheered happily and stared at him with stars in her eyes. Hearing her words, Mr. and was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped and he almost fell off his chair. The dark sacred text? This inappropriate material for children. Could it be that even in this different world, they have it? Mr. and vaguely remembered seeing it before on a colleague's computer. Simply put, the dark sacred text is a cartoon with some features from a certain island country. Mr. and don't you know about the dark sacred text? How is that possible? It's been popular in the main world for over 1,000 years. Tina also really likes the main character. By the way, I have a copy here. I'll find it for you to look at. Seeing Mr. and look like he saw a ghost, the little girl blinked in confusion. Then with a hopeful smile, she lifted the blanket on her bed to search. And so, Mr. and, with great effort, managed to put his jaw back in place, but it suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. After quickly skimming through, Mr. and couldn't help but chuckle at the handwritten copy of the dark sacred text Tina brought. He thought it was something special, but it turned out to be just a fantasy novel from another world. The story is roughly, a priest named Arthur tries to save his fallen lover, Elena, through many dramatic and cliché scenes. In the end, the naive Arthur unexpectedly dies. Then, mysteriously, Arthur revives as a zombie in the spirit realm, with only some incomplete memories. Coincidentally, the remorseful Elena summons him to the main world. So, for Arthur, Elena faces many challenges to find a potion to bring him back to life. After more adventures and many teachings promoting the light religion of the main world, a shining Bible suddenly radiates light, and the light god appears, reviving Arthur. And so, this couple, after enduring many hardships, finally lives happily under the protection of the light god. The main character, Arthur, is both deeply devoted and religiously fanatic, often acting foolishly with knightly ideals, risking limbs to save others. Mr. and thinks that this short novel of about 10,000 words would only attract criticism if posted on any book website back on his Earth. There is no explicit content in the provided text. Here is the corrected and simplified version, lacking good writing skills, suspense, or mature content, and full of preachy lessons. It clearly seems to be a fake religion created to deceive people. How could it have been popular in this main world for over 1,000 years? Do the people in this world only read this one kind of entertainment book? Ander didn't have time to ask questions. Tina's mental energy was almost gone. Ander quickly told her to rest well at night so she could recover. He took the skeleton mages and left for the undead world, confident that he would handle tomorrow's competition. Even with Tina supporting for about 40 minutes, plus Ander and the others helping at the start, they could last around 50 minutes. That's a very good result. So, Ander didn't think the next day's match would be a big problem. Back in the undead world, Ander trained for the next day's Earth Magic Apprentice competition. He worked late into the night before finally calming down. In the morning, Ander saw it was still early. He took his dog and skeletons to run around the graveyard, hunting stronger skeletons and giving their soul fire to the skeleton mages he chose. The magic bell rang to signal the start of the match. Tina, all alone, walked quietly into the chosen arena, called Rocky Wasteland, with her head down. In a noble box high up in the stands, Teresa watched quietly as the two entered, slim Tina and a strong, blonde young man named Diminoa. Dear little sister, is this the girl you think is worth it? Haha, I'm not joking, your judgment is pretty bad. How about letting me handle the business? While Teresa was silently observing, a sharp voice suddenly spoke beside her. She turned her head slightly and saw her second brother, Trit, who had dark circles under his eyes from too much drinking. Teresa looked at her brother coldly and ignored him. Trit, disappointed, yawned, and then moved past her to sit in the front row of the noble box, next to their older brother and father, who had already arrived. Professor Cone, who do you think will win this match? Just like not noticing the discord between her son and daughter, Lady Tereshah Ajin smiled and turned to ask the great mage Kon Yashenko sitting beside her. Lord Ajin, do you really think a beginner-level summoner of undead magic can beat a defense-focused earth magic apprentice? Kon Yashenko, with his white beard slightly disheveled, looked impatient. As the head of the earth magic branch at Boeing Magic Academy, he had enough status to look down on Lord Ajin. His presence in this private box was mainly due to some official business. Teacher Cone, you are still so straightforward. Lady Tereshah Ajin flashed a big smile at Cone, her face round and like a flattened trumpet flower. Unfortunately, Cone only gave her a contemptuous look and then turned his gaze to the competition arena. Although he believed the earth magic apprentice would win, Cone was curious about the confidence on the dark magic girl's face. What was she relying on? Teresa, did you hear what Teacher Cone just said? A slightly awkward Lord Ajin struggled to turn his chubby body and looked at his daughter Teresa behind him. Father, I heard. Teresa couldn't treat her father as she did her brother, even though she knew what kind of person he was. Father, look. The match has started. Sitting on the other side of Lord Tereshah, Edison Ajin suddenly pushed his father excitedly and spoke loudly. I bet today we'll see that pour the steak, crying out in pain, haha. Edison shouted loudly without care, full of excitement. His gaze swept over his sister Teresa with obvious disdain, envy, and bloodlust. Teresa really wanted to unleash a storm of wind blades and cut her disgusting brother into pieces, but what would happen if she killed him? Just then, the match began. Young girl, I advise you one last time. It's better to give up now. Otherwise, don't blame me, Demond, for being harsh if you get hurt or die. Standing at one end of the rocky wasteland, Dement Iawa laughed loudly and confidently. He believed he would definitely win. Ever since he learned that his opponent was an apprentice of the summoning school, a necromancer, he had been smiling in his dreams for days. Christina, a delicate girl, stood quietly on the other side of the large rock. Like at the start, she didn't speak, just looked up at Dement and shook her head firmly, biting her lower lip. This is your own choice. As the magical shield around the rocky wasteland closed, Dement shouted loudly and quickly began chanting the spell to summon a soil element armor. Once the sturdy soil element armor covered him, Dement looked proudly at the girl across from him, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. No way. How could this little girl summon 4 skeleton mages at once? Especially that skeleton mage with the staff casually resting on its neck. Dement felt very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Dement felt like he was extremely unlucky. Dear readers, I humbly ask for your support again. Did you vote today? For this first match, Andy planned to hide his true strength, so he only summoned 4 skeleton mages. While Dement, a soil magic apprentice, was busy casting the soil element armor, Andy pretended to be clumsy and slowly took out a skeleton staff from behind his neck. Everyone watching, sitting around the scene like an ancient Roman arena, saw his actions clearly through crystal mirrors, which caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Tina, the girl, heard the laughter. Her small face turned red like a big apple, but she still followed Anne's instructions and cast the Wind Spirit spell on all the skeleton mages. This spell, besides summoning skeletons, was one of the 2 spells Andy had specifically told her to use. The Wind Spirit is a spell that, after a necromancer prays, can increase the attack speed of the undead by about 10%. Generally, when a low-level undead wizard summons melee-type undead creatures, they use the Wind Spirit to save time by increasing their speed gradually, making the summoning process faster. After summoning a mage-type undead creature, the standard instruction for the undead wizard is to cast Thoughts of the Abyss on them as quickly as possible. This spell helps restore the mental strength of the mage-type undead, which is usually weak. The saying, outsiders see the excitement, insiders see the details, also applies in this fantasy world. Bored nobles come to watch the fight. Older nobles are busy whispering and socializing, while young nobles dressed brightly act like busy bees, trying to impress the elegant noble women. Using Wind Spirit undead? Such ignorance. Inside a private box, the great mage Cone frowned. Although he specializes in earth magic, he knew exactly what spell young Tina was using. Even Dement, Tina's opponent, sighed in relief. Just as Dement was about to smile, 3 dark, rotten clouds suddenly appeared and covered him completely. Dement, an earth magic apprentice, instinctively felt fear but kept his composure. He believed these rotten clouds were meant to block his view so the skeleton mages could attack again. Wearing an earth element armor, Dement was like a turtle, unable to move or dodge. He quickly started chanting a spell to cast an earth wall, which he was not very good at. Even though the 4 skeleton mages could use bone spear magic, his earth armor could withstand the first wave. Once the earth wall spell was cast, the second wave of bone spears from the skeleton mages might not even be finished. According to his teacher's teachings, skeleton mages are slow. They take longer to cast their spells than it takes to complete the earth wall. So, it's very likely that the skeletons haven't finished their bone spears yet, but his earth wall will be ready. The Boing Magic competition has a total of 36 battle arenas. This one, called Rock Wasteland, was originally built to simulate a desert rocky area where earth elements are very abundant. Demon was chanting spells while thinking deeply. So far, this earth magic apprentice named Demon feels he might face some trouble, but he still believes he will definitely win. Too bad, Anders sighed in his mind, then casually cast a spell to accelerate decay. Did you think I was commanding my servant to throw 3 clouds of rot at you for fun? Rotting clouds can not only corrode flesh, but also weaken elemental armor. If I only used the rot cloud, it would take a long time to erode the elemental armor. But if I add the accelerated decay spell, it's a whole different story. After Ander cast the accelerated decay, the earth elemental armor on Demon's body crackled loudly, with cracks appearing all over it, making it look like a fragile porcelain piece about to break. All these changes happened in less than 2 seconds. After casting the spell, Ander, feeling bored, retracted his hand. His opponent was just too inexperienced. Bored, Ander stopped his attack and watched his 3 servants summon bone spears. The spears swayed and then accurately struck Demon, who was wrapped in the rot cloud. Ah! A sharp, piercing cry sounded. Demon, hit by 3 bone spears, was like a kite with its string cut, flying backward out of the rot cloud and falling heavily onto the rocky ground covered with tiny stones. All right, girl, pack up and get ready to go home. That was so tragic, so very tragic. That kid is more angry now than when he started. Ander glanced from afar, sending a mental message to Tina with a mischievous smile. He looked around cautiously, just like his skeleton servants. Yes, Mr. Ander. But that person is so pitiful. Maybe we should find a way to help him. The girl nodded happily at first, then struggled to send her thoughts to Ander. He had told her not to talk to him in front of others. She remembered that clearly. After expressing her concern, Tina looked sadly at Demon, who was rolling on the stones, clutching his stomach. Help him, hee. Tina, remember what I told you. If he hurts you, do you think that guy will come to save you? Ander chuckled. Didn't Tina see that the young man named Demon was glaring at them with intense anger? People like that are not worth saving. Moreover, in this world where the law of the jungle still rules, Ander can't save that young man. A spirit that kills for a living. Can it still be called a spirit if it saves people? After hearing Ander, the young girl Tina was silent for a long time before gently nodding. Still, she waited until the light priest entered before leaving with peace of mind. Oh, innocent girl, don't you understand the true nature of this so-called Boing magic competition? It's a fight for survival? Ander watched all this quietly, sighing inwardly. It seems I need to give the girl a lesson. How is this possible? In the noble box, the great mage Cone was standing up, pointing at the young girl who had just left with 4 skeleton mages. He was unable to contain his shock. Behind Cone, the Ajin family father and son were already stunned. That brief scene just now completely overturned their understanding. How could this undead wizard apprentice defeat them so easily? The Boing Magic competition of the year 3333 in the continent's new calendar was an event worth recording. It not only produced the genius which Christina Vizzi, but also the mentor of the genius which, Prophet Ander. Before this, no one knew of Ander's existence. As if he had never been part of the main realm. Some even said that this year's magic contest marked the beginning of a century-long war between Duke Ruger's Grand Duchy and the Sukhoi Kingdom. But the truth is, from the journal, Western Journey Notes, by Garanos, the traveler, perhaps the candle was too poor in quality. Its flickering light couldn't even clearly show the faces of the three inside. Ander, dressed neatly and wearing a clown mask, stood quietly behind young Tina, motionless. Today's competition truly surprised me. After a long silence, Teresa finally spoke, her voice slightly low. I understand, Tina nodded. The presence of Ander behind her gave her the courage to speak calmly. So, I am very curious. According to the magic tutorial, Tina, your series of actions today, aside from the initial lucky summoning of 4 skeleton mages, can only be described as clueless. But, in the end, you achieved victory in the shortest time, so I am very curious. Teresa emphasized the word, lucky, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she spoke. Thinking about her 2 brothers' terrifying expressions when they saw the evil spirit, she couldn't help but want to laugh. My mentor once said, anything is possible. As Tina spoke, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter and looked back at Ander. Tina, I checked all the registered dark mage names in Duke Rug's territory, but I didn't find your mentor's name. Teresa asked casually, intentionally or not. As a merchant, if she decided to invest in the young girl, she would naturally investigate her background thoroughly. Unfortunately, Christina had always been with her old tomb-raiding grandfather, who was skilled in his craft. Teresa couldn't find any information about her from that. All she knew was that Christina had entered Count Clym's household as a maid. Before that, there was no way to find out anything. Count Clym was a prominent figure, and families like the Ajin family wouldn't dare investigate. So Teresa hoped to gain some clues through her conversations with Tina. My mentor is not a registered mage. Following Ander's instructions, Tina nodded at Teresa and then replied, I see. I understand now. A term suddenly appeared in Teresa's mind, wild mage. To attract mages to serve, countries in the main world often allocate part of their taxes to support noble mages. But not all mages qualify for these gold coins. Mages who can't advance beyond the apprentice level, those who are rebellious and don't follow the mage guild's rules, or who study strange, morally questionable spells. These types of mages are not recognized by the mage guilds of various countries and are often forgotten as wild mages. Among wild mages, dark-type necromancer wizards are the most common. After all, those who deal daily with corpses and bones tend to be a bit abnormal. I don't know if your mentor is in the Grand Duchy of Grell, but if they are, and they are available, I would like to meet them. Is that possible? Teresa thought that Tina's mentor was definitely a wild mage, and naturally had such an idea. It was clear that Tina was a complete beginner in necromancy. She even stammered when casting Wind of the Undead. If she didn't have a good teacher, she probably wouldn't have one today. I will pass your message along, Miss Teresa, Tina replied politely. Thank you, Teresa said with a gentle smile, giving Tina a small bow. Teresa thought to herself that she was quite capable. It would be a shame not to pursue diplomacy. All right, Tina, tell her the conditions I mentioned earlier. Don't worry, she will agree. Ander, who had been listening from behind, sighed, and then continued to send his thoughts to Tina. According to the competition rules, your next opponent will be decided tomorrow. Here are their profiles and tickets for tomorrow's match. I think you should go see it. Before Tina could speak, Teresa took out 2 scrolls from her sleeve and handed them over. Thank you, Miss Teresa, but I need something else. I wonder if you can help. Tina gathered her courage and spoke. She wasn't really good at socializing. I'm listening, Teresa said with a slight surprise, then smiled and responded skillfully. I need 10 gold coins, a magic manual for apprentice necromancers, and some iron and copper scraps. Blushing, Tina finished her request. No problem. I will have someone deliver these to you tomorrow, Teresa assured her. Teresa understood why Tina needed gold. She knew the girl was broke. She also understood why she needed the apprentice magic manual. Her wild mage mentor couldn't afford to buy it for her. But asking for scraps of metal, especially broken pieces, was strange. Could this be the secret to making the skeleton mage attack faster? Teresa remained calm and agreed to everything. I chatted briefly with the young girl, but unfortunately, she was very tight-lipped. I couldn't get any useful information, so Teresa politely took Andre the Great Swordsman and left. As they walked away, Teresa kept thinking that Tina was quite interesting. She dressed up a skeleton mage in shoes, socks, clothes, gloves, and a clown mask. But it still couldn't hide the deathly aura around it. I wonder if her wild mage master never taught her these things. This outfit still doesn't work. Maybe it can fool ordinary people. Inside the small house, Andre took off his mask. Tina looked at the mask in Andre's hand and covered her mouth to giggle. Why are you laughing? Sit still. Your mentor Andre is going to give you a lesson. Andre gently tapped the girl's head, trying to look serious, but since he was a skeleton, he had no expression. Tina pouted and rubbed her head sadly. She didn't understand why Andre suddenly became so strict. Weren't her previous actions good enough? Support me with a vote. Add to your favorites. Where are you all? I miss you so much. Just as Andre was about to give Tina a serious talk about how cruel people's hearts can be, there was a knock on the door again. Reluctantly, Andre put his clown mask back on. Who's outside? Tina, alert, asked first since someone was knocking late at night. Tina's place wasn't heavily guarded. It wasn't a slum, but it wasn't much better. It wasn't dirty, but there were plenty of ruffians and troublemakers. After Tina asked, a quick, light step sounded outside, then suddenly stopped. Maybe it's those apprentices from the Thieves' Guild, Tina muttered gloomily, explaining to Andre, who had already pulled out his bone staff. According to stories, Maya City's Thieves' Guild had a very strange mentor. One of the subjects his apprentices had to complete was sneaking into unmarried girls' bedrooms to steal underwear. But Andre didn't put his bone staff away. Instead, he sent a mental message to Tina. Ander calculated the time. After the noon match, he and the skeleton mage would return to the Undead realm. When Teresa arrived in the evening, he would come over then. He figured Tina could still support herself in the main world for at least an hour, so Ander asked, "There's one more thing." "What is it?" "There are many things about the bowing magic competition." The girl thought hard, but couldn't figure out what Ander was referring to. "Oh, I see. It seems you don't know much about it. Well, go lie on the bed and meditate. As a mage, you must keep your mental strength strong all the time." Since the girl didn't know, and Ander had just failed to teach her that people can be very tricky, he decided to show her the truth through facts. "Okay, Mr. Ander." Hearing she didn't have to listen to more shocking stories, the girl was very happy and obediently sat on the bed to meditate with her eyes closed. Ander stood quietly by the bed for a while, then sighed inwardly. He reached out with his bony finger and extinguished the dim yellow candle. On Earth, girls like Tina, of her age, probably live carefree under their parents' protection. But Tina lives in a world where strength is everything, and ordinary people have no guarantees. Yet, she still manages to keep her innocence. Ander thought of a novel he once read called Oliver Twist. Those who are close to red will turn red, and those near ink will turn black. But a small number of people are unaffected by such influences. Standing by the window, Ander quietly pondered. No, I am just a spirit now. I just want to survive. I only want to protect some things. Live well, because we will die for a long time. Suddenly, Ander remembered this phrase. But how should he see himself now? Perhaps neither alive nor dead. Ander suddenly felt a special connection with Tina. In fact, if Ander had always lived in the undead realm, he would gradually lose his human heart, becoming fond of killing and ignoring others' lives. Over time, he would turn into a true undead, not a human. But talking with Tina helped him slowly regain some of what he had been forgetting. After all, human interactions and influence are always two-way. I don't know how long Andy was lost in thought. A shiny, cold dagger silently slipped into the of Tina's small house door. Andy quietly got up, but he found that little Tina, sitting cross-legged on the bed, was already asleep. This little girl, even now, dares to sleep? Now I can act. Andy didn't wake the girl but sent a mental message through his soul fire. A cold, chilling breeze came from outside the door, even blowing Andy's cloak inside. Tina, sitting on the bed, seemed to feel the cold, frowned, and shivered. "Master, can I eat their souls?" Magellan's voice came from outside, revealing his eager desire. "Wait a moment." Andy gently pushed open the door latch while replying to Magellan. He pulled out the dagger still stuck in the door and stepped outside. On the narrow, dirty street, two masked men in black were twitching on the ground. Andy's ghost's servant, Magellan, hovered faintly around the black-clad men, spinning in place. He pulled off the cloth covering the faces of the two unconscious men, revealing young faces. Andy grabbed their arms, but he didn't see any tattoos of the Thieves' Guild. Haha, so simple. Send their souls to Magellan. Throw the bodies into the alley. Andy casually summoned two giant axe skeletons and ordered them. Hearing Anne's command, Magellan let out a sharp cry and devoured the assassin's souls. After eating his fill, Magellan wanted to flatter Andy, but was sent back to the undead realm. Andy, wearing a mask, approached the bodies and stabbed one of the assassin's arms with his dagger. Using the blood, he drew a complex symbol on Tina's door. Let's draw the simplest one. Maybe someone who knows their stuff will recognize it. After finishing the symbol, Andy put down his dagger and led the waiting skeleton soldiers into the house. Inside, little Tina was already lying on the bed, pulling the quilt over her and sleeping soundly. Forget it. Let the girl see for herself tomorrow morning. Hopefully, she will understand something. Andy closed the door tightly. He was confident there wouldn't be any more assassins coming tonight. If anyone recognizes what I drew at the door, probably no one will dare to come again in the future. In the stone house at the skeleton cemetery, Andre kept flipping through Kashnikov the Lich Lord's notes. The longer he stayed in the undead realm, the more he understood the value of this notebook. Knowledge is power, and this saying is very true in this world. Andre can honestly say that in the main world, 95% of people are illiterate. Those who can read are usually wizards, high-ranking clergy members of various churches, or noblemen with titles. Andre isn't interested in knowing how much social wealth these people have. Right now, he is busy researching a type of undead magic. Death God Hydric tirelessly planned different levels of skills for all undead creatures. As a result, most undead minds are locked, and they can only choose skills step by step according to the Death God's rules. Do the undead really have no way to change this situation? In the main world, there is something called magic scrolls. They can store different spells inside, and as long as certain conditions are met, the spell can be cast. I think this is a good idea. From Kashnikov's notes, page 132. Using the skin of the river of the dead flesh-eater as a base, Death-Winged Man's black feathers as a pen, Zombie Lord's green blood as ink, plus enchanted sand, 3 parts rotten bone flower pollen, and 3 parts king's bone dust. Andre stopped thinking about continuing his research. It's unrealistic. Right now, the only things Andre might find are zombie blood and king's bone dust. He's never even seen the others. But speaking of kings, Andre pushed open the stone door and looked out, calling out to the Black Knight Docning, who was lying on the ground with bones scattered around, basking in the crimson moonlight. How's it looking now? Docning quickly responded weakly. Master, you've seen it yourself. Why ask? I still want the body of the Disaster Knight King. If I get it, why shouldn't I? In the current withered forest, it's filled with soul-devouring ghosts. Andre doesn't dare to go in. Wait. He answered simply with 2 words, then casually threw Docning a skeleton resurrection spell. Gather everyone. Everyone, come quickly and gather. It's time to hunt. Since the crimson double moon is about to set in the west, Andrew naturally needs to gather his servants quickly and go out to hunt. Compared to usual, during the transition between night and day, there are far more newly born undead than at other times. Recognizing this pattern, Andrew has moved the hunting time to this period. After all, newly born undead are much easier to deal with than seasoned veterans. The undead servants scattered around the stone house sensed their master's call and soon gathered together. Andrew lit up his army and immediately transformed into a skeleton rogue, shouting orders as he led the skeletons out of the graveyard. The 3 bone mastiffs had only been coated with a layer of metal bones this afternoon, with a normal bone layer on top for disguise. Compared to before, they are much fatter, and their movement is now quite intimidating. This morning, Andrew was lucky enough to encounter a newly born zombie mage, but unfortunately, this zombie mage was stubborn and refused to submit. Andrew wasn't interested in wasting time with him, so he chopped him down, took his soul fire, and swallowed it. While Andrew's hunt was still ongoing, Tina's consciousness suddenly transmitted from the main plane, filled with fear. Andrew naturally understood what was happening. He comforted the girl with a few words, then told his undead servants to return to the skeleton graveyard before entering the main plane. Mr. Andrew. As soon as Andrew appeared, the frightened girl immediately hid behind him. After all, she was still very timid. It's okay, it's okay. I already know what's going on. It's nothing serious. Andrew reached out and patted her head gently, trying to comfort her. He felt guilty. He had scared such a cute girl to tears, almost feeling guilty himself. No, Mr. Andrew, it's just, there's a great dark mage called KGB outside the academy. He looks really scary now. Tina is scared. Tina clung to Andrew's skeleton hand, looking pitiful. Ha, I knew it. I knew it was the blood totem. It's definitely the blood totem. You too. Yes, you too. Immediately remove this door panel for me. If anyone hurts my precious blood totem while doing so, I will sacrifice their soul to the god of death. Andrew was about to ask who the KGB was when suddenly, outside Tina's stone house, a loud, harsh voice shouted loudly. It was extremely grating to the ears. Andrew wanted to go outside to see what was happening, but the door to Tina's house started to loosen. As it did, words like careful, don't touch, and idiot were heard, and the wooden door was quickly taken off. The morning sunlight shone through the opening, brightening the usually dim room. When the sunlight hit Andrew, he felt uncomfortable. This was because spirits dislike sunlight by nature. He stepped back a little, moving to a place where the sunlight couldn't reach, and looked outside. A group of knights, all dressed in shiny iron armor, gleamed in the sunlight. Inside their defensive circle, several old men with white beards, wearing black robes with gold trim, surrounded a very old, long-bearded man. A thin, shriveled old man with a face full of wrinkles, jumping and shouting at two knights who were lifting a door panel. Although he was also wearing a fancy wizard's robe, it was stained with various unknown liquids in blue and purple patches. Is the old man in the middle a goblin, the kind that's short and dirty, unique to the main plane? Andrew asked Tina. I don't know, Tina replied, trembling. He says he's a grand wizard from Boeing Academy. But he's so scary. You see, he even dares to tear down our door. Tina quickly hid behind Andrew again, her voice trembling as she answered. Little girl, don't be afraid of me. I mean no harm. I really mean no harm. I just want to know, who painted the blood totem on the door? The old man, who was directing the knights to carry the door, saw Tina and Andrew inside, and immediately his eyes shone with intense light. He shouted loudly and rushed in. Tina, tell this crazy old man that the blood totem on the door was painted by your mentor, Andrew. It seemed that someone who knew their stuff, since Andrew was currently a skeleton guard, he could only obediently stay still and instruct Tina politely. Tina, tell this old man that you haven't seen your mentor in a long time. Andrew quietly sent a mental message to Andrea, then continued to scan the KGB laboratory as if he were unaware. Oh, a pile of mithril. Wow, such a big chunk of fine gold. So much enchanted sand. And that purple liquid in the bottle, about to spill. Could it be demon blood? And Andrew was getting more and more excited. How could this nervous little old man have so many good things? Maybe I should just hit this old goblin-like dwarf with a staff and then run off with all his lab materials? Andrew's fiery spirit flickered with the thought of theft, his gaze fixed on the fragile neck of the Grand Mage of the KGB. Unaware of Andrew's thoughts, the old KGB Grand Mage was disappointedly spitting out saliva. Young lady, are you saying you haven't seen your mentor in a long time? Oh my, how irresponsible can a mentor be, letting his apprentice sign a life debt contract with such a low-level skeleton mage, and then abandoning you in such a dangerous place? Only the old KGB man, with a high chest, spat a mouthful of saliva at Andrew. Just as Andrew was about to lose his temper and attack, the dirty old man finally reached his conclusion. I really admire your mentor. He's a genius. Finally, some sensible words. Andrew held back and didn't make a move. But, dear Tina, could you try to contact your mentor somehow? The old man circled around, blinking his small eyes, pitifully looking at Christina, who was hiding behind Andrew. Try to contact him? The old man's greedy heart was still not satisfied, wanting to meet her again and ask about the blood totem. Andrew immediately looked down on the old KGB man in his mind. If he really showed up, wouldn't he just cut him into pieces for research? Do I look like I don't know? A dark mage from the main academy, known for being ruthless. Willing to risk lives just to study undead magic? Grandpa KGB, no way. My mentor Andy once said, only if I win first place in this year's Boeing Magic competition will I come out to see you. Andy was joking with little Tina. The old man was quite funny and didn't hide his thoughts at all. Really? That's such a shame, such a shame. Hearing Tina's words, the old KGB man looked disappointed. He grabbed his messy hair and spun around in place. The undead totem magic was very popular over 3,000 years ago. Back then, dark magic users with powerful undead totems were stronger than others. But unfortunately, as the light magic grew in power, the undead totem magic mysteriously disappeared. There are many complicated reasons for this, so complex that even a high-level undead wizard like the old KGB man couldn't explain them all. After researching old texts about undead totem magic, he was amazed by the huge power of these totems. Compared to today's undead wizards, who only use weak support spells. For example, during the Dark Era over 3,000 years ago, the weakest blood totem was created by a Lord-level undead creature and a mid-level undead wizard. It could make low-level undead within 100 meters go into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Even low-level undead in frenzy could double or even triple their attack and defense power. But the problem was, even the simple blood totem was lost. Only a picture on a sheepskin scroll remained. Old KGB spent his whole life trying to understand undead totem magic, but never succeeded. Just when he was about to give up, a murder case involving the blood totem suddenly appeared right under his nose. He didn't get excited or rush to investigate. He just thought he was too rough. Haha, there's a way. There's a way. Thinking hard and spinning around, old KGB, who wanted to meet little Tina's so-called mentor Andy, suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. I'll go talk to the dean and ask him to approve you as the top student this year. Old KGB winked, thinking he had come up with the best plan. A bad idea. Andy thought the old man had come up with some plan. Yes. If I could use the old KGB guy's help to get the first place and obtain the Asimov storage ring, then why should I bother fighting so hard? Not to mention, dealing with other opponents who might try to assassinate the girl is already troublesome enough. Ander doesn't want to be constantly worried, fearing that the girl might get hurt. Grandpa KGB, my mentor said that just getting first place isn't enough. I also need to win the prize for first place. Tina isn't a silly girl and understands this is a good opportunity. After Anders sent her the message, she quickly spoke up. Prize? The useless Asimov storage ring? Fine, fine. I'll go find the director. Girl, just wait here for me. I'll be back very soon. The old KGB man was stunned. After finally remembering what the prize was, he sneered dismissively, then turned around and ran out of the laboratory. The old man is short, that's true, but surprisingly, he ran as fast as Lu Xiang, reaching the laboratory door in no time. Don't move. Girl, quickly tell your undead skeleton mage to stop. Everything in my lab is cursed with soul-devouring spells. Moving around could be deadly. How could your mentor give you such a weak undead? When I come back, I will lift your contract. Before the old KGB man left, Ander couldn't hold back and reached for the demon blood bottle. Unexpectedly, the old man with eyes in the back of his head turned around and shouted, Soul-devouring curse? Ander shivered in fear. Old man, he's really vicious. Such a cruel curse as soul-devouring is being cast recklessly. This old goblin almost got me killed with his evil tricks. I must fight him. No, wait. Did he say the contract can be broken? The old goblin said the contract can be broken? Hamilton, he dares to ignore my reputation? If I get angry, I'll tell Lilith from the Water Elemental Academy that 50 years ago, during our adventure, she lost some underwear. Hamilton stole them. Old KGB's face was full of frustration as he pushed open his laboratory door. Hearing what the old KGB was muttering about, Ander immediately understood that the old goblin had probably been rejected and the matter hadn't gone well. Ah, little Tina. Well, I'm really sorry. About what I promised you earlier, the first place in this competition. As expected, the great mage KGB walked up to Ander and Tina, looking embarrassed. His wrinkled face was as red as if it had been dipped in dye. It's all right, really. Grandpa KGB, please don't blame yourself. Tina quickly comforted the old man, realizing that he hadn't managed to keep his promise. Really? You're not upset? The old man looked like a child afraid of being scolded, needing to make sure Tina wasn't angry. It's fine, old man. Just don't forget to cancel that life bond between me and the girl, Ander thought to himself. It wasn't that he was heartless. No one would truly enjoy having their life tied to another's. The thought that his own life could be affected at any moment was not pleasant, and Ander understood that deeply now. Really, Tina said earnestly. Unlike Ander, she wasn't overthinking things. She was busy comforting the poor old mage, nodding her head again and again like a little bird pecking at grains. That's a relief. But I didn't come back empty-handed. Heh, hee. Tina, look at this. Seeing that Tina truly wasn't upset, the old mage finally relaxed. With a magician's flourish, he pulled out an ancient-looking jade ring and held it up before her eyes. Ah, it's the Asimov storage ring I wanted. How did you get it? Tina jumped up in excitement, pointing at the ring with delight. If Ander hadn't quickly reminded her, she might have blurted out something like, "That's my grandfather's ring." Humph. Besides being a dark grand mage, I'm also a level 3 thief. Taking something from that fool wasn't hard at all. Humph. That'll teach him not to look down on me. The old mage still sounded a bit angry, accidentally revealing the truth. Ander couldn't help but laugh. This old man was like a mischievous version of a legendary trickster from another world. Little girl, this ring is the prize for the first place in this competition. Here you go. The old KGB agent casually took the Asimov storage ring, which Tina claimed contained a magical artifact, and placed it into Tina's hand as if discarding trash. Now that I have the ring, I just need the first place. What should I do about that? The old KGB agent paid no attention to Tina, who was clutching the ring tightly. He grabbed her messy hair and started spinning around the laboratory again. Ander couldn't understand. How could this old man keep spinning around without knocking over all the bottles and jars on the ground? There are several good contestants in this competition, aiming for first place. The old KGB agent paused, carefully scanning Tina for half a minute, then resumed his wild spinning, like a chicken pecking at the ground. Getting first place is impossible. What is her mentor thinking? Such a weak girl, how could she win? Could her mentor be a prophet? No, that doesn't make sense. Prophets wouldn't predict such detailed things, the old man muttered to himself as he spun around. His voice was quiet, but Ander could hear him clearly. Ander thought to himself, "Old man, why don't you help me break the bond of life and death first? Why are you just overthinking?" He wanted Tina to speak up, but seeing her lost and distracted, Ander felt embarrassed to ask. Tina had lost her parents at a young age and lived with her grandfather. Maybe she was reminiscing about her loved ones now. Suddenly, Ander understood her feelings. The so-called artifact was just an excuse. Tina simply wanted to reclaim her loved one's belongings. The only person who truly cared for her was no longer here. Without a reason to live, her life would be filled with despair and sadness. For the spirit totem, I will risk everything. The old KGB agent suddenly slapped his head, stopping his spinning, and stared intently at Tina. "Tina, would you like me to be your adoptive grandpa? Teresa said you have no other family, right?" The old man's eyes darted around nervously, afraid Tina would refuse. His plan was simple. If Tina agreed, he could openly break the Academy's rules and help her as her grandfather, not just as her dark magic mentor. With powerful equipment and a dark magic master backing her, how could Tina still fail to win first place? Once the first prize is received, the young girl's mentor should appear now, right? Thinking about how Tina's mysterious mentor actually practices undead totem magic, the old KGB man feels anxious. He is very eager to learn more about undead totems. Grandpa, hearing this familiar word, Tina, with tears in her eyes, suddenly feels emotional. She can't hold back her sadness. In her mind, the old KGB man transforms into her kind grandfather. She softly calls out and hugs him, crying loudly and calling, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Oh no, why make it so sad? Ander, watching from the side, feels a bit sad and helplessly turns his head away. He is pretending to be a low-level undead and can't move freely. The old KGB man has spent his life studying undead magic, so he never married. He doesn't understand deep family bonds. When he accepted Tina as his granddaughter, it was mainly to have a cover for cheating. But when he saw her crying, he suddenly felt a long-forgotten family love. He is over 60 years old, with only about 20 or 30 years left to live. Why not enjoy some family happiness? From being unsure at first, To gently patting Tina's head and comforting her, the old KGB man begins to act more like a caring grandfather. With his clumsy comfort, Tina's emotions gradually settle, and she stops crying. Naturally, Anders' comforting words also help. All right, Tina, don't cry. From now on, everything will be decided by Grandpa. I wonder who would dare to. Just as the old KGB man is confidently making promises, a loud roar like a lion's roar comes from outside the laboratory. Old KGB, you old thing, come out here. The old KGB man's words of comfort suddenly get stuck. They found out so quickly this time. If they catch us red-handed, it's over. Good granddaughter, hide in the secret room. Grandpa needs to go out and deal with this. The old KGB man hurriedly uses dark magic to open the secret room of the laboratory. He pushes and pulls, stuffing Ander and Tina inside, then quickly closes the magic door of the secret room. A short, goblin-like old KGB man, dressed in a bright red mage robe, and a furious old man with golden hair, Hamilton, with a lion-like roar. Hiding in the secret room, Andy laughed as he watched the laboratory through the crystal ball. The two old men stared at each other and shouted, which was very funny. Especially old KGB, who was stomping his feet and arguing loudly, clearly trying to spray spit at the other. It looked like he was deliberately aiming at the other's forehead. Thinking about it now, there's no point in rushing. To break the life contract, he probably has to wait until the old KGB finishes fighting. Andy relaxed and watched the big show. The image in the crystal ball was clear, but strangely silent. This made Andy quite annoyed. He could only observe carefully and try to guess what the two old men were arguing about. Mr. Andy, I want to give you this. The girl Gina, who had been standing beside Andy, suddenly tugged at his arm and spoke. Under the light of the magic lamp in the secret room, Andy turned his head and was startled. What Gina was holding. Was it human skin? This is the magic artifact my grandfather mentioned. He said it's useful against spirits. So, I want to give it to you. Thank you, Mr. Andy, for taking care of Gina. Gina looked a bit shy as she looked at the human skin in her hand, then continued, Mr. Andy, you are a good person. Am I a good person? Or is it just a simple girl saying that? Suddenly receiving a good person card felt strange to Andy. Honestly, I haven't done anything wrong, and I can't do anything now. So, does that mean I don't get the good person card? Hee, Gina, you're saying nice things. I didn't help you much. Andy looked at the human skin in Gina's hand. At first, he didn't care, but then he noticed a golden thread. Human skin with a golden thread? Useful against spirits? Could it be? Could this be a second artifact, the disguise of Egmont? In the final stage of the divine and demon war in the main world, alongside the genius mage Asimov, there was a demon alchemist named Egmont. His most famous work was the magic artifact, Voidblade, used by the demon Lord Soren. And just below the Voidblade, there was this second artifact called Disguise of Egmont. This equipment was commissioned by Egmont from a powerful Lich King. The front is sewn from the most refined part of a three-headed shining unicorn skin, while the inside is lined with a whole sheet of fallen unicorn skin. After a very complex process, it was finally sewn into a complete human skin form. Thanks to Egmont's brilliant design, any humanoid undead wearing this disguise will emit a pure, holy feeling like a shining unicorn. More importantly, this equipment can simulate human speech. Of course, it also has some problems. No matter what kind of undead wears it, except for dark magic contracts, it cannot produce any dark spells. Additionally, because its outer layer is made from 3 shining unicorn skins, it is soft and smooth like human skin after tanning. However, Egmont could only use enchanted gold thread for the final sewing, which is hidden at the armpits and groin. Carefully examining what Tina is holding, Andy concluded that this is indeed Egmont's disguise. Honestly, Andy is very excited now. If he gets this equipment and then breaks the life-death contract with the girl, keeping only the dark mutual aid contract, he could freely travel between the two worlds. Tina, I need to tell you that although this item is very useful to me, it is truly a magical artifact. My help to you is not enough to match its value. Are you sure you really want to give it to me? Although he really wanted to have it, Andy managed to suppress his impulse. He knelt slightly in front of Tina, placing his bony hands on her delicate shoulders, and asked seriously. Andy never thought of himself as a gentleman, but he also didn't want to be a bad person, at least not in front of Tina. I want to give it to you. Uncle Andy, I understand what you mean, but I really want to give it to you. The girl nodded without hesitation and placed the seemingly human skin disguise of Akmond on Andy's bony hands. Thank you, Tina. Andy said nothing more, only holding on to a thought in his heart, a thought to let the girl live happily. He believed his help to the girl was not worth such a precious item, so he would remember this moment. Little girl, I will make sure you are happy for a lifetime. Ander was about to make a promise when Tina's mental strength suddenly drained away. Bright flashes appeared, and Ander was transported back to the undead plane. During the plane shift, Ander instinctively clutched tightly to the disguise of Amon. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a skeleton graveyard. Why did I lose my mental strength at such a critical moment? Ander sat down heavily on the ground, feeling the uneven stone beneath him. He shifted slightly to get comfortable. After settling in, Ander continued to feel annoyed. The issue of the life bond with Tina was still unresolved. He wanted to raise his hand to scratch his head, but felt it was a bit heavy. Looking down, he suddenly became excited and jumped up. The disguise of Amon still remained in his hand. This equipment could bypass the rules and travel across different worlds. That meant, I understand now. I know how to use the metal materials from the main world. Ander suddenly realized the solution to a problem that had troubled him for a long time. He cheered happily on the stone he had just sat on. Master, I can tolerate you sitting on my head just now. But you're seriously insulting my dignity as a Black Knight now. Please don't step on my head anymore. Suddenly, the voice of Black Knight Docning came from the ground. Ander looked down and realized he had been stepping on Docning's unlucky head all this time. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you throwing your head here? Ander quickly moved his foot off Docning's left armor plate, surprised and confused. Master, it's because the skeleton armor you gave me fell apart again. I need the body of the Disaster Knight King. I need it. Docning's endless resentment was as intense as a curse from a necromancer. So, you're saying I need to be level 10 to break the life bond? Ander, wrapped tightly in his black cloak, looked frustrated as he once again wanted to confirm. Grandpa KGB always says it like this. Little Tina, whose face was still flushed, glanced at Ander and quickly looked away, too embarrassed. Just now, when Ander came from the spirit realm, Tina thought he was in his usual skeleton form. But after the glow faded, he appeared as a tall, strong man, and he was, oh my, just thinking about his rugged face, firm chest muscles, and that part of a man, made Tina feel so shy. Because of this, Tina didn't even have time to wonder why Ander's hair was pure black. And Ander felt even more relieved. If Grandpa KGB hadn't gone into the lab early this morning to work on the blood totem door plate, if Ander hadn't seized the chance and quickly covered Tina's mouth before she screamed, if he hadn't gone to great lengths to explain that the man with black hair was him, Ander, and not some exhibitionist, then who knows what trouble might have happened. Ander was still scared. He had spent the whole night trying to put on the disguise of Amon, and just when Tina asked for help, he forgot that once he put on Amon's disguise, he was basically. He only checked if Tina was alone, then appeared in front of her completely bare. This magic artifact really is amazing. It perfectly simulated Ander's consciousness from his soul fire, making his face turn red too. Actually, Ander wanted to tell Tina that he was just a deaf person's ears. But he thought, if Tina asked why he was just a decoration, it would be hard to explain. So he gave up on that idea and focused on what Tina had just told him about breaking the soul bond. As long as Ander reaches level 10 to become a Death Lord, or Tina becomes a mid-level necromancer who can summon the Wailing Banshee at will, Grandpa KGB can break the contract by offering a sacrifice to the Grim Reaper, Heidike. Should Ander level up to 10? Ander wanted to, but what about the sacrifice that the Grim Reaper Heidike requires? If death is not satisfied, it will surely lead to being destroyed by others. So, this method was actually suggested by the old KGB agent. Although he mainly specializes in undead curses, there are quite a few ways to help skeleton mages level up faster. Of course, the old KGB agent also mentioned that it would take at least 30 to 50 years. Just 30 to 50 years? Anders would rather go find the Lord of Death for tea and a chat. At least that way, he might die faster. Level 10, level 10. Anders feels endless resentment toward this term. Should I help Tina level up to become a mid-level undead mage? In the main world, a talented undead mage would need at least over 10 years to go from apprentice to mid-level. But Anders suddenly thought of a possible solution. The contract of life and death is actually a two-way contract. Simply put, Tina can summon Anders to the main world, and conversely, Anders can summon Tina to the undead realm. Of course, living beings' bodies can't pass through the laws of the undead realm. Tina's soul can enter the undead realm, but her body will stay in the main world, in a deep sleep. Earlier, Anders didn't summon the girl to the undead realm. First, because he wasn't fully at ease with her and didn't want to reveal his power. Second, because he simply didn't have the time. And third, he couldn't trust the place where Tina used to live. Now, Anders has almost no suspicion of the girl. He found her grandfather's belongings, and by a twist of fate, she even recognized the old KGB agent as her god-grandfather. Now, Tina lives safely in the KGB agent's mage tower, with no worries about safety. So, how about taking the girl to the undead realm to speed up her training? By the way, can we skip Tina's match today? Anders played a little trick. What he really meant was to ask Tina to give up all her matches in the Bowing Magic tournament. It's too dangerous, isn't it? He already has what he needs. Why participate in such a risky competition? Tournament? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Uncle Anders. Grandpa KGB said that although I didn't get first place, Dean Hamilton gave me a special spot, so I can directly join the top 30 matches. So, Tina winked at Anders, and then smiled happily as she continued. So, Tina doesn't need to participate in the preliminary rounds. She can wait 20 days and then join the top 30 competition. Actually, I don't really want to compete either. I'm worried I might cause trouble for Uncle Andre. Please forgive me, Uncle Andre. Tina spoke, but her words became a bit awkward, and her expression showed regret and unease. Before Andre could speak, she suddenly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Andre. If Grandpa KGB hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that the life contract could affect your life. At this point, what's the use of apologizing? Andre reached out to hold her, and surprisingly, the touch was very real. Tina's skin felt nice. Andre almost got distracted. Haha, it's okay. There's a saying in my world. Innocent until proven guilty. Besides, without Tina's call, how could I have a chance to appear again as a human? Don't say sorry anymore. I might get angry. Andre patted Tina's head and changed the subject. Tina, do you want to go to the world where I live and train for a few days? Just so you know, if you get scared and cry, I won't help you wipe your tears. Actually, Andre just wanted to see if Tina was interested in training in the spirit realm. If she was willing, he would take her to try. If not, he wouldn't force her. Yes, I want to. I've always wanted to see what the spirit realm looks like. Uncle Andre, you can't change your mind after you say yes. Tina cheered happily, shaking off her earlier embarrassment and showing her excitement. Little Tina, who had been hurt by her grandfather's passing, was gradually becoming more like a curious, innocent girl full of wonder. No changing your mind, no changing your mind. But first, you need to talk to Grandpa KGB. Remember, don't mention anything about me right now. Okay, I'll wait for your news in the spirit realm. Andre gently pinched her nose and disappeared in a flash of white light. 20 days. Let's give it a try. Tonight at midnight, there will be an update. Next week is the last week to compete for new rankings. I hope everyone will support us. Thanks in advance. Is this the spirit realm? Under the dark, gloomy sky, Tina's soul form appeared as a faint shadow. The little girl, floating close to Ander, looked around with curiosity and a bit of fear at this legendary, very evil world. Ander, who had shed his disguise as Igmond and returned to his skeleton form, nodded. This is my temporary home. You can call it the skeleton cemetery. He pointed casually, but there was a hint of showing off. Ander's servants had already lined up neatly outside the stone house according to their ranks. This is the world of the dead. There are no flowers, birds, insects, or fish here, only endless death. Are you scared now? Ander turned to glance at Tina with interest and asked. Since she hopes for happiness in the future, she should slowly understand and accept these things. If she chooses to become a necromancer, then she should have a heart suited to that profession. A necromancer who fears death and undead creatures will never become powerful. In terms of knowledge, Ander, who has read Kashnikov's notes thoroughly, is definitely not inferior to the old KGB agent. What Ander lacks is understanding and practice of low to mid-level necromancy spells. After all, many things recorded in Kashnikov's notes are outdated now, and the content is very advanced. For someone who can't read much, he can only guess at famous world classics. Ander is fortunate that he's in this situation now, mostly guessing his way through Kashnikov's notes. But enough of that. Let's continue with Tina's story. Tina's grandfather was killed by Count CHEATS. Ander had long noticed that Tina had never given up on revenge for her grandfather. Killing to pay debts is fair. Ander had only met Count CHEATS once. He was a mountain of flesh, seemingly harmless. But the problem was, Count CHEATS was always accompanied by several high-level knights, some mages, and a few priests of the light, people Ander disliked. Through Tina's soul form, Ander saw the stone pillars at the edge of the skeleton cemetery. Anyone has potential, like the skeleton Lord Reed, who is skilled at repairing stone pillars. Forget about these problems for now. Our main task is to help the young girl become stronger. Andy looked away and focused on the young girl's blurry face in her soul state. Are you afraid? Without waiting for her answer, Andy sent his thoughts again. Actually, Andy knew the answer. Tina's expression already revealed her feelings. No, Tina is not afraid. Just as Andy sighed, ready to ask if the girl wanted revenge for her grandfather, the girl surprisingly responded, her voice trembling. All right, follow me. These spirits are my servants. In this world where the strong eat the weak, only I and they won't devour your living soul. So, you must remember their names and what they look like, understand? Andy, pretending to be tough and not noticing the obvious fear in the girl, led her and her soul shadow toward his servants. Though necromancers might be powerful in the main world, in the undead realm, low-level necromancers are not much safer than low-level skeleton mages when they appear as living souls. The tempting living souls exposed in the undead world attract almost all spirits to hunt and devour them. Therefore, Andy had to speak firmly to make Tina understand how dangerous this was. But he believed he could keep Tina safe. And's method was very simple. When danger appeared, the first thing to do was send Tina back to the main world. But if he did that, she wouldn't get stronger through experience. When introducing his servant team to Tina, Andy suddenly had an idea. Since spirits can devour living souls, what if living souls could instead swallow the fire of the undead soul? Andy kept this thought in mind, but dared not try it with Tina. If something went wrong, Andy himself might not survive. He wouldn't risk his life on experiments. Tina, in her soul form, listened with some fear as Andy explained his undead servants. He also described the fierce battles among spirits and the pain of having their soul fire devoured, which made Tina even more afraid to stay close to him. Well, since Tina isn't afraid, let's rest a bit and then go out for a walk. Ander did not tell the truth again. His meaning of going for a walk was actually hunting. Okay, Uncle Ander. The young girl was still very obedient. At the edge of the skeleton cemetery, Ander, on a sudden whim, ordered his servants to surround more than 10 level 1 and level 2 skeleton soldiers all at once. Tina first cast a Thought of the Abyss on the skeleton mages, then cast Wind Spirit on the warrior-type undead in front. He directed the melee skeleton with a giant axe, the Gamma, the bone mastiff, and the Black Knight Dakin to take their positions. Ander did not let the skeleton Lord Reed use his intimidation skill, but instead gave clear orders to Tina. Perhaps out of fear, Tina did not think to ask what Ander was planning, but simply followed the commands and cast these two skills. Under the influence of the Contract of Life and the Dark Mutual Aid Contract, Ander's undead forces grew stronger. The dozen or so skeleton soldiers gathered in the center, sensing danger, had already huddled together. Attack! Ander waved his bony hand, giving a dismissive command. The dozen or so prepared skeletons, bound and ready, trapped the surrounding skeletons in place. The melee undead servants, eager to fight, lunged forward with claws and teeth. All resistance was futile. With the wind spirit's speed boost, Ander's warrior servants charged like tigers into a flock of sheep. As they fought, skulls and broken bones fell onto the rotten ground, flying everywhere. After a moment, more than 10 faint skeleton soul fires were sent to Ander. This brief scene of slaughter was naturally seen entirely by the young girl, Tina. Her soul shadow widened her eyes in disbelief. "Uncle Ander, why did you do this?" Unable to hold back, the girl finally asked aloud. "First, this shows that survival of the fittest is the true nature of the undead world. Second, it's just to help you level up quickly. If you want to avenge your grandfather, you must accept all this." Ander casually distributed the soul fires to his waiting undead servants without looking back. Under the bright daylight, in broad daylight, a wizard jumped out from behind a big tree, holding a half-broken staff, pointing at the readers who were deeply engrossed in their books and shouting loudly, "Everyone be kind. Be kind, please. I want to earn some reward points." Main text. It took about 7 or 8 hours. Ander stood quietly by the edge of the Blackwater River. The dirty water reflected nothing of his disguise as Egmont. Compared to Ander in the main world, he found that allowing the young girl to appear in the undead realm lasted for about a third of a day. After using up all his mental energy, the girl was naturally sent back to the main world by Ander. Meanwhile, the undead servants, well-fed and satisfied, had already been sent along the river to scatter and pick up metal grains. If this experiment succeeds, perhaps the Black Knight Dakning won't complain about using a knight's skill and having his body shattered so easily. Watching the busy servants, Ander had no intention of helping. He bent down, plunging his arm into the water. The icy coolness of the river seeped into his soul fire, making Ander quickly pull back his arm. He smiled bitterly. He missed the feeling of no human senses before. Now that he had the sharp senses from Egmont's disguise, it felt awkward. Could it be that he had truly become used to being undead? Shaking off this depressing thought, Ander tried to recall what he had just done. Forcing a simple girl to witness continuous slaughter, and even asking her to keep helping the slaughtering side. Was that a bit too cold-blooded? Ander asked himself in his heart. No, I just want to help her become stronger quickly, so she can avenge herself. Breaking the contract of life is just a secondary goal, Ander quickly convinced himself. But in truth, he was having trouble figuring out his real purpose. People always have selfish sides. Forget it, forget it. I am now undead. I am undead. Survival is my top priority. Maybe I should let the girl get used to it for a day or two, then go to the zombie cave? Seeing that the amount of metal bones and metal fish was enough for today's collection, Ander gathered his skeleton servants and strode back recklessly. Unlike usual, Ander, disguised as Egmont, emitted faint light energy from his body. None of the undead servants dared to come within 3 steps of him. Undead are born enemies of light. Ander naturally understood that even if he boldly ran around, he couldn't find a solution. He could only hope that continuous wearing would help his servants gradually get used to it. Although the bright unicorn is a high-level light-type magical beast, its skin naturally has the effect of dispelling evil and darkness. However, the disguise of Egmont used a light unicorn skin that had already been treated long ago, so its light attribute was much weaker. Back at the skeleton cemetery, Ander had to remove Egmont's disguise once more to use the bone reanimation spell. Darkening, fragile skeleton bones can't hold your powerful Black Knight skills. How about this? Let's coat your body and your bone dogs with a layer of metal, his tone was asking, but his words left no room for refusal. Ander was determined to do what he planned, and his servants had no choice but to obey. But you said you would give me the body of the King of Calamity Knights. Darkening kept thinking about Ander's promise, eager to get the body of the Calamity Knight King. That was such a high-level being. His eyes shone with longing. Choose one. Either coat yourself in metal bones to fight for me, strengthening your power before heading to the Withered Forest, or I'll throw you into the Withered Forest right now, where soul-eating ghosts, wailing banshees, and void spirits are everywhere. Of course, before they tear your soul apart, you'll see the body of the Calamity Knight King I promised you, Ander explained patiently. Darkening, the Black Knight, was far smarter than most of Ander's other servants, probably a few years ahead in age. He didn't speak again because higher-level undead feared death even more. In their decayed, lifeless bodies, there was an endless desire to live. Isn't that ironic? The existence of undead depends on depriving others of their right to live. The higher their level, the more they feel this sadness. Some become mad and chaotic, unwilling to stop killing. Others fall into confusion and hate life. Their ultimate fate is to be destroyed, completely erased. Only the death god Hydike at the top of the realm can transcend all this. In the words of the Kashnikov notes, this sense of sadness flickers in and out, always present. Despite being proud and rebellious, the Black Knight Dakning has not yet reached the level of seeing through life and death or not caring about his soul fire. He submits to Ander and no longer argues. If he were torn apart by several ghosts that could devour souls, and his soul fire was shattered into countless pieces, the pain would be unimaginable. The Black Knight only knows that if he sees Ander slightly move and surrenders his soul fire fragments, he would feel unbearable pain. Satisfied, Ander looked at the Black Knight and was the first to enter the Skull Tombstone house. His undead servants leapt in and placed containers filled with metal bone fragments in the corner. The number of metal bone fish is decreasing. Is it because I caught them too quickly, or were there never many to begin with? Ander looked at his harvest today and scratched his head with a squeaking sound. The metal bone fragments on the nearby beach are also getting fewer. If this continues, Ander will have to move elsewhere. His secret weapon now is the undead warriors with reinforced bones or weapons. If the modifications can't continue, what else can he rely on? Shaking off these unpleasant thoughts, Ander asked the Black Knight Dakning to move all the bone fragments in front of him and pour them into the circles he drew with his bone staff. Honored Master, you want a noble Black Knight to do these lowly tasks for undead minions? Are you? Are you insulting my knightly honor? The Black Knight Dakning refused to move obediently and kept whining to Ander. When transmitting his thoughts, he even dared to lift his chin high, risking his life. Bang! The poor Black Knight's forehead was hit hard, and he even felt his hidden soul fire inside his skull tremble. Stop talking to me about knightly honor. Do you believe I will dismantle you into pieces right now? Ander lowered his bone staff, which he used as a hammer, and scolded the pitiful Black Knight. His manner and gestures strangely resembled an old KGB agent from the main world. After a harsh scolding, the Black Knight Dakning obediently moved the bone fragments and no longer dared to speak of knightly honor. Bah! In front of the master, you still talk about knightly honor? If you don't move them, do you think I will do it myself? Ander sat on a stone chair nearby, tilting his chin high with a satisfied look. You must ensure that your servants never dare to oppose your will at any time. End of Skeleton Divider. I recommend another book written by Guyu Dada called The Porcelain King, ISBN 108-5622. It is a historical novel, but this one is a serious story about farming and life. If you like history and are interested in ancient ceramics, you should check it out. It's very well written. Turn around. Ander, looking tired, continued giving orders to Dakonin, who had become a whole-size chubbier after his transformation and evolution. The Black Knight no longer looked like a chubby baby. With a strong skeleton and a knight's helmet, he looked quite fierce. Following Ander's command, the Black Knight turned around and showed his back, covered in white bones. Spine. Ander scratched his head helplessly. Attaching a layer of metal bone particles to other bones was easy, but the spine was a big problem. If it's made too thick, the joints between the vertebrae would get stuck, and the spine wouldn't move anymore. What could it do then? After gesturing for a while, Ander finally decided to carefully attach a thin layer of metal bone particles to Dakonin's spine. Ander had observed this many times. After using the Black Knight's skills, the skeleton would usually fall apart, except for the spine, which remained mostly intact. Patiently controlling his work and exhausted, Ander finally finished transforming Dakonin and stepped out of the stone house. After using a lot of mental energy, he naturally needed to go hunting. The Black Knight Dakonin, covered in bone spurs, followed closely behind. He held a battle knife in his right hand, made from the remaining metal bone particles Ander had used based on his memory. The sleek, streamlined battle knife looked exactly like the blood-red sword he saw in the Skeleton Mage Temple when he encountered Lord Cauldron Skeleton Mage. While Ander was busy summoning undead servants, a strange scene suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. To the north of the Bone Plain, toward the bloodied plateau, a towering, pure white beam of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the dark undead world. That was The power of light. While Ander was very surprised, the skeletons in the skeleton cemetery had already started to panic. The skeletons who dislike light hurriedly looked for any dark place to hide. Only Ander's undead servants remained by his side, because of his earlier command. It is true that light energy is very unpleasant. Ander instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes, but refused to look away. He kept staring at the distant beam of light. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the white light pillar suddenly collapsed and shattered into countless streaks of light. First, the entire skeleton cemetery briefly lit up, then quickly darkened again. Countless bright magic forces rushed through Ander's body, making his bones creak, and the soul fire inside his skull flickered wildly. Ander felt a cold shiver. While giving orders to his undead servants, he quickly fell to the ground. Such powerful light energy. Even from so far away from the light pillar, he still felt a strong impact. In just a moment, Ander's originally clear bones developed many tiny cracks. Looking at the other skeletons, their condition was even worse. The mindless low-level skeletons, under the storm of bright energy, disintegrated or their soul fires scattered and disappeared. What's going on? Could it be that the god of light's realm has declared war on the undead plane? Lying on the ground, Ander hurriedly guessed. But that seemed unlikely. If the god of light, Trist, was going to fight, he would probably team up with the demon Lord Soren. According to Kashnikov's notes, the realm of the god of light and the demon plane often fought every few thousand years. The undead plane. 3,000 years ago, death god Hydric declared neutrality, at least outwardly. So, how could such strong light energy suddenly appear in the world of the undead? Ander was confused. Could it be that after Kashnikov was killed by the death god, he also had a falling out with the realm of the god of light? Before Ander could figure it out, a violent shaking came from underground, making him feel like a ball bouncing on the ground. The stone house where Ander was staying also creaked and groaned. It was as if dust and ashes accumulated over many years were being shaken loose, covering Ander in dirt and dust. Why is there such a big commotion? Even an earthquake happened. What exactly is going on? Hey, Dakonin, do you know what this is? After the big earthquake subsided, Ander didn't rush to stand up. Instead, he looked around with a face full of dust and asked Dakonin. No, I don't know. Master at Undead. Unfortunately, a piece of brick and stone fell from the sky and hit Dakonin directly. Dakonin, who was lying stiffly on the ground, was still dizzy and couldn't answer clearly. Ander glanced at the other undead servants. Luckily, he gave commands in time, so no servants died, only a few lost arms or legs. He couldn't get much information from the Black Knight, so Ander had to ask the skeleton Lord Reed. But Reed was too new and low-ranked to provide useful details. What is really going on? While Ander was furious, several powerful wills swept across the sky from the bone plane, heading straight for the white light pillar. The undead king just wants to know what's happening. It's so simple. I don't know when we'll be able to. We're still afraid to level up to 10 and become lords. Ander muttered enviously, sensing that these passing wills were all from high-level undead kings. Then he remembered his frustration about being only level 10 and felt so annoyed that he kept banging his head against the dark red ground. He waited on the ground for a long time, making sure nothing similar would happen again. Only then did Ander finally get up, sticking his pelvis out. The earlier work of transforming Dakonin had drained Ander's mental energy. Now, he didn't even have the strength to repair his injured servants. Naturally, Ander turned his gaze to the surviving skeletons. Those skeletons that had just escaped disaster could no longer run away this time. Whatever Ander liked, they could only serve as nourishment. Before the red moon rose again, Ander finished repairing all the undead servants. While healing them, Ander clearly felt that their soul fires were all troubled, more or less chaotic and disordered. It was that bright energy storm. Ander knew exactly what was wrong. The direct impact of bright energy was too damaging to undead spirits. Actually, Andre thought he should be glad that the location of the skeleton cemetery was quite good. It was on a small hill across the Blackwater Underworld River, which at least blocked most of the brightness storm. The entrance faced the direction where the brightness storm was happening, and the surrounding area was filled with low, flat zombie caves. This time, yes, zombie caves. Andre's eyes lit up. Suddenly, He felt that this unexpected event was a great opportunity. The damage to the zombie caves was much worse than to the skeleton cemetery. The originally wide cave entrance had collapsed mostly, leaving only a narrow passage just wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The low-level zombies wandering outside the caves were also heavily injured, with limbs torn off and disgusting zombie flesh everywhere. The surviving low-level zombies, as Andre expected, were almost all in chaos, howling and fighting each other. Just like the skeleton cemetery, where the skeleton Lord Reed existed, most of the creatures born within the cemetery were skeletons. In the zombie caves, because of the electric zombie lord, most of what was born there were zombies. The presence of a necromancer lord greatly suppresses the birth of other types of undead in its territory, according to the laws of the undead. And any undead settlement with a lord rarely sees its low-level undead attack each other under the deterrence of a high-level undead lord. This is also part of the undead laws. However, after the brightness storm passed, Andre noticed that the soul fire of skeleton Lord Reed had become chaotic. The low-level skeletons in the cemetery, which had been peaceful before, started attacking each other and even attacking Lord Reed himself. Could low-level undead dare to attack a ruling undead lord? This was very important. Andre didn't have time to rest. He led his undead servants straight to the zombie caves. It proved that Andre's guess was correct. The zombie caves hit harder by the brightness storm were in even worse condition. Uncle Andre, what is this place? Ah, so many zombies. Tina, summoned from the main plane by Andre, still looked tired. She yawned and asked, then saw the howling, fighting zombies, and was so frightened her face turned pale. This place is called Zombie Caves. Tina, don't be afraid. They are just our prey. It's okay. Just cast your spells to help your servants. Ander comforted the young girl and then prepared to leave. He wasn't sure how long the chaos among the zombies would last, so to get the most benefit, he needed to clear the area quickly. Inside the zombie cave, the howls of the zombie lord echoed constantly, wild and angry. Ander felt eager to listen more. The electric zombie lord was surely under attack and seemed to be injured. Such a great opportunity. How could Ander let it go? Feeling Ander's excitement, Tina, in her spirit form, didn't ask any more questions. She obediently released the wind spirit and the shadow of the abyss. After a short rest, Tina struggled but managed to cast her third support spell, Bone Armor, on each of Ander's warrior-like servants. Bone Armor, a basic undead support spell that adds a layer of bone armor to the undead. The size of the armor depends on the undead wizard's level and skill. Ander recognized it at once. Tina's bone armor was thin and small, offering little protection. But this was her first spell she cast voluntarily, and Ander didn't give her any commands. That was a good sign. If Tina always cast spells under Ander's control, that wouldn't be good. Her third undead buff spell? Not a summoning spell, nor an attack spell? Tina, are you sure? You want to be a support-type undead wizard? Ander asked, a bit surprised. A support undead wizard, giving up all attack spells and focusing only on buffing undead. Such a wizard, with almost no offensive power, usually only exists in the main plane's armies to strengthen their summoned undead soldiers. Tina didn't answer. She just nodded gently but firmly under Ander's gaze. From now on, she would have her own dedicated support undead wizard. Ander couldn't say much more. He understood her intentions completely. She was putting all her chips on him. Even if their life bond was broken, Ander couldn't abandon her. He was not a cold or unkind person. Since you gave me the disguise of Amon, Uncle couldn't help but assist you. Do you understand what I mean? After a long while, Andre finally conveyed his message to the young girl. Tina looked at Andre, still silent. She first shook her head lightly, then nodded more firmly. The head shake meant she chose to help voluntarily, and the nod meant she understood that he would take care of her. Andre wanted to reach out and pat the girl's head, but he remembered she was now in a spiritual state, so he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Seeing Andre's embarrassment, the girl made a funny face at him and then burst into giggles. Oh no, such embarrassment. Andre was very annoyed. He gritted his teeth and made a few grumpy sounds at the girl, then quickly turned away to command his undead servants to attack. Chaotic zombies are much easier to deal with than normal ones. Plus, many of these zombies are not whole. The impact of the bright storm made the zombie's skin, which was as tough as armor, turn to paper-like material. With little effort, Andre directed his servants to clear about a third of the zombies outside the cave. He then had the zombie souls' fire devoured by his servants, replenishing all his combat troops, except Tina, who was not allowed to absorb the undead fire. The chaos among the zombies was gradually weakening. Andre didn't want to miss this good opportunity, so he kept commanding his servants to speed up and finish off the remaining zombies outside the cave. Gradually, Andre reached near the collapsed entrance of the cave. At that moment, a loud roar and growl came from inside the zombie cave, followed by the sound of stones being pushed aside. Andre immediately ordered his servants to retreat and assumed a defensive stance. Dark Knight Dakin and Skeleton Lord Reed, the two elite reserve forces Andre had carefully kept, moved to the front. Just as Andre hurriedly arranged his defenses, the remaining part of the collapsed zombie cave roared, and the creatures pushed aside some large stones from the collapse and charged out. Overall, there are two. Just a quick shout, I want to recommend votes. To Anders' surprise, the two creatures that appeared were not the electric zombie lord, but two black zombie guards. The original clothes of the two zombie guards had long since turned into rags. Their green blood flowed freely, revealing their stiff, muscular bodies. After rushing out of the zombie cave, perhaps sensing the threat from Anders' group, the two black zombie guards stopped about 3 steps away. They leaned forward slightly, their black skin arms hanging stiffly, with sharp, long zombie claws about 3 to 4 inches long. Their eyes flashed with fierce light, and they roared lowly at Anders' side. Anders wouldn't give the black zombies a chance to attack first. As soon as he sent out an attack intention, 3 bone dogs, already sneaking around behind the guards, leapt high and struck first. The bone dogs aimed for the zombie guards' wrists. In the chaos, the black zombie guards reacted slowly. Except for one bone dog that missed, the other 2 each tightly clamped onto a guard's wrist. Although their black skin was cracked and scarred from the bright storm's impact, Anders' metal teeth in the bone dogs' mouths still couldn't tear through the black zombie guards' wrists. But bone dogs are indeed strong. Their powerful bites far surpass other low-level undead. They didn't bite off the guards' arms completely, but their teeth sank in deep. No matter how the guards fought back, they couldn't free themselves. One of the black zombie guards, with only one hand free, roared and swung the remaining free hand, using its sharp claws to slash at the bone dogs' bodies. Their claws were extremely sharp, and even with the thickest metal layer Anders had added to the bone dogs, they still caused splinters and blood to fly. Anders wouldn't let the black guards tear apart his precious bone dogs. Dakin and Reed, both powerful fighters, charged forward without hesitation. The Black Knight Dakin used his first skill, Dark Impact, but it was resisted by the black zombies. Feeling that the failure of his skill was to his knightly pride, Dakin gritted his teeth and activated his strongest skill, Black Knight Charge. Like a wild bull, the Black Knight charges into the battlefield, swinging his sword. He sacrifices most of his left chest ribs to knock away the surprised black zombie guard on his left. Charge. Amidst the heavy guards, Andy senses a chance after the Black Knight's brave attack. His loyal bone dog, Sanmao, nearby, receives his command. At the same time, a dark energy, long prepared, bursts out from his staff, along with N's undead magic. His skeleton mage army also releases their spells. Sanmao lunges forward, biting the left hand of the black zombie guard, which is still able to move freely. At the same time, the dark magic Andy casts arrives. A large cloud of rotten fog and decay spells wrap around the zombies on the ground, suppressing them. The Black Knight, Dakin, ignores everything. He grips his sword tightly and swings a heavy slash at the black zombie hidden behind the fog. With a loud clang, the front part of Dakin's sword flies out, taking a stream of zombie blood with it. After a series of clattering sounds, Dakin's skeleton body shatters into pieces, losing all fighting ability. And skeleton army, strengthened by his dark magic, also cannot withstand 3 consecutive Black Knight skills. Under N's eager gaze, Sanmao the bone dog rushes out of the rotten fog, holding the severed head of the black zombie guard that Dakin cut off. Soon after, the battered big bone dog also appears. Following N's command, It bites Dakinen's head and hobbles back. Meanwhile, En's attention shifts to the other side of the battlefield. There, another scene unfolds. The other black zombie guard, having lost his left hand, flings Sanmao the second away. He is now fighting the skeleton lord, Reed. Reed is tall and strong, but not very agile. The black zombie guard, with his fast movement, has managed to cut off Reed's left leg. If Reed's bone club hadn't been so powerful, and if Sanmao II hadn't been distracting him, Reed might have been defeated. Why are you hiding? Get in there and kill that zombie. Are you afraid of death? Believe it or not, I'll extinguish your soul fire right now. Seeing the situation on this side, En's eyes turn red. He kicks the trembling Dagrama who is hiding nearby. Feeling his master's anger, Dagrama becomes terrified. This intense anger, almost like a fiery rage, caused his soul fire to go into a slight madness. For undead servants, the commands of their master are absolute. The soul fire of Dagama burned fiercely as he staggered forward. He didn't want his master to destroy him. Tina, add another layer of bone armor to Reed, targeting his legs immediately. If anyone wants to kill me, they first have to ask if I agree. Anders' thoughts came through strongly, with a wild, crazy feeling, as if he was under a spell. But, when Tina sensed Anders' furious command, she felt she would be very safe in the future. Truly safe. Ander didn't care about what Tina was thinking. He threw a spell to revive bones at the skeleton Lord Reed. The skeleton mages and their servants also cast spells, bone spears, binding bones, rotting clouds, speeding up decay. All their magic aimed at one thing. The zombie guard that was making Ander a bit crazy. Poor zombie didn't realize he had stepped into a hornet's nest. Busy fighting the skeleton lord, he was turned around and hit by 20 or 30 undead spells. He was knocked back repeatedly and finally fell to the ground. After casting the spell to revive bones, Ander immediately gritted his teeth and formed a bone spear, throwing it out. Maybe anger can improve accuracy. Ander's bone spear hit perfectly, right in the backside of the black zombie guard. Oh no, Tina couldn't stand it anymore. How could Uncle Ander do this? Even if he hated that zombie so much, he shouldn't poke him in the with a bone spear. With such a long, third leg, poor black zombie guard could no longer stand up. Dagama, threatened and scolded by Ander, rushed forward. His soul fire, already disturbed by the bright storm, was further thrown into chaos by Ander's threats. In his level 5 madness, Dagama only remembered his master Ander's last command. He waved his sharp 10 limbs, stabbing rapidly at the black zombie's 7 orifices. Kill him, kill him, kill him, so my master won't destroy me. Poor black zombie guard faced the furious Dagama. It was just bad luck for him. The black zombie guard didn't even have time to resist before Dagama stabbed its head, causing a large. The undead frenzy is a strange state that greatly boosts a zombie's attack or defense. Also, once the zombie escapes the frenzy, its intelligence improves significantly. Currently, Dagama is in a typical attack boost frenzy. The bone dogs had a hard time biting through the black zombie's skin, but he just stabbed right through like slicing tofu. Stop. Your task is done. Retreat now. Ander couldn't let Dagama keep stabbing. If he continued, the black zombie's soul fire would be completely extinguished, which would be a big loss. Perhaps Dagama understood Ander's command. The frenzy stopped, and he straightened up. Then, Dagama suddenly charged into the zombie cave and quickly disappeared into the darkness behind the cave's cover. Come back. The cave is dangerous. Come back now. Dagama's unexpected move surprised Ander. He quickly called out in his mind to summon him back. There was no time to send servants after Dagama. Inside the dark zombie cave, there were crackling sounds, followed by flashes of lightning. After a loud explosion, Dagama, half of his body missing, rolled out backwards, his skeleton flickering with electric light. It's that electric zombie lord. Ander was shocked. While ordering the 3-haired bone dog to retrieve the half-dead Dagama, he swiftly summoned 3 bone shields, floating in front of him. He stepped forward, shielding Tina's soul projection behind him. All skeleton mages who knew bone shield magic cast their shields as Ander ordered. The remaining servants with broken limbs retreated quickly. Tina cast the spirit wind on the giant axe skeleton servants. Ander kept Tina behind him as he sent the mental command. The electric zombie lord finally emerged from the zombie cave. Ander let out a breath of relief. The zombie lord was alone. The other two black zombie guards were missing. Also, the zombie lord's arms hung unnaturally, as if they had been broken. If the other two black zombie guards had been there, Ander, already weakened by the attack, would have had to abandon his skeleton mage team and run away. The electric zombie lord seems to no longer be affected by the light storm. After roaring at Ander, he gathered an electric ball and threw it toward Ander's side. Perhaps because his arm was broken, the electric ball was much smaller than the one Ander saw last time. The electric ball exploded on the left side of Ander's team. Although Ander quickly adjusted the direction of all his bone shields, a few skeleton mages were still hit by flying debris and lost limbs. There is a pause between the zombie lord's two electric attacks. Ander hurriedly ordered his followers to slowly retreat, because the zombie lord's electric ball is too powerful. As Ander's team stepped back more than 10 paces, the zombie lord's second electric ball struck again. This time, several skeleton mages were hit, and after the smoke cleared, scattered bones were left behind. Fortunately, the zombie lord's electric ball did not directly destroy the soul fire. Ander ordered some quick-moving skeleton mages to rescue the broken skulls of those who had been hit and shattered. The zombie lord entered a second phase of gathering magic power. Ander took the opportunity to retreat another 10 or so steps. The 7 giant axe skeletons, which were Ander's last attack force, were abandoned along the way one by one. "Uncle Ander, are you going to give up on them?" Tina asked, confused by Ander's actions. Ander had no time to answer Tina because, in the cave behind the electric zombie lord, the soul-devouring ghost Magellan silently floated out. Help has arrived. Receiving Magellan's message, Ander's last worry was completely gone. Magellan, who had disappeared silently from the start, was actually sent by Ander into the zombie cave to scout. Ander's only request was to find the electric zombie lord and his 4 followers, then return immediately to report. There seemed to be some interference inside the zombie cave, preventing Ander from getting any information from Magellan's reconnaissance. So, Ander could only slowly retreat to buy time. He could handle the injured electric zombie lord, but the 2 black zombie guards who never appeared could turn the tide of the battle. Now, Magellan finally sent back the scouting results, and Andy felt relieved. With a clenched jaw, Andy ordered the slowly retreating skeleton mages to stop while dispersing their gathered bone shields. All the skeleton mages desperately launched attack spells at the electric zombie lord. The electric zombie lord was completely angered. It opened its bloody, mangled mouth and roared, spewing highly corrosive acid toward the densest group of skeleton mages, throwing a third electric ball. The electric ball exploded loudly, shattering almost all the skeleton mages' bones. Meanwhile, Andy had already pulled Tina aside to safety. Andy desperately held up 2 bone shields, which were shattered in 2 places, with flying bone fragments breaking 7 or 8 of his ribs. This powerful attack didn't fully calm the zombie lord. It began to gather a 4th electric ball, and behind him, Magellan, the soul-devouring ghost, was less than 3 steps away. Now was the moment. Andy ignored his disfigured face and issued an attack command to Magellan in his mind. Magellan, who was drifting cautiously toward the electric zombie lord, suddenly stopped. His phantom body rapidly expanded, and a sharp, mournful scream echoed. A huge black shield appeared out of nowhere. The electric zombie lord, who had just finished gathering the electric ball and was about to throw it, was completely enveloped by the shield. After a moment, lightning flickered inside the black shield. With a loud bang, the black shield finally shattered, sending dust, stones, and bones flying everywhere. Magellan, closest to the explosion, was immediately blown away. The 7 giant axe skeletons, who had already been ordered by Andy to lie down, got up and charged toward the explosion point with their axes. 2 guards are down. 1 was crushed by falling rocks in the cave. "You're still being trapped by Magellan's mournful cage. I wonder if you'll survive." "Ha. Axe soldiers, charge. Cut him down." As the dust settled, the electric zombie lord's arms were completely broken, his stomach was torn open, and he was still emitting black smoke from the intense electrical burns. Andy first pulled back his crooked jawbone, then burst into wild laughter in his mind. End of the venting segment. What bad luck. Around 11 o'clock, the system crashed just after I finished installing it. I just don't understand. First, my computer wasn't struck by lightning, and second, I haven't done anything evil or harmful. At that moment, I was peacefully working on my writing when the system suddenly crashed for no reason. By the way, please support me with some recommendation tickets. If defeating 2 black zombie guards earlier was a small gain, then the final battle with the zombie lord was a complete loss, or rather, a huge one. That guy actually played self-destruction. I swear, I'll give you a big circle. Ander looked angrily at the huge pit in front of the zombie cave, where the zombie lord's soul fire sparks floated everywhere. When Ander ordered his giant axe skeletons to rush forward and attack wildly, he was still hoping the zombie lord, blown to bits by his own explosion, would be helpless. Seeing the electric zombie lord being chopped into pieces by the axe skeletons, Ander thought it was over. But then he noticed something was wrong. The zombie lord roared loudly at Ander, and his eyes flickered between red and blue. That was a clear sign of a soul fire about to explode. Ander was so scared he jumped up. He immediately ordered his servants to run away quickly. Meanwhile, Ander first sent Tina's spirit image, who didn't understand what was happening, back to the main world. Then, Ander grabbed the 2 black zombie guard soul fires he had just created, tilted his head, and swallowed them. If he didn't swallow them now, once the zombie lord's soul fire exploded, the soul fires of the black zombie guards would also vanish completely. After swallowing the 2 soul fires, Ander didn't bother to digest. He held the head of the Black Knight Dakin in one hand and dragged the remaining half of Dagma in the other, then turned and ran. A Lord-level soulfire explosion was no joke. Not far behind, a huge shockwave hit Ander from behind. It was like being pushed hard from behind, causing him to fly forward and slide a long way. His poor ribs were completely broken this time. Finally, when the dust settled, Ander looked up. His servants looked terrible. Most of the skeleton mages had died, and 7 giant axe skeletons had all been destroyed. But the main servants Ander cared about were still alive and kicking. Ander's second curse was cut off as a dark cloud suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wrapping him inside. Ander reluctantly advanced to level 5. When the dark fog dispersed, Ander's many broken bones were fully repaired, and his drained mental energy was restored. So that's how it works. This time, Ander did not lose consciousness during the upgrade. He clearly felt the energy repairing his skeletal body, which gave him a deeper understanding of the servant modifications he had been working on. He realized he had taken a wrong turn. The modification of the undead body, as described in Kashnikov's notes, was indeed good. But there were better ways to do it, using containers, energy, bones, and rebirth of the withered bones. Ander's previous undead modifications only used containers, bones, and rebirth techniques. He was missing a key element, energy. He looked down at his crystal-clear skeletal hand and was overjoyed. I understand now. Injecting different amounts of energy into the bones can change their strength and shape in a fundamental way. Haha, I really get it. With this major insight, Ander completely forgot about the frustration of losing the zombie Lord Soulfire. It's just a Lord-level Soulfire, after all. 1,000 Lord-level Soulfires couldn't compare to the insight I've gained. Excited, Ander wanted to shout loudly, but unfortunately, his skull couldn't produce sound. So, he ran over to Dakinen's head, which was lying aside, and proudly declared, "You wanted the body of the Disaster Night King, right?" Humph. Ander's consciousness was halfway through transmitting his message, full of confidence. "Master, do you mean you want to equip me with the body of the Disaster King now? Great. I've been looking forward to this for a long time." Hearing this, Dakinen the Black Knight immediately perked up. "Ahem, the king's body. No, but I can give you an even stronger body than before. How about that? Isn't my master amazing?" Haha. Ander chuckled, then revealed the truth in a joking tone. "Just kidding. What does a king-level body even mean?" To gain the last bit of advantage in the zombie cave, Ander hurriedly repaired the bodies of his servants. Except for the Black Knight, he used his old, less energy-consuming methods for the others. The repair was complete, and Andy led the charge into the zombie cave. Of course, Magellan, the ghost, had already been sent ahead as a scout. Now that the zombie lord was gone and most of the zombies were still in chaos, It was a perfect opportunity. Andy wouldn't miss it. Although the zombie cave was dark and winding, with Magellan scouting ahead, every zombie along the way was caught and destroyed by An's group. After many hunts, An's followers gradually regained their strength. Inside the zombie cave, there were broken stones everywhere. Many unlucky zombies were crushed by falling rocks, their guts spilled, and their soul fires completely extinguished. As they moved forward, Andy noticed that the zombies hiding deeper inside were stronger. Naturally, his desire to hunt grew stronger too. Master, turn. Go straight. It's the zombie lord's lair. There's something strange. The ghost Dagma, scouting ahead, sent the latest information to Andy. Something strange? What is it? Andy was curious. What strange thing could the zombie lord have? It seemed impossible. It's a stone wall. Strange, Magellan answered Andy's question. A glowing stone wall. And it's disgusting. Before Andy could ask more, Magellan continued to send thoughts. A glowing stone wall. And it made Magellan feel disgusted? What's so strange about a glowing wall? No big deal, Andy thought. So, in the zombie lord's lair, are there any zombies that breathe? Andy stopped at the last turn leading into the zombie lord's den and asked again. Usually, if a zombie lord stayed underground, it would make its nest in the widest part of the cave, which should be full of ordinary zombies too. Andy didn't want to rush in blindly and get beaten up by the zombie horde. Zombies everywhere. Master. Dead. What? Dead. That's nonsense. Even if they all attacked the zombie lord, they wouldn't all be wiped out, right? Andy thought as he moved forward, passing through a narrow turn. What he saw was zombies with their soul fires extinguished everywhere, and a wall flickering with faint light energy. On the tall wall, the light points formed a picture. A painting that Ander couldn't understand. Looking at the giant mural gradually fading on the wall, he felt quite confused. On the left side of the mural, there are many dead king corpses piled up like small mountains. At the top of this pile, the Grim Reaper, holding a large skull-shaped sickle, sits high, seemingly smiling as he gazes at the right side of the mural. Following the Reaper's gaze to the right, Ander sees a huge furnace, almost as tall as the pile of dead kings on the left. Between the pile and the furnace, a few Reaper servants are carrying the king's bodies into the furnace. Perhaps because there was enough fuel, the area above the furnace is filled with thick, sky-blocking smoke. Ander could still somewhat understand what was happening in front. But why is there a shadow of a sword-wielding angel right in the middle of the smoke coming from the furnace? In the realm of the undead, there are images of angels, especially a sword-wielding angel. That can't be right. Ander couldn't understand. According to the rules of this different world, the Lord of Light is born, and the Lord of Darkness dies. It's not strange for the Reaper to kill the kings under his rule, but why would a Reaper, who is naturally averse to light, smile at a sword-wielding angel? This is too strange, and Ander simply couldn't figure it out. Just as he wanted to look closer, the light energy on the stone wall gradually faded, and the picture disappeared. After the image vanished, 2 rows of faintly glowing words appeared where the pile of dead kings and the furnace had been, on the left side. The enemy of the undead king is the Reaper. On the right side, forge endless death in exchange for endless. Ander didn't have time to read the last few words before the glowing words of light energy completely disappeared, and the zombie cave plunged back into darkness and gloom. At least let me finish reading, Ander cursed loudly in his mind. The feeling of discovering a secret but being just a little short of understanding everything was really frustrating. Furnace. No, it's forge. What is the forge trying to do with death? Did Reaper Heidyke forge the undead king? What does he want to exchange for? Unconsciously, Ander scratched his head with his bone hand, making a squeaking sound. But the secret he knew now was still too little, making it impossible for him to guess the final meaning. Hey, who? Dakin, come out now. Did you see the last words on the wall just now? Quickly tell me. The one on the left doesn't matter, but what are the last few words in that row on the right? Ander suddenly remembered he still had servants. Even if he didn't see it himself, at least his dozen or so servants must have. Master, I did see it. But our black knights. They are all illiterate, Dakin honestly replied. The first part made Ander very happy, but the second part made him want to slap him to death. Without the answer from Dakin, Ander hurriedly asked the other servants. Except for Dagama, who was still unconscious, he questioned everyone else. Unfortunately, none of the other undead servants saw anything. Their dislike of bright energy made them refuse to look up. All useless fools, idiots. Dakin dares to look, but none of you do? At you and percent, Ander cursed angrily. Then, the stone wall started to collapse. I give up. Ander didn't bother to scold the servants anymore. He turned and ran first. Fortunately, the cave didn't collapse too quickly, just enough to chase after Ander and his group. Though they ended up covered in dust and dirt, they all managed to run out safely. Once in a safe area, the first thing Ander did was to put his dislocated spine back in place. Looking around, Ander saw that the original site of the zombie cave had completely collapsed into a huge pit. Filthy, black, foul underground water slowly seeped up, turning the zombie cave into a crescent-shaped sewage lake. Furnace. Smelting. Seeing that his men were all fine, Ander ordered his servants to rest for a while. Then he fell into thought. He felt sure he had learned something about the furnace somewhere, but he just couldn't remember. Could it be from the memories of the skeleton mage Hagel, the original owner of this skeleton? Ander searched his mind desperately, but found nothing. Then where had he seen it before? Ander felt annoyed. There had been too many things happening today. First, that pillar of bright energy suddenly appeared. Though distant and unreachable, it still hurt Ander's soul fire. Then, driven by the idea of getting a good deal, I ran to the zombie cave to fight the zombie lord. Although most of my main servants were still alive, almost all the expendable servants had been killed. Next, I focused on leveling up and gained a deeper understanding of the transformation of withered bones. Finally, at the deepest part of the zombie cave, I saw a mural made of bright energy. Who left this mural? What are the few words I didn't see on the mural? What does the person who left the mural want to express? These three questions troubled me greatly. I vaguely felt that if I could figure out these things, my chances of survival would improve. So, I paid close attention. As for the bright energy pillar that triggered the whole event, I had already forgotten about it. I wish I had more information. I couldn't find any clues and could only let out a frustrated sigh deep inside my soul. Yes, it's Kashnikov the Great's notes. I suddenly remembered where I saw the word furnace before. Legend says that in the faraway realm of the Grim Reaper, there is a doomsday furnace fueled by undead corpses. The furnace releases endless smoke, eventually forming a deathly curtain over the protected plane. I finally remembered. The mention of the furnace in Kashnikov's notes is this very passage. The doomsday furnace. Surely that's what the mural depicts. But I still don't quite understand what the scene is trying to say. Is it about sacrificing a burning king to summon a sword-wielding angel with near-divine strength? That sounds ridiculous. Not understanding it, I decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, I watched my servants fix their dislocated bones and prepare to leave for the skeleton cemetery. Although I had defeated the zombie lord, I had lost quite a bit of strength. I dared not stay and restock. Carefully, I used my spiritual sense to build a container, using the dark magic I had converted to attract scattered bones everywhere. Then, I revived the bones to rebuild everything, finally carefully injecting dark energy into it. This process sounds simple. It's like a cup filled with sand. If you try to put something bigger in, the cup will. But if you fill it with water, you can pour in a lot more. Ander used a technique called bone resurrection to create a skeleton made of sand and stones in a cup, and the dark energy injected between the bones was like water. However, just as a cup filled with finer sand and stones can hold less water, Ander found that using high-quality broken bones resulted in less dark energy being injected into the final skeleton. In the end, Ander was disappointed to discover that injecting more dark energy with slightly lower quality broken bones produced a skeleton that was just as good in quality and strength as one made with carefully selected bones containing less dark energy. Currently, the skeleton Ander modified can only withstand 3 uses of the Black Knight skill by Dark Knight Dakning. This result was hard for Ander to accept. He had thought that better bones would produce a stronger skeleton. Is all this effort wasted? Ander muttered as he casually threw away the arm bone he just made. Losing interest in continuing, he sat back heavily on the tilted stone chair after the earthquake. Uncle Ander, what's wrong? Tina, who had been quietly waiting nearby, asked softly. Nothing, nothing, Ander replied quickly to hide his frustration. Then he asked again, Tina, What exactly did that woman Teresa from the Ajin family want with you? Earlier, when Tina arrived in the undead realm, she told Ander that Teresa from the Ajin family was looking for her. Since Tina's status has changed now, she no longer needs help from the Ajin family, and their original deal should have ended. The Ajin family doesn't have a good relationship with the old KGB guy. Old KGB often spat in the Ajin Viscount's face, and the Viscount himself has spoken badly of old KGB's character. But from what Ander observed, old KGB seemed to have a good impression of Teresa. Still, Teresa has no reason to come looking for Tina now, right? Nothing else. I just brought the dark magic book, 10 gold coins, and 2 bags of copper and iron scraps that you asked for last time. I told her I didn't want to, but she said it was a promise from the Ajin family and insisted I complete it before leaving. Ander asked, and Tina answered politely. She was a bit confused, even though she also had a good impression of Teresa. Why make a special trip just to deliver these fragments? You could easily find a servant to do it. Why should a noble young lady like you waste her energy? Ander was surprised. Did Teresa have nothing better to do? He slapped his forehead. Suddenly, he remembered that he had been so busy these days he forgot about the metal scraps and copper pieces he was supposed to handle. Tina, can you go back to the main world first? I want to do some experiments there. It would be best to find a lab and put those 2 bags of metal scraps inside. I need to run an important test. He quickly explained everything he wanted to do. Then, thinking she might have trouble, he added, maybe I should send you back first. If everything goes well tomorrow at this time, you can summon me to the main world. If not, forget it. Oh, and remember, be careful to keep this secret. I can't let others know about the experiment. Ander made sure to emphasize secrecy. After all, a skeleton doing experiments was hard for ordinary people to accept. No problem. Uncle Ander, you can send me back now. Tina didn't ask more and nodded right away. Ander nodded back and sent the girl to the main world. Experiments. I hate experiments. Ander patted his head and left the stone hut. There wouldn't be much else outside, just hunting and recruiting new servants. Gamma was the first to run over to Ander. Yesterday, this guy was struck flying by a lightning ball from the undead zombie lord during a frenzy, then he fainted. He only woke up after returning to the skeleton graveyard and having his body rebuilt by Ander. As expected, after shaking off the frenzy, Gamma's intelligence greatly improved. Now Magellan spoke much more clearly. Without many skeleton mage servants left, Ander's team was much smaller. After Ander reconstructed their bodies, the servants moved faster. They gathered in half the usual time. Master, my leg bone broke again. Please fix it. These bones are no match for the king of Calamity Knights. Ducking and waving the broken leg bone, the Black Knight Dagner complained to Ander. Just now, he was showing off in front of Skeleton Lord Reed, using all 4 of his knight skills at once, and ended up breaking his leg into 2 pieces. Shut up, Ander glared at Dakin, feeling the most annoyed with this kid. It's just the body of a disaster knight king? Bah, just wait. Soon, I will create something better than the king's body. After attaching the leg bone of the Black Knight Dakin, Ander immediately set out with his servants to start hunting. This time, Ander had a clear goal. He went from 0-level skeleton soldiers to encountering a level 7 skeleton soldier. After killing it, Ander kept a small piece of its bone, then carefully used bone resurrection magic to piece together these specially chosen bones into a long, bone staff. Seeing that his mental energy was almost fully restored, Ander lost interest in hunting low-level skeletons. Leading his servants, Ander turned toward the skeleton mage temple. After reaching level 5, he hadn't yet learned any new skills. What would happen if he integrated the main plane's metal into undead bones? As he walked, Ander daydreamed. Inside the magic tower of the great wizard KGB, there are more than 10 laboratories. So, as KGB's adopted granddaughter, Tina easily visits a magic laboratory, which is not surprising. But if the busy, jumping around skeleton mage preparing experiments is a little strange. Uncle Ander, you can come wearing that human skin, young Tina softly spoke. Honestly, staying in such a dark mage's laboratory late at night. Plus Ander occasionally scratching the back of his head with a loud noise. It's more believable that she's not afraid. Human skin? Oh, you mean the disguise of Amon. Wearing that thing, I can only summon servants with a contract. I can't do experiments. Oh, wait, that's not human skin. It's unicorn hide. Ander was busy breaking the prepared bone staff into sections. Seeing the girl look a bit scared, he casually replied. The girl nodded and said no more. After Ander disassembled the bone staff, he grabbed a hammer and smashed the broken bones into 7 or 8 piles of different grades of bone fragments. Then, naturally, he asked Tina to help. She was to scoop out an equal amount of iron shavings from Teresa's bag and mix them thoroughly into the bone fragments. Once everything was ready, Ander began to release dark magic power, focusing on creating a consciousness container and casting the bone resurrection spell. His first target was naturally the level 0 broken skeleton bones. As expected, the bones mixed with the metal from the main plane could eventually take shape, transforming into a metallic-colored skeleton. Ander used the freshly formed bones to tap them with a hammer he had just used to smash a skull. The clear, ringing sound of metal hitting metal was pleasant to hear. Haha, it worked. Ander was very happy. He proudly waved the bones around with one hand and used the other to make a V sign with 2 finger bones, pointing at a little girl holding a candle. The little girl, still a bit dazed, was startled. She let out a scream, blowing out her candle in the process. The magic laboratory plunged into darkness. Ander quickly explained several times to calm the frightened girl. Luckily, the lab was equipped with soundproofing magic, or else it might have caused a big commotion. Once the girl understood that Ander had made a sturdy metal skeleton, she was very happy and hurriedly apologized. She looked at Ander with admiration, as if she was looking at a genius. Ander couldn't resist the girl's gaze. His jaw almost tilted to the sky. Feeling proud, he boasted inwardly and then resumed his experiments. Using the master-servant contract, Ander summoned the strongest biting bone dog, Damao, from the undead realm. Before Damao's dimensional glow faded, Ander directly inserted the completed level 0 metal skeleton into his mouth. Open wide, bite hard, Ander's simple command. Without waiting to check the surroundings, Damao obediently opened his big mouth and bit down with a bang, sparks flying. Damao bit twice, breaking a tooth in the process, but finally succeeded in turning the fragile level 0 skeleton, which would have shattered with one bite, into 3 pieces. Hee, the method is correct. Joyful, Ander patted Damao's head twice and even promised to give him the first set of good teeth. With this first success, Ander was full of energy and continued his experiments. Little Tina, holding her candle, watched more and more confused. She only vaguely understood what Ander was trying to do. Soon, Ander assembled a primary skeleton with doped iron shavings. Dama, as a marker for testing the strength of the self-made bones. This time, 2 sharp teeth flew out. Ander was even happier and immediately started building the third skeleton. However, the worries Ander had also finally appeared. This time, the raw material was secondary skeleton bones. Ander used more mental energy than the previous 2 times combined to complete it. This was a dangerous sign. Even with Ander's level 5 mental strength, he couldn't fully metallize and reconstruct the entire body skeleton of a single skeleton servant before running out of mental energy. Ander knew what this meant and cursed silently in his mind. Not willing to give up, Ander ignored testing the hardness of the secondary metal bones with the bone dog. Instead, he clenched his teeth, gathered the remaining mental energy, and began reconsolidating the broken bones of the tertiary skeleton. He poured all his effort into successfully reassembling the tertiary bones, though it was very close. Dama, bite. Exhausted, Ander held 2 metal bones, 1 secondary and 1 tertiary, in each hand, offering them to the bone dog, who was idly watching. The secondary metal bone was forcibly broken, but for the tertiary metal bone, Ander's teeth, made from Undead Realm's metal fish bones, were completely powerless. Looking at the remaining piles of broken bones, with his mental energy nearly exhausted, Ander knew he couldn't continue. He could only give up his original plan, say goodbye to the little girl Tina, and tightly clutching the few broken bones doped with main plane metals, he returned to the Undead Realm. This step was also within Ander's expectations. Bones with a higher undead component than main plane metals were tolerated by the plane's laws. Ander stealthily smuggled these forbidden items back to the undead world. Ha, the plane's laws are just SOSO. Ander arrogantly flipped at the sky, then immediately peeked around nervously. He was acting wild. He was acting bold. Umitba, hallelujah, the infinite heavenly Lord. May all gods and Buddhas bless me. The Grim Reaper probably doesn't recognize what this gesture means, right? Ender waited nervously for a long time, but seeing no signs of retribution, he finally relaxed. Gather together. Where have you all been? Come out and face me. Ender hid several metal bones inside the stone house, then ran out with the big dog, roaring loudly in his mind. His mental strength was not enough, so he couldn't complete the next experiment. This really is a problem. Scene divider now. It's time for an advertisement. I'd like to recommend a friend's book, Strange Immortal, book ID 110. For 757, it's about a chubby man who is mischievous and his journey to become an immortal. What is going on now? The creaking sound showed that Ender was scratching his head again. Right now, what made Ender scratch his head was the modification of the metal bones. After many experiments, Ender tried countless methods, but still couldn't inject energy into the bones mixed with metals from the main world. Could it be that his ideas are wrong? No, that can't be. After upgrading to level 5, he clearly felt the transformation, which followed 4 steps: container, bones, rebirth of the dry bones, and energy injection. Ender kept examining the metal bones in his hand, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was. Could it be that after mixing materials from 2 different worlds, dark energy can't be infused anymore? With a stomach full of doubts, Ender decided not to think too much and focused on one last attempt. Unfortunately, the final result was still a failure. Someone must be jealous of me. Cursing and crossing their arms. It makes no sense, Ender cursed in his mind. He dared not mention the name of the Grim Reaper Heidi, so he used a vague phrase to replace it. Of course, all this was just Ender's personal guesswork. Calling it outright slander wouldn't be wrong. Pouring dirt on the head of the deity would surely bring punishment someday. After slandering the character of the Grim Reaper Heidi, Ender also quite bravely gave up on his research. It's just that he couldn't inject dark energy. So what? It's no big deal. He would overcome this technical difficulty sooner or later. After all, he was a traveler. Though he was a bit worse off than others, only with a body of ribs left, his intelligence advantage was still obvious. Ender temporarily numbed himself and called his servants loudly. After reaching level 5, he could control over 100 undead servants, but many positions still remained vacant. Whenever he thought about hunting, Ender couldn't help but remember the new skill he learned yesterday, Bone Cage. The Bone Cage is an upgraded version of the foot-binding skeleton trap. When released, it suddenly erupts from underground with large bones, trapping enemies tightly. Ender liked this spell and almost wanted to shout. With this spell, Ender estimated that in sudden situations during hunting, whether attacking or escaping, the success rate would increase by at least half. The physical restraint of the Bone Cage, combined with Magellan's magical restraint of the Wailing Cage. Ender's good mood these days was at least 1/3 due to these abilities. The transformation of bones, whether in difficulty or time consumption, exceeded Ender's expectations. So, his original plan to train young Tina was completely abandoned. Just transforming a few main servants took him 11 days. Naturally, Ender completely forgot about the magic competition at Boeing Magic Academy. Every day, Ender was either busy catching servants or working on bone transformations in the main world. Since metal bones are clearly stronger than undead bones infused with dark energy, Ender decided to use 2 different methods for transforming his servants. Main servants approved by Ender were equipped with metal bones, while newly captured ones only had bones infused with dark energy. Of course, for skeleton mage servants, Ender spared no effort in upgrading them, adding metal wires to speed up spellcasting. After a long period of work, Ender's servants had clearly become more organized, like bandits turning into regular soldiers. Their ability to harm other undead increased several times. Especially Black Knight Dakin, Ender spent a lot of effort to forge a level 3 metal bone battle axe for him. Dakin, proud of his new weapon, went to show off to Skeleton Lord Reed, claiming the axe was worthy of a noble Black Knight. The Skeleton Lord was jealous and, slouching his shoulder blades, came to Ender, demanding to be equipped with a metal wolf-tooth club instead. That big stick was too difficult for Ender to make. The poor Skeleton Lord was harshly kicked by Andrew, and the proud Black Knight had his weapon confiscated. When a person is afraid of death but spends a long time in dangerous places, they will either go crazy or become very brave, risking everything to survive. Andrew is the second type. After his servants were transformed, Andrew felt a strange sense of insecurity, as if he was being watched by unknown creatures. He couldn't remember exactly when this feeling started, but now he was extremely cautious. He no longer dared to summon Tina to the undead realm. Andrew behaved like a typical intelligent undead, killing other undead daily with his servants. But secretly, he was always alert, wondering what was watching him. Fortunately, Andrew had already hidden the disguise of Amon and his notes, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. His patience and careful waiting finally paid off when he uncovered the truth. On the third day after feeling threatened, just after commanding his servants to kill a pack of bone wolves, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong will. Lowly skeleton mage, are you ready for the offering I seek? Was it the will of the Grim Reaper, Hydric? Andrew was terrified and immediately showed submission, falling to the ground. He sensed that the Reaper's tone was a little annoyed. As the Reaper said, Andrew was just a humble skeleton mage, and he didn't want to be killed without reason. Great Reaper. I have just turned 5. Gathering his courage, Andrew stammered in reply, though he didn't really need to stammer. The Reaper's presence wasn't very strong. Send this thing into the skeleton mage temple within 30 lunar cycles. Fail, and you die. The Reaper interrupted Andrew's words and forcibly imprinted a vision deep into his mind. With one last threat, the Reaper's commanding presence slowly faded away. Andrew, upon seeing the content left by the Grim Reaper, was immediately stunned. Advertisement divider, different world, stealing fragrance and stealing jade. Book number 11000401 author. Mihuodai question. Did you give up an entire forest for a sapling? A. For the prosperity of the whole forest, I naturally can't ignore the growth of a single sapling. Question. Is the protagonist lustful? A. A man who isn't lustful, can he still be called a man? Question. Is this book interesting? A small collection is the greatest encouragement for me. The scene left by the Grim Reaper Hydric was all too familiar to Andrew, the withered forest. This was the place where Andrew had exhausted all his strength, lost most of his servants, and almost had his soul devoured by a ghostly horde. How could he forget? The withered forest was not only the burial ground of kings and the hiding place of the Kashnikov notes he had obtained, but there was also something else, something Andrew recognized at first glance. In the image given by the Grim Reaper, clearly visible among the piled-up king's bones was a small skeleton holding a huge bone bough, curled up as if sleeping. Two large, pure black wings overlapped, wrapping this clearly female skeleton king, making her look like a black cocoon. The Grim Reaper's instructions to Andrew were to extract this female skeleton archer king whole. Oh, God! After circling the withered forest several times, Andrew finally let out a sigh. The ghosts wandering in the withered forest were so numerous that they could be described as overlapping layers. From far outside the forest, one could see the top of the mountain of King's Bones, where a crimson-colored female wailing ghost hovered. This wailing ghost was clearly a Lord-level creature. Andrew felt overwhelmed. If there were no Lord-level beings in the withered forest, he might still have some ideas. Even if it means sending low-level skeletons to die, first feeding the soul-devouring ghosts, the mournful banshees, and even the largest void spirits, then taking them out one by one. But with the Banshee Lord present, End's plans are completely blocked. Anyone who reaches the level of Undead Lord must be smart. If this Banshee Lord sees through End's plan and has the soul-devouring ghosts take turns attacking, Andy would only become a food transporter. This is the best-case scenario. If the Banshee Lord inside is unhappy and commands the ghosts to attack, End's 100 or so followers wouldn't be enough to handle them. I hate all spirits in ghost form. If I were a light priest, I would use holy light. Andy thought hard, but couldn't figure it out. He cursed fiercely in his mind, glancing at his servant Magellan. Andy also glared at him angrily. He fantasized about being a light priest, using holy light to defeat the ghosts one by one. He clenched his bony fists. Poor Ghost Magellan was so scared he quickly hid behind the black night darkening. After a long while, Magellan peeked out his head, giving a resentful look as he begged. He didn't understand what he had done to offend his master. And he didn't have time to care about Magellan's thoughts. His mind was full of how to pull out the skeleton archer king with black wings. The Grim Reaper only gave him 30 days. Every day of delay was a day less. When the 30 days are up, trying to make me die? Not so easy. And soul fire flickered as he clenched his fists again. Light magic. Light magic. Only the power of light can do the most damage to ghostly creatures. But in the undead plane, where does the light energy come from? This stuff can't be smuggled from the main plane. Andy scratched the back of his head. The Grim Reaper threatened him with annihilation, forcing Andy to act this way. His struggle in the undead plane was mainly to stay alive. The Grim Reaper's threats hit Andy's weak spot. To survive, Andy had to think hard and find a way. Andy was not the type to give up when faced with difficulties. Instead, he kept trying to solve the problem. While thinking of solutions, Andy also wondered, why would the death god Heidlich, as the ruler of the plane, give him such a clear and specific task? According to common sense, if the Grim Reaper Heidlich really wanted something in his world, he could just take it himself, right? This undead realm is just like his private residence as a death god. Why should he bother to have his very low-level minions help him get things? Ender has always been confused about this. Could it be related to the bright energy pillar from a few days ago? Suddenly, an unthinking thought popped into Ander's mind. The bright energy pillar, the wall paintings deep inside the zombie cave, the clear instructions from the death god. Oh, and when the death gods will descended, his slightly angry tone. Ander vaguely felt that there must be some connection between these things. But the clues are too many, and he can't figure it out yet. Why didn't the bright storm last time wipe out all these ghosts? Regarding the death god, Ender only thought about it briefly. He was busy figuring out how to enter the withered forest and how to retrieve the black-winged skeleton that the death god wanted. After complaining, Ender started trying. Melee servants are useless against ghosts. Only skeleton mages can be used, but not all of them. Spells like Binding Bones or Bone Spears are also ineffective against ghosts. Only Shadow Arrows and Soul Whips, spells that can directly damage soul fire, are useful. Since there's no way to block the soul-devouring ghost's counterattack, Ander ended his first attack and defense at the cost of losing one skeleton mage. Clearly, brute force isn't the best way. So, Ander naturally thought of a third method. Disguised as a mon, Ander ran away, looking back every few steps, slipping out of the withered forest. The faint, bright energy of Amon's disguise dispersed the low-level, soul-devouring ghosts. Just when Ander thought he was safe, a few mournful banshee-like spirits blocked his way. Maybe they thought Ander's run insulted their eyes. Several banshees simultaneously unleashed their soul wails. Even with Amon's disguise, Ander still felt his soul fire shake inside his skull, and his vision blurred. At 2 or 3 times his previous speed, Ander ran headlong, then turned around and fled. His action left his pale buttocks embarrassingly imprinted in the memories of the banshees. This doesn't work either. Ander sprinted back to a safe area as fast as a galloping horse. Before he could sit down to rest, he was already cursing and complaining. In the private library of the KGB Mage Tower, Ander was eagerly searching through books. Sunlight shone through the stained glass near the dome, casting mottled patterns on him. A chubby lemming, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, was crouched on top of a bookshelf behind Ander. The little creature's pointed nose twitched constantly, as if wondering why a skeleton would be interested in reading. Today, the old KGB agent was at a banquet and not in the Mage Tower. Little Tina stayed behind, claiming she was feeling unwell. This allowed Ander to appear openly during the day. While Ander was busy looking up information, little Tina held her hands tightly in front of her chest. She looked up at the statue of the Grim Reaper in the library and prayed sincerely. She didn't understand why the Grim Reaper was so harsh on Ander. Honorable ruler of the spirit realm, source of all darkness, all-powerful Lord Heidi Reaper, I sincerely pray to you, asking you to bless my Uncle Ander, so he can safely complete your trial. Uncle Ander is the person I love most. As she prayed, Tina suddenly seemed to remember something. She secretly glanced at Ander, who was flipping through a pile of sheepskin books, then continued praying. Grandpa KGB is also someone Tina loves dearly. He's like my real grandpa. As your humble follower, Lord Reaper, you are the source of our faith. So, Tina prays to you. asking you to let Uncle Anders stay safe every day. He is truly a good person. In fact, Tina's prayer was mostly audible to Ander, except for some very quiet parts. After she finished praying, she closed her eyes and meditated, continuing to pray for herself. Ander felt a warm feeling inside. Tina, you will find that Uncle Ander's vitality is as strong as a little insect, Ander silently thought to himself. He didn't interrupt Tina's prayer, but lowered his head and kept reading ancient books. He searched through the text for any mention of how to harm ghosts. Low-level dark magic against ghostly creatures. Dark spells that the banshee fears. Found it. Perhaps it was luck that favored the diligent, and Andy finally found what he was looking for, which greatly lifted his spirits. He looked up at Tina and saw that the girl was deeply immersed in her dark apprentice magic book. So, Andy decided not to ask her to share his happiness. She's a hardworking girl, Andy sighed. Tina's understanding of dark magic was only average. She knew she wasn't a genius, so she kept trying, hoping that her hard work could make up for her lack of talent. Andy understood her feelings, and he felt pleased. He didn't know if effort would always be rewarded, but he liked Tina. If the universe didn't reward her, he would do his best to reward her himself. He didn't believe in any gods or divine curses, whether in the old earth or this strange world. Andy had indeed faced the will of death twice, proving that divine curses might exist. But what did it matter? In the eyes of the gods, what were these tiny, insignificant beings like him? He believed that his own fate was better controlled by himself. Forget gods and divine powers. If there was a way, he would rely on himself alone. Of course, these thoughts could only stay in his mind for now. His life was still threatened at any moment by the death god Heidi. So what control over his destiny could he really have? After finding a possible solution to his current problem, Andy memorized everything from the book and carefully placed the sheepskin scroll back on the shelf. Seeing that it was getting late, Andy gently clapped his hands and approached Tina, who was still studying her dark apprentice magic book. He bent down, planning to pat her head, and then return to the undead realm. But just as he reached out to pat her, he suddenly stopped. In the blink of an eye, Andy formed a bone shield and held it tightly in front of him. Perhaps it was just a fraction of a second too late. Less than 1,000th of a second, an iron-tipped black arrow shot through the window. Along with the sound of shattering glass, bones splattered everywhere. The powerful arrow shattered the bone shield and also broke Andy's left hand. Uncle Andy, Tina finally reacted, shouting in surprise and trying to get up to see Andy's injury. Turn around immediately. Hide behind the bookshelf. Now, Ander did not look back as he gave commands in his mind. While urging Tina to hide, two fully covered assassins jumped through a broken window. Their faces were hidden under black cloth, only their eyes showing. They held shiny blue daggers, one on each side, and the one on the left had a black iron crossbow on his arm. The assassins did not speak. They looked at Ander with cold, serious eyes. Both attacked at the same time, aiming directly at Tina behind Ander. In the eyes of the assassins, Ander, a half-disabled skeleton mage, was no longer a threat. They only needed one person to lightly stab him, break him apart, and then easily kill their target. This was a simple job worth 3,000 gold coins. Both assassins smiled at the thought. The person paying was a big fool, spending such a high price just for a magic apprentice's life. Just as the assassins dreamed of the pile of gold they would get, a skeleton with a metallic shine, topped with the head of a fallen knight, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The two assassins didn't have time to be surprised. The strange skeleton soldier raised his sword and charged forward without fear. Was this a Black Knight's charge? The experienced assassin didn't understand why the skeleton soldier could use the skills of a fallen knight. As he watched his body be cut in half diagonally, he died with regret. Then, a tall skeleton lord, a clawed dagma, a floating Magellan, and a bone mastiff with sharp teeth appeared one after another. Ander's servants, over 100 of them, blocked all escape routes for the remaining assassin. He's weak now. Break his hands and feet, but don't kill him yet, Ander ordered his servants, while thinking. This was clearly a professional assassin. So, who was it? Why? Ander didn't expect that after realizing he couldn't escape, the surviving assassin would bite into the poison pill in his mouth. Angrily, Ander didn't have time to stop him. The assassin's face turned pale and he died. To avenge this cursed assassin, Ander ordered Dagma to use soul devouring before his spirit faded. If you come to kill, you must be prepared to pay the price. It's not so easy to die just like that. Ander had just dealt with the assassin when a sharp magical horn suddenly sounded, echoing throughout Maya City. Is it an enemy attack? He pushed open the window at the top of the mage tower and saw most of Maya City, chaotic crowds and burning houses. The city seemed to be in disorder. As Ander thought about taking Tina somewhere safe, groups of shiny armored knights and organized foot soldiers appeared at the alleyways. These soldiers came from 4 directions, dispersing the confused citizens. Those who disobeyed were cut down, and their bodies were left lying in the streets like rags. The soldiers were well trained, calmly clearing the chaos and putting out fires. Once an area was mostly stable, some soldiers stayed to guard, while most moved on. The Boeing Magic Academy, one of the 4 main magic schools of the main world, truly lives up to its reputation. The top of the 6-element mage towers began to glow, shooting out 6 beams of light that looked almost real. A 6-pointed star formation made of 6 different light beams appeared, forming a large, colorful, double-layer magic shield that covered the entire city of Maya. Deep inside the dark magic tower's top library, Ander could feel the thick, dark energy above the dome and the powerful streams of fire and wind energy linked to the crystal at the tower's top. Light, water, and earth elements are connected. Dark, fire, and wind elements are connected, and they form a double-layer energy shield? Interesting. This sudden change fascinated Ander. He had a vague realization. So magic energy could be used this way? The 3 elements of the light sequence have gentle properties, suitable for the inner layer's defense, while the 3 dark elements are fierce, suitable for the outer attack layer. It seems the inner and outer layers can be adjusted at any time. The designer of this 6-pointed star formation is truly a genius. But how long can the giant magic crystal at the top of the 6-element tower, which seems mainly decorative, sustain its energy output? While Ander was thinking, the footsteps approaching the staircase leading to the top library of the dark magic tower sounded chaotic, as if a large group was rushing upstairs. Good granddaughter. Are you okay? Don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Shuhoi assassin, Shuhoi king dwarf piping. Ander was about to arrange his servants into a defensive stance when he heard the urgent shouts of the old KGB officer. Suhoyan? That's probably the neighbor to the north of the Rouge Grand Duchy, right? They've been at peace for over 100 years, so are they finally ready to start a war? Is this good or bad news? Ander listened carefully to the old KGB officer's words and quickly grasped the main point. He sent all the skeleton servants back to the spirit realm while thinking. Tina, the 2 assassins just now, you commanded the skeleton servants to kill them. Do you understand what I mean? Ander reviewed all the information in his mind, then gently patted Tina's small head, sending a calming thought. Don't be afraid. As long as I am alive, no one can hurt you. But, Tina, you need to keep this a secret for now. Okay, now, your mental strength is running low. Let's send Uncle back to the spirit realm. Promise me. Until everything is settled, don't leave your KGB grandfather's side. Tina nodded desperately, seeming to understand Ander's words. As the bright light of teleportation appeared, the tired old KGB officer hurriedly pushed open the library door. When he saw Tina safe, he first grinned in relief, then saw the messy assassin bodies on the ground. It's Suho Irin. His pupils shrank sharply, and dark magic radiated from him. He was furious. Tina, you might face more danger in the future. Fear won't help you live longer. Only being stronger than others can help you survive. I didn't want to tell you this. As the old KGB officer roared, Ander sent his final thought to Tina. Before he finished speaking, he was already back in the spirit realm. With today's experience, the girl will understand what I mean, Ander thought silently. He looked up and around. His servants were scattered to the sides. In the distance, the withered forest remained filled with ghosts. Ander raised his broken left hand, which had been shattered during the assassin's attack, intending to repair the damaged bones. But he saw that the bones were stained bright red. He rubbed it with his right hand, but the red stain remained. It was the blood from killing the assassin. Ander finally understood. But why didn't he notice it earlier? Hot blood spilled over cold bones, quietly seeping in unnoticed. Anders suddenly realized that his hands were already covered in blood. How many people had he killed? How many more might he kill in the future? Maybe one day, when he looks back, he will see that his difficult journey was built on a mountain of corpses. Anders suddenly felt lost and confused. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary person living in the city jungle. Although life was tough, he had never seen real violence. No, that's not right. In this city filled with deception and treachery, where even the air feels polluted, he had never truly seen bloodshed. Instead, he faced deadly smiles, sneaky traps, and silent killings. Behind the fancy clothes, his nerves were always tense. Compared to this world where the strong dominate and the weak fall, Anders suddenly liked his current self more. At least here, everything is clear, there are open fights, and even if you die honestly. And who knows, maybe no one has to die at all. Keep living. Control your own fate, Anders silently told himself, finally letting go of his worries. The crimson double moons quietly rose into the sky. Under the red moonlight, Anders' figure was hazy. Finally, he moved. Sorry for the delay. I had some things to take care of today. I just finished and rushed back. Thanks for waiting. I'm really sorry. Under the crimson double moons, the ghosts of the withered forest stopped wandering. Even the least intelligent ghosts understood that at night, they should absorb the dark energy around them. According to their natural hierarchy, the queen of the ghosts is Vivian, the demoness. Near her are shadowy ghosts, and further out are howling banshees. The lowest in the ghost ranks are the soul-eating spirits, which naturally stay at the edges of the withered forest. As a banshee, Jabori D. Ruby, the first female side character to appear, everyone applaud. She should stay deep in the forest. But in reality, she is wandering at the edge of the forest because she is very confused. In Gabriel's distant and hazy eyes, the man who ran into the forest and drew himself out was standing outside the withered woods, hands on his hips, with his back exposed. This creature, emitting a repulsive aura. What does it want to do? Gabriel really wanted to scream in pain and anger at the man. But the man didn't enter the withered forest. To attack him, she could only drift outward. For some reason, a simple voice kept echoing in Gabriel's mind. Stay inside the forest. Do not step out. Protect it. The will that covers the entire withered forest is so strong that Gabriel has to obey. Although she is not far from the man, because he is outside the forest, Gabriel finally gave up on attacking him. Go back. Return to your proper place. A dreamlike voice whispered softly in Gabriel's soul fire. Her eyes became more vacant, and she finally stopped wandering near the forest edge, turning and drifting back to her usual position. This method doesn't work either. Who the heck came up with the idea that a handsome guy attracting a crying female spirit is effective? Watching the crying female spirit drift away into the distance, Andy was furious. This was the third crying female spirit he had lured out. He had used his charm and fear to lead them to the forest edge, but why does every crying female spirit behave like this? Each one lingered at the forest edge for a while, then turned around and left without hesitation. Andy was so frustrated that bubbles of mucus almost burst from his nose. Of course, he didn't have that function yet. Circle and cross, I don't believe it. I'm such a handsome guy, running around, and I can't even lure out a single little spirit. Deeply wounded in his pride, Andy once again charged into the withered forest. Like before, the soul-devouring ghost at the forest edge hissed and retreated. After brushing past, Andy finally stopped when he saw the crying female spirit. He gathered a ball of decay and threw it at the nearest crying spirit, then turned and ran away in a stylish manner. He definitely didn't want to experience the dizziness from the spirit's painful wail again. Just like before, the crying female spirit that was lured out lingered at the forest edge for a while before abandoning Andy, the man. It was like a fit of hysteria. Andy once again ran out, repeating his streak of exhibitionism with clenched teeth. Time passed second by second. Andy even forgot how many times he had entered and left the withered forest. When the crimson double moon set, Andy finally stopped his shocking harassment. Under the hostile gazes of the female spirits, he calmly and slowly left. He circled around the withered forest and finally reached the hiding place of his servants. N's undead servants were hiding behind a mound out of sight from the withered forest busy with their work. Skeleton Lord Reed, who was used to basic construction work, was directing other newly recruited skeleton soldiers nearby, controlling and intimidating them. The whole mound was bustling, just like a construction site Andy was familiar with on Earth. Andy looked around and saw that the progress was good, so he casually praised Skeleton Lord Reed. The Skeleton Lord, carrying a large bone shovel, immediately pulled himself up, constantly glancing at the Black Knight Dakin, as if eager to lift his red-boned chin to the sky. The Black Knight Dakin, who considered himself a high-level undead and originally looked down on manual labor, finally couldn't hold back. He ran over to a lazy skeleton soldier, snatched the bone shovel from him, and started digging with his head down. Andy didn't bother to pay attention to these. Seeing that most of the bone shovels were heavily worn, he used some withered bones to make dozens more. After removing his disguise as a mon, Andy carefully gave some instructions to the supervising skeleton lord, then called in contact with Tina, who was far away in the main plane. After confirming everything was fine, Andy entered the main plane. The teleportation light faded, and Andy found himself in Tina's new bedroom. Seeing Andy appear, the girl immediately put her finger to her lips and pointed outside the bedroom door. Andy understood her meaning. She was saying there were people guarding outside. Without guessing, Andy knew that either the old KGB guards Tina or the Light Knights under Rug 13th, who was temporarily staying in Maya City, were outside. In any case, Andy sensed at least two high-ranking figures guarding the door. The girl didn't seem to want to speak. Instead, she took out a warm piece of paper from her clothing and handed it to Andy. Upon closer inspection, Andy discovered that the densely written notes on the paper recorded everything the young girl saw and heard after returning from the Undead plane. Not only Tina was attacked yesterday, but also high-ranking officials from the Rouge Duchy, including Duke 13, who came to watch this year's bowing magic competition. Clear evidence pointed to the Sukhoi Duchy, the good neighbor of Rouge, as the culprit. Currently, Maya City remains under strict citywide lockdown, hunting for the assassins. The bowing magic competition has been suspended, and the six-element mage tower of Bowing Magic Academy is under the control of the six-element head mage. A large army has been stationed at the academy to protect the six mage towers. However, Tina learned from the old KGB agent that Sukhoi Duchy did not send a large army to attack during the assassination attempt. Their most elite Griffin cavalry is still far away, fighting on the western plains against wild orcs. Andy finally relaxed a little. It seemed to be another conspiracy, but as long as the girl was safe, what did it matter to him? After comforting the girl, Andy remembered to have her burn the paper, which still carried her faint scent, because the notes might be considered spy evidence. Watching the paper turn to ash, Andy hurried back to the Undead plane. There wasn't much time left before the Grim Reaper's deadline. Night after night, Andy persisted with his lewd harassment. His still fairly fit body had long been deeply imprinted on the innocent minds of all the howling female spirits. Finally, the female spirit lord of the Howling Mountain, who sat atop the King's Corpse Mountain, could no longer tolerate the provocation. She left the mountain, bringing her void ghosts and all the female spirits, launching a nightmarish hunt to tear Andy apart and scatter his bones. But clever Andy would never give her a chance. He skillfully played the guerrilla tactics to the extreme. Retreat when the enemy advances, harass when they tire. The peaceful, withered forest was turned into chaos by Anne's dash. The most prominent female spirit, Jabori, had an especially tragic fate. Within half a month, Andy harassed her over 500 times. Anger gradually built up, and the poor Jabori finally lost her mind in a frenzy of undead rage. If it weren't for Ander, who was running and saw something wrong, he would have quickly escaped. He might have been caught in the act by the frantic Gabrielle and met a terrible end. Before the female demon lord, who was chasing him, arrived, Ander narrowly escaped from the withered forest. Standing outside the forest, he stomped and cursed. The Ander secretly changed direction and continued to bother the female demons. Just before the crimson moon set, Ander, under the watchful and furious gaze of the female demon lord, who was almost ready to explode with anger, slowly retreated for the umpteenth time. During the daytime, the howling female demon was more active and faster than at night. constantly absorbing the energy of the crimson moon. Ander had no intention of provoking her and kept a safe distance. He ran back to the busy construction site where the undead servants were working. The blackened servants, as if they had just come out of a coal mine, were pulling out of the large hole they had dug. Ander didn't see the Black Knight, Dakin. He knew that the Black Knight, who was not smart enough to be controlled, was probably being forced to work in the cave by the skeleton lord. He called out in the soul fire, and after a moment, Knight Dakin, covered in dust, pushed aside the lower-ranked skeletons blocking his way and emerged from the deep excavation. "Master, you called me?" Ignoring the tall skeleton lord, Reed, the Black Knight first shook off the dirty mud mixed with bone fragments and ran over to Ander. "Of course I called you. Who else would I call? Come here, I have some tasks for you." Ander, disguised as a Mon, glared at the Black Knight with a stern look and said impatiently. To avoid revealing secrets, Ander kept giving the Black Knight instructions in his mind, breaking down the full plan into small parts. The poor Black Knight first nodded repeatedly, but as he listened, his body started trembling, and he shook his head desperately. "TSK, TSK, you're still a noble Black Knight. Where has your honor gone?" Seeing the Black Knight's fear, Ander immediately used a taunting tactic. He had long noticed that Dakin, despite being a tough bone, still cared about his knightly honor. Ander's teasing worked perfectly. The Black Knight, trembling, pounded his broad chest and agreed to all of Ander's requests. Success in convincing others to agree to work is very different from forcing them to do it. At least, that's how Andy sees it. He hummed a few cheerful tunes, then continued to carefully instruct the Black Knight on the remaining tasks. After giving all the instructions, Andy gathered his tired servants who had worked all night and set out to hunt. Andy planned to spend nearly 20 days on this. Finally, the hard days are coming to an end. Night once again falls over the world of the undead. 2 red moons hang in the sky, and dark clouds drift by, changing the sky's appearance. The moons look like blood-red eyes, eager to find targets to attack, much like night demons searching for prey. Under the angry gaze of the Banshee Queen, the man, who looked like a piglet, reappeared at the edge of the withered forest, shrinking back, thinking about sneaking in again. "Tonight, I must make this cursed guy suffer as his soul fire is torn into 1,000 pieces." The Banshee Queen let out a sharp scream. All the other distressed banshees, who had been disturbed before, turned red-eyed and rushed toward where the man had appeared. These banshees, driven only by a desire to kill, wanted to give the man a lesson he would never forget: death. The man, who had successfully stirred up everyone's anger, surprisingly stopped his approach under the angry gazes of many. Clumsily, he twisted his head left and right, then, trembling, retreated to a safe area. "Disgusting creature, come in." The Banshee Queen led her followers to stand at the forest's edge, issuing another sharp scream at the man outside the woods. Drawn by the provocative scream of the Banshee Queen, the man seemed to really want to rush into the forest to fight her. His face twisted with determination as he took a few steps forward, almost stepping into the cursed forest. Just as all the banshees prepared to scream loudly in pain once the man entered, he unexpectedly stopped. It seemed he listened carefully for something, then let out a fierce roar at the Banshee Queen, and turned around to leave. Just when the Banshee Queen thought everything was over and her anger was fading, she noticed the man had quietly turned and was heading to the other side of the withered forest, trying to enter from a different direction. The fury of the female demon lord was once again ignited by the cowardly man running. She led her mourning demon team, howling as they charged toward the direction where the man was trying to invade. During the tug-of-war between the runner and those trying to stop him, all the ghosts' attention was focused. Their eyes reflected only the cowardly man running, and none of the ghosts noticed. Near the ground where the King's Corpse Mountain was, there was a bone-like object resembling a periscope. It had been rotating since it emerged from underground. Finally, the tall mountain of the King's Corpse collapsed with a loud crash, and the heavily weathered bones and dust flew everywhere. Dagama, you idiot, who told you to stab randomly? Ander, now back in his skeleton mage form, roared in his mind. He desperately hugged the black-winged skeleton archer king lying among the remains. then turned and dove into the tunnel he had spent nearly 20 days digging. Haha, everyone still has some recommendation votes. Feel free to give a few to the wizard. Thank you all. Compared to living undead creatures, bright magic spells are much more effective at harming ghosts. Therefore, ghosts hate bright energy much more than living undead. Anders' shameless act of running was based on this understanding. When he first ran, the 7 or 8 morning demons, because of their extreme dislike of bright energy, all cried out in pain at the same time, which further confirmed Anders' theory. In the private library of the old KGB in the main plane, countless records proved Anders' guess. Ghostly creatures will instinctively attack any source of bright energy within their range, as long as that energy is weaker than themselves. Moreover, ghosts are very susceptible to emotional contagion. If one ghost gets angry, others are not far behind. Ukman's disguise was a bright unicorn hide, naturally imbued with faint bright energy. So, why not use it? With the strength of Anders' undead servant group, the Homecoming Corps, there's no need to think about counterattacks. They could march into the withered forest and shout, "Old Hans Sand is back again." No need to think about it. There would be as many undead servants standing upright as lying down. To fulfill the requirements of Death God Heideik would be a complete dream. Cornered and desperate, Anders finally had a clever idea, to secretly use a clever plan while pretending to do something else. Every night, he walked along a tightrope, disguised as a mon, sneaking into the withered forest. He kept shining his bright energy to attract the morning female ghost. His original plan was to lure the soul-devouring ghost, but it was too weak and afraid of Amon's bright energy. Helpless, Anders could only run around, trying to flirt with the undead female ghost. At the same time, Anders' undead servants all turned into small coal miners, using bone shovels he made to dig tunnels. To prevent the ghost from sensing the underground activity, Anders lost face and kept running through the withered forest again and again. He didn't know how many times he was hit by the ghost's painful cries and skills. Especially the female ghost that suddenly went into a frenzy of rage. She almost took Anders' life. If it weren't for the disguise of Amon that softened some of the soul attacks, and the yin-yang fish in Anders' soul fire that worked wonders, absorbing most of the remaining damage. And if he hadn't been unwilling to die and to let Tina and his loyal servants sacrifice themselves for him, Anders would have already fallen in the forest, his soul swallowed by the ghosts. Over half a month, Anders managed to carve out paths in the withered forest. The angry emotions of the female ghosts spread among all the ghosts in the forest. The female ghost leader could no longer stay at the Kingsbone Mountain and launched a chase after Anders. The most critical part of Anders' plan was finally solved. When the underground tunnel reached beneath the Kingsbone Mountain, Anders' plan was almost complete. On the last night, disguised as Amon, it was no longer Anders who was provoking the female ghost leader on the verge of explosion, but the Black Knight Dakin, who was provoked into action. And Anders himself slipped into the completed underground tunnel, using a homemade periscope to aim at the remains of the winged skeleton archer king, digging with his bare chest exposed. According to En's plan, he only wanted to secretly dig through a small area near the target. However, as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. The tunnel he dug collapsed unexpectedly. Fortunately, the undead Banshee Queen never expected that En's move would be completely beyond her expectations. By the time the Banshee Queen realized what was happening, she was howling and running back to the Kingsbone Mountain. The thief who had secretly stolen the bones had already taken the loot and disappeared without a trace. Less than an hour remained before the deadline set by Death God Hedrick. Andy, rushing with his undead servants, finally reached the nearest skeleton mage temple. Close call. If only I had a mount. Even a ghostly horse would do, he muttered. He took the remains of the Blackwing skeleton archer king from the skeleton lord, then leisurely stepped onto the temple steps, still mumbling to himself. Although he harbored resentment toward the death god and felt that Hedrick was deliberately tormenting him with this impossible task, once inside the temple, Andy stopped feeling angry at the soul fire. As long as the death god didn't kill him without reason, there was no point in being angry. Better to be glad it wasn't worse. Right now, the death god controlled the rules, and Andy was just a humble, powerless skeleton mage. How many times could the death god be strict? One day, Andy entered the dark temple, bowed his head, and approached the statue of the death god inside. After a few hasty prayers, he gently placed the remains of the black-winged skeleton archer king on the offering table before the statue. The death god's eyes slowly opened, and two blood-red gazes swept over the remains. You can go now. The death gods will pass through and soul fire, leaving 5 emotionless words. Andy respectfully bowed to the statue, then left the gloomy skeleton mage temple. No words were spoken, no rewards were given, no promises were made. This is how the death god treats those who serve him. Truly cold-hearted. Andy chuckled silently in his mind, calmly walking out of the temple's range. At least, from now on, he could focus on leveling up without worries. After completing the strict task from death, Ander obediently stayed in his skeleton graveyard. Of course, during the day, Ander spent his time hunting endlessly. After replacing half of his main plane's metal bones, the attack efficiency of his main undead servants actually decreased quite a bit. Ander knew this was because his servants weren't used to the heavier bones, which made their attack movement slower. To help his servants adapt quickly, Ander kept them fighting and killing every day. His strategy was very effective. First to recover was the bone dogs. They are natural hunters, and now with strong metal bones, their attack power improved so much that Ander couldn't help but laugh, dropping his jaw several times. When facing weaker enemies, the bone dogs would leap forward, using their short-distance sprinting and heavy bodies as weapons to knock enemies down. Then, they would bite the neck of their prey. Almost always, their targets' heads would be knocked off. When facing tougher enemies, they used the old method: 3 bone dogs working together, biting, pushing, and attacking from different angles. Many unfortunate undead fell under the combined, shameless of the bone dogs. As for the skeleton Lord Red, it was strange. He had fallen madly in love with the promising job of engineering supervisor. The Withered Forest Tunnel project was progressing, though it suffered a serious collapse near the end. But that was mainly due to Ander's reckless commands, and had nothing to do with Red, who was just a skeleton. In a good mood, Skeleton Lord Red returned to his skeleton graveyard and immediately started the second phase of the graveyard renovation. With his past experience building stone pillars and Ander occasionally giving instructions, Red's construction speed and quality kept improving. The collapse rate of the stone pillars was now under control at about 25%. Of course, whenever a stone pillar built by Red collapsed, the Black Knight Dakin would always come out and mock him with poor language. Having spent a long time with this high-level being, Red's confidence grew. After being ridiculed by Dakin, he would often get angry, his soul fire flickering as he grabbed his wolf fawn club to fight Dakin in a duel. Unfortunately, the natural racial advantages are very obvious. Bone weapons are no match for semi-metal weapons. The poor skeleton lord is always repaired into a half-disabled state by the Black Knight. Fortunately, with Ander as his master, the confused skeleton lord avoids losing any limbs. As for Dagama, he is still practicing his 9-in white bone claw. He has been assigned a dozen followers by Ander, and he causes chaos in the skeleton cemetery. He enjoys it very much. Ander no longer cares about the low-level skeletons in the skeleton cemetery. He leaves early and returns late, rarely staying there. With his bodyguard Magellan, he has expanded his hunting range to 30 or 40 kilometers away. After wandering purposefully east and west, Ander explored the area around the skeleton cemetery, about 30 to 40 kilometers, and learned about the situation. The skeleton cemetery is located at the center of a person shape formed by the confluence of 2 black water rivers flowing from west to east. Of course, this person is rotated 90 degrees clockwise. Crossing northward, there is the zombie cave that Ander has completely destroyed. Heading south across the river is the territory of the Withered Forest and the Banshee Lord. Going west along the Black Water River, within 30 kilometers, Ander found no valuable or threatening undead settlements. Finally, he explored east along the river. After the 2 black water rivers meet, they form a dark lake about 20 kilometers east of the skeleton cemetery. The lake is filled with floating bones, rotting limbs, and swirling whirlpools that appear and disappear. Huge, dirty bubbles burst and reappear. The shores of the dark lake are barren, with no blood arrow grass, only white, skeletal remains everywhere. Ander instinctively stopped far away. He sensed that there must be a powerful undead creature in this dark lake. Just as Ander hesitated about whether to stay by the lake and see what dangerous presence he felt, he sensed the ground trembling. Once. Again. Could it be another earthquake like last time? Before his skeleton body could react and lie down, Ander saw a small black dot appear along the edge of the lake. It seemed that the ground tremor was caused by this distant black dot. The black dot gradually approached. Ander finally saw what was coming. It was a skeleton war elephant. Ander's leg bones trembled as he watched the skeleton war elephant resting in the withered forest. To Ander, it was just a lifeless object, offering little shock. But now, the skeleton war elephant slowly walking along the edge of the underworld lake, with its huge, mountain-like frame, scarred and missing half of its left tusk, and 4 massive leg bones like pillars. The skeleton war elephant moved step by step, crushing the broken bones along the lake bank, leaving deep footprints behind. This creature brought Ander not only the trembling of the weak skeleton mage's frame, but also a deep fear from within his soul fire. Its powerful visual impact made Ander feel suffocated. Just this one skeleton war elephant could easily destroy him and all his followers. As the skeleton war elephant drew closer, Ander, standing on a high ground by the lake, saw the scene from a downward view to a level gaze. According to its walking direction, it would eventually reach the long-held skeleton graveyard where Ander was. Ander quickly realized how serious the situation was. Under these circumstances, he could only hurriedly make way for the skeleton war elephant. Destroying the skeleton graveyard was not a big deal. It was not worth fighting to the death over. It would be foolish to risk everything just to defend the graveyard against the skeleton war elephant. However, Ander treasured 2 things most: the disguise of Amand and the Kashnikov notebook, both hidden in the stone house of the skeleton graveyard. He had to retrieve them before the skeleton war elephant arrived. Just as Ander was about to turn and run, a huge surge of water and tide roared into his soul fire, and the overwhelming wave of energy made him sit heavily on the ground. A hazy, murky mist of water vapor covered the slowly approaching skeleton war elephant. When the vapor dispersed, Ander was once again shocked. What is this? Another undead monster. Ander whispered within his soul fire. In Ander's eyes, the invincible skeleton war elephant was tightly bound by enormous, water-soaked tentacles. The skeleton war elephant struggled desperately, its immense strength causing the half-rotted tentacles wrapped around its frame to straighten out completely. In the dirty, blackish waters of the underworld lake, a giant undead tentacle floated and sank among the turbulent waves, dragged closer to the shore by the powerful skeleton war elephant. Among the waves of the lake, a half-rotted undead creature appeared. No matter how Ander looked at it, he felt that the octopus-shaped undead water monster in the lake looked very familiar. This thing. Besides being a necromantic octopus, it's also quite a master. One slap to the back of the head, and finally, Ander recognized what the half-rotted undead water monster in the underworld lake resembled. The lake monster used its huge, decayed tentacle to tightly hold the skeleton war elephant's body, and it looked just like the legendary creature. Known for its strength, the skeleton war elephant, capable of easily facing a death knight, was gradually losing ground. Step by step, the slightly gaining skeleton war elephant was dragged away from the shore, sliding into the lake. The skeleton war elephant struggled and twisted, leaving deep cracks on the decayed tentacle that bound it. A large amount of disgusting black fluid shot out from the lake monster's tentacle, staining the massive body of the skeleton war elephant. Finally, the half-submerged skeleton war elephant suddenly stood upright, with its 2 thick front limbs glowing red, and stomped heavily. A huge wave of water surged up, splashing bones and broken limbs floating on the lake's surface. A piece of what looked like either a zombie's thigh or some other undead creature's limb fell from the sky, knocking down a skeleton soldier's servant beside Ander. Ander, who was focused on watching the battlefield with his neck stretched out, shrank back in fear. That disgusting object shot past him. Before he could feel relieved, the tremor caused by the skeleton war elephant's stomping shook the ground again, and Ander plopped onto the ground. His skeleton servants behind him also tumbled over, scattering like gourds. War stomp. Ander scrambled to get up, shook his dizzy head, and flipped off the skeleton war elephant with both s. Why did that clumsy skeleton war elephant not use its powerful move earlier? Now it's too late. Actually, Ander felt a bit sorry for the skeleton war elephant. Compared to the disgusting, half-rotted lake monster, he slightly favored the skeleton war elephant to win. But as Ander predicted, the skeleton war elephant's desperate struggle and stomping clearly caused the lake monster to become dizzy. However, the exhausted skeleton war elephant was also dragged into the deep water, and the evil tentacle entangling its entire body didn't loosen much. Once the underworld lake monster shook off its dizziness, it immediately tightened its grip on the skeleton war elephant. Its massive head, layered and only a mouthful, was reduced to less than a third of its original size. The underworld lake monster took several bites, swallowing the skeleton war elephant's head along with a large soul fireball the size of a basin. After gaining this great nourishment, the monster let out a dull growl and tore with its 8 giant tentacles. During its rampage, the remains of the skeleton war elephant were torn apart and scattered around the lake. Having finished these acts of destruction, the underworld lake monster slowly sank back into the water, patiently waiting for its next prey. Ander finally understood why there were so many undead bodies in the underworld lake. Watching these two huge creatures fight, Ander realized how weak he was for now. If before he still felt a bit proud, now that feeling was gone completely. He knew he had to keep working hard to grow stronger and protect himself. But having this underworld lake monster around might not be a bad thing. While returning along the same path with his undead servants, Ander suddenly had this thought. The presence of the lake monster mostly blocked other powerful undead from coming from the east. If any undead from the east appeared that even the lake monster couldn't stop, Ander would definitely give up on the skeleton cemetery and move elsewhere to hide. The lake monster itself couldn't go against the current and attack the skeleton cemetery directly. The width of the two black-water underworld rivers was too narrow for the giant octopus-like creature to cross. Thinking of this, Ander's previously heavy mood finally lightened. On the way back to the skeleton cemetery, Ander, lively and loud, started his usual hunting activity. The 3 skeleton dogs acting as scouts ran to the front in a V shape. The dozens of other skeleton servants followed in a sequence of close combat and ranged support, moving slowly forward. Except for the bone mice that escaped through holes, all other undead within Ander's sight were easily defeated. After walking and stopping several times, the skeleton cemetery finally appeared in Ander's view. To return to the skeleton cemetery, he still needed to cross the river. While Ander was busy arranging the order for the servants to cross the river, a slender skeleton archer staggered toward the crossing point. Behind her, a pack of bone wolves was quickly chasing her. The skeleton was thin and incomplete, holding a nearly human-high bone bow, with strips of cloth tied somewhere and hanging diagonally from her pelvis. Ander felt a strange sense of familiarity from the bone dagger she carried. Suddenly, Ander wanted to laugh. This skeleton archer, about to be caught by the bone wolves, really does seem to have a special connection to her. When Ander arrived in this undead realm, she fought and ultimately defeated the skeleton with the giant axe, who is now the skeleton archer before her. Thinking of this, Ander gave a command to her servants in her mind. Dogs, go take down those bone wolves. Dakin, go block that skeleton archer. She thought for a moment and added, don't hurt her skull. Somehow, the skeleton archer who had attracted the bone wolves was already near exhaustion. The Black Knight didn't even need to use his battle blade and easily knocked her down. Of course, the skeleton archer once again drew a bone dagger to attack, but unfortunately, the skeleton of the Black Knight was far too tough for a bone dagger to cut. Holding the struggling slender skeleton archer, Dakin, the Black Knight, casually picked up her bone bow before returning to Ander. As for the bone wolves, encountering Ander's bone mastiff was just bad luck for them, a one-sided slaughter. Of course, the bone wolves were the ones being slaughtered. Ander's treasured bone mastiffs caused chaos, leaving a trail of wolf bones behind, then wagging their bony tails happily as they ran back to Ander. Hello, we meet again. Do you remember? The first time we met, you let me go? Looking at the skeleton archer tightly held by Dakin, Ander felt a bit nostalgic and conveyed her thoughts. Back then, if this skeleton archer had been greedier, she wouldn't be here now. Unfortunately, the exhausted skeleton archer, whose soul fire was dimming, didn't seem to understand Ander's words. Her soul fire was in a chaotic state. Seeing that the skeleton archer didn't respond, Ander made her final decision. She used necromancy to control the skeleton archer. While watching by the edge of the underworld lake, a flying fragment of a corpse shattered the skull of the skeleton mage beside Andy, causing his undead servant to lose some of its strength. Since I happened to meet an old friend now, Andy decided to try to recruit this longbow skeleton as a servant. It's not that Andy thought highly of this skeleton. He was just feeling emotional at the moment. Seeing this longbow skeleton, he remembered that he had been stranded in this undead world for more than half a year. Unexpectedly, 10 or more attempts to control the skeleton with undead magic failed to make it submit. Based on N's usual habits, any undead that resisted 3 times would normally be destroyed by others. But this time, Andy held back. He looked at the hostile longbow skeleton in the soul fire with interest and continued to use his control magic. Master, the already weak soul fire of the longbow skeleton finally couldn't resist N's continuous summoning and was forced to join his list of servants. The voice coming from the skeleton's consciousness was very pleasant, like the soft female announcer Andy loved to listen to every night on the radio when he was young. This surprised Andy, making him like the skeleton even more. Of course, he also sensed the extreme fatigue in the skeleton's voice. Looking around, there were no other large undead creatures on the riverbank, so it seemed they would return to the skeleton cemetery to reinforce this longbow skeleton. All right, from now on, you will follow me. You won't have to suffer hunger or fear anymore. What's your name? Andy rambled on, somewhat dazed, forgetting that with the skeleton's current level, besides mandatory commands, it probably couldn't understand much more. Most of Anne's skeleton servants couldn't remember their names. Helpless, he would just give them numbers or simple names. For example, he named his 3 bone hounds de Mao, Air Mao, and San Mao. I am called Semmel. Semmel Helly. Anne's question confused the skeleton. She was lost in thought for a while, and before Anne's patience ran out and she was deemed to be of low intelligence, she finally responded intermittently. Semmel Helly? Not a bad name. Huh. Can you remember your last name? Ander was surprised. He really didn't expect that this skeleton with a long bow could remember its name. Does this mean that the skeleton named Semmel might also become a helpful assistant? Ander has some undead servants with names. Counting them up, only Dakonin, Magellan, Gagama, and Reed. Moreover, Ander discovered that the skeleton named Semmel even mentioned its last name. This has never happened with other undead. Ander became interested and questioned Semmel thoroughly. Unfortunately, the weak Semmel couldn't give Ander more surprises. It seems that besides remembering its name, Semmel's soul fire was as chaotic as a low-level undead. Maybe she was just too tired. A little disappointed, Ander could only comfort himself this way. The undead world is lonely and simple. Things like friendship and family shouldn't really exist here. With Ander's current rank, having 4 somewhat intelligent servants is already a great luck, at least. When loneliness and the poison of solitude bite at his heart like snakes, he can vent to these servants instead of falling completely into killing. After safely crossing the Blackwater River and returning to the main camp, Ander ordered the Black Knight Dakonin to hunt some undead soul fires to replenish Semmel. Ander himself took Semmel, the skeleton with a long bow, back to the stone hut. Semmel's bones were badly damaged, and Ander thought it necessary to do some simple repairs. In fact, Ander had never had a skeleton archer among his servants. The reason was simple. When he first arrived in the undead realm, the fight between Semmel and the giant axe skeleton was a clear victory, but with obvious disadvantages, leaving Ander with a poor impression of the longbow skeleton. Later, Ander carefully studied other skeleton archers and concluded that skeleton archers are too weak in attack and too inaccurate. To make other undead creatures lose their fighting ability, the best way is to make their heads move, but bows are only weapons for precise killing. Given the generally low accuracy of skeleton archers, how much luck would it take to shoot through the neck or spine of another skeleton? This single event caused, and to give up on the idea of recruiting skeleton archers as servants. Semmel Helly, haha. I wonder how much surprise you can bring me. after repairing the delicate skeleton of the longbow skeleton, and chuckled inwardly. In the old KGB library, there seems to be a book called Origins of Continental Surnames. It's time to take a look. Using the assassination in Maya City as an excuse, the war between Duke Ruger's Grand Duchy and the Sukhoi Kingdom finally started. The first to attack was the so-called Black Eagle, Duke Ruger XIII. It seemed that the Ruger Grand Duchy had gathered 5,000 Ruger armor knights, over 80,000 foot soldiers, and more than 400 mages overnight. Once the army was assembled, it was led by the young Duke's brother, Hansa von Ruger, who was only 21, forming a huge Hansa army. Although the Sukhoi kingdom was prepared, Duke Hansa's military skills surprised King Phip of Sukhoi. Hansa bypassed Sukhoi's southern army of 110,000 troops at the cost of supply disruptions and easily took the dangerous Aral Mountain Pass. The supplies stored there fell into his hands. Using Aral Mountain Pass as a barrier, the young Duke Hansa moved his army across the Don River Plain, boldly pursuing the famous Sukhoi General Count Zhukanov's southern army. Hansa sacrificed his left flank, allowing his 30,000 infantry to be destroyed, exhausting Zhukanov's mage corps' magic power. Finally, Ruger's fierce armored cavalry charged recklessly, breaking the seemingly strong central army of Count Zhukanov. This battle, known as the Bloody Don River, resulted in 78,000 Sukhoi soldiers dead, and the famous General Zhukanov was defeated by Duke Hansa's lance. "My glory will be built on your bones." This famous quote, spoken by Duke Hansa when he killed Zhukanov, was recorded by his personal guards and eventually spread across the continent. After defeating Zhukanov's army, Duke Hansa quickly turned south toward the province of Krasnodar. He captured 11 cities, and the capital, Maykop, was besieged by Hansa's forces in a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, the Sukhoi relief army and Ruger's reinforcements were still on their way. The remaining soldiers of the Hansa Legion are fewer than 30,000. Whether they can successfully conquer Maykop has become the biggest key to the war. A successful war hides the bloodshed. In Maya City, young nobles are inspired by Marquis Hansa's famous sayings and achievements. Private armies of nobles are being equipped and led by proud noble children dressed in beautiful armor, heading to the front lines. The entire Maya City is filled with a strong sense of war. Even the common people are no longer talking about family matters, but about the glorious victories achieved by Lord Hansa in the siege and conquest. That silent yet gentle young marquis, with flowing blonde hair and spotless armor, has become the irreplaceable Prince Charming in the hearts of many young girls in the Rue Duchy. At the top of the tall, dark mage tower, in the library, André has no time to think about the Rue War. He is busy carefully studying the origins of continental surnames. The Rue War means nothing to André. He can't join the war like the noble children leading private armies to gain benefits, nor can he send Tina to join Marquis Hansa's mage group to practice dark magic in real battles. Moreover, because of the war, the prices of metals have risen by over 30%. For André, who often buys metal powder to arm his followers, this is not good news. So, studying the origins of continental surnames seems more practical. Who wrote this? The whole book doesn't even have a table of contents, and the arrangement is a mess. This book is really terrible. André becomes more and more frustrated as he flips through it. The book is incredibly thick, and it's not arranged alphabetically like he's used to on Earth. The first page lists the surname, Augustine, a divine descendant, and the second page is the so-called Kennedy, favored by the fire god. This way of arranging surnames based on their relation to gods to determine their nobility makes André headachy. He still can't find the surname. Harry, Uncle André, what's wrong? Tina, who has been quietly sitting beside André, asks when she sees his expression. André, full of frustration, quickly explains all the flaws of the origins of continental surnames. Ander, who was very annoyed, casually mentioned methods like numbering pages in books and creating alphabetical catalogs for easy search. Today, although he understood many noble family names from the mainland, he couldn't find the specific one he was looking for. Ander felt quite frustrated. He didn't notice that after he finished speaking, young Tina looked at the large number of books in the library and at Ander, who seemed a bit anxious. She gently bit her lip, as if she had made a decision. Looking at the more than half of Origins of Mainland Surnames that he hadn't started reading, Ander sighed and finally put down the thick book. The thoughtful girl, before Ander could do anything, took the heavy Origins of Mainland Surnames and carefully placed it back on the shelf, standing on tiptoe. Uncle Ander, are we going to buy some metal powder now? The girl, smiling brightly, looked at Ander as if she had just completed something very important. Yes, we need to buy some metal powder, Ander nodded. Semel Heli, a longbow skeleton, was now his undead servant. Ander believed it was his duty to upgrade her weapons. He planned to get 100 metal bone arrows and a metal bone dagger. If needed, he might also modify her white bone longbow. Thinking briefly, Ander estimated how much metal powder he would need. He chuckled to himself, knowing he had guessed correctly. I guessed right. Uncle Ander, Tina is a beginner dark mage. The Mage Association gave me 10 gold coins this month, just enough to buy materials. Hearing this, Tina was even happier. She took a delicate purse from her waist and shook it at Ander, her face flushed with excitement. Wow, Tina is already a beginner dark mage. That's impressive. In his mind, Ander praised the girl with a smile. But inside, he sighed, thinking he needed to find ways to earn some money. Although Tina didn't mind at all and was happy to help Ander, as an adult, Ander felt it was a bit awkward to accept the small wages she had earned. Zachary Eugene was a typical dwarf smith, bad-tempered, fond of drinking, proud, and stubborn. Yet, he was also generous, kept his promises, and was a master craftsman. Thanks to the recent cursed war, the forge's fire has burned continuously for over 30 days. Zachary and his 3 apprentices have been working so long that their eyes are red and tired. For a dwarf blacksmith, the greatest happiness is when the weapons they forge are bought at high prices by discerning customers. The gold earned from selling weapons is then used to buy good quality beer. Clearly, this period has been a very happy time for Zachary. This war, he takes a big gulp of beer, feels satisfied, and lets out a long burp. Zachary wipes his messy red beard with his sooty hand. As he exhales a strong breath of beer, he mumbles something unclear. Using long tongs, he pulls a glowing red iron bar from the forge. The sturdy dwarf raises his hammer and pounds on the metal, sparks flying everywhere. Sweat drips like rain from his red beard and thick arms, falling onto the red-hot iron and sizzling. Soon, a large two-handed sword begins to take shape in Zachary's hands. He estimates it could sell for about 10 gold coins. After subtracting costs, he would make a small profit, enough to buy plenty of delicious beer at Old Grozny Tavern. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Zachary's swings with the hammer grew stronger. The rhythmic sound of hammering was like a beautiful symphony. Zachary, Zachary. Suddenly, a strange, accented voice shouted his name repeatedly. What is it? Zachary looked up from his workbench outside the forge. The street was quiet now, as night was falling. During the day, it was lively, but now no one was around. This made Zachary wonder, and he responded cautiously. Master, don't agree. One of Zachary's dwarf apprentices shouted loudly to warn him. But it was too late. Idiot Zachary. Fool Zachary. As Zachary wondered why he couldn't answer, the strange voice suddenly started insulting him with rude words. Clang. Zachary accidentally hammered his nearly finished two-handed sword into a bow shape. This wasn't the first time this had happened. This strange and sudden insult has happened 5 times over the past 10 days, always around dusk. Zachary finally remembered. Who is it? Who is slandering my name? Zachary the dwarf. Come out. His face turned purple with anger. The middle-aged dwarf waved his big iron hammer and stormed out of his shop, determined to smash the person who insulted him multiple times into pulp. Has everyone forgotten that we dwarves are excellent blacksmiths and also strong warriors with mighty hammers? Seeing the furious dwarf rush out suddenly, Andy instinctively grabbed Tina's fragile wrist. He took 2 big steps back, causing the 2 sword guards protecting Tina to move to the front. Maybe they were also frightened by the dwarf's wild words. A large bird fluttered and flew away from the tree beside the dwarf's blacksmith shop. Is it you? Are you the ones insulting Zachary? The old dwarf, with wild hair and beard, waved his huge hammer like a deadly weapon, clearly losing control. This is bad. Andy didn't know how dangerous the angry dwarf could be, but the dwarf's relaxed grip on his heavy tools looked like they were more than what his skeleton servants could handle. Unable to explain himself, Andy decided to turn and head toward the Boeing Academy. Uncle Zakari, look carefully. I am little Victor. We just came from the academy. Do you think I would insult you? Fortunately, among the two sword guards assigned to protect Tina by the old KGB, the little girl-faced soldier was clearly familiar with the old dwarf. Seeing the old dwarf's aggressive approach, the little soldier quickly explained. Is this the second son of the Victor family? Zakari had lived in Maya City for many years. When he built this blacksmith shop, the Victor family next door had helped him a lot. Little Victor, the second son of the Victor family, was the one Zakari grew up with. Calmly, Zakari examined him carefully. Was the person speaking to him really little Victor? Is it you? If you're not insulting me, then maybe they are. Dwarves are not ungrateful. Zakari always remembered the kindness of the Victor family. Zakari raised his iron hammer and pointed it at another swordsman. The chubby, red-nosed man was excited, showing he still doubted others. Mr. Zakari, we've bought metal powder from you 3 times. Why would you insult a trustworthy dwarf master? Before the swordsman could speak, little Tina quickly explained, worried they might fight. Yes. The novice swordsman, who was being pointed at with the hammer, was also scared. He nodded quickly and agreed. It can't be little Victor, nor the young lady's customer. The voice of this novice swordsman doesn't sound right. That undead skeleton mage. Oh, disgusting skeletons don't talk. Old Zakari was somewhat smart. After analyzing carefully, he finally lowered his hammer. But who is really damaging the dwarf's reputation? Zakari, standing on an empty street, was completely confused. Mr. Zakari, what exactly happened? Tina asked, curious, thinking the conflict was over. She wanted to go forward, but was held back by Ander, afraid of danger. Hearing Tina's question, the honest and angry dwarf told everything without hiding. If anyone can catch this guy, I will reward them greatly. Finally, the red-bearded dwarf Zakari gritted his teeth. He planned to go to the mercenary guild soon to post a mission. After learning what happened, Ander was happy. It was such a simple problem. But since the old dwarf said he would reward heavily, it meant I couldn't be blamed for taking advantage. Then, Mr. Zakari, if I can solve this problem for you, how will you reward me? Tina asked, following Ander's suggestion. You? A sneaky person that even dwarves can't catch? Little girl, you probably can't do better than a dwarf. This job still needs mercenaries, though they can be pretty stupid. The old dwarf looked Tina up and down and said arrogantly, what if I do it? Tina was angry. I bet you can't catch him. The stubborn dwarf couldn't believe what Tina was saying. Let's bet. The stake. Well, if I catch you, from now on, anything you sell to me will only cost half price. Deal. Bet? Dwarves are afraid of betting. Zakari, a strange accent shouted again, but it was already evening 3 days later. The red-bearded dwarf, who was working on the forge, stopped his work and turned to look at the young girl Tina waiting nearby. After Tina nodded, the reluctant dwarf blacksmith Zakari responded, Who's that guy calling me? Although the master dwarf blacksmith was a bit slow-witted, he felt there was something odd about having to answer that request. Foolish Zakari. Idiot Zakari. Just like before, after Zakari answered, he was immediately attacked with foul words. But this time, the strange-voiced person only let out a half-shout. After a flurry of flapping sounds, it seemed something fell from above. This strange noise not only confused Dwarf Zakari, but also left Tina puzzled. We caught him. Tell the red dwarf he's insulting. Holding the neck of a chubby parrot-shaped creature, a skeleton mage named Andre, swaying gently, entered Zakari's blacksmith shop and conveyed his thoughts to Tina. Mr. Zakari, it's this thing that insulted your dignity. Tina reached out and pointed at the fat parrot in Andre's hand, speaking according to Andre's meaning. But she was also quite confused. How could this clearly injured, semi-conscious fat bird be capable of insulting anyone? No way. This bird isn't human. How could it curse me? Zakari's big dwarf eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that a bird could talk. I knew you'd think that. Andre understood very well what the red-bearded dwarf was confused about. But after Magellan's weak and powerless attack, this fat parrot, like a kamikaze squad of the Japanese army, fell headfirst to the ground. It wasn't dead, just unconscious. Truly, this creature from another world had incredible vitality. Ander picked up another bone and tapped it on the fat parrot's forehead a few times. Of course, he applied different amounts of force, just enough to wake the parrot. Malarkey, let go. Sure enough, the awakened fat parrot struggled and cursed loudly. Naturally, the bird's foul language only earned Ander a merciless slap. Is this fat bird a magical beast from the hot forest, the Amazonian bird? Little Tina, who read a lot, especially paid attention to the books Ander had been reading these days. She recognized it easily. Malarkey, you're smart. Wah, don't hit my head. Seeing it was recognized, the proud parrot responded to Tina, but unfortunately, it was too foul-mouthed, so Ander, holding its neck, hit it again hard. Oh, I just remembered. I know this bird. A while ago, an Amazonian female hunter bought weapons from my blacksmith shop, and this bird was sitting on her shoulder. Zachary clapped his thigh, finally understanding. Teacher, don't hit my leg. It hurts. The dwarf apprentice, who was standing close to Zachary, looked sad as he rubbed his thigh, which had 5 gold bars worth of bruises, and complained gloomily. This bird is too vengeful. I only said it looked ugly back then. Zachary, being straightforward, ignored his poor apprentice and explained everything clearly. I see. So, Mr. Zachary, what do you plan to do with it? Tina looked at the badly beaten fat bird and asked sympathetically. Well, forget it. It's my fault for starting this. Let's just say this fat bird is free to find its owner again. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. Next time you come to buy something, it'll be half price. Zachary rubbed his red, wine-stained nose and made a decision. As a proud dwarf master craftsman, how could he be angry at a low-level magical beast? Idiot, idiot, Zachary, forgetting the past, immediately got excited and started cursing. Luckily, Ander quickly pinched the bird's beak shut, almost suffocating it. Although this chubby bird swears a lot, I learned from the dwarf blacksmith Zachary that its owner is a strong Amazon female hunter. Since the dwarf admitted to the bet, I don't want this bird to cause trouble. Hee. After getting some benefits from the dwarf, I plan to find the bird's owner. Amazon women hunters are said to be quite simple and straightforward. They repay kindness and revenge grudges. Young lady, I, Zachary, am convinced. You are truly a wise mage. But how did you figure out that this bird was causing trouble for me? Zachary, who was careless and didn't notice my little move, looked at Tina with admiration and asked. Tina, also looking at me with admiration, watched me struggle with the bird. Tell the old man, secrets are not to be revealed. The bird was very strong, and I didn't have time to look up, so I just gave Tina a vague answer. Secrets are not to be revealed. Uncle Ander, how did you know it was this Amazon-speaking bird causing trouble? In my own room in the Dark Mage Tower, Tina asked again. Poor little bird was now locked in a metal cage. Meanwhile, I was commanding the ghost Magellan to scare the foul-mouthed bird, making its feathers stand on end. How did I know this? Honestly, I didn't want to say. Could I tell Tina that 3 nights ago, I saw this parrot fly away from the dwarf blacksmith Zachary's shop near the Tree of Books? That would be too simple a story, and I was too embarrassed to say it. This time, I had a hidden agenda, to take advantage of the dwarf's half-price sale of metal scraps by playing a little trick. Of course, I specifically told Ghost Magellan to wait until the bird cursed once before making a move. It was just a small revenge for the dwarf scaring me earlier. Well, as I said, secrets are not to be revealed. Fine, I pretended to be a mystic. Malarjib, the bird in the cage finally caught its breath. After settling the mess at the dwarf blacksmith shop, how could I not take the opportunity to buy double the amount of metal scraps at a discount? This guy Ander clearly isn't the type to be polite when well-fed. He's more like a wealthy nouveau riche who indulges in pleasures. With enough raw materials, and after secretly learning from the dwarf Zachary's blacksmith shop for 3 days, Ander is now busy making half-metal armor and shields. In the past, Ander had such plans, but at that time his skills were poor. The bone armor he made could only be described as bulky and useless. For example, the skeleton sword and axe fighters have bone shields that are at least twice as strong as what Ander made. As for the skeleton mages, their armor makes no difference. If even the skeleton mages are attacked, then most of Ander's melee servants have already fallen. Ander wouldn't stay around to fight if that happened. In the world of the undead, everyone running around doesn't cause any jokes. Now, things are different. Ander has enough raw materials, and progress in the undead world is going smoothly. He vaguely feels that his skeleton mages are about to level up again. If they level up, the undead army will grow to over 300. Ander knows that more servants mean more safety, but he also understands that having too many makes it harder to take care of everyone. Among his named undead servants are the proud and easily provoked Black Knight Docning, the skeleton Lord Reed who focuses on building, the hero Dagama who is weak in front of weaker enemies, and the ghost Magellan, who is kept as a secret weapon by Ander. After counting, there's no one who can share the burden of command with Ander. Oh, he almost forgot the newest member, the longbow skeleton Semel Heli. Ander found out that the surname Heli is ranked third among the 9 noble elf surnames in the main world. This means Semel was probably a high elf in his past life. But now, Semel Heli is still confused and doesn't seem capable of being a commander. So, to prevent mistakes in command, Ander can only have the melee servants wear heavy armor. Based on Ander's research, the rules of the main world in the other universe are, after death, evil souls are erased by the world's laws and sent to the undead realm. Pure good souls go to the light god realm. Violent and cruel souls are banished to the demon realm, and so on. Ander thinks these rules are a bit like the Buddhist cycle of reincarnation that his devout colleague often talks about on Earth. With this knowledge, Ander understands why he sometimes encounters various undead appearing out of nowhere in the undead realm. But the problem also arises. All the spirits sent to the spirit world, according to the rules of the world, should have no consciousness and no names before reaching a low level. So why does just one of them already have 5 servants who remember their names? The Creator God created the gods and the laws. When the divine power was exhausted, they fell into sleep. The gods each ruled their own worlds and fought divine wars fueled by faith. Many gods fell in battle. This passage is from the Forbidden Book, the Divine Comedy, which records the ancient war between gods and demons before the new calendar. Ander found it in a quiet corner of old KGB library. Maybe it can explain some of his questions. According to the Divine Comedy, the source of a god or demon's strength is the faith power worshipped by intelligent beings in the main world. About 3,000 years ago, during the Great War of Gods and Demons, almost all the gods and demons were involved. Out of over 1,000 gods and demons who controlled different worlds, fewer than 100 remained. Many divine fires went out in the main world. Finally, the Creator God suddenly woke up and used immense power to close the channel that allowed gods and demons to directly enter the main world. Since then, gods and demons could no longer fight directly in the main world. Even if they suffered great backlash from the gods, they could only show small signs of divine power in the main world. With 90% of the gods and demons gone, it's like a very complex machine missing most of its parts. It would definitely have problems running properly, right? It's not strange that some low-level spirits remember their names. While busy making bone armor, Ander was also thinking about his guesses. Knowledge really is a good thing. Ander sighed and casually handed the gathered metal bone arrow to Semel, who was waiting nearby. Malregby, let me out. Mal, the fat Amazon woman in the cage, with wings dragging behind her and tilting her head, was shouting curses. Under Ander's command, Semel drew his bow and aimed at the clueless fat bird inside the cage. Help! Malregby, someone save me. The fat bird's former owner was an Amazon huntress. It knew how dangerous bows and arrows could be. When the shining arrow pointed at her, her legs went weak, and she collapsed into the cage, trembling and crying out in fear. Uncle Ander, please spare her. It is so pitiful, even its owner can't find it. Tina, who was deep in meditation, was startled awake by the noise. Seeing the tense scene, she quickly pleaded for the fat bird. Actually, besides having a bad mouth and not speaking human language, the fat bird looks quite cute. The little girl, in particular, has no resistance to cute-looking creatures. Ander didn't actually want to kill the fat bird. He was just pointing to the bird's owner, hoping to get some benefit from her. He decided to go along with the situation, telling Semel to put down the bow and arrow and stop attacking. Your grandma. You scared me to death. Gah. Hey, don't hit my head. Seeing that the fat bird was safe, Ander, who had prepared, took a thin bone and hit the bird, silencing its angry words. After finishing the semi-metal armor he planned to make today and repairing the fat bird, Ander was very satisfied and clapped his hands. After saying goodbye to the little girl, who looked reluctant, Ander carried a pile of armor and returned to the undead world. In the undead world, Ander searched in circles and finally found something. 30 kilometers west of the skeleton cemetery, Ander discovered a group of bone bears. Now that he was well equipped and supplied, it was time to go eliminate them. The crimson double moons slowly rose. Blood arrow grass stretched out its arrow-shaped leaves, crazily absorbing moonlight essence. In this sinister undead world, only at night was there a moment of life. Driven by instinct, a wandering skeleton soldier stopped beside the blood arrow grass, tilting its hollow skull to look at the crimson double moons in the sky. So comfortable. Within the chaotic soul fire of the skeleton soldier, such thoughts flickered. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot from behind the skeleton soldier, piercing through the incomplete jawbone with a whistling sound. The impact of the arrow caused the skeleton to stagger a few steps, crushing the blood arrow grass in front. The arrow piercing the soul fire made the ambushed skeleton soldier feel intense anger. Steadying its frame, gripping its bone weapon tightly, the skeleton turned around, searching for the archer who had ambushed it. But the scene reflected in its soul fire left the skeleton completely at a loss. The skeleton soldiers faced a line of slightly crooked rows of undead creatures. The front row consisted of skeleton warriors with shining metal armor, skull helmets, and weapons that gleamed like metal. Behind them was a row of skeleton archers, wearing only skull helmets and holding about 3-meter-long semi-metallic bone spears. The third row was made up of completely skeletons, but their withered bone staffs identified them as magic users. At the back were several strange undead figures of different sizes and shapes. A skeleton wearing white bone armor with a black knight's skull helmet, a skeleton with extremely long fingers shining with metallic light, a red-headed skeleton lord in heavy armor, a ghost hiding in the shadows, and finally, a jumping skeleton mage, seemingly commanding the archers nearby to aim. What was happening? The simple-minded skeleton soldiers couldn't understand what they saw. Suddenly, the second arrow whistled through the air, breaking the skeleton's brief thoughts and piercing through its fragile neck. Poor skeleton soldier, finally furious, ended its pointless pondering and charged forward. A third arrow flew in and struck the skeleton's fragile neck again. Clattering, the poor skeleton soldier was finally split in half, its skull rolling far away. The last memory of the skeleton soldier was a slender bone hand pulling out the arrow that had pierced its skull, then smashing its head apart. Semmel, this time was good, really good, and Rel, standing behind the army of undead servants, chuckled happily. The high elf-turned-skeleton archer was indeed quite impressive. After such a short training, Semmel's arrow accuracy had improved enough to take down first- and second-level skeleton soldiers with about 5 shots. Hearing Andrel's praise, Semmel, holding the soul fire of a skeleton soldier, quietly returned to Andrel's side, waiting for the next command. It's yours now. Without a response from Semmel, a slightly disappointed Enrel waved his hand, letting Semmel devour the weak soul fire. The soul fires of first- and second-level skeleton soldiers no longer interested Enrel. With Semmel's successful attack as a start, Andrel's neatly arranged skeleton servants turned their gaze and launched a deadly attack on the nearby undead. Along the eastward path, as the twin crimson moons set in the west, Ander, accompanied by his battle-hardened servants, stopped briefly near the Blackwater Underworld River to rest. Beyond that lies the territory of the skeleton bears. For safety, Ander ordered the skeleton lord to leave some servants in charge. He himself, along with the Black Knight and Ghost Dakning, led the way with 3 skull mastiffs, quietly approaching the valley where the skeleton bears had been spotted. In the undead realm, even a small mistake can lead to a terrible cost. It proved that Ander's caution was worth it, because in the muddy, riverbank valley, Ander saw not just 20 or 30 skeleton bears like last time, but at least 100 or more of these huge skeleton bears. 53 skeleton bears, 96 or maybe 98 giant skeleton bears. What are they all wandering around for? Standing at the valley entrance he had just named the Skeleton Bear Valley, Ander tried to count the bears, but his eyes blurred, and he finally gave up. Just a bunch of bones, haha. No lord-level ones. Good. After resting a bit, Ander patiently continued searching among the skeleton bears and finally relaxed. The skeleton bears weren't very big. At most, they were just the skeletons of ordinary black bears. The giant skeleton bears had sturdy bones, easily twice as large as regular black bear skeletons. Taming, what do you think about switching to become an undead giant bear cavalry? Ander asked after thinking for a long time. Master, that's a terrible idea. Noble black knights only like skeleton warhorses. And, can you please get off my shoulders now? I've been carrying you all this time. The black knight's annoyed voice came from below. Following the principle of standing tall to see far, Ander, to get a better look at the valley's skeleton bears, unceremoniously ordered the poor black knight to carry him. Isn't it just a little ride? It's not like you'll die. Ander suddenly remembered he was still on the black knight's shoulders, and he chuckled. Ander's silence was one thing, but once he spoke, the black knight was thoroughly annoyed. How could his master do this? The black knight had always been the one riding others. When had he ever been ridden? Before the black knight could become overwhelmed with undead frenzy, Ander finally jumped down from his shoulders. All right, go back. Ander habitually clapped his hands and turned to walk away. Master, what should we do with these skeleton bears? The black knight was stunned. He didn't understand. Didn't Ander say earlier that if everything was normal, they should go hunt a skeleton bear first? Don't ask unnecessary questions. Let's go back. Oh, and Dakin. Ander didn't bother explaining to the black knight. After taking a few steps, he stopped and called out to him mentally. Happy to serve you, my master. The armored black knight quickly stepped closer to Ander. Think about it, becoming a death giant bear knight? Absolutely not. To upgrade his undead infantry into undead cavalry, Ander was working tirelessly, killing wildly. All undead creatures within dozens of kilometers around the Bone Bear Valley fell into Ander's soul fire. Maybe his hard work paid off. After more than half a month of constant hunting, Ander felt he was close to leveling up. The killing continued. A cold, sharp arrow pierced the last level 7 zombie in the zombie hive, hitting its left eye, blood splattering everywhere. Semmel's soul fire flickered. Before Ander could give an order, he drew another metal bone arrow from behind and knocked it on his bone bow. Just before Semmel shot again, the ironclad Black Knight swung his battle knife, fighting fiercely against the enraged zombies. Dark Impact, the Black Knight's innate high-level tactics finally worked. The level 7 zombie was terrified by the Black Knight. It stepped on the remains of other zombies' limbs and arms, staggering backward 4 steps. Bone Cage, Ander's long-prepared bone cage was unleashed. The still confused level 7 zombie was tightly bound inside. As Ander predicted, it only took a little over a second for the zombie to recover from the chaos. Without the timely use of the bone cage, the reawakened zombie might have raised its iron-hard arms to protect its neck, causing the Black Knight's charge, slowed by heavy armor, to fail. But now, the situation was different. The level 7 zombie had just shattered the bone cage. Dakin raised his battle knife and charged forward with unstoppable force like a wild bull, blood splattering as his blade pointed straight at the zombie. The level 7 zombie's head was flying high, but before it could land, a long skeletal hand caught it and finally presented it to Ander. The Black Knight's soul fire flickered as he watched Dagama seize the opportunity to offer his battle spoils to Ander. After a long moment, the Black Knight looked away from Dagama and focused on his battle sword. The sword's blade was damaged in many places and covered in the disgusting green zombie blood. The Black Knight swung his sword twice, scattering the blood onto the ground. Good job. In the future, when I find something nice, I'll give it to you first. Ander's encouraging thought entered the Black Knight's soul fire at the right time. Even undead servants in chaos states could understand their master's praise through this mental flow. The Black Knight forgot his anger at Dagama and, holding his Black Knight's sword, happily returned to Ander's side. Meanwhile, the soul fire of the level 7 zombie had already been carefully taken out by Dagama and offered to Ander. Respected master, please enjoy. Dagama bowed respectfully and conveyed his obedient will to Ander. Since the last time he was scolded outside the zombie cave for retreating in battle, which led to a frenzy of the undead, Dagama's intelligence had improved. Now, he always tried to use every chance to show his loyalty to Ander. Perhaps, the death threat that Ander made to extinguish his soul fire back, then left Dagama with a deep, unforgettable fear. His actions clearly aimed to avoid such terrifying things from happening again. Before crossing over, Ander was about to reach a managerial level. He knew very well what Dagama's childish actions meant, but Ander wouldn't point it out. After all, as someone who used to be human, Ander found the idea of digging out a zombie's soul fire disgusting. Since someone else was doing it, why refuse? The soul fire energy of the level 7 zombie finally made Ander a level 6 skeleton mage. Long after the glow faded, Ander was still carefully recalling the feeling of leveling up. An invisible container randomly collected broken bones, resurrection of dry bones, pure dark energy, and an almost imperceptible but definitely more powerful caster's will than that of ordinary undead kings. This powerful will gave Ander a familiar feeling. It was this sense of familiarity that made Ander realize his presence. This familiarity comes from every time Ander successfully recruits an undead servant, a contract death god appears to sign a pact with both master and servant. In the Divine Comedy, it is said that the world of death gods has a strict hierarchy. At the top is the death god Hydike, who resides in the Lost Paradise, followed by various death god servants. Contract death gods are just the lowest rank among death servants. Below them are over 30-level undead great kings, 24-level and above undead kings, 15-level and above undead great lords, and 10-level and above undead lords. All undead below level 10 are like ants. Ander searches his memory while thinking. So, using the bone resurrection technique to upgrade undead below level 10 must be done by some lower-class death servants, right? That means Ander suddenly shivers, stopping his train of thought. He feels like he's caught in a conspiracy. Bone resurrection technique. Could it be a skill only mastered by lower-class death servants? Ander feels cold at this guess. When the death god Hydike gave him this skill, was he already plotting something? Probably, or maybe not. If there was a plot, he has secretly insulted Hydike many times. According to legends, Hydike's temper is so bad that Ander should have been destroyed dozens of times by now. Moreover, among the skeleton mage servants, there are 7 or 8 who can also use bone resurrection technique, right? Shaking his head, Ander pushes away these paranoid thoughts and extinguishes his worries. Leading his servant team, Ander heads to the nearest skeleton mage temple, hoping to learn some good spells this time to make the upcoming fight against the skeleton bear a little easier. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Ander walks out of the skeleton mage temple feeling gloomy. This time, the skill extraction brought no benefit to the upcoming battle, Plague Blade. This skill adds a plague-spreading effect to melee weapons. When a weapon coated with the Plague Blade hits a creature, the creature's weakness varies depending on its constitution. This skill is excellent. Against creatures from the main plane, it could greatly boost the effectiveness of undead in combat. But the problem is, for Ander, who is fighting in the undead plane, this skill is useless. The terrain of the Bone Bear Valley is a bit strange. The valley, squeezed between two mountains, looks like a gourd when viewed from above. The opening of the gourd faces the raging Blackwater underworld river. This kind of terrain made Ander's usual, digging traps, plan impossible. He could only prepare to fight hard with his servants. Of course, Ander wouldn't foolishly rush in. Instead, he set up a trap at the gourd's mouth, taking advantage of the bone bear's low intelligence, luring them one by one to the entrance. So far, only Semmel, a level 2 mage, has been involved. Her white bone bow's effective range is about 50 meters, but its maximum range is over 100 meters. Because of this, Semmel naturally became one of the main attractors for the bone bears, along with the ghost Magellan. A bone bear with metal arrows stuck in its forehead was successfully led to the valley entrance by Semmel. She carefully returned to Ander's side through the reserved passage. The undead servants blocking the gourd's mouth moved back into position, sealing the narrow passage. The tall skeleton lord swung his wolf-tooth club and moved to the front line. Among Ander's servants, only the skeleton lord could withstand the bone bear's attacks. Bite, claw, charge. The furious bone bear's attacks were simple but powerful. Relying on his sturdy armor, the skeleton lord Reed fought the bone bear evenly. Hiding behind layers of protection, Ender was busy casting undead control spells. Even if he couldn't successfully tame the bone bear, at least he could disrupt its attacks. After all, a bone bear is just a skeleton bear. After a fight, its attack power gradually weakens. This is a common problem for undead creatures. The amount of energy stored in low-level undead soul fires is limited. Rage might temporarily boost their attack, but once the rage ends, their attack power becomes much weaker. Ender patiently waited for this moment. The well-equipped skeleton gunman replaced the skeleton lord, working with the skeleton mages to cast spells. Over 10 metal bone guns, each over 3 meters long, pierced the bone bear, pinning it in place. 3 skull mastiffs also appeared at the right time, pressing down on the bone bear like a stacking game, holding it firmly on the ground. When the skeleton bear finally realized what was happening and tried to struggle, it was too late. This poor skeleton bear ultimately could not escape its fate of being subdued. The rest of the situation was even simpler. Time slowly passed. Andy had been in the Skeleton Bear Valley at the gourd mouth for over 10 days. More than 20 skeleton bears had surrendered to him, and the same number had been completely destroyed. So far, Andy had no intention of attacking the larger skeleton bears. He focused only on clearing out the weaker ones. Skeleton bears resist undead summoning magic strongly. Each time Andy successfully recruited a skeleton bear, he used about 10% of his mental energy. So, every day, he only managed to deal with 4 skeleton bears. He didn't try to handle more because he wanted to be cautious and keep half of his mental energy in reserve, just in case. As a result, after each hunt, Andy usually had some free time left in the day. Around Skeleton Bear Valley, there were no other undead creatures left to fight. Bored and with nothing to do, Andy would take his servants to a safe temporary camp, then go to the main plain for entertainment. Of course, Andy wasn't truly bored out of his mind. He knew that traveling to the main plain would drain Tina's magical energy. So, every day, he spent all his magic power on Tina before returning to the undead world. This was actually a good way for a mage to practice their magic. When on the main plain, Andy mostly stayed in old KGB's library. Last time, Andy casually complained in front of Tina that finding books in the library was difficult. To his surprise, Tina remembered this and reorganized all the books, leaving a neat alphabetical index near each shelf. Even the book he criticized, The Origins of Continental Surnames, now had page numbers and a quick AZ surname search directory. "Uncle Andy, it's nothing really. If I can help you, I'll be very happy," Tina said with a bright smile, her beautiful eyes squinting happily like crescent moons. Ender gently patted the young girl's head and said nothing more, as there was no need. The situation in Maya City had long been stable. The old KGB mage once again burst into his magic laboratory with great enthusiasm, and this was related to Ender. A few days ago, feeling bored while reading, Ender tried to learn how to write with a bone pen, so he casually drew some complex undead symbols on paper. When Tina was tidying up the papers, she happened to see them and showed them to the old KGB mage who was researching nearby. The old KGB mage was overjoyed, truly happy to the point of dizziness. The little old man was so excited that his face was full of wrinkles and trembling. He hugged the drawings and jumped back to his laboratory, working day and night on experiments. Because of this, in recent days, there have been small explosions and other accidents in his lab. Today, Ender, feeling extremely bored, held a map of the Sukhoi Duchy and studied the recent battles of Marquis Han Shah. When he was alive, Ender often played strategic simulation games. He studied the situation around the southern province of Sukhoi, called Krasnodar, and considered the military forces of Ruga and Sukhoi. He came up with a good idea. Casually, Ender drew and wrote on a piece of paper. He thought that if Marquis Han Shah used his method, there was a high chance of capturing the capital of Krasnodar province, Maykop. Just then, a loud explosion shook the entire Dark Mage Tower. Ender was unlucky. The old, very old chair he was sitting on shattered into pieces. Without paying attention, Ender fell to the ground with a thud. His chin hit the edge of the table, almost breaking his teeth. Luckily, the skeleton had no tongue, or Ender's habit of biting his tongue while thinking might have caused him to lose part of it. If his tongue had been bitten off, it would be impossible to reconnect. Getting up from the ground, Ender first looked at Tina. Fortunately, She was sitting cross-legged in meditation and was fine. Ander ran to the window and looked around. He saw black smoke rising from the old KGB mage's laboratory. It was obvious that the old man's experiment had failed, causing a big explosion. Sure enough, after a moment, the old KGB mage with his hair standing up like a broom and a face covered in soot ran out of his magic laboratory at the bottom of the tower, cursing loudly. "Hey, are you studying magic or just researching herbs?" Ander chuckled, both amused and exasperated. Divider. Suddenly, he remembered that each issue of Sanjiang has a voting option. On the right side of the homepage, below the submissions, there's a comics Sanjiang link. Clicking it takes you inside, and scrolling down allows you to vote for your favorite Sanjiang work of the current issue. The link is, "Please, everyone, choose me as your favorite Sanjiang book this time. Hee, satisfy my vanity a little. A brave man can't stand against many wolves," and the skeletal bears in the Bone Bear Valley were finally cleared out completely by Ander. So, the remaining skeletal giant bears are about to say goodbye to their wild, chaotic life. Ander has turned his dark, evil hand against them. To recruit the first skeletal giant bear, Ander paid a heavy price. The Skull Lord's body was shattered, the Black Knight's bones were deformed from exhaustion, 5 skeleton gunmen's bodies turned into bones, and a skeletal bear was beaten so badly by a giant bear 3 times its size that its skull was shattered. But all these sacrifices were worth it. Now, this fierce skeletal giant bear has joined Ander's loyal followers. Ander became more patient. The resisting spirits of the skeletal giant bears couldn't weaken even a little of Ander's enthusiasm for recruitment. In the end, Ander subdued all the skeletal giant bears at the cost of losing more than 10 skeleton gunmen. During this time, Ander no longer felt like wandering in the main plain. Every time he subdued a skeletal giant bear, he would focus on forming a bone saddle on its back, then forcibly turn his followers into undead giant bear gunmen, undead giant bear mages, and undead giant bear archers. Except for the Black Knight Dakin, who still resisted, all other followers obeyed Ander's will. Dakin, now all your comrades are looking down on you. Maybe it's time to become a skeletal giant bear knight, riding on the most muscular skeletal giant bear. Ander continued to tempt the infantry-style Black Knight. When everyone else obeyed his will, having a stubborn opponent was also interesting. Trying to persuade the Black Knight to change jobs is one of Ander's favorite things during his return to the skeleton cemetery. He looked up at Ander, who was high above, and then at the lower-ranked skeletons that should be looking down on him. The soul fire of the Black Knight flickered uncertainly, showing signs of hesitation. The Black Knight only recognizes the skeleton warhorse. After conveying his thoughts to Ander, the Black Knight turned his head and continued marching forward silently. He clearly still felt pride hurt. Oh, what a pity. Ander glanced over his team of servants, whose mechanization rate was nearly 99%, then pretended to sigh with a smug tone that was quite sarcastic. The skeleton bears moved at a pace not much faster than walking. Returning from the Skeleton Bear Valley to the main camp at the Skeleton Cemetery would naturally take some time. Riding on a skeleton bear with a wide view, Ander tempted the Black Knight Dakin, then fell into thought again. Within a few dozen miles of the Skeleton Cemetery, everything had been cleared except for the dangerous Lake of the Dead and the large group of ghosts in the withered forest. To improve his strength further, he needed to move elsewhere, perhaps cross the northern river to the icy highlands. After experiencing the bright storm, there shouldn't be many powerful beings there, making it suitable for his next development. But this was only a possibility. There might still be many undead experts. Or he could go south, bypassing the withered forest to explore the vast shadow wetlands. He could wait for the right moment to steal the king's remains from the forest. However, the wetlands were full of rivers and swamps, and who knew how many dangers like Lake of the Dead monsters lurked there. Both options had their benefits and risks, making Ander hesitate. Every decision a leader makes could affect everyone who follows him. Suddenly, Ander ordered his skeleton bear to stop moving. He sensed sharply that the skeleton cemetery, which should have been unclaimed, was now occupied by other undead lords. Main Plain. In the magnificent palace of the Marquis Ruger in the Maya city, Marquis Ruger's eyes gaze swept over a few hastily written papers. The fat Viscount Ajin, like a pig, stood silently nearby, not daring to breathe. Where did you get these? Ruger 13 finally withdrew his eagle-like gaze, not looking at Viscount Ajin's fat face, and asked calmly. Yes, it was my young daughter Teresa who accidentally learned about this when she visited the granddaughter of the KGB master yesterday. Hearing the Grand Duke ask, Viscount Ajin immediately brightened with joy. As expected, this was just as his daughter had predicted. He repeated his daughter's words word for word, afraid of missing any detail. According to my daughter, the person who drafted this plan is named Ander. His last name is unknown, only that he is the mysterious mentor of the KGB master's granddaughter. Finally, Viscount Ajin finished recounting everything, but the Grand Duke still showed no sign of understanding. The plump Viscount Ajin secretly wiped his sweaty face with his sleeve. As a nobleman, he knew he would never have the chance to speak privately with Duke Rouge. Is that so? The one who is said to understand the undead totem magic. The nearly middle-aged Grand Duke placed his well-maintained right hand on the table, extending his long to gently tap the surface. Known as the Black Eagle, his gaze once again fell on the few sheets of paper. Yes, that's correct. Viscount Ajin hurriedly nodded, though he was not entirely sure himself. Tereshah Ajin, very soon you will be able to change your name to Tereshah von Ajin, as long as your family can keep certain secrets. After a moment of silence, the Black Eagle Grand Duke slightly moved his right hand and, as if unintentionally, tapped lightly on the thin sheets of paper on the table. Yes, Your Majesty the King. The Ajin family will always be your loyal subjects. No one will get any information from me about. What does it mean to add von to the surname? Only high-ranking nobles in the duchy have that privilege. Nobles with the von in their names, even if they are viscounts, can receive a vast fief from the Grand Duke. Tereshah Ajin's face was full of excitement, her chubby body trembling. Her mind was buzzing. She was about to achieve a goal that the Ajin family had fought for over 100 years but never reached. Now, it was finally in her hands. All right, you may leave now. Interrupting Viscount Ajin's fervent loyalty speech, the Black Eagle Grand Duke ordered. Filled with great joy, Viscount Ajin drunkenly left the Grand Duke's study. As he stepped out, he quickly closed the door with a charming smile before the guards could intervene. The Black Eagle Grand Duke continued tapping on the table, and after a long while, he finally stopped. Kekajin, send someone quickly to deliver these to Hansha. Also, have someone investigate this Andy. A flicker of light twisted from the dark corner of the study, and a thin man dressed entirely in black thief's clothes stepped out. The man bowed before the Grand Duke of Black Eagle. Yes, the wooden and stone mixed wall of the skeleton cemetery, which had already been repaired, was now heavily collapsed in many places. Several undead knights in iron armor and angry horses wandered freely within the cemetery. The undead knights' blades flashed, and the humble low-level skeletons in the cemetery fell in groups. The fragile skeletons had not yet fully fallen when they were kicked away by armored skeletal warhorses. Broken bones scattered everywhere, and dark skeleton soul fires drifted away with the wind. None of the undead knights showed any intention of picking up the scattered soul fires. They simply wandered aimlessly through the cemetery, clearing out any skeletons they saw. The ordinary undead's purpose in killing other undead was only to devour their soul fires. The current situation clearly indicated that these undead knights must be servants of the undead, cleaning the environment on behalf of their masters. Owning a group of undead knight servants in the skeleton cemetery. What kind of concept is that? After roughly counting the number of undead knights, Andy turned and left quickly. He decisively gave up on the idea of reclaiming the undead realm. Since the encounter by the Shadow Lake last time, Andy had been carrying 2 precious items with him. So, he had no difficulty letting go of the skeleton cemetery. Just a little while after Andy left with Dakonin and Magellan, a high-level undead mage, cloaked in tattered robes, stepped out of the stone hut that once belonged to Andy. If Andy could see this, he would be very surprised to find that the powerful undead occupying the skeleton cemetery was actually the skeleton mage lord, Coldrend, whom he had met before. Back at the temporary camp where his hidden servants were, Andy hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to head north. It was because the shadow of the drowned lake monster who had used tentacles to deal with the skeletal war elephant, still lingered in his mind. Andy preferred to face visible dangers rather than the disgusting and sneaky presence of the drowned lake monster. Moreover, that fierce light storm last time seemed full of secrets. Andy was somewhat tempted to go and investigate the situation. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Chaos can lead to opportunity. If my predictions are correct, I will surely find something on this blood-soaked highland. In the Divine Comedy, it is said that 2 gods died fighting in the realm of spirits, and the divine fire vanished without a trace. Could the recent intense light storm be related to that fallen divine fire? Anders' soul fire flickered wildly. Suddenly, he thought of this possibility. Cross the river, head north. He jumped onto a giant skeleton bear and confidently issued the order. As for the withered forest full of suspicious signs, he temporarily pushed it aside. He also didn't know that after he stole the skeleton of the Blackwing Angel King, the mysterious will that bound all spirits suddenly disappeared. The already heavily weathered king's bones quickly turned into a pile of dust within just a few days. Almost at the same time Ander crossed the northern river, a female ghost named Gabrielle, crying out in sorrow, was the first to break free from the inertia of being bound by the mysterious will in the withered forest. She drifted in the direction of the distant north. Passing by the crescent-shaped bay formed after the collapse of the zombie cave, Anders stopped his journey. Unlike the dark, bloody underworld river, this shallow water lake was crystal clear in the shallows, with a faint blue hue in the deeper parts. Through the clear lake water, Ander was shocked to see the dense skeletons at the bottom. Having fought desperately in the realm of spirits for so long, Ander was no stranger to bones, or even bloody, dismembered limbs and guts piled up like small hills. Seeing these, he couldn't even be slightly surprised. After all, what he constantly saw were bones and rotten flesh. These things no longer frightened him. The only thing that shocked him was this pure spring, which shouldn't exist. Normally, water in the realm of spirits should be as filthy as the underworld river. How could there be a clear spring? Ander clearly remembered that not long ago, when he explored nearby, the crescent spring was only slightly clearer than the underworld river water. Yes, it was clearer than the river water back then. Could it be that this crescent spring has been continuously purified by divine light magic? Finally, Ander realized a question he had been ignoring. At the deepest part of the zombie cave, wasn't there a wall that revealed a painting after absorbing divine light? Light magic has the natural ability to suppress and neutralize dark forces. The residual light magic inside the stone wall slowly releases over time when soaked in water, making it possible for the entire Crescent Bay water area to become clear. Ander finally felt at ease. Looking at the crimson double moons rising quietly in the sky, he, who was not in a hurry to travel, naturally ordered his undead servants to rest and hunt on the ground. Tonight's crimson double moons are in the waxing phase. After reaching the middle of the sky, they reflect 2 bright crescent moons in the clear waters of Crescent Bay, creating a beautiful scene. Hey, I used to watch the moon reflecting on the second spring, but I never thought I would see such a beautiful second spring reflection in this undead world. Looking at the moonlight on the lake, Ander couldn't help but praise aloud, momentarily lost in admiration. The undead servants, who had never seen clear lake water before, looked into the water and saw their own reflections. Curious and excited, they forgot to absorb moonlight energy and scrambled to catch their reflections in the water. Their actions stirred the lake, causing the water to ripple and shimmer, making the reflections of the 2 red moons appear blurry and illusory. A thought crossed Ander's mind. He called out mentally to little Tina. Watching the moon alone can feel very lonely. After a brief exchange, Tina's spiritual shadow appeared at the edge of Crescent Bay. Uncle Ander, what exactly are you calling me for? Just after crossing into this new world, little Tina eagerly asked. Ander had mentioned giving her a surprise earlier, and she was very curious about what it could be. Without answering her directly, Ander simply nodded toward the Crescent Bay behind her. So beautiful. Following Ander's gesture, the girl turned around and finally saw the stunning night view of Crescent Bay. The scenery, so out of place with the surroundings, made her sincerely praise it, her eyes even becoming dreamy. Beautiful, right? I call it Crescent Bay. Ander finally spoke, sitting cross-legged on the ground, leaning against his skeletal giant bear mount behind him. It's truly beautiful. I never thought that even in the undead world, where my grandfather said the laws are extremely evil, there could be such a beautiful place. It seems that even evil laws can give birth to beauty. Little Tina was very excited, casually responding to Ander. She didn't notice that after she finished speaking, Ander's soul fire flickered suddenly. Does the evil law give birth to? Goodness, Andro pondered this question. While admiring the beautiful crescent bay where water moons dance, Andro was talking to Tina about nothing in particular when suddenly he was overwhelmed by sleepiness. After many sleepless nights, Andro curled up like a child and finally fell into a deep sleep in this dangerous world. Outside the Lord's castle, a large number of crimson roses were blooming. White-bellied stone arrow frogs jumped in puddles after the rain. A barefoot child waited for his father to come home from the castle. Secretly, he plucked a rose to give to his mother. Sitting quietly beside Andro, Tina hummed a cheerful lullaby. The little girl, only wearing pajamas, swayed her bare, smooth feet, her clear voice floating over Crescent Bay. Originally confused, Semmelheli, standing by the bay and looking at her reflection in the water, turned her head as Tina's song played. Slowly, her jaw moved up and down, as if singing along with the girl. Other undead servants also stopped their unconscious actions, quietly listening to this lively song. 3 bone mastiffs tiptoed over and lay down beside Andro and the girl, resting their large heads on crossed front leg bones. Meanwhile, Andro had entered a long-lost dream. In the dream, he saw himself clearly, as an observer, witnessing every day and night of his efforts in the undead world. From entering the undead realm, witnessing Semmel fighting the giant axe skeleton, to conquering Skeleton Lord Reed and taking over the skeleton cemetery, to staying in this moonlit Crescent Bay. He experienced the joy of success and the frustration of mistakes, all vividly remembered. In this strange, movie-like dream, Andro realized that his watching self felt neither happiness nor sadness, only coldly observing everything happening. Finally, a strange sense of confusion overwhelmed him. The scene in the dream suddenly shattered, blood-red waterfalls falling from the sky, instantly staining the clear Crescent Bay red. Andro, do you regret it? Accompanied by the howling wind, a faint voice pierced the sky and entered Anne's mind. Andy, stand proud before the heavens and the earth. Regret? Why should I regret anything? In the dream, Andy laughed loudly. So, what is the purpose of all your efforts? The faint voice seemed surprised by Anne's answer, pausing for a moment before continuing to ask. What's the point of telling you? My goal is to make sure that everything I believe in, including myself, can live well. Andy sneered at this question. Doesn't he understand? My goal has always been this simple. Living well? But even divine beings with nearly endless life can fall at any moment. The faint voice seemed unable to understand. Just enjoy every day of life. That's enough. After I die, I don't care if floods come or disasters strike, Andy answered impatiently. He was tired of discussing life and death. Listen carefully to my bottom line. As long as I am alive, I will never allow anyone to trample on the rights of those I believe in. Not even divine slander. Andy instinctively felt that this faint voice was very strange, so he blurted out a sentence. Sometimes, revealing your bottom line early can prevent opponents from doing things that offend you. It's a wise move. Divine slander? Haha. Don't you know that in their eyes, you're as insignificant as an ant? The faint voice, with a hint of amusement, seemed to be hearing a great joke. So what if that's true? Andy replied calmly. Yes, so what? Many ordinary people who are qualified to become gods started out with simple ideas. The faint presence used a tone full of meaning, hinting at some information Andy was not yet qualified to know. Hey, who are you? What exactly are you trying to tell me? Andy vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He suddenly realized that his conversation with this faint voice was revealing his deepest thoughts. There must be a problem with this dream. Who I am doesn't matter. Since you have broken free from your mental chains, let's end our conversation here. The dreamer did not respond to Anders' question. Instead, he continued speaking, each word becoming softer than the last. When he finally said, "Let's," it was almost inaudible. Just as Ander was about to curse, The blood-red crescent bay in his dreams suddenly began to boil. Two huge crimson wings slowly rose from the water and gradually spread out. Under Anders' watch, a winged female angel, finally emerged from the water. Her flowing red hair danced in the wind, her flawless skin like smooth jade, her delicate collarbones. Anders' gaze wandered freely over the black-winged angel, finally settling on her face, hidden behind a faint mist. For some reason, Anders felt this angel was very familiar, so familiar. This strange sense of familiarity made him forget to admire her stunning, devilishly beautiful body. Instead, he focused on seeing her face clearly. The mist covering her face slowly changed. The clear, lovely face of young Tina, the beautiful Teresa from the Ajin family, even the face of his ex-girlfriend, all appeared within the mist, blending and transforming endlessly. Finally, the mist lifted, revealing a face so delicate and beautiful. Angel-like purity, devilish charm. At last, the angel opened her closed eyes. Her hazy gaze flickered, and Anders was completely captivated by her deep blue eyes. Barefoot child, waiting for daddy to come home from the castle. Secretly plucking a rose, to take home and give to mom. The angel gently parted her crimson lips, and, in a voice like Semmel's, sang a sweet song. As she sang, the crimson wings of the angel dissolved into a flurry of scarlet petals, drifting down onto the surface of Crescent Lake. In mid-October of the 3333rd year of the New Continent calendar, Marquis Hansa hunted down all Suhoi nobles outside Makul City. A total of 236 nobles of various ranks were captured, along with over 600 stewards, servants, and others. Marquis Hansa broke open the Duin River Dam, flooding Makul City and washing away 100 meters of its walls. Later, the Marquis of Hansa led the Sukhoi nobles to the front, mixing with the attacking soldiers to storm the city again. After the fierce battle, the Sukhoi nobles, driven forward like pigs and sheep, suffered heavy losses. The moment of hesitation by the city lord of Makop left him with no place to hide or die. On the large land south of the Aral Mountain Pass, there were no longer any organized Sukhoi troops remaining. The Kruber Kingdom, bordering Sukhoi and Rouge, finally saw the situation clearly and declared war on Sukhoi. Listening quietly to Tina's story, Anders' good mood from waking up disappeared. This was a serious matter. Tina, where did you put the blueprints I casually drew on the top floor of the library last time? Anders sincerely hoped that the series of actions, Hansa Marquis diverting water to flood the city, using Sukhoi nobles as the vanguard, and pulling Kruber into the fight to share the war pressure, were all his own ideas. Those blueprints? I was worried you might still need them, so I organized and put them in the second drawer on the left side of your desk. The girl blinked and answered seriously. After speaking, Tina looked curiously at Semmel by the Crescent Lake, noticing that Semmel had been staring at her. Has anyone been in the library recently? Tina's answer did not satisfy Anders, so he asked again. About 10 days ago, Sister Teresa came to see me. She went up to the library on the top floor. What's wrong, Uncle Anders? Tina had a good memory and quickly recalled what Anders wanted to ask. Anders cursed. He still couldn't figure out what was happening. He thought it was because his intelligence was too low. If he hadn't been busy dealing with the Skeleton Bear Valley, he wouldn't have had time to go to the main plane, or things would have gone badly. But after cursing, Anders felt somewhat relieved. He knew he would eventually have to wander in the main plane. Not to mention, after the large-scale battle in the Undead realm, he had to go to the main plane to repair the bodies of his undead servants. The ever-increasing amount of metal powder needed for repairs was a problem that could easily expose him. Rather than hide and be afraid to face others, he might as well take this chance to gain some benefits. Uncle Anders, did I do something wrong again? Anders' harsh words startled the girl, who timidly asked in fear. You did nothing wrong. It's my own careless mistake, Anders muttered as he stood up from the ground. He scratched the back of his head and took a few steps back and forth, thinking of a plan. The plan was adopted by the frontline Marquis of Hansa, proving that Teresa must have offered her plan to Duke Rouge. Tina is now the granddaughter of the old KGB agent, and with the strength of the Ajin family, they certainly wouldn't dare offend the old KGB agent who, in theory, can curse even dragons. So, When the Ajin family used this blueprint to win Duke Rouge's favor, they couldn't help but mention Tina, as well as Tina's already famous mysterious mentor, Ander himself. Since Duke Rouge the 13th dared to accept this plan, he would definitely investigate who created the plan. As a Duke, Rouge probably controls a spy organization, and both overt and covert investigations are hard to prevent. Stopping all activities might be possible, but it would greatly affect Ander's efforts in the spirit world. But from another perspective, the war between Rouge and Sukhoi probably won't end soon. According to Ander's estimate, it will only escalate, and more countries will get caught in the war. During times of chaos, ordinary people's lives are the cheapest, while capable people's lives become extremely valuable. Of course, Ander doesn't think he can influence the war's outcome yet, but occasionally coming up with bad ideas, like gaining a fiefdom, shouldn't be a problem. Having a fiefdom means that as long as he doesn't rebel, he can do whatever he wants inside it. That way, he wouldn't have to spend a lot of Tina's magic user salary on metal powder for a few coins. As for his identity, with a secondary artifact that looks more real than a real person, Ander can fool anyone except gods and women. He can't fool women only because this artifact doesn't support some piston-like functions. Yes, Tina, listen to me. You must remember what I say. These things concern our future. When we return to the main plane, you will need to. Then. But don't say it too definitively. Be vague. Make Uncle look like a humble hermit who avoids fame and profit. Understand? Before Andre could scratch the back of his head in frustration, he finally thought of a plan. He knelt in front of Tina and started explaining carefully. The little girl listened happily, her eyes shining, though she was afraid of missing any words. Still, she couldn't help but giggle. Be serious. Uncle is talking about something important. If you keep laughing, I won't let you see the moon anymore. Andre looked at Tina and spoke in a teacher-like tone. What's so funny? I'm just thinking of serious things. I didn't do anything bad. Just a moment ago, before Andre finished, the quick-talking girl interrupted. Annoyed, Andre made a move as if to scold her, but the girl forgot she was in her spirit form. She covered her head with her hands and hid behind the three dogs. When she felt safe, she stuck out her tongue at Andre. Okay, no more fuss. Tina, do you remember everything I just told you? Andre awkwardly lowered his bone hand and looked at the setting red moon, which was slowly sinking. He asked seriously. Tina nodded hard, showing she remembered everything clearly. After thinking carefully about what he had just told her, Andre added a few details he had missed. Then he sent Tina back to her main world. After stretching lazily toward the sinking moon, Andre walked straight to Semmel, who was holding a long bone bow. He stared at Semmel's flickering soul fire and sent a stream of thoughts, word for word. Semmel, tell me about your experience. In his sleep, Andre was sure he heard Semmel singing. A singing skeleton with a bow wouldn't be chaotic anymore, but Semmel didn't respond to Andre's question. Then, tell me, what do you remember now? Andre was patient and continued asking. Master, Semmel has some very strange memories, but I don't know how to describe them. Semmel hesitated for a while before speaking. The sudden memories seemed hard for Semmel to accept. It's okay. Take your time speaking, and I will listen patiently. Ander's soul fire flickered, and recalling that strange dream, he was truly worried about what Semmel might have remembered. I saw endless green trees, a ring made of roses. Many long-eared living people. They were laughing at Semmel. There was a short-eared man. Dad, go home. Semmel didn't understand. Semmel was slowly describing her confused memories, and Ander could clearly feel her emotions. She was as sad as a helpless child. After hearing Semmel's story, Ander roughly understood what she meant. If he was right, the forest and such probably represented where Semmel used to live. The long ears were likely the so-called elves, and the short ears should be Semmel's father. Is Semmel a mixed blood? Ander thought to himself, surprised. He had thought Semmel remembered something important, but it turned out she was just living in the main world. All right, these things are no longer important. Listen to me. Semmel, the undead are just undead, understand? Ander wasn't interested in investigating further. It was already late, and it was time to head north. The undead are just undead? Semmel, I don't understand. Seeing Ander already mounted on the skeletal giant bear, Semmel looked up with a confused expression, sending her thoughts across. The nobility, the shame, the glory, the humiliation you experienced in life. None of it matters after death. The undead have no connection to their past lives. Semmel, you just need to be a good skeleton archer until you become a king. Ander tilted his head and thought for a long time before saying 2 more sentences, though he was still unsure if Semmel would understand. Be a good skeleton archer until you become a king? Semmel, I think I understand what my master means now. Semmel raised her right hand, holding the skeleton longbow, looking at the reinforced recurve bow given by Ander. Her tone was no longer sad. She seemed to truly understand something. King. Semmel tightly grasped her weapon, and a low whisper echoed in her soul. Very good. Everyone, mount your steeds. Let's go. Seeing that his words worked, Ander felt very happy. He activated the skeletal giant bear to stand up, then sent his shout deep into each servant's soul fire. The skeleton Lord Reed, who was at the end of the line, looked longingly toward the skeleton cemetery before finally speeding up to catch up with the main force heading north across the blood-soaked plateau. Ander's band of thieves was cautious but lucky. As they traveled north across the Bone Plain, they didn't encounter any strong, undead creatures. So, Ander confidently transformed into the leader of a bandit extermination army, clearing out any undead that dared to resist along the way. Those undead that survived the bright storm had some skill, but unfortunately, they met Ander, a shameless and aggressive skeleton mage. His fists couldn't match 4 legs, and even gods fear a good knife, so the resisting undead were beaten flat and turned into Ander's soul fire fuel. After Samir, the skeleton archer, awakened, Ander realized she could understand him perfectly. Every attack she made was aimed at the enemy's joints or spine, hitting vital spots. With Ander's specially made arrows, even the weaker undead skeletons fell 10 steps away. Once Samir shot them down, Ander would immediately send in some skeleton giant bear cavalry or even skeleton giant bear mages to stomp and trample wildly. Most battles ended at this point, about 90%. The remaining 10% were handled by Dagner, the Black Knight, who was equipped with a skeleton warhorse. Dagner was surprised to get this skeleton horse. Just a few days earlier, he had come across a wandering group of skeleton horses. Ander spent a lot of time before he managed to catch one, and the Black Knight, howling loudly, pounced on it. After so long, Dagner finally rode his steed again, giving him every reason to become a fierce warrior. Now, whether it was a bone rat or a skeleton, if they blocked his way, they would definitely end up dead by being run over. If one wasn't enough, the Black Knight would turn his horse around and crush his enemies back and forth until they were dead. Sometimes, Ander wondered if the Black Knight was a wealthy person who had traveled through time. The symbol of the blood-soaked plateau was the numerous red stone pillars with sharp tips of different sizes. Various ghostly creatures flickered in and out, wandering through the stone pillar forest. At the unclear border between the Bone Plain and the Bloodbath Wasteland, An's team lined up in a row. He, now a level 7 skeleton mage, rode the tallest skeletal bear and stood at the front of the vanguard, feeling a bit proud. Bloodbath Wasteland, Andy, have finally arrived. Suddenly, bang, splash. Before he could finish his thought, there was a loud bang, and Andy felt something hit his forehead. Caught off guard, he grimaced as he fell off the skeletal bear, landing flat on his back. A mass of ghostly white fire continued to burn on his forehead. The undead servants stretched their necks to look at Andy on the ground, but almost none of them understood what had just happened. Only Semmel, who always held a white bone bow, saw a half-human skeleton hiding behind a stone root, holding a smoking long bone pipe, grinning as if he was having fun. Idiots! What are you standing around for? My master was shot unexpectedly. Hurry up and find the attacker. Andy first scraped himself on the rotten ground, extinguishing the burning ghost fire on his face, then scrambled to get up using his hands and feet. After forming a bone shield to protect himself, he started shouting at his still inactive servants. Master Andy, over here. Semmel had already shot his 3rd arrow at the strange skeleton and finally took the time to remind Andy. Following Semmel's directions, Andy finally spotted the shameless attacker. But what he saw made him pause. It looked like a goblin skeleton? The thing in his hand, could it be the legendary goblin musket? What exactly was going on? Faced with this strange attacker, Andy definitely wouldn't let him go. Catch him, and there will be a big reward. Main text, Hakaloo, sh, Brolon. Andy carefully examined the inscription on the bone goblin musket and finally recognized the words engraved there. Honestly, Andy wasn't in a good mood right now. The inexplicable shot almost gave him a concussion. Fortunately, Ander had already strengthened his bones, or else he would have at least one more hole in his head. To catch this undead goblin with a tricky running route, Ander spent a lot of effort. He chased and blocked it for a long time, but failed. Just as the little creature was about to escape the trap, Semmel accidentally shot an arrow that wounded the goblin's right knee joint. The Black Knight finally captured it. All right, whether you're a goblin zombie or a goblin mummy, you just need to tell me. Why did you attack me? After the Black Knight stepped firmly on the goblin creature, which was lying on the ground like a pancake, Ander showed his teeth and sent his thoughts. With Ander's tone, the Black Knight pressed down harder, almost crushing the goblin into the mud. This weapon from Hekaroo is interesting. It's a goblin flamethrower with a trumpet-shaped mouth, which is rare in the main world. It's surprising to see a bone-made version here in the undead world. That's really fascinating. Ander thought that this undead goblin daring to attack him didn't seem to be a fool, so he asked this question. Speak quickly. Dagma, pretending to be powerful, threatened from the side, his sharp claws scratching the goblin zombie's face back and forth. I am the great goblin enchanter Hekaroo. You can't treat me like this. I just thought his bones looked strange and wanted to test if my treasure could pierce them. The goblin zombie, not much bigger than a skeleton mage, struggled on the ground like a dog, and when it realized it couldn't break free, it finally pointed its short finger at the Black Knight and shouted loudly. It behaved, completely unlike an undead. Look carefully. If you want to hit him, then what's on my forehead? Hearing the goblin's excuse, Ander's anger flared up. Who does it think it's fooling? The Black Knight was at least 50 meters away from Ander. Looking at the goblin's thin neck, Ander thought it probably couldn't withstand his kick, so he held back from kicking it. I say I missed my shot earlier. Do you believe me? Hekaroo glanced at Ander and mumbled the reason. What do you think? Ander pulled out his skeletal staff from behind his neck, weighted in both hands, and looked ready to strike. Why you? Don't come any closer. You are a skeleton mage, after all. Seeing Andre's actions, Hekaroo immediately became excited. Since being thrown into the undead world by that cursed guy, he had never been this excited before. In the undead world, there are also shameless mages who like to roll up their sleeves and swing their staffs, just like that cursed guy I remember. Are you not going to tell the truth? Andre found it strange. The goblin zombie pressed to the ground shouldn't be so excited. He should be afraid, right? I'm Hekaroo, a goblin enchantment mage, not a goblin musketeer. A little mistake is normal, okay? You can't attack. Let's talk nicely, all right? The zombie-like goblin soulfire was a bit chaotic, and his weak body was trembling constantly. Taking this chance, Andre used a level 7 skill he learned, Ghost Truth, to question him. Why were you suddenly so scared just now? Andre was satisfied as he poked the goblin with his skeletal staff, confirming that the goblin had indeed been hit by his spell, then asked. I was thrown into this cursed plane by a mage who acts just like you. For exactly 123 years, bound by the Ghost Truth spell, the goblin could only answer truthfully without thinking, and his body started trembling again. But this time, it was not fear, but anger. Are you from the main plane? Thinking for a moment, Andre put away his skeletal staff and asked cautiously. Of course. Otherwise, how could a genius goblin like me exist in this cursed undead plane? Like being hypnotized, the poor goblin answered every question. Impossible. Who has such great power to send a living being with flesh and blood into the undead world? Andre could only doubt this. It didn't follow the rules of the planes. How could a living creature's body be directly thrown into the undead world? If you meet that semi-divine mad mage, you'll understand how he did it. 123 years of decay and corruption turned this handsome goblin into a complete mummy. The poor goblin continued to freak out unconsciously, flailing his limbs so wildly that he actually dug a pretty big hole in the ground. So, what's the deal with this goblin musketeer? Taking the opportunity, Andre wouldn't ask for details unless he had to. I don't know. My little treasure used to have a beautiful redwood stand and shiny metal barrel. But over more than 100 years, it has become like this. I tried to re-enchant it, but my treasure completely deteriorated. However, Now the bone-shattering bullets it fires are coated with dark fire, proving that I, Hikalu, am indeed a genius enchanter. Stop. What exactly can you do? As I said, I am the genius goblin enchanter Hikalu. I can use magic materials to add magical properties to ordinary equipment. Really? Can you enchant weapons for the undead? As long as I have enough enchantment materials, yes. Undead world. It actually has quite a few good materials for enchantment. Good. One last question. The gun you tried to use for a sneak attack earlier. Who was it aimed at? It was aimed at you. Because of your actions on the skeleton giant bear, I felt very annoyed. Puff. Anders' powerful kick ended the conversation. Anders' nose was even crooked from anger. What do you mean by annoyed? That. Disgusting. Ugly little dwarf dares to slander me like that? Atone, goblin. Deceiving me. Ander, comes with a price. You can choose to become my servant, and when you're no longer useful, I will execute you. Or you can be executed now, and your soul will be forever imprisoned and tormented by me. Ander roared. Actually, Ander was lying again. He didn't have the ability to imprison others' souls. The goblin, who was awakened by Anders' kick and had just broken free from the ghostly truth spell, found a cold black knight's sword on his neck. The goblin tribe has a famous saying, a goblin who isn't afraid of death isn't a good goblin. And Kalu was definitely an excellent, good goblin. So Anders' death threat added a new member to his team, a goblin enchanter who called himself a genius. Respected Lord Ander, it's not that I am lazy or negligent, but I simply lack materials. Enchanting requires enchanted sand, which the undead realm doesn't have. I brought enchanted sand from the main world, but I used it all on my treasure. That crazy mage. Oh, sorry, Lord Ander. I didn't mean to offend you. The goblin kept rambling as he explained to Ander, who was busy commanding other servants to move the various undead enchantment materials collected by Hikalu from his very secretive burrow. To transport Hikalu's scrap metal, Ander specially modified a giant skull bear. He sealed the bear's body with necromantic magic, turning it into a closed storage space, leaving only a small hole for Hikalu to come and go. Ander believed the goblin's explanation because he knew that the undead plane didn't produce enchantment sand. So, he didn't force the poor goblin to have Hikalu enchant all the undead equipment. As for enchantment sand, there was quite a large pile in old KGB's laboratory, but he wasn't sure how much of it had been used recently for researching undead totems. He needed to think of a way to secretly take some from the old man. Should he steal it openly? Sneak in? Kidnap? Trick him? Hit him with a surprise attack? Or maybe smash him with a brick? Ander held the back of his head, thinking of countless sneaky plans swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, in the main world, old KGB was passionately conducting a magic experiment when suddenly he felt a tickle in his nose, making him want to sneeze. Distracted, he accidentally drew a wrong symbol in his magic diagram. The rune on the beast leather started glowing. Old KGB knew something was wrong, so he quickly cast a protective shield around himself. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed through the Bo-In Academy, and everyone who heard it knew. A great mage's experiment had failed again. Who dares curse me, old KGB? Don't let me find out. Finally escaping his laboratory, old KGB spat out black smoke, hurriedly smacking out the still-burning wild hair, then roared at the sky. In 3 steps, he was drenched in a rain of saliva. Ander naturally didn't know about old KGB's roar. After settling in the safe zone that Hikalu the goblin had mentioned, Ander was busy making himself new armor, especially after nearly getting shot by the goblin. Following the principle of prioritizing defense, Ander made a full set of Bone Knight's heavy armor, including a helmet with a face guard, bone greaves for the lower body, and a reinforced undead shield. When Ander wore this set, even the Black Knight was envious. This was clearly an upgraded version of the Undead Knight's heavy armor. After thinking for a moment, Ander made himself a white bone bow, dozens of bone arrows, and 3 small bone spears for throwing. Finally, he copied the design of the peacekeeping American tanks from around the world and equipped his skeletal giant bear mount with 3 bone shields. Whenever there was danger, Ander could hide his entire body behind these shields. It took him a whole day and night to finish all this. Wearing his homemade armor, Ander proudly climbed onto his mount and sent a mental message to his few intelligent servants. How do I look? Does your master Ander seem like a brave and handsome wind knight? The servants looked at each other nervously. In the end, a brave goblin answered, Respected Master Ander, the heavy armor skeleton bear mage profession is not funny at all, really. Poor goblin underestimated Ander's intelligence. His words earned him a solid beating. Hekaru, if I catch you secretly mocking me again, you will suffer a terrible fate. Now tell me everything you know about the nearby undead lords. Ander knew that wearing heavy armor was not for ordinary people. It was very exhausting, and he quickly grew tired of fixing it. After scolding the poor goblin, Ander sat down on the ground and started asking questions. After a night of repairs, his undead servants looked energetic and ready to continue their plan of northern conquest. Master Ander, I really didn't mean to mock you. To the north, there's a group of skeletons and half-orcs. Their lord is a disgusting guy who likes to throw short-handled bone axes randomly. To the west, there's a huge white bone castle. I heard a lich lord lives inside, but I've never seen him come out. To the east, there's an even more disgusting group, rotting centaurs. The big lord there, last time I looked for magic materials near his territory, almost got killed by his axes. The goblin, who called himself a genius enchanter, finally realized that his master was not easy to fool. He hurriedly answered Ander's questions, ignoring the mud on his face. The Lich Lord was the first to be excluded from the attack list. Ander didn't want to attack unknown and mysterious enemies without knowing more. Among the skeleton half-orcs and the rotting centaurs, which lord has lower intelligence? Ander continued to ask. Compared to the genius Hikeluobi, they are almost all lacking intelligence. Of course, Lord Ander, your wisdom is beyond even the genius Hikeluobi's understanding. Smack. The goblin received a harsh slap from Ander. Goblin, don't try to test your master's patience. Ander withdrew his bony hand. What does it mean to be beyond understanding? Did I not realize that was a subtle insult? The poor goblin felt upset and wanted to cry. He was sincerely flattering his master, yet he was inexplicably slapped. This master is really hard to please. After a chaotic exchange of punches and questions, Ander finally got the information he wanted from the battered goblin's mouth, his face swollen and teeth loose. The enemies are a slow-witted skeleton half-orc leader and a strong melee-type rotten centaur leader. Ander marked his attack targets in his mind. At the edge of the cliff, the skeleton warhorse nervously moved its hooves. A fist-sized piece of bone rolled and tumbled down. After smashing into a small pit in the dry riverbed below the cliff, the bone finally stopped in the dark brown sand. Master, Daknin's patience was always limited. He finally couldn't help but ask. The Black Knight didn't understand why Ander wanted to ambush everyone on both sides of the valley. Why rush? Look, isn't everything already going well? Ander pushed his helmet's front mask up with effort, then pointed to both ends of the river. Following Ander's direction, the Black Knight indeed saw two dark figures rushing from both sides of the river. Upon closer inspection, it was the skeleton archer Samuel and the mummified goblin Hikeluobi. Honored Master, I still don't understand what they are doing. The Black Knight was very honest. He truly didn't understand. Idiot, look behind them, Ander replied impatiently. Behind Samuel and Hikeluobi, there was a lively scene with dust billowing. On one side, a large group of orc skeletons was chasing, and on the other, a bunch of decayed centaurs. The two speed-focused baiters were tempting both the orcs and the centaurs, and soon they collided. Following Ander's orders, Samuel and Hikeluobi, exhausted and almost unable to run, scrambled up the cliff and then collapsed on the ground, unwilling to move. Disgusting half-orc lord, he almost took the life of the genius Hikalu with a flying axe. I curse him. At you and at dot. Hikalu hugged his precious gun and cursed with sharp words, no less fierce than Ander. Meanwhile, Semmel remained very quiet. She only rested briefly, then forced herself to stand up and silently moved to stand beside Ander. Below the cliff, the pursuing half-orc skeleton lord and the rotten centaur lord had already clashed, as Ander predicted. These two fools were both acting like true lords, each backed by several hundred of their own undead allies. The half-orc skeleton lord was full of sturdy skeleton warriors. The rotten centaur lord mostly had archers, with only a few rotten centaur spearmen. When they encountered each other, The two foolish lords immediately forgot their original purpose. After a few minutes of standoff, the impatient skeleton half-orc lord took the initiative. It conjured a bone axe out of thin air, puffed up its chest, twisted its waist, and swung the bone axe at the rotten centaur lord. The centaur lord quickly crossed two short axes in front of him like a shield. His half-rotted arms bulged muscles instantly. The bone axe hit the bone shield, shattering into a shower of bone fragments. The strong centaur lord was knocked back, trembling on his hooves, and finally staggered backward. Roar! The rotten centaur lord was furious. He roared at the skeleton half-orc lord who dared to throw a flying axe at him. Wielding two short axes, he charged forward like a tank, kicking up dust and rushing at his opponent. As a ranged attacker, the skeleton half-orc lord was not very smart, but not completely stupid either. It didn't plan to fight in close combat. After throwing a bone axe, it used its lordly intimidation to command the skeleton warriors to step forward and block. The rotten centaur lord was not willing to show weakness. He led his rotten centaur archers to draw their bows and attack. They used thick bone arrows, about the thickness of a thumb, which were at least 4 or 5 times more powerful than the thin arrows of the skeleton archers on the bone plane. A few rotten centaur spearmen followed the lord and charged forward. The scene quickly became very intense, with half-orc skeleton soldiers and decayed centaurs falling to the ground and no longer able to get up. Fight! Hit hard! Fight with all your might! Don't hold back! Haha! On the cliff, Ander was dancing around excitedly, looking like a passionate sports fan giving advice. Next to him, Dakin was glowing with red eyes. As a naturally bloodthirsty black knight, he was thrilled by the fierce battle scene. If not for the contract with his master, he might have already charged into the fight. Gradually, there were fewer undead still standing on the battlefield. The decayed centaur archers were almost all defeated, and only a few skeleton warriors remained. The two leaders were badly injured. The orc leader had half his ribs broken and one arm missing, while the centaur leader was badly wounded inside, with 2 of his 4 hooves injured, and only his right hand still holding a short axe. Master, is this the result you wanted? Surprisingly, it was not Dakin, who was furious, nor Hekaru, who was noisy, asking Ander. It was Semmel, who had just recently escaped chaos. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Fighting either of these foolish leaders directly is not wise. So, as a wise person, I choose to watch from afar and wait for the right moment. Then, Ander was very pleased with the current state of the battlefield. Now that both foolish leaders were half disabled, it was much easier to deal with them. His gaze swept from the cliff, and suddenly he saw the orc leader being kicked far away by the centaur leader. The orc struggled to get up, wobbling. Oh no, the orc can't hold on anymore. Everyone, attack now. Dakin and Red, hold the centaur. Others, finish off the orc leader and those poor minions quickly. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Ander quickly released a bone cage to trap the decayed centaur leader and hurriedly gave orders. Black Knight Dakin had been waiting for Ander's command for a long time. Without hesitation, he was the first to ride his horse off the cliff, kicking up dust and rushing toward the centaur leader with his sword. With his skeletal horse, Dakin's charge was incredibly powerful. Several centaur spearmen who tried to block him were knocked over and scattered on the ground. Following Ander's orders, skeletal giant bears with riders hidden inside had been waiting on both sides of the cliff. They suddenly appeared, jumping down one after another like dumplings, blocking the dried-up riverbanks completely. Ander was not worried about his servants jumping down because he had already tested it. Seeing the almost one-sided battle below, Ander felt a surge of fighting spirit. He forcefully lowered his helmet's face shield, then turned his head to send a passionate stream of thoughts to Semmel. Quickly bring my bow and arrows. I want to shoot a few arrows here. No need to think twice. The effect of Ander's few arrows was negligible. Meanwhile, the decayed centaur lord briefly erupted in chaos, wildly hacking around. The skeletal warhorse under Dakin was struck, and 3 of its 4 legs flew off. Poor Black Knight, once again, became a heavily armored infantry without a horse. Fortunately, the skeleton lord finally arrived, teaming up with the Black Knight on the edge of rage to bully the centaur lord. The exhausted centaur lord couldn't hold up for long. Soon, he was knocked to the ground, his head cut off by the Black Knight. The last thing the decayed Centaur Lord saw was that cursed half-orc lord lying on the ground, being stomped on by skeleton mages riding giant skeletal bears. How can these weak skeleton mages become so brave? With this question in mind, the corrupt Centaur Lord fell into eternal chaos and never woke again. Absorbing 2 Lord-level soul fires at once gave Ander an intense, exhilarating pleasure. He even felt his soul drifting into the sky, only returning to his body after a long time. In this extreme pleasure, Ander almost didn't notice that he had advanced to level 8 as a skeleton mage. No wonder high-level undead like to fight each other, this feeling. Finally regaining his composure, Ander grinned and muttered to himself. Touch, taste, smell, hearing, sight. Undead have only weak vision and hearing, and besides fear and anger, they hardly feel any other emotions. After devouring a high-level soul fire, this incredible pleasure must make most undead addicted, right? Ander shivered at the thought. This isn't a good thing. Who knows if, while hunting other high-level undead, some other creature with a taste for flesh is also eyeing him. It seems he needs to keep strengthening his defenses. Bone strength, armor durability, mount resilience, and the strength of his servants. All must be improved. Master, please repair my war horse. I really can't do without it. The Black Knight, holding 3 broken horse legs, stood sadly beside Ander, begging like a chick pecking at rice. His unlucky skeletal war horse was behind him, trying to stand on its remaining leg, playing a game of balancing on one leg. Ander, generous to his loyal servants, agreed to the Black Knight's request. He ordered the Black Knight to lay the skeleton war horse flat and place the 3 broken leg bones back in their original positions. Then, Ander began his skilled bone resurrection magic. Oh my goodness. Master Ander, you are as incredible as a god. Seeing the battlefield now safe and no longer threatening, the genius zombie goblin, leaning on his treasured musket, limped down the cliff, curious to see Ander. Upon closer look, the zombie goblin, he clutch, was completely shocked. How could this be? It was understandable that Ander was skilled at fixing bones, but how could he also create a full set of skeletal armor for the war horse after repairing its bones? This was too unbelievable. It was like a miracle. Could it be that Master Ander is the embodiment of the Grim Reaper? Fool, look at the armor on me and my sharp metal claws. All of this is because I am the first servant of the Master, specially transformed for me. Goblin, don't let the first servant, Degrama, find out you've disobeyed the Master. Degrama, always cautious and following Ander closely, looked down on the goblin with disdain and casually insulted him. With a loud noise, he placed his sharp 10 claws on the goblin's weak shoulders, deliberately or not, scratching his fragile neck with his fingernails. The scared zombie goblin trembled with fear, quickly nodding to show he understood, afraid that the so-called first servant, Degrama, might harm him if he displeased him. Ander heard Degrama's show of authority, but was busy restoring the skeleton war horse and didn't bother to scold him. Of course, even if he had time, Ander wouldn't scold him. Proper respect from servants toward their master is not a bad thing. Once the skeleton war horse was fully restored and standing again, Ander didn't rest. He distributed the several bundles of soul fire he had seized to his loyal servants, and then began checking and repairing the other servants one by one. After the busiest work, Ander sang a marching song and led the victorious army away from the battlefield. Moving from the east to the north, Ander cleared out the centaur and orc nests. Without a lord, the decayed centaurs and orc skeletons could only begrudgingly become nutrients, which Ander and his followers absorbed. Praise you, noble Ander. You are as powerful as a god. No undead can stop your progress. Seeing the complete destruction of the decayed centaurs and orc skeletons, the goblin Hekaluchu fully understood how strong his master was. Does the master just stand far away on the battlefield and give commands? The goblin clearly understood the art of ignoring what he didn't want to see. He ran around Ander, flattering him constantly. In the end, the goblin received a ball of soul fire as a reward, while Simmel, who had been silent, received 2. The goblin looked gloomily at the slender skeleton archer and suddenly realized that the soul fire in the skeleton archer's eyes seemed to be smiling. Goblin, where is the recent skeleton mage temple? Ander was playing with a 7th-level decayed centaur soul fire and asked the flattering goblin. His recent level up made it necessary for him to go to the skeleton mage temple. The skeleton mage temple? Well, it's like. Probably. Hekalucha hesitated. Although he often ran around, he had never paid attention to any temples. After all, in the undead plane, there are no goblin enchanter temples or goblin gunner temples. Goblins, though they learned to devour other undead soul fires to strengthen themselves, still did not have undead ranks. Looking at the soul fire dancing wildly in Ander's hand, the genius goblin understood Ander's meaning. Answering this question meant the soul fire was a reward. Ah, I remember. Behind the bone castle of the Lich, there's one. The temptation of devouring high-level soul fires made the goblin muster all his strength to recall. After some effort, he finally remembered. Good. Ander casually threw the soul fire to the excited goblin and said 2 words, behind the Lich's bone castle. Ander couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Ander had never seen a Lich, a higher undead more rare than a Death Knight. Of course, he didn't want to encounter one for now. Now, Ander knows that the white bone castle in front of him is the lair of the Lich Lord. It is backed by steep, red rocky peaks with jagged edges, facing a deep 100-meter gorge filled with broken bones. To reach the skeleton mage temple behind the castle, which is blocked by the castle itself, he can only go through the castle. This problem is quite big. He considers negotiating with the Lich Lord inside the castle to get permission to pass, learn some skills, and then return. But Ander immediately rejects this idea. It's silly to ask the Lich for permission. It's like trying to negotiate with a tiger. The Lich would just eat him. Ander is a high-level lord, not a low-level minion, so it's unlikely the Lich would just let him go easily. As for the skeleton Lord Reed, he might be more interested in making him into a meal. Should he attack and destroy the castle to get inside? Looking at the large, Gothic-style castle with tall spires and the high white bone walls, Ander thinks even his riding servants, stacked in 3 or 4 layers, probably couldn't climb it. He also ignores the wide moat around the castle and the possible counterattack from the Lich Lord. Ander, with Magellan and Hekaru, carefully observes the white bone castle from afar. Inside, it's silent. No sign of the Lich Lord or any minions on the walls. It seems like a trap, or maybe a lure. Ander finally decides against a direct attack. Who knows if the Lich Lord has set up the same defenses as he planned, walls and fortresses, just to keep other undead in check. So, Ander has only one last option. He turns around and leaves. Goblin, are there any other skeleton mage temples nearby? He glances angrily at the dark, shadowed white bone castle, and then asks the goblin Hekaru. Great Ander, as far as I know, within 200 crow of here, there is no other skeleton mage temple. Since witnessing Ander's almost divine skill in reanimating bones, the goblin has started calling him Great Ander, a title usually reserved for demigods. 200 crow. Ander scratches the back of his head helplessly. Crow is a measurement unit in the main world. After converting, he concludes it's about 1 kilometer. This distance makes Ander very annoyed. This is almost level 10. If I reach level 10 but can't find the temple to learn new skills, I will be very frustrated. Moreover, besides Andy, there are dozens of skeleton mage servants. As important attack units, Andy doesn't need to learn skills himself, but they definitely must learn. Magellan, stay behind and find a good hiding spot. Keep a close watch on this castle. If anything happens inside, report to me immediately. After a moment of frustration, Andy finally decided to target the Lich skeleton castle. To investigate the situation inside, he gritted his teeth and left the ghostly Magellan, who had been his personal bodyguard, to act as a scout. Understood, Master. Magellan didn't say much. He responded briefly and then floated away to hide himself. Andy naturally took the mummified goblin and hurried back to his temporary camp. To strengthen his power, after learning that the mummified goblin only needed enchanted sand to complete its magic, Andy removed his heavy bone armor. Using mental communication, he contacted Tina in the main plane, then crossed over to her. Worried about hidden spies watching, Andy appeared before Tina and, for the first time, honestly held the skeletal staff in his hand, acting normally. Tina, don't speak to me directly. Use telepathy to communicate. Be careful of the Duke Rugg spies. it's wise to be cautious. As a thinking, emotional undead with memories, Andy didn't want this to become known to everyone, especially not to a group of crazy spies like the old KGB. Thinking of those increasingly reckless spies, Andy felt a chill down his spine. I understand, Uncle Andy. Tina replied obediently in her mind, sounding happy. Since that night at the Crescent Bay, she hadn't seen Andy for quite a while. Hee. Tina is indeed the smartest girl. During this time, has anyone tried to get your attention or do anything unusual? Andy chuckled softly, praising Tina, then asked. On the surface, he appeared as a simple-minded skeleton mage, standing still and waiting for the summoner's orders. Tina's ability to adapt quickly to situations is clearly stronger than her understanding of magic. Seeing that Andrea was acting like a true unconscious skeleton mage, the young girl tilted her head in thought, then pretended that summoning spirits was just to drain her mental energy. She sat down on the spot and closed her eyes, adopting a meditative pose. Really? So, what exactly did Tina say? Andrea thought to himself that, as expected, Teresa was a woman not to be missed as a spy. She said that uncle is a hermit from the Xian Mountain Reclusion Society, and that uncle only became my mentor because he felt sorry for Tina. So, I don't really know when or how uncle appears around Tina. With her eyes closed, Tina suddenly smiled slightly. This matter was very interesting to her. Uncle Andrea was really clever. That Teresa, did she ask about anything else? Andrea seemed confused and turned his head from side to side, then continued to ask. Yes, she did. She said that the papers uncle wrote on last time were taken by her. She also mentioned that because it involved important national affairs, she took the initiative to present them to His Majesty the Grand Duke. When Teresa left, she said that if it was convenient for uncle, she would like to apologize to him in person. Andrea asked, and Tina naturally answered. Apologize? Huh. She didn't come to apologize for anything. Teresa's so-called apology was actually her trying to meet Tina first, then judge whether Tina's family was a threat or a benefit to her. If she judged Tina's family as beneficial, she might propose an alliance or some kind of friendly cooperation. If she saw Tina's family as a threat, the outcome for Tina wouldn't be good. This woman's mind is more complicated than usual. So, should I meet her or not? Bad news. Old KGB's enchanted sand has been completely used up. The old man's order of enchanted sand from the Ajin family will only arrive in half a month. Good news. Ghost Scout Magellan reported that the Lich's Bone Castle has shown no signs of movement. Stimulated by these two pieces of news, Andrea finally decided to go and meet Teresa. In other words, the way to obtain enchanted sand had shifted to Teresa. Of course, Andy clearly understood from Teresa's series of steady yet adventurous actions that she was definitely not a fragile noblewoman. To get the materials he needed from her without offering something in return was simply impossible. Dressed in Akmon's disguise, Andy stood inside the temporary camp on the Undead plain, taking stock of his supplies. Valuable items could not be used for exchange, and the other side would definitely not value items of no worth. This was truly a difficult problem. Andy helplessly scratched the back of his head. Since he had nothing to trade, he could only rely on his brains. After asking Tina, Andy learned that the reinforcements from Rouge and Suhoi had already arrived, including the Kruber kingdom that joined Duke Rouge's camp. The three sides were now fighting fiercely north of the Aral Mountain Pass. The war had reached a deadlock. At this stage of exhausting resources, it all depended on who could sustain their supply lines longer. In the end, Rouge and the Kruber coalition were invading enemies. It was almost impossible for them to get supplies south of the occupied Suhoi Aral Pass. Raiding the supply depots in the occupied areas was an option, but such actions would be very costly and not worth it. Duke Rouge 13 should have known better than to pursue that. The right approach was to show strength with a strong military presence, and then provide some food to help the poor in the occupied zones. If Duke Rouge could boldly try his previous, somewhat immature plan, he should also realize that a stable rear base was essential. Otherwise, he would be caught in a war of attrition with the people. Andy picked up a thin, dry bone and drew a map of the three kingdoms on the ground. His mind was racing, trying to think of ways to exchange with Teresa for urgently needed resources. To defend against the growing threats from Rouge and Kruber, 10 years ago, King Suhoi Piping had merged the southern provinces of the kingdom along the Aral Mountain Pass, creating the southern province of Krasnodar with a military force of 100,000. The famous General Count Juganov was also appointed as the commander of the Southern Army's defenses. Of course, this defensive role could be switched to an offensive one at any time. Unfortunately, Piping did not expect that Rouge would have a military genius like Marquis Hansha. So, the famous generals fell, and the country was conquered. Even the noble class, which was the foundation of the ruling system, was almost wiped out during the attack on Makop by Marquis Hansa. Speaking of Marquis Hansa, Andy was quite curious about what kind of man he was. It seemed he was willing to ignore everyone else's lives to achieve victory. The blood of 30,000 Luger infantry on the left wing, the bones of 70,000 Sekoy southern troops, the unblinking Juganov, the dying screams of hundreds of Sekoy nobles, and the broken limbs of Makop's city defenders in the muddy moat. My glory will be built on your corpses. Marquis Hansa truly lives up to his famous words. Andy was drawing a map casually while thinking. Men often have some passion and fantasies about war. For some, war is like a joke that destroys ships and buildings. For others, it's about personally killing the enemy's top commander. So, Andy felt a bit jealous of the flashy Marquis Hansa, which was normal. But he definitely wouldn't go to fight himself. Envy was fine, but going to be cannon fodder? No way. Right now, En's only plan was to take advantage of the chaos and make some more profits. After envying Hansa for a few minutes, he shifted his focus back to how to get some benefits. The noble class in Sekoy's southern provinces had almost been wiped out in the wars with Marquis Hansa, especially during the siege of Makop. According to Luger tradition, such unstable territories, which are gained and lost unpredictably, wouldn't be granted to nobles. Instead, they would be managed temporarily by military control. That's not a good idea. Nobles leading private armies in a battle might do all sorts of things when passing through these stateless lands. The troops defending the occupied areas were mostly Luger civilians, and they wouldn't dare offend their own nobles over the property or lives of enemy countries' people. Andy reviewed past war records and found that most of the failures, about 7 or 8 out of 10, were related to farmers in the occupied zones resisting. Thinking of this, Andy scratched the back of his head and quickly came up with a good idea. Having grown up under the red flag, he knew well how to stabilize occupied areas. He had read plenty about it in history books. Just as Ander was thinking about something, he felt a call from the main plane. According to his promise to young Tina, tonight Ander would meet Miss Teresa Ajin for the first time as Mentor Ander. Ander dropped the bones in his hand, gave a few quick instructions to his intelligent servants, and then responded to the call, crossing through space and time. When the glowing light of the summoning faded, Ander suddenly found himself inside a carriage. Tina, shy and polite, had used a dark barrier spell to block others' view before summoning Ander. "Are we going to the Ajin house?" After putting on the clothes Tina shyly handed him, Ander looked away and asked. "No, we're going to the Mombasa Inn." "Here, Uncle Ander, this is for your hair," Tina said, handing him a short golden hair tie. Although it wasn't the first time Ander saw Tina shyly change into a living person, she still blushed. She looked down as she spoke, trying to hide her feelings, and handed Ander a short golden hair tie. Ander was surprised for a moment, then remembered he now had long black hair. He smiled and politely declined her gift. He wasn't a girl, so why would he tie his hair? After dressing, Ander started to think. If Teresa wasn't at the Ajin house, but at the inn, then this was even more interesting. In Maya City, the Mombasa Inn is a famous building, like a 5-star hotel on Earth. But unlike a 5-star hotel, you can't just enter if you're rich. Only nobles are allowed. So, when Ander and Tina showed their invitation, the hotel staff stopped them at the door. Neither their carriage nor their clothes had any noble family symbols. Old KGB, a great mage, still kept his commoner status, even though he was a master. The two well-dressed gatekeepers at the Mombasa Inn looked like knights or noble attendants. They smiled politely and spoke humbly, but Ander knew he couldn't get in just like that. They made up an excuse for Andy, claiming that they couldn't let him in because his master hadn't arrived yet, and according to the rules, they couldn't admit Andy. Andy actually hoped these two boys would look down on him, so he could have an excuse to call his servants over. If they couldn't beat him, it would be their bad luck. But since he wasn't the type to smile politely and hit back, he really admired these two gatekeepers who looked like little roosters. They were very dedicated. Holding little Tina's hand, Andy shook the golden invitation he was holding and then tossed it into a gatekeeper's arms. Go tell Miss Ajin that everyone's patience has limits. Andy was tired of arguing with the two gatekeepers. He already felt a flicker of anger towards Teresa. Was she trying to give him a warning? Was she reminding him that she was a noble and he was not? Before figuring out if he was worth anything, she was already playing petty tricks. What a shallow woman. The gatekeeper who was hit by Andy's invitation probably realized he couldn't keep bothering the guest and politely told Andy to wait. Then he turned and hurried into the lively hotel. Andy wasn't interested in waiting at the hotel entrance. He took Tina and went back to the carriage. Tina, do you think those two guys look like the fat bird you adopted? He pinched the girl's nose and casually insulted the two gatekeepers. People who swear often say the fat bird's feathers are very fancy, and their clothes are also very fancy. But there's a big difference in their sizes. Fat birds are almost too heavy to fly. Imagining the fat bird turned into a human working as a gatekeeper made Tina giggle. Excuse me, is Prophet Andy inside the carriage? I'm Teresa Ajin. May I come in and talk with you? While making Tina laugh, Andy heard the sound of rapid hooves outside the carriage. He didn't have time to open the window and check what was happening, but he recognized the voice. Teresa. The carriage door is open, obviously asking a question they already know the answer to. Andy muttered to himself, then loudly responded, stopping Tina from opening the carriage door. After waiting for a moment, the carriage door finally opened from outside. Teresa, dressed in a white pleated skirt and wearing a dark hooded cloak, smiled at Tina beside Andy. She then bent forward, pinching the hem of her skirt with both hands, and stepped into the carriage. Andy noticed that Teresa, who was sitting opposite him, looked more tired than when they first met. Her light makeup couldn't hide her pale face. Sorry, Prophet Andy. I understand your anger. On my way to the Mombasa Inn just now, I had a small accident. I apologize for causing you unnecessary embarrassment. After sitting down, Teresa first cast a soundproofing spell out of habit, then spoke to Andy with a guilty tone. Andy could clearly feel that Teresa's magic seemed a bit weak when she cast it. It seemed the doorman wasn't lying. Teresa probably did encounter some serious trouble on the way here. Well, I take back my earlier thoughts. No need to feel guilty. Although I was angry just now, that's not important. What's important is, Miss Ajin, why did you invite me here? Even though Andy was no longer angry with Teresa, his tone was still a bit cold. It's nothing else. I just want to personally deliver these things to you, Prophet Andy. Teresa spoke humbly. She took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Andy. Under the light of the magic lamp inside the carriage, Andy looked at the contents on the paper with a frown. What a joke. In this world, there really is an organization called the Hidden Cult of Mount Sun, and it's comparable to Uncle Layden's organization. This version of the Hidden Cult of Mount Sun in this world has always been dedicated to attacking and destroying major temples in the main world. They do not believe in any gods or deities, but worship only the chosen saint of their cult. They claim that the current gods are unworthy of people's faith. They believe that by gathering the power of their followers, they can turn the chosen saint into a new god capable of opposing the gods. The once powerful hidden cult of Mount Sun on the eastern continent suddenly disappeared over 100 years ago, fading from people's sight. At that time, the Silver Hand Knights stationed on the eastern continent, led by Oed Bosch, claimed that they destroyed the headquarters of the hidden cult during a crusade against heretics. Wow, this is getting serious. Ander regretted deeply. If he had known that the name carried such deep meaning, why would he have used it? You show me these things. Aren't you afraid I might kill you to keep it quiet? If I'm right, you dared to use these to threaten me, so you probably didn't report this to the Grand Duke, right? Ander looked up and stared steadily into Teresa's eyes. Honestly, he was starting to feel like killing her. Little Tina also sensed something was wrong and didn't dare speak. She looked around nervously, her expression full of conflict. I'm afraid, but killing me wouldn't help. Because this isn't really a threat, Prophet Ander. Don't you understand that? Teresa was completely unafraid of Ander's gaze. Her eyes even showed a hint of joy. Tell me, I don't think I don't understand anything. Ander kept himself ready to summon the Black Knight at any moment. He couldn't believe Teresa's words. The last page of the Shuanshan Covenant records, when the shadow of war covers the Western continent, the black-haired prophet will lead the reborn Holy Child to return to the world. The Shuanshan Hermitage will drive out all false gods and establish an everlasting paradise for the Holy Child. Ander the prophet, the war has been here for a long time. Are you finally willing to appear? Reciting the so-called Shuanshan Covenant. Teresa looked at Ander with a fanatic expression. What? Ander shouted in surprise. The unbelievable situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Arrest all the unbelievers and send them to the gallows. Burn them at the stake. Excerpt from the Knights of the Silver Hand Creed. It has proven that reasoning with fanatic religious believers is a waste of time, like talking to a wall. Teresa Ajin was definitely a fanatic of the Shuanshan Hermitage. From her words, Ander finally understood that her fanaticism came from her mother. Ander couldn't understand Teresa's extreme religious devotion. Not long ago, he was a typical Chinese person. The Chinese traditionally hold a respect the spirits, but stay away from them attitude towards religion. Besides respecting ancestors, they might visit temples or burn incense. Fanaticism like this is hard to sustain in the hearts of the Chinese. In this different world, things are quite different. In this world, intelligent beings must have their own beliefs. If someone is caught without faith, they will face death. For example, elves worship the goddess of nature, Sylvanas. Dwarves follow the god of war and blacksmithing. Thar, underground dark elves are devoted to the god of lies, Rose, and orcs worship the ancient beast god, Grum the Hellbringer. Humans are the most strange among all intelligent creatures in the main world because their beliefs are very diverse. Almost every kingdom worships different gods. There are gods of light, death, nature, water, wind, fire, and many others, each with their own followers. Even within the same country, some rulers' beliefs might conflict with those of the king. Noble landowners can force their common people to believe in a certain god. Because of this, religions are usually tolerant of nobles. Nobles might have only weak faith in gods, but if common people do the same, they could be punished harshly if discovered by any church. Therefore, Teresa's religious fanaticism is hard for Andy to understand. But in the main world, it's considered normal, even natural. All these things were explained clearly and logically by Tina, the young girl. For example, I, as a necromancer, need to dedicate my faith to the god of death to gain dark magic. Tina finished her explanation with her own belief. People who have no faith will be killed? Yes, those without faith are considered heretics by any church. Fanatics are praised? As long as they don't oppose the gods they believe in, they will be praised. Uncle, I think I understand a little now. Honestly, Andy still felt a bit dizzy. In the main world, intelligent beings dedicate their faith to gods to seek their favor and protection. This is a clear exchange. The gods bestow blessings in various ways, happening every few years. It's truly a mythic world. Ander had forgotten that he himself had spoken with the gods more than once. Uncle Ander, is everything Sister Teresa said true? Tina hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, noticing Ander deep in thought. Maybe it is, Ander replied. Before Tina spoke, Ander would have denied it, but now he didn't really want to. Since this world is one where divine power outweighs human rights, and since the Shuanshan hidden cult has never been punished by the gods, why not try to use this opportunity? Anyway, the gods can't appear in the main world directly, only through faint projections or avatars. Taking a small part of their faith shouldn't be a problem, right? Heh, I'm not just a prophet, as Teresa said. At worst, I can reshape the Shuanshan hidden cult and stay low-key. Let them turn away from evil, stop destroying temples, and the gods should thank me. Ander finally made up his mind to use the Shuanshan hidden cult. First, he needed to get some enchanted sand and other materials from Teresa, the devout believer. Ander believed he hadn't lost anything by trusting Teresa. After giving a vague answer, he shared his opinions on the war stalemate with her. How Teresa would pass this information to Duke Ru didn't concern him. On the carriage, Teresa said she had already informed the high priests of the Shuanshan hidden cult about the prophet and the son's appearance, waiting for their final confirmation. She also unconditionally agreed to Ander's request for enchanted sand and other materials, promising to deliver them within 3 days. The Ajin family's business includes gambling and selling magical materials, with Teresa firmly controlling the magical materials trade. With her own plans in mind, Ander understood there would likely be two main issues ahead. Under Teresa's influence, meeting with Duke Ru XIII was inevitable. Secondly, he needed to figure out how to fool the elders sent by the Shuanshan hidden cult. Prophet? Son, this matter is really ridiculous. I need to think carefully. But on the other hand, the Shuanshan hidden cult has a history of several hundred years. They have caused a lot of destruction to temples on the eastern continent, and now they have been lurking on the western continent for over 100 years. They must have accumulated some good things, right? As he thought about this, Andy, who had been poor for a long time, finally had the idea of scheming for wealth and harming others. This is all your own fault for calling me a prophet. When you get tricked and lose everything, don't blame me for being ruthless. Andy planned in his mind, saw that the carriage was about to reach Boeing Academy, and after giving Tina some instructions, he returned to the Undead plane under the cover of Tina's dark barrier. Great Master, did you get the enchanted sand? Seeing Andy return, the flattery goblin was the first to rush over, looking at Andy with curiosity. I didn't get the enchanted sand, but the prophet of the Shuanshan hidden cult did. Goblin, do you want some? Andy replied irritably. Luckily, he met Teresa, or he might really have died without knowing how. The prophet of the Shuanshan hidden cult. Oh my. Before Andy finished speaking, the mummified goblin was so frightened that he threw his treasured musket on the ground and turned to run. Goblin, if you dare run another step, your soul fire will be completely extinguished. Andy was annoyed. This mummified goblin. He really wanted to slap this little thing to death. Under the constraints of the undead master-servant contract, the mummified goblin gritted his teeth and looked back repeatedly. Finally, under Anne's angry stare, he had to pretend to be brave and loyal, dragging himself back to Anne's side. Why are you running? If you don't tell me clearly, don't think you can keep that thing on your neck. Andy reached out and tapped Gekula's forehead. The poor goblin shrank back in fear, begging for mercy repeatedly. Great Lord Andy, please listen to my explanation. It's like this. 123 years ago, I, a talented goblin, was thrown into this undead world by the prophet of the Shuanshan hidden cult. Mage. Oh, sorry, my great lord. Not all mages are evil. At least skeleton mages aren't. After being threatened and physically punished by Andy, the scared goblin immediately became obedient. He tried to explain his earlier cowardice with dignity. Get to the point. Without hesitation, I cut off the goblin's rambling and urged the poor creature. Hekaru shrank back nervously, afraid that if I got angry, he might lose his life. Actually, I was planning to use the goblin's enchantment skills to upgrade and evolve my equipment and my followers' gear. There was no way I would truly destroy the goblin people. Please forgive my humble servant's mistake, great Lord Ander. I swear I will get to the point from now on. The terrified goblin hurriedly changed the subject. 123 years ago, I was on the eastern continent of the main plane, more specifically, in the Holy Zion Empire of the eastern continent. At that time, to purify divine authority and for glory and justice. Your humble servant Hekaru participated in the campaign, led by the Silver Hand Knights to fight against the heretical cult, the Hidden Mountain Hermitage. The mummified goblin recounted this while watching Ander carefully, afraid that if Ander was unhappy, he might lose his already useless weapon. Goblin, are you sure you really fought for purity of divine authority and for glory and justice? Ander sneered, his expression incredibly convincing thanks to the special properties of his artifact. Thank you, great Lord Ander, for noticing. Actually, I was after the 5 gold coins I get each day. Hekaru immediately flattered Ander, trying to avoid any chance of being punished. All right, continue. What was the result of the Silver Hand's purge? Ander didn't have time to scold the goblin. After checking that his followers were safe, he hesitated for a moment about whether to remove the disguise of Akmond. In the end, he decided to keep it on for now and sat down on a large, bright red gravel. Great Lord Ander, you probably don't know, but the headquarters of the Hidden Mountain Hermitage is actually deep underground in the capital of the so-called Land of Light, the Pope's city, Tristram. We fought our way there through the sewers. Speaking of which, the sewers were really disgusting. Dead animal bones, chest-high sludge. I swear. Such an environment. Even a troll that loves disgusting places would find it nauseating, and Hekaru kept rambling, gradually losing focus. A bone flew past his shriveled face. Get to the point. If you dare to go off topic again, something accurate will definitely hit you in the face. Anders seemed to calmly withdraw his hand, but he was very annoyed inside. He aimed at the goblin's forehead and missed, even from such a close distance. That's unfair. Yes, great Ander. Focus. Where was I? Ah, the sewer. We went through the sewer and finally found the hideout of those underground rat cultists from the Shuanshan hidden cult. They dug underground tunnels like spider webs. So everyone bravely rushed in, fighting every heretic they met. The goblin paused, carefully looked at Ander, who was resting his chin on his hand, trying to see if he had made a mistake this time. Keep going. Of course, Ander wanted to know what happened next. Those cultists were very weak. Without the support of the gods, they weren't a match for anyone. I accidentally fell, then someone stepped on my head a few times, making me dizzy. If not for that, I could have killed a few more. Hearing this, the goblin looked angry and excited. After calming down, he continued. When I finally got up and chased after the others, I only saw dead bodies everywhere, without ears. They didn't give me a chance. For the sake of the gods, each heretic's ear in the light pope's eyes was worth only 50 gold coins. They didn't leave me any opportunity. All right, when it came to gold coins, the poor goblin once again became angry and passionate. Feeling hopeful, I kept going forward and finally found the huge prayer temple built deep underground by the Shuanshan hidden cult. I remember clearly, on the big wooden door that was 7 or 8 meters taller than me, there were paintings of many overlapping corpses of heretics, and above, a group of heretics with the Shuanshan cult symbol was executing the god of light. Next to these heretics was a young blonde child, glowing with golden light. Then I heard screams coming from inside, so I pushed open the door. At this point, the goblin, Hikalu, showed fear again and stopped speaking involuntarily. Ander looked at the goblin silently, but said nothing. However, not far away, the Black Knight dismounted from his skeleton horse, trembling with his shining sword, slowly walking toward the goblin. That's how it was, great master. After I opened the door, I saw a ground full of bones. Everyone involved in this mission was dead, even the powerful Silver Hand Knights. Only 3 of the strongest knights remained, facing a white-clad man with messy hair and a delicate staff. I clearly remember that when I entered, that man looked up at me. He had red cross-shaped pupils, which was very frightening. Under the threat of the Black Knight's sword, the zombie goblin had to keep talking. As he spoke, his body started trembling with fear. Don't be afraid. These things are in the past. Just tell me what happened after that. Ender was worried that he might scare the goblin crazy, but he had to ask. So he comforted the goblin as best as he could. Then that white-clad man suddenly released a divine-like pressure. I was so scared I collapsed to the ground. I watched helplessly as he used his staff to smash the 3 silver-hand holy knights into pieces. Finally, that man started chanting a spell. I realized that the entire underground prayer temple's floor had already been drawn with a huge magic circle. After absorbing all the blood and corpses, the center of the magic circle shone brightly, and a door made of dark smoke appeared. The goblin was almost hysterical, but before Ander could speak, he revealed the final outcome himself. It's an honor, goblin. The prophet Mosul of the Hidden Mountain Monastery chose you as the final sacrifice, that cursed demigod mage told me. Then he threw me into the door of revelation. I didn't expect that this door would lead to the undead plane. As for what happened next, you already know, Lord Ander. Poor goblin finally finished telling everything he saw, and Ander sensed a sinister plot. Not removing the secondary artifact proved to be correct. While Ander was busy hunting other undead to strengthen his soul fire, he suddenly felt a call from the main plane. After instructing the Black Knight Dakin to bring the undead servants back to the temporary camp, Ander continued his journey in the main plane. Blinding sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ander's body so clearly that every detail was visible. Ander disliked this and quickly stepped into the shadow where the sunlight couldn't reach, then hurriedly put on his clothes. Uncle Ander, Sister Teresa has been waiting outside for a long time. After Ander finished dressing, little Tina finally spoke. Smiling, He patted her head and asked her to invite Teresa inside. "Good afternoon, Prophet Ander. All the materials you need are in this ring. Please accept it. Duke Rug 13 will secretly meet with you tonight, apparently to talk face-to-face. Elder Sun and Elder Rakage, who have been in hiding, will arrive in Maya City in 10 days." Seeing Anders sitting calmly, Teresa first handed over a storage ring of Asimov and then spoke. "That's why I asked you to make a special trip. Thank you for your effort." Ander readily took the storage ring and politely replied, "No need to thank me, Prophet. For the sake of the secret meeting and the upcoming Holy Child Heaven, I am willing to sacrifice myself if needed." Teresa quickly responded, thinking Anders' words were testing her loyalty to the ideals of the secret meeting. "Hee, it's not that serious. Let's get to the main point. Based on the information you have, how likely do you think Duke Rug is to divide the land of the occupied areas among the nobles?" Ander looked at Teresa and noticed she was dressed more carefully than usual today. When his gaze swept over her, he thought, "I really want to do something, but I don't have the ability right now." He kept a serious expression and continued speaking. "Since the last war, nearly 150 years ago, the duchy hasn't expanded outward. There are new nobles everywhere in the country, but they have little or no land. So, I believe your plan, Prophet, has a good chance of being accepted. If you ignore religious fanaticism, Teresa is truly a talented and beautiful woman." She thought for a moment and answered Anders' question. In fact, one major reason Duke Rug went to war with Sukhoi was probably to appease the increasingly dissatisfied nobles. He used territorial expansion as bait to divert their attention. Duke Rug 13 is quite clever in that way. Anders smiled slightly and casually shared his analysis. Teresa listened thoughtfully, while Tina's little head was nodding and shaking, clearly confused and lost in thought. "All right, before tonight ends, find a way to spread the news that the Great Guild has taken control of the occupied land. But do not mention who suggested this." Ander thought for a moment. To gain his own territory, he was willing to take risks. Spreading the news to build his reputation was a good idea, but he wondered how brave Duke Rouge was to promote his unknown hermit to a noble with a fief. "Understood, Prophet. Prophet Ander and Saint Vizzy, I will go and do this right now." Teresa understood what Ander wanted. To finish quickly, she humbly said her farewell. "Kakajin, have you found out how the news was leaked?" Duke Rouge 13 stood in his study, frowning slightly, hands behind his back. "Not yet, Your Majesty, but we know that the first to spread the news were some knights from the Nightmare Knights guarding the palace." Kakajin, like a ghost, appeared from the corner of the room, calmly answering Rouge 13. "Find out who did it, then secretly execute or replace them immediately." Duke Rouge shot Kakajin a look, expressionless, speaking softly. He was reluctant to act because of the knights' identities. Killing noble knights at this time could cause their families to react badly. "Understood, Your Majesty. Also, the so-called hermit is waiting outside the palace for your summons." Kakajin accepted the Duke's order first, then reminded him, "Bring him here." Duke Rouge 13 nodded slightly, reached out, and touched the ornate chair behind his desk. The finely tanned griffin leather felt excellent. This was one of the 3 chairs made from the hide of Orlando, the giant war griffin ridden by Orlando, the knight Orlando killed when his grandfather defeated the Suhoi Griffin Skyrider. "Grandfather, you are still Rouge's most glorious ruler. But, Grandfather, I will prove with facts that your descendant, Kazafi von Rouge, will also become a ruler remembered with honor. I will have Ruger's armored cavalry flag fly high above all of Sukhoi's cities, symbolizing our strength and pride." Ander, led by a bright, shining royal guard knight, walked through a long corridor lined with armor-clad knights holding swords. He still wore a black cloak that covered most of his face, with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, casting shadows. His long black hair flowed as he moved. The sound of the knight's metal boots echoed on the polished floor, filling the grand but empty palace with a serious and tense atmosphere. "We have arrived." The royal guard knight stopped in front of a large crimson door, raised his hand to signal to Ander, and quietly said 2 words before turning to leave. Ander squinted and looked at the door. It was decorated with roses, thorny wreaths, armored knights, and a king holding a scepter. Behind the king, the god worshipped by Ruger was shown, blessing the king with divine favor. "Interesting," While thinking this, Ander pushed open the door. Inside, he saw a tall, middle-aged man with blonde hair sitting behind a desk. Behind him were long rows of bookshelves. "Good evening, Your Excellency the Grand Duke." Ander entered the study, took off his hat that covered his face, and bowed to the man who ruled Ruger. Ander Hagel, the 13th-generation Grand Duke of Ruger, looked at the black-haired young man with interest. Divider recommending a book written by a female author, mainly about a female protagonist. Title: My General, Book ID 1114340. Summary: This is a story about losing and finding oneself. It seems from the start she was caught in a silly trap, either set by others or by herself. No matter if her goal was true or not, she kept falling into the foggy maze. Until the mystery was solved, she was already in a desperate situation. She found new life in exhaustion, but it was only the beginning of a chase through the fog. Fortunately, she learned not to linger. As long as she chose a path, she would keep moving forward. Even if it was a dead end or she got hurt, she had to keep going and never look back. Link. Haha, if you enjoy female-oriented stories, you might want to check it out. Repartition. After about half an hour of conversation, Andy stood up to take his leave and left the Duke's study. The hood pulled back over his face did not hide his slightly upturned smile. Duke Rug 13 gave the impression of an ambitious ruler trying to expand his territory, brave and wise. And suggestions could be summarized as dividing some occupied land among nobles, rewarding some land to landless commoners, and establishing military farms. Duke Rug 13 seemed to understand N's intentions easily, almost without needing further explanation. It appeared that Duke Rug 13 wanted to first send Andy to the Hansa Legion to observe and study. Then, arrangements would be made. But Andy only had about 2 hours each day to move freely in the main world. Even with Tina's rapid mental growth, it couldn't keep up with N's own progress. If he really went to the Hansa Legion, in less than 3 days, not only would he be exposed, but his position would be completely compromised. Therefore, Andy firmly refused Duke Rug Xi's proposal, claiming he was just a hermit with no interest in killing or witnessing murder. However, Andy also subtly suggested that he was willing to share the burden with Duke Rug 13, such as managing a piece of land in the newly occupied area on his behalf. Duke Rug 13 did not comment on N's strange words, leaving Andy feeling somewhat uncertain. But Andy was almost sure that Duke Rug 13 would allocate land. Kokin, what do you think of this, Andy Higer? Even after Andy had left, Duke Rug 13 still sat with his hands crossed on the table, resting his neatly trimmed chin on his hands. His right hand, wearing a simple blue magic ring, twitched at a steady rhythm. He understands court etiquette, is cautious, young, discreet, knows when to stop, but also has ambition. Your Majesty, if he cannot be used by you, I am willing to personally eliminate this threat. Kokin stepped out from hiding and gave his judgment. Kezajin, my dear cousin, do you perhaps overestimate this little fellow a bit? Duke Rouge frowned, showing some disagreement with what Kezajin said. He didn't think highly of Ander's judgment. Your Majesty, my respected cousin, I am simply making my own judgment. This Ander, although he radiates a faint light magic, I still feel that he has a hollow and cold heart. Kezajin, who is called cousin by Duke Rouge, emphasized again. Hee, so you're worried about that. Kezajin, brother, have you forgotten? It was this seemingly pure and holy little guy who devised the cruel plan that allowed Hansa to break through my capo. You're right. Someone capable of such a plan can't possibly have a compassionate heart. Duke Rouge chuckled, analyzing his concern for Kezajin. Before Kezajin could say anything, he continued. All right, Kezajin. No need to investigate this child's matters anymore. I am confident I can use him for my own purposes. Like seeing something interesting, Duke Rouge's eyes fixed on the chair where Ander had just sat, ending the brief conversation. Ander Hager, do you realize how much you resemble my younger self? Well then, how about I give you a chance to soar under my dragon cavalry's banner? Life often throws unexpected enemies and friends your way. Some people hate you for no reason, while others lend you a helping hand without any cause. Ander naturally didn't know that Duke Rouge the 13th saw a reflection of his younger self in him. After explaining a few things to Tina, who was waiting, Ander hurried back to the Undead realm. Ander was busy returning to strengthen his power because he noticed that the yin-yang fish in his soul fire was starting to spin faster. This strange existence, formed by Ander's own soul and a skeleton mage named Hager's soul fire, had been bothering him. Although each slow rotation of the yin-yang fish released a small amount of pure energy back into Ander's soul fire, its sluggish speed made Ander want to cry. Ander didn't know how many times he had tried, but each time ended in failure. He couldn't even shake the yin-yang fish core by a tiny bit. While Ander was talking with Lord Rouge, he suddenly felt someone spying on him. It was a strange, soul-deep feeling of being watched. Before Ander could react, the yin-yang fish inside his soul fire suddenly spun faster, completely swallowing the invading soul's spying power. It also released a lot of soul energy, which fed back into Ander's soul fire. This unexpected benefit made Ander very happy. So, he kept talking with Lord Rouge while waiting for the spy to continue. Unfortunately, once Ander left, the spy didn't make any more moves. This made Ander very angry. Didn't they want to watch? Fine, I'll wait here for you to look. If you stop, you're just a coward. Since the spy wouldn't help Ander, he could only go back to his experiments. But after messing around for a long time, the yin-yang fish core inside his soul fire still remained proud and unyielding, refusing to leave or move backward. Exhausted, Ander had no choice but to give up again. Since the yin-yang fish core in his soul fire was unchangeable, Ander decided to continue his hunting plans. The previous large amount of nourishment, plus tonight's extra feedback from the yin-yang fish core, made Ander feel that if he pushed a little harder, he could become a level 9 skeleton mage. That's almost level 10. How could Ander not be excited? He gathered his servants, which took a little time. Now, Ander had a large force, more than 100 people, no longer the small band of 3 or 5 skeleton soldiers he once had. Master, the Bone Castle's gate has collapsed. Just as Ander was about to set out, Magellan, who had been watching the Lichbone Castle, suddenly sent him a message. Collapsed? Ander was stunned. Could it be that besides himself, other high-level undead also had their eyes on the Lich Lord? Divider recommended book by a fellow author, Stealing Dreams, book ID 1112638. Magellan was right. The unknown Lich Lord's Bone Castle now looked like a girl, with its gates wide open and completely defenseless. The 2 castle gates, made entirely of skulls, are now broken and scattered all over the ground. Some skulls even rolled into the moat, bobbing up and down. Through the open Bone Castle gate, Andy clearly saw the tangled piles of undead bones inside. Although he didn't dare get too close, he was sure that these unlucky creatures had only recently lost their soul fires. After carefully examining the area for a long time, Andy finally confirmed that no other undead besides himself were interested in attacking the Bone Castle. So what exactly is going on here? Andy once again felt confused. Could it be that this Bone Castle, like the Withered Forest, is a death trap? Worried about being tricked, Andy hesitated from a safe distance outside the castle, watching cautiously but not daring to go inside. The dangers of the undead world are too unpredictable, and Andy has always tried to avoid unnecessary risks. Master, it seems there's really nothing inside the castle that can still move. Please allow me to go in and take a look. Magellan, drifting in the air, finally couldn't hold back his impatience. He volunteered to go inside and check. In fact, Magellan had been wandering outside the Bone Castle for days and was strangely drawn to this silent, deathly place. All right, you can go and see what's happening. Since you have no physical body, normal attacks won't hurt you. But if you encounter any danger, come back immediately, understand? Andy knew that waiting around like this wasn't a good idea. After weighing the pros and cons, he agreed to Magellan's request and repeatedly warned him to retreat if things got dangerous. However, Magellan didn't quite understand Andy's caution. He just wanted to see what was inside. Great Lord Andy, the Lich Lord living inside the Bone Castle, is said to be someone who is about to become a king. Even someone as powerful as you might not be able to defeat him right now. Maybe we should look elsewhere first. Goblins like Hekru, who followed Andy, had sharp eyes. They shivered as they tried to persuade Andy to abandon this seemingly unwise plan. They didn't want to end up dead because of Andy's poor judgment. Andy ignored Hekru's words. The fierce Black Knight drew his sword and gestured at the goblin's neck, making Hekru lose his courage to continue arguing. The skeletal figure of Lord Gamma clearly stood on the same side as the goblins. Semmel was busy adjusting the string of his white bone bow. The skeleton Lord Reed, carrying a giant wolf-tooth club, opened his jaw wide and stared intently at the bone castle, lost in thought. After receiving Anne's orders, Magellan floated slowly toward the bone castle and soon reached the gate. He stopped at the entrance, looked inside carefully, and confirmed that there were no undead creatures with lingering soul fires in sight before continuing into the castle. Soon, outside the bone castle, Andy could no longer see Magellan's faint figure. Instead, he could only sense Magellan's situation through his mind. Master, there are no active undead on the outer walls of the castle, only scattered bones on the ground. Master, on the inner walls of the castle, there are no active undead, only scattered bones. Master, according to your orders, I have reached the inside of the bone castle. There are no bones or undead here. Master, I found the largest room, and it is empty. Inside, there is a very large white bone throne. Following N's instructions, Magellan carefully searched the entire bone castle, reporting his findings as he went. The results clearly indicated one fact. This bone castle had long been abandoned by the Lich and was completely empty. This outcome was hard for Andy to accept. Was this a joke? He had just prepared all the materials needed for goblin enchantments, ready to arm his servants and fight the evil Lich Lord inside the castle, only to find that the powerful Lich Lord he expected didn't even exist. Andy didn't know whether to feel happy or frustrated. To be safe, Andy ordered Magellan to continue searching every corner. The advantage of having undead servants was clear. They followed his orders without hesitation or hesitation. Magellan checked every hidden spot in the castle. Finally, beneath a set of bone stairs, he found a restless undead with a lingering soul fire, a wailing banshee. To be precise, Magellan found a trembling banshee curled up behind the stairs, constantly crying and shivering. It seems this howling female ghost has seen something shocking. She looks like a fool from fear. She shows no anger or aggression toward Magellan's appearance, only curling up and trembling constantly. Even though the crimson double moons have risen outside, she has no intention of going out to absorb moonlight energy. Apart from this howling female ghost, Magellan couldn't find any other living undead creatures. The entire bone castle seems to have fallen into complete death. Could there be something strange about this bone castle? After hearing Magellan's report, Anders' first thought was that it must be so. He even considered quickly leaving this dangerous place and hiding far away. But Anders' curiosity kept pulling him. Let's go in and take a look. How can I know if it's good or bad without checking? Maybe there's something to gain inside this castle. So, Anders was caught in a struggle between quickly leaving and going in to see what's happening. He kept debating. Just look at that. If things go wrong, I can always run away. Seeing Magellan, who had finished reconnaissance and was now floating at the castle gate waiting for Anders' orders, Anders' curiosity won over. He decided to take control. With a few close servants, Anders finally stepped into the creepy bone castle. What could scare a howling female ghost into madness? That terrified, lost-looking female ghost Anders saw at a glance was someone he recognized. Isn't she the ghost from the Withered Forest? The one who went into a frenzy because he kept teasing her too often? Every female ghost has a different look. Anders had teased her hundreds of times, so if he couldn't recognize her, that would be strange. But the question is, how did this female ghost get here? Shouldn't all those female ghosts be confined to the Withered Forest, guarding the bones of the kings? Could it be because he stole the Black-Winged Skeleton King's bones, the undead female ghost leader was angry and came with a large group to hunt him down? This is a familiar mournful banshee, who, after experiencing a frenzy of the undead, has gained some intelligence and was sent ahead as a scout. Anders was startled by his own assumption. That fierce banshee lord was not someone he could handle easily. If his guess was correct, the best option was to quickly retreat and leave. However, this guess also couldn't explain what had frightened the banshee so much. To solve this mystery, Anders decided to attack the banshee while it was unresisting, throwing undead control spells at her. Since Anders had leveled up twice in a row, the number of undead followers he could command had increased greatly, by about 8 or 9 times. Summoning 2 or 3,000 undead followers was no problem. There was still a big gap in the number of followers needed, and it didn't matter if some banshees were fewer or more. But Ander was worried about having too many followers. First, he wouldn't have enough energy to manage them all. Second, thousands of different undead gathering together might attract too much attention. If higher-level undead noticed him, it could be very dangerous. So, Ander was deliberately controlling the speed of recruiting followers. To stay mobile, he was now recruiting undead that could serve as both mounts and humanoid soldiers. Because he had been busy these days, Ander hadn't managed to summon many new undead followers. Turning a severely frightened banshee into an undead follower didn't take much effort. But getting any useful information from her was very difficult. Ander patiently asked her for a long time before she finally revealed her name, Gabrielle D. Ruby. She was an undead who remembered her surname. Besides her name, she seemed cursed. She wouldn't speak no matter what he asked. But just knowing her name wasn't enough. Ander wanted to know what had happened inside the bone castle. This is just too terrible, Ander muttered unhappily. Since he couldn't get any more information, he decided to investigate himself. After some searching, Ander did find some clues. Inside the bone castle, there were many undead with extinguished soul fires, low-level liches, undead knights, zombies, and some skeleton soldiers. But whether they were skeleton-shaped or corpse-shaped, all their heads were intact. This means that to eliminate the undead creatures inside the bone skeleton castle, they are either ghosts that truly can swallow souls, or they simply do not care for these low-level soul fires. Either guess is not something Andy likes. The more he thinks about it, the worse he feels. This invisible danger brings a sense of oppression to those involved. Andy followed Magellan's example, searching room by room inside the bone skeleton castle. Surprisingly, in the largest hall of the castle, Andy found only a broken metal box behind the Skeleton King's throne. Great Lord Andy, this is a Lich's life box. Almighty God, I swear this must be the life box of the Lich Lord. The zombie goblin shouted excitedly and started to back away in fear. Unfortunately, the goblin forgot that in front of the skeleton throne, there are 3 large bone steps. One step missed, the zombie goblin fell flat on the ground and hit its forehead on the foot of the Black Knight waiting below the steps. After falling and hitting, the poor goblin's eyes were filled with stars. The Black Knight looked down at the goblin briefly, then stepped over it and moved behind Andy. Meanwhile, Andy was busy examining the shattered remains of the Lich's life box. The length of the Lich's life box is estimated to be about 20 centimeters, almost the width of a palm, and 5 or 6 centimeters high. The surface of the box is dull gray, and inside it is deep black, with many dried, black, disgusting substances stuck on it, resembling a viscous liquid that has dried quickly into a shell. The entire box was broken into pieces. Andy found a flat spot and carefully pieced the Lich's life box back together. Looking at the barely reconstructed Lich's life box, Andy couldn't help but feel a shiver. In the middle of the box, there is a large, transparent hole from front to back. Looking at the box, Andy couldn't help but think of the skulls of the skeleton war elephants outside the withered forest. Wow, it looks so similar. Dressed in a sub-artifact, Andy couldn't help but speak out. It really looks alike. The hole in the skulls of the skeleton war elephants and the hole in the Lich's life box are remarkably similar. Could it be that the same high-level undead did this? Ander was startled by himself. This situation exceeded his expectations. The low-level undead in the Bone Castle had recently lost their soul fires, which meant the Lich Lord ruling the castle had been defeated only a few days ago. Yet, neither Ander nor his undead servants sensed anything unusual about this major event. Realizing this, Ander knew he couldn't stay in the Bone Castle any longer. He gathered his undead followers and also brought along the terrified Banshee Jabori. He quickly left the castle, passing through it, and headed straight toward the skeleton mage temple blocked by the castle walls. He thought to himself, surely I won't run into the god of death who defeated the Lich Lord on the way. While pondering this, Ander moved carefully forward. Fortunately, the skeleton mage temple was not far from the Bone Castle. Nervously, Ander soon entered the temple's area. Relieved, Ander led his skeleton mages, who needed to level up, into the temple. Of course, he didn't forget to remove the light-bringing secondary artifact from afar. His undead followers, unable to enter the skeleton mage temple, were assigned to scout around. Not in a rush to learn new skills, Anders sat on the steps in front of the temple, puzzled, resting his skull hand on his chin. Who was the mysterious being that shattered the Lich Lord's soul box? Inside the skeleton mage temple, Anders learned a very disgusting spell, Disintegration Ray. It's not that the spell isn't useful. On the contrary, the Disintegration Ray can weaken the defenses of almost all undead, including ghosts. Weaker undead might not withstand even one shot and would be turned into a pile of debris. What Anders found disgusting was that when this spell is cast, it produces a greenish, radioactive-looking acid that, like thick saliva, sticks to the target and dissolves their armor, bones, flesh, and even soul fire. Watching the undead being attacked and melting away with sizzling sounds, Anders felt like he was pouring sulfuric acid on a person. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. But despite feeling sick, Anders' overall mood was still good. Anders cleared away the mysterious presence at the Bone Castle, but it didn't appear in front of the frightened Anders. Instead, the undead at the Skeleton Mage Temple were quite numerous, mostly level 7 or 8, well-proportioned, and there were no undead lords yet. This good news made Anders very happy while hunting, and he was close to leveling up again. So, the massacre of the Lich Lord at the Bone Castle was soon forgotten by Anders. He focused entirely on killing. During the day, he commanded his servants to kill everywhere, and at night, he held bundles of undead minions' weapons, taking dry corpse goblins to the main plane for enchantment. Enchantment means using certain materials to add magical properties to weapons and armor, turning them into magic gear. The first item enchanted by the genius goblin, Hekru, was the Black Knight's sleek sword. Hekru was quite skilled. He carefully mixed enchantment materials, drew magic circles, and recited complicated, tongue-twisting spells. When the magic circle started to glow faintly red, the goblin nervously threw various enchantment materials into the circle, one by one, causing the circle to light up more each time. When the circle shone with a deep red light, the goblin finally placed the Black Knight's sword into it carefully. As soon as the sword was placed in the circle, a burst of flames erupted, completely enveloping the sword. Hekru, the genius goblin, seemed unprepared for this, and his half-burned hair was instantly consumed by the flames, turning to ash. "What's going on?" Anders asked, feeling uneasy. "Great Lord Anders, this is normal during enchantment. I, the goblin, guarantee that this is a sign of successful enchantment," the goblin hurriedly explained while trying to put out the flames burning on his forehead. Fortunately, Tina, the kind girl, used a cup of water to help, though the water she poured was boiling. Indeed, the deep red flames in the magic circle gradually faded away, revealing the Black Knight's sword. Anders immediately saw that the once pale Black Knight's sword now had many reddish-brown flame patterns on it. Haha, it worked. Great Lord Anders, your loyal servant and genius goblin, has successfully crafted a Black Knight's sword with added fire magic after 123 years. The happy goblin took out a sword from the magic circle, about the same length as his own, and eagerly handed it to Anders. "I guarantee this sword is now a valuable magic item. Genius Goblin Hekru is still a genius goblin." Hekru the goblin was so happy his mouth crooked, and he kept shouting in his slightly hoarse voice. Tina held an empty cup, watching the goblin's steaming head, hesitant to speak. "Not bad." Anders swung the heavy Black Knight's sword a couple of times, feeling a wave of warmth spread through the air. When the sharp blade cut through the air, countless tiny flames flickered and vanished. The successful enchantment of the Black Knight's sword made Anders trust the goblin's magic more. He unceremoniously handed over his full set of armor, a white bone bow, a few white bone short spears, and a skull staff, asking the goblin to enchant them. About half an hour later, Anders' white bone bow was reduced to a pile of bone fragments in the magic circle. "Great Lord Anders, enchantment is actually a matter of luck. Even top-level enchanters sometimes fail. So this time, it's just bad luck. Truly." The zombie goblin Hekru explained the failure of the enchantment. "No problem. Keep trying." Anders, wearing his second-best magic gear, watched without blinking. The white bone bow was just made of bones, and after being turned back into bone fragments, Ander only lost a bit of dark magic that strengthened the bow. It's not a big deal. About an hour later, Ander's several bone weapons were again reduced to a pile of bone fragments in the magic circle. Great Lord Ander, this is still just bad luck. Really, Goblin Hekru, guarantee. The zombie goblin explained nervously. No problem. Keep trying. Ander's eyelids twitched slightly. The bone short spear is also made from bones. Losing it is no big deal. It's just part of the process. About an hour and a half later, Andre's full set of bone armor vanished in the magic circle, leaving no bone fragments behind. Great Lord Andre, it's just luck, definitely luck. Next time, I will succeed for sure. The mummified goblin was looking a bit pale, but still trying to act tough. Hekru grabbed Andre's withered bone staff, clearly thinking about tossing it back into the magic circle. Goblin, tell me honestly, what level of enchanter are you? What's your success rate with enchantments? Andre suppressed his urge to punish and snatched back his only remaining tool from the goblin's hands, asking carefully, Great Lord Andre, if I tell you, will you kill me? The mummified goblin shrank back, afraid to meet Andre's gaze, and didn't answer directly. Are you joking? Your master is honest, kind, and caring. I wouldn't kill someone just like that. Well, Tina, your mental energy is almost gone. I'll go back to the undead realm first. Knowing the answer already, Andre clenched his teeth and finished speaking. Then he grabbed the goblin's neck and dragged it back to the undead realm. Without much effort, Andre extracted all the information he wanted from the so-called genius goblin. The genius goblin was just a beginner enchanter. Considering the goblin's poor mental strength, his success rate with enchantments was less than 10%. After hearing the truth from the goblin, Andre didn't do much to him, just a little scolding. Then he gathered his team and went hunting. While killing other undead, Andre kept muttering and asking the goblin about the hidden cult of Sun Mountain from over 100 years ago. Although the goblin's enchantment success rate was painfully low, Andre still took the goblin along to the main plane every night. Aside from the enchanted sand, the other materials were either worthless, native to the undead realm, or homemade copies by Andre himself. So, for Andre, the failure rate of the mummified goblin's enchantments was temporarily tolerable. After discovering Ander's attitude, the chance of enchantment failure seemed to increase by about 10 to 20%. Anyway, only a few pieces of enchanted equipment had been made, and 10 days had passed quickly. 2 thin old men from the hidden cult of Sun Mountain arrived. At a secret location arranged by Teresa, Ander met with these so-called elders. In fact, if the old men hadn't revealed their identities, Ander would have thought they were just simple farmers from a rural farm, with their wrinkled faces and hunched backs. Elder Sun leaned on a heavy ironwood staff, walking with what seemed like painful groans every few steps. The other, named Elder Rakig, had only one deep black eye socket left, but in his remaining right eye, Ander saw a glint of cunning. The idea that people shouldn't be judged by appearances reminded Ander once again. He couldn't really treat these 2 old men as simple farmers. So, Ander used a long-planned method. He changed his pupils to a blood-red cross shape. This is one of the features of the fake artifactic Mond, which allows the wearer to subtly adjust their appearance. Mainly just the shape of the pupils, the length of the ears, and similar minor details. Since the semi-divine prophet Mosul from 100 years ago had blood-red cross pupils, maybe he could also play this trick to scare these 2 old men? When Ander took off his hood to reveal his face, he was still thinking that if this didn't work, he would have to resort to his backup plan. Who are you? Elder Rakig was the first to see Ander's eyes. His remaining eye widened in shock, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Me? Elder Rakig, with your status. Don't you know who once had blood-red cross pupils? Seeing the old one-eyed man cooperate so well, Ander, dressed in a black robe and holding a candlestick, hid in the faint candlelight and spoke in a sinister tone. His blood-crossed pupils swept over Rakig, making the scene look very terrifying. That's impossible. Saint Mosul has been gone for 123 years. He sacrificed his soul to open the gate of revelation and gained the divine insight that brought the hidden cult of Sun Mountain to the Western continent. You can't be Saint Mosul. Anders' words were not answered by Elder Rakig, but by Elder Sun, who blurted out these words completely on his own. One-eyed Rachi glanced at Sun with a look of disapproval. But Ander was very happy. From the goblin Hikalu, Ander learned that Mosul had created an arcane revelation gate, but he didn't know what Mosul was trying to gain. Now, with what Sun just said, Ander could continue to deceive them, right? It seems that Mosul set such a big trap with that cross-shaped eye, using most of the Silver Hand Knights, thousands of mercenaries, and almost all the followers of the Xuanshan Hermitage, only to exchange them for the title of prophet turned sage? It really is. It's definitely a cult. Hee, I am not Mosul the sage. But Elder Sun, do you know what a soul inheritance is? Ander curled his lips and then tried to deceive the two old men. Of course, the so-called soul inheritance is purely fictional, but the spell of soul inheritance really exists. After using this spell, the caster can preserve a part of their soul in a crystal-like form. As long as the soul crystal doesn't accidentally break, anyone who touches it under the right conditions can access the preserved memories, no matter how much time has passed. The reason for accepting a soul inheritance is very useful for Ander. How much of Mosul the sage's memory have you obtained? This time, both old men asked at once, seeming very nervous. Not much. I found a saint, remembered the existence of the Xuanshan Hermitage, and Ander's words were smooth, as he had already prepared them. Is there more? Elder Sun couldn't help but ask again, seeming a little tense. More? For now, only these. Maybe, after some time, I will be able to understand all the memories of the prophets still in chaos. Anders shrugged, indicating he didn't know more. Honestly, before understanding the situation, he didn't plan to say more. Talking too much can lead to mistakes. After speaking, Ander noticed that the two old men looked disappointed, but there was also a hint of relief behind their expressions. That was strange. They should be disappointed, right? Could there be some secret within the Xuanshan Hermitage? Ander was thinking to himself that he would eventually need to reveal the identities of the two old men who were secretly celebrating something. Since that's the case, Mr. Ander, who has inherited the wise will of Moser, I acknowledge you as the new prophet. Elder Rakage was the first to speak. He looked at Anders several times, carefully checking whether Anders' blood-red cross pupils were real or fake before reaching his conclusion. Following the one-eyed Rakage, Sun took a few breaths and also confirmed that Ander was indeed the new prophet. After a series of questions and answers, Anders' responses were smooth and flawless, which led the two old men to respectfully leave. Is that enough? Looking at the empty secret chamber, Ander found it hard to believe how smoothly everything went. The reputation of the wise Moser was so strong. He should use it more often in the future. Haha, sorry to keep you waiting. Ander put on his hood, hiding most of his face in the shadows. He blew out the candle, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the dark room. He approached Teresa, who was not allowed into the secret chamber, and whispered softly. According to the magic system classification in the main world, spells are divided from low to high as apprentice spells, basic spells, intermediate spells, advanced spells, ultimate spells, forbidden spells, arcane, and divine. Correspondingly, the levels of magicians are divided as magic apprentice, junior mage, mid-level mage, senior mage, archmage, and grand archmage. Take old KGB as an example. He has mastered some dark forbidden spells, which is why he is respected as a grand archmage and stands at the top of the mage profession. But even for old KGB, advancing further to master arcane magic is extremely difficult because arcane magic does not work like ordinary spells, which borrow magical power from worshipped gods. To cast powerful arcane spells, the caster must fully understand their own strength and give up their original divine worship, redirecting the power of faith for their own use. In other words, turning the object of worship into oneself. If there were a large number of blind followers worshipping the caster, the success rate of casting arcane magic would greatly increase. However, the problem is that arcane magic does not rely on divine power. Both the caster and the blind followers are considered heretics who have betrayed their gods, and such actions are unforgivable to any deity. However, spellcasters who can release arcane magic often also control a power similar to the divine law, called domain power. Ordinary mages and even archmages find it hard to compete with them. Currently, The gods cannot directly fight or kill arcane spellcasters themselves. So, the gods came up with a temporary solution, lending divine power to mortal followers to indirectly eliminate evildoers. This kind of magic is naturally called divine magic. People qualified to cast divine magic are naturally called favorites of the gods. But these favorites are still humans. Each time they use divine magic, their lifespan usually shortens by 10 or more years. They can't enjoy fame for long before they die suddenly. Therefore, arcane mages and divine magic users are not included in the normal mage ranks. Both are high-profit, high-risk professions, strictly controlled and not accessible without the right level of information. Ander looked at all this information, almost falling asleep while reading. He was grateful to old KGB for providing these materials. The old man didn't read himself, focusing only on developing necromantic totem magic, but his private library was truly well-stocked. Great Lord Ander, your humble servant has succeeded again. Look, the arrow shot from this bone longbow has been imbued with shadow fire by the genius gnome. Now, the gnome, whose eyebrows and hair had been burned off, with a bald, bony head, held a bone longbow and ran up to Ander. The gnome didn't care much about his appearance. He was busy showing off his treasure to Ander. This enchanted bone longbow was the only successful product from Hikalu in the past 2 days. It wasn't easy for the nervous gnome. Not bad. When we get back, you'll definitely get a reward. Ander took the bone longbow, tested it, and thought it was just right for Semmel. Having finished reading all the necessary materials, Ander stood up, ready to return to the undead plane. Uncle Ander, are you going back now? Tina, lost in meditation, opened her eyes, yawned with her small lips, and asked somewhat confusedly. Yesterday, Duke Rug 13 issued a decree granting land to over 130 nobles and meritorious commoners. Surprisingly, the land was not given to Andy, but it did include Tina's territory. Tina was made Lady Kirov, with her land being a town called Kirov on the banks of a tributary of the Don River. Interestingly, her land is north of the river, owned by Viscount Martin Fillon, while the town south of the river was granted to the Ajin family. Clearly, Teresa will give up her family business to manage this town. Although Andy did not receive land, the decree clearly states that because the KGB mage is focused on magic research and Tina has no experience managing land, her territory will be temporarily governed by her mentor, Hermit Inda. To help manage it, the duchy granted Inda the title of Lord. This means that Andy is now officially Lord Rug, the actual ruler of Tina's land. But what is Duke Rug 13 really up to? Andy was quite confused. After looking at the map, he saw that Kirov is close to the Aral Mountain Pass, backed by the Aral Mountains and facing the tributary of the Don River. If the Sukhoi organization sends a navy, this river town could become very dangerous. Securing such a place is quite difficult, so Andy feels he must find ways to strengthen his power. Under pressure, Andy fought and defeated a fire-throwing zombie lord yesterday, and he is about to level up his skeleton mage again. To prepare for upcoming problems, today he risked going to the KGB library to study the traits and weaknesses of various professions in the main world, busy as ever. Before heading north, he still needs to do a few things. Travel with the dwarf blacksmith master Zachary, recruit a small mercenary team, and ask the Shuanshan monastery to move to his territory. Capturing these people and slowly turning them into his allies is the most important task. The limited time he can spend in the main world greatly restricts his efficiency, making him feel the shortage of manpower. For example, recruiting the mercenary team is something Teresa has to handle for him. Lachig and Son, the two old men, promised to send a butler to Andre as soon as possible. However, whether Andre could trust them was another matter altogether. Thinking about these things, Andre felt a bit worried. Balancing both sides was really exhausting. If only he had recruited a butler earlier. After a few friendly words with Tina, Andre returned to the spirit realm. He planned to explore the Bone Castle again, as he always felt there was something special inside. Divider, sorry for the late update. Something came up at noon. Thanks for your patience. Also, I recommend a friend's book, The Blood-Soaked Journey of the Anti-Japanese War, Book ID 1043749. It tells stories about the war, featuring members of the new Fourth Army. If you remember those fiery and bloody times, you might want to check it out. After half a month, Andre found that the Bone Castle had become a playground for low-level undead. Various spirits wandered inside the castle. Perhaps knowing Andre was not easy to deal with, the wandering undead were very hostile toward him and his group, making Andre realize what it meant to be attacked by many at once. So, Andre, wearing newly forged skeleton armor with a few bone spears stuck in it, managed to trap a skeleton spear thrower in a bone cage. Before he could order Semmel to eliminate him, a group of sluggish underground zombies emerged from the ground, wielding broken kitchen knives and snarling as they lunged forward. The Black Knight swung wildly, chopping the underground zombies into pieces. Just then, 7 or 8 ghost wolves silently appeared beside Andre's group. Andre sadly realized he now resembled soldiers in old war movies caught in a people's war, neglecting everything else. If it weren't for a few key servants equipped with gear enchanted by Gecker and their crucial role in fighting, Andre would have already retreated in disgrace from the castle. What is going on here? There are no undead lords in the castle, so why are there so many fearless undead? Andre hurriedly directed his ordinary servants to attack, cursing loudly under his breath. While Ander was shouting curse words, the Black Knight pulled the skeleton warhorse's reins, causing it to stand upright. Then, he swung his Dark Knight's sword heavily, splitting a roaring zombie in half. The zombie's half-rotted guts were burned to black ash by the fiery power attached to the sword. Great Lord Ander, you've gathered enough soul fire energy. Should we retreat now? The undead inside the castle, desperate in their attack, frightened the goblin enchanter who trembled constantly. He huddled next to the newly upgraded Ander, talking while wildly firing his treasured gun. The gunshots echoed inside and outside the castle, attracting more fearless wandering spirits. Looking at the exhausted Black Knight and the skeleton lord at the front, Ander quickly ordered the bone dogs to advance. He also threw out a disintegration ray, knocking down a completely black beast-shaped skeleton. Then, Ander focused on commanding the skeleton mage servant, helping severely injured servants recover, and told the Black Knight to rest. Degrama, without Ander telling him, ran off to gather undead soul fire. Ander did think about retreating, but if the goblin hadn't spoken, he might have chosen to fight while retreating. Now, with the zombie goblin loudly protesting, Ander felt embarrassed. After all, he was used to being the boss. He liked to save face. Besides, he believed that although the situation seemed dangerous, with waves of wandering spirits attacking like ants on an elephant, there was no sign of a lord-level undead. These low-level enemies could still be handled, even cleared out completely. Retreat? No way. Keep fighting and push toward the castle's inner gate. Ander, riding on a skeleton giant bear, looked around and pointed at the castle's inner gate not far away. The narrow gate could only fit 3 skeleton giant bears side by side. Ander planned to have his servants take turns defending there. He thought, if the castle is this big, and most of the undead inside and outside have been cleared, how many more could be hiding inside the inner city? Commanding the returning Dagama, Ander quickly distributed the soul fires he had collected. The undead servants who had just returned from the battlefield received double portions, especially the main warrior-type undead servants, who were given special attention. Seeing the wandering undead pouring out from the inner city, Ander, despite his mental exhaustion, released a series of bone cages, blocking the city gates firmly. He didn't bother to take more soul fire from Dagama. Instead, Ander directed the bone mastiffs and the skeleton giant bear spearmen behind them to knock away obstacles along the way and rush to the city gate. Then he commanded Semmel, Hekaru, and the skeleton mage group to focus on clearing the wandering undead that had been knocked back. Finally, Ander led the delayed undead army to catch up. Ander finally had a chance to eat the soul fire Dagama handed him. His gamble paid off. The wandering undead trapped inside the bone cages were indeed confused for a moment, unable to attack because of the barriers. This gave the bone mastiffs a chance to attack, and now they were fighting fiercely, with bone fragments and shattered corpses flying everywhere. The gate-blocking tactic was very effective. Ander assigned his servants to fight, repair, and guard 3 groups, engaging passionately with the wandering undead trapped in the gate. The ground was covered with bones and broken corpses. Gradually, Fewer wandering undead remained inside the White City Castle. Ander's tense soul fire finally relaxed a little. Just as Ander looked down to tease the timid goblin, a figure about 2 meters tall appeared in his sight. It had a skull head like a bone dragon, wielded a long-handled bone orc war axe, and was engulfed in fierce flames, an undead soldier. Fire! Fire! Fire dragon-tooth soldier! The zombie goblin shouted in alarm, clearly thinking about turning and fleeing. Fire dragon-tooth soldiers? Seeing the humanoid dragon-headed skeleton wielding a flaming axe and wildly attacking the nearby wandering undead, Ander was also startled. As the name suggests, dragon-tooth soldiers are puppet soldiers made from dragon teeth. They are the personal guards used by undead dragons to protect their nests. Could it be that this bone castle is occupied by an undead dragon? And a fire attribute undead dragon at that? No way. Undead dragons are naturally high-level undead with a dominating presence. Ander thought that even with his poor perception, he should be able to sense the presence of an undead dragon. But if there's no undead dragon, then what is this fire dragon-tooth soldier? Retreat, quickly retreat. Ander, overwhelmed and confused, no longer cared about his pride. He shouted repeatedly, demanding his servants to withdraw immediately from the battlefield. Even if the dragon-tooth soldiers were weak, they were still creations of the great dragon. Moreover, the ones facing Ander and his group were dragon-tooth soldiers wielding fiery magic. Ander randomly threw out 7 or 8 skeleton cages, creating a long row of striking white bone fences, then turned and ran away. Honestly, if he didn't run now, when would he? Being pushed back by the powerful fire dragon-tooth soldier was a shame for Ander. Although his level had indeed risen to 9, and he was close to reaching level 10 to become a lord, this did not dampen his desire to defeat the fire dragon-tooth soldier. Single dragon-tooth soldiers were rare. They usually appeared in groups, but Ander was sure that the one inside the bone castle was the only one. The dragon-tooth soldier's skull lacked soul fire. It was just a puppet creature. However, its fiery skeleton made Ander very eager to get it. Defeating the fire dragon-tooth soldier and taking its bones, whether for armor or weapons, would be very valuable. But the fire dragon-tooth soldier was clearly strong, so Ander didn't hesitate. He resorted to his reflexes and used his undead control magic on any undead he could find. In just a few days, he had gathered a large army of undead followers. Of course, he couldn't neglect the affairs of the main world. Every day, Ander took gnomes to craft new enchanted equipment. He also transformed into Lord Ander Hygel. First, he used his good relationship with Tina and the master blacksmith, along with a glass of distilled, purified beer, to persuade the goblin Zachary, who was eager to taste it, to agree to move the blacksmith shop to Kirov town. The brewing skills in the main world were terrible. People didn't even know how to distill and purify to increase alcohol content. Luckily, Ander had some experience from his previous work with several liquor factories, so he learned a bit. The stuff he made, even Zachary, who was usually hard to please, was so happy he exclaimed that all the alcohol he drank before was trash, and that he had wasted most of his life. After dealing with the dwarf blacksmith, it was time to handle the mercenaries. This time, the scale of the appointment was huge, with over 100 noble families gathering in Maya City, preparing to head north. Many people, like Ander, lack a sense of security. As a result, mercenaries in Maya City have become wealthy. As long as they haven't lost limbs or eyes, no one cares about minor injuries. Some nobles even wait at the city gates, questioning anyone carrying weapons. They often find that the people inside are foolish and wealthy, hoping to rob or cause trouble. If Ander only relied on himself, he wouldn't be able to gather a full mercenary guard before the deadline to head north. But with the Ajin family, a local power in Maya City, this isn't a problem. Quickly, Teresa used her connections to find a 100-strong mercenary team and agreed on a price. At this moment, the old KGB agent surprised Ander again. The old man, just out of the magic laboratory, learned that his beloved granddaughter was about to go north to become a lord. Furious, he stormed into the Grand Duke's palace, using his status as a powerful mage to confront Duke Rug 13 in his study, shouting and splattering spit. In the end, the old man successfully convinced the Duke to give him 10 elite knights from the Nightmare Cavalry, who had left active duty and sworn loyalty to Tina. The arrival of these 10 knights made Anders' budget of only 500 gold coins very tight. However, after assessing their fighting skills, Anders smiled again. In a land of war, strong fighters are everything. Spending a little gold is nothing. Wealth can be regained, and it will come back. After spending more than half of the Grand Duke's grant for the territory, Anders was mostly ready. The only reason he hadn't left yet was that after the two old men, Shuanshan hidden retreat, left, there had been no news. Anders even suspected they might have been robbed or captured by monsters on their way back. Teresa saw through Anders' thoughts and clearly dismissed these ideas. She explained that Rakig, one of the old men, was a high-level stealth warrior and Nian was a master shadow mage. Because they do not follow any gods, the Shuanshan hidden retreat only trains two types of professionals: fierce, single-combat stealth warriors and shadow mages who use various materials to amplify enemies' pain senses. The two old men disappeared without a trace, and their promised but missing steward was nowhere to be found. This made Anders very angry. The hidden retreat's efficiency was as bad as the worst bureaucracies. He knew he had to make changes quickly, with only 2 or 3 days left before the deadline. Anders, hoping for luck, took Tina to the market for a big walk. Unfortunately, they didn't find any high-level slaves suitable to be butlers. This matter is related to Anders because the noble butlers captured by the Hansar Legion all died heroically outside Makop City. None of them were alive to be sold in Maya City. Feeling helpless, Anders could only wait another day, hoping that the people from the Hidden Mountain cult would arrive by then. If they couldn't make it, he would have to set out anyway. As for financial issues, Anders could endure some extra effort himself, but he couldn't handle the small chores in the main world. After returning to the Undead realm, Anders immediately summoned his army of undead servants for a second expedition to the Bone Castle. This time, he arranged his servants in a straight line, waiting to clear the wandering undead outside the castle. Once they did, they would take back the castle gates. His team of servants stretched from the outer to the inner castle gate, several hundred meters long. Suddenly, a fire dragon-toothed soldier appeared wielding an axe. Anders threw a disintegration ray at its head, but realized that his attack couldn't anger the soulless fire dragon-toothed soldier. He could only turn and run again. This time, he left behind a new group of undead servants to recruit. Anders ran quickly, and the fire dragon-toothed soldier chased him just as fast. With each strike, 3 or 5 of Anders' blocking servants would shatter into burning bones on the ground. Anders seemed prepared for this. He had set up many obstacles along the straight path to the outer gate. This made it difficult for the fire dragon-toothed soldier to catch him, forcing it to weave around the obstacles and sometimes get hit by Anders' disintegration rays. After breaking through a few bone cages blocking the outer gate, the fire dragon-toothed soldier finally saw Anders and his hundreds of undead guards waiting on the other side of the moat's drawbridge, ready for battle. The mindless fire dragon-toothed soldier dragged its battle axe and charged onto the drawbridge, intending to kill Anders and his group. But as soon as it stepped onto the bone bridge, it suddenly felt the ground disappear beneath its feet. The bone bridge shattered into pieces, and the fire dragon-toothed soldier fell straight into the moat. Playing with me? Oomph, I won't let you catch me, big fool. Ignoring the complaints of the skeleton Lord Reed, Anders lowered his raised bone staff. Main story. Actually, the fire dragon-toothed soldier falling into the moat is just his own stupidity. First, the white bone bridge couldn't support the weight of the dragon-toothed soldier. Second, the flames on the soldier's body burned the dry bones quickly and easily. Third, Anders had already thrown several disintegration rays onto the bridge. With these 3 factors combined, the fire dragon-toothed soldier rushing forward ended up like a drowning dog. The depth of the moat was so great that it could drown not only the fire dragon-toothed soldier, but even the skeleton Lord Reed. Anders had already forced Lord Reed to go into the moat to investigate, and now he was covered in mud. No one knows how the Lich Lord who once occupied the Bone Castle managed to create such a deep moat. The fire dragon-toothed soldier flailed wildly in the water. As a mindless puppet, it didn't even know how to climb out. Its flames burned the murky water of the moat, creating clouds of smoke. Soon, bubbles started to rise from the water surface. Anders, that shameless guy, lined up his undead servants with long weapons along the moat. When they saw the fire dragon-toothed soldier trying to crawl ashore, they randomly stabbed at it, pushing it back into the foul-smelling water. The saying, "water and fire don't mix," applies even in the undead realm. The blazing flames on the fire dragon-toothed soldier gradually extinguished in the murky water. As its flames dimmed, its attacking will weakened, and its puppet life was heading toward an irreversible end. Finally, the fire dragon-toothed soldier, overwhelmed by countless stabs, stopped struggling, bubbled, and sank to the bottom of the river. At that moment, a large, bony head of a zombie goblin peeked out from the castle gate. "Great Ander, as you predicted, I found this inside the castle." The goblin carefully glanced at the moat to make sure the flame dragon-toothed soldiers wouldn't appear again. Only then did he hold up a pale, egg-sized, oval object and offer it across the moat to Andy as a treasure. Andy was puzzled while playing with the bone egg in his hand. The small thing, called Hikalu the goblin, claimed to be knowledgeable but said he didn't recognize it. Apart from goblins, neither N's memories from Hegel nor the few reawakened undead servants knew anything about it. However, Andy faintly sensed that inside the bone egg was a chaotic presence. Moreover, this thing seemed to be as powerful as the dark night darkening. This feeling made Andy very curious. While his servants were busy retrieving the flame dragon-toothed soldiers, Andy carefully sent a small part of his consciousness to investigate what was inside the bone egg. But he hit a big problem. As soon as his consciousness probed inside, everything went dark. The probing awareness was swallowed by whatever was inside the egg. Andy even clearly felt the tiny thing inside the egg devouring his consciousness, and then happily burping after eating it. Getting such a bad deal made Andy so angry that his jaw shifted to the side. What kind of strange thing is this? It dares to eat my consciousness. Doesn't it want to live? Andy held the bone egg, looking everywhere for something useful to smash it to pieces. Unfortunately, after trying for a long time, Andy couldn't do anything to the bone egg. Violence alone wouldn't work. He spun around in circles, exhausted, only managing to find a way to smash the egg. But if he didn't know what was inside, he couldn't leave it nearby. Yet, he was reluctant to throw it away. Grinding his teeth, Andy found a good spot to place the bone egg, and then used his bone staff to attack it with a disintegration ray, a ray that could dissolve metal, but it was useless against the egg. Seeing that the egg remained unmoved, Andy helplessly scratched the back of his head. The material of the egg seemed to be the same as that of the flame dragon-toothed soldiers. Could it be that inside this egg was an unhatched dragon? Hikalu, how big are dragon eggs usually? Andy turned his head to ask the mummy goblin, who was stretching his neck to watch other undead retrieve the flame dragon-toothed soldiers. Dragon eggs? Great Lord Ander, even the smallest dragon egg is taller than me. When placed on the ground, 3 goblins can't even wrap their arms around it. The Lord asked, and the goblin Hikalu hurriedly answered. But the goblin didn't understand why her Ander Lord was asking about this. Could this bone egg really be a dragon egg? After nodding at the goblin, Ander continued to cast other undead spells on the bone egg. Almost all the spells had no effect, except for the undead control spell. Ander was sure he was right. The undead control spell he casually cast on the bone egg before feeling disappointed actually worked. However, the tiny creature inside the egg transmitted a series of gurgling sounds to Ander's mind, leaving him feeling confused once again. After the master-servant contract took effect, Ander noticed that the previously immobile bone egg started to twitch slightly, like a living heart. At the same time, the yin-yang fish in Ander's soul fire suddenly spun wildly faster. Large amounts of pure energy were expelled by the yin-yang fish and instantly filled Ander's soul fire. Before Ander could feel happy, he sensed the bone egg he had just signed the master-servant contract with was emitting excited gurgles again. Then, the energy in Ander's soul fire, which was already full, was greedily absorbed by the bone egg on the ground, like a whale water. Feeling completely drained and weak, Ander suddenly blacked out and collapsed to the ground. The goblin staying beside Ander didn't notice and was crushed firmly under Ander's heavy, bone-made armor as he fell flat. The poor goblin didn't even cry out and was knocked unconscious with serious injuries. "You've come." In his unconsciousness, Ander heard a gentle sigh. When he opened his eyes, Ander found himself once again at the edge of Crescent Bay. He looked up. The red-winged angel, which left a deep impression on him, floated in the air. Its blood-red wings blocked the bright red moon hanging high above. Ander's gaze wandered over the angel's perfect body and finally met its eyes. The clear, lake-like eyes made Ander feel enchanted once again. The delicate corner of the red-winged angel's mouth curled slightly. It flapped its fiery wings and flew toward Ander, while the crimson feathers fluttered and fell like snow. The angel lightly stepped onto the ground, and the beautiful figure was just a short distance from Ander. Its flowing crimson hair brushed past his cheek. Feeling awkward, Ander really wanted to reach out and scratch his face where the hair had touched. Suddenly, the red-winged angel extended its lotus-like arm and lifted Ander's chin. With his eyes closed and lips slightly parted, he fell silent. Ander rolled over and got up from the ground. His first action was to reach out and touch his lips, but unfortunately, he only felt the uneven teeth of a skull. Could it be that he was just dreaming? Ander, feeling a bit lost, lowered his bony hand. The dream of the captivating kiss from the angel with red wings made him unsure whether it was real or just an illusion. Great Lord Ander, your poor goblin servant is about to be crushed into a meat patty by you, came a muffled voice from beneath Ander. The little goblin had just struggled and got a mouthful of rotten mud, so his words were a bit unclear. Ander finally realized that it was indeed just a dream. Several undead servants had pulled the fully armored skeleton Ander out of the ground. Because of the enchanted battle blade, the Black Knight helping him also pulled the pitiful goblin along. The strange bone egg now lay quietly on the ground, like a lifeless stone. Ander called out a few times in his mind, but there was no response from inside the egg. He knew that the little creature inside hadn't disappeared. It seemed to have fallen asleep after eating and drinking enough. The fire dragon tooth soldier had already been recovered. Its flames had completely disappeared, leaving it as a lifeless corpse. Ander ordered the goblin to hold onto the bone egg, then approached the fire dragon tooth soldier. Worried that the puppet magic on it might activate again, Ander commanded his undead servants to tear the creature into 6 large pieces. While repairing the bone suspension bridge, Ander discovered that he had actually reached level 10 and became a Lich Lord. This surprised Ander greatly. He had thought it would take at least a few dozen days to become a skeleton mage lord. He didn't expect that just because of a bone egg, he would have such an absurd dream, and his level would suddenly increase. But this was a good thing. Becoming a Lich Lord meant Ander could break the life-binding contract with Tina and only keep the Dark Mutual Benefit contract. Without the life-binding contract, it was beneficial for both Tina and Ander's safety. Also, under the Dark Mutual Benefit contract, Ander's mental energy consumption when active in the main plane would be at least halved. Moreover, when Ander summoned his undead servants again, it would only consume his own soul fire energy. In summary, this way, Ander's time wandering in the main plane will greatly increase, and it will also extend as Tina's magic level improves. This is beneficial in every way and has no downsides. The only problem is that he won't be able to communicate with Tina in his skeleton form. But that's not a big issue. Thanks to the existence of divine artifacts, Andy can say whatever he wants. Andy immediately gave up repairing the White Bone Bridge and, with his undead servants, turned and headed toward the skeleton mage temple. He used mental communication to tell Tina, who was far away in the main plane. Tina was very happy and quickly went to ask her grandfather to help break the contract of life with the old KGB agent. After entering the skeleton mage temple and turning the crystal wheel, Andy suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. It was, starting from level 10, learning skills requires paying tribute to the Grim Reaper, Heidi. Although Andy completed Hyde's request during the Withered Forest incident, who knows if that was just an extra task? Andy looked at the constantly spinning crystal wheel and regretted it so much he wanted to bang his head against the wall. How could he have been so happy and forgotten about this? Little skeleton, it's good that you can grow into a necromancer lord so quickly. Just as he was finishing his thought, the will of the Grim Reaper Heidi suddenly descended into the temple and conveyed a cold message deep into Anne's soul. The words were very meaningful and full of teasing. Respected Lord of Death, Andy immediately crawled to the ground and bowed his head without hesitation. The tone of the Grim Reaper made him feel fear. Yes, most undead take hundreds of years to become necromancer lords, but he had done it in less than a year. Who knows if Heidi will destroy him because of this? Next time you enter the temple, bring something like this. If you can't. Once again, the image of the Grim Reapers was transmitted into Anne's soul. Hyde's words were unfinished, and his presence faded like a tide, leaving Andy alone in the empty temple, looking humble. The main plain, Errol Mountain, and the ruins of the Storm Goddess Temple where the divine being fell. A stone temple ruin hidden by towering ancient trees, with dozens of stone pillars leaning and tilting in all directions. A small stream has turned the temple into a deep pond, filled with mist and clear water. In the water, you can see piles of gold and silver treasures on the ground. The thing the Grim Reaper wants is hidden in a quiet corner of the treasure pile. It's a bracelet, half submerged in water, made of 7 small skulls about the size of quail eggs. Each skull is bound and wears a bone crown symbolizing the undead king. This is the 7 Kings Suffering Bracelet. During the war between gods and demons, the Storm Goddess, who fought fiercely against the Grim Reaper, personally killed 7 top undead kings. She sealed their souls in this bracelet, infused with storm divine power. It was made more as a decoration than for practical use. Thanks to the old KGB library, Andy learned a lot about powerful and lesser artifacts, their origins and appearances. In the old KGB laboratory, the old man still wore a dirty wizard robe. Tina and Andy, in skeleton form, stood opposite him, forming an equilateral triangle. Beneath their feet was a small magic circle. The old man recited spells, occasionally pouring sacrificial materials into a silver basin in front of him. Finally, he added the most important drop of demon blood. A cloud of red mist rose, and a giant, demonic figure with horns, thin membrane wings, and a muscular purple body appeared before them, struggling to break free from the silver basin. This illusion of a demon made Andy's soul flicker wildly. If his bones and armor hadn't shielded him, his soul might have been blown away. Tina looked pale, more frightened than Andy, who was used to battle. If she weren't holding on to hope that Andy would no longer be bound by her, she might have fainted from fear. Trying to run? Old KGB looked excited. He didn't bother to look at the 2 trembling little figures. He only recited 2 short spells, and countless chains of black smoke quickly bound the demon illusion. Then he casually took out a delicate small knife and cut across the demon's neck from a distance. The huge head of the struggling, roaring demon illusion was suddenly cut straight through by a faint blade, causing it to fall into the mithril offering basin. Please enjoy this sweet offering. Respectful contract death god. After the old man shouted, a contract death god illusion appeared in the dark room. The death god looked down at the mithril basin and then flipped through the contract book in his hand with a rustling sound. When Andy saw 2 contract lines, one red and one purple, appear between Tina and himself, the death god stopped flipping the pages. With a sweep of his scythe, the purple contract line of life and death disappeared without a trace. Main text deep inside a dark cave, a moss-covered round table was lit by a dim yellow candle. A water droplet fell from the ceiling, landing right on the candle's wick. Since wax and water don't mix, they made a tiny crackling sound, causing the candlelight to flicker. 5 old faces appeared in the candlelight, and in the darkest corner where the light didn't reach, there was a mysterious person wrapped tightly, only showing 2 eyes. Andy recognized the old men soon and Rajic among the 6. The hunched old men sat curled up in decayed chairs, silent. An oppressive silence filled the room. Sphere, what did the shadow prophecy of the eyes you sacrificed give you? Why did you call all the elders here to tell us? Finally, the most impatient old man, soon, broke the silence. He asked the man with his eyes covered by blood-stained bandages, the scarred old man. Then, the other 5 elders, with 9 eyes in total, all looked at Sphere's blind face. Among all the elders, only Sphere had learned to see the future vaguely through the shadow prophecy from the sage of Mosul. I saw. Sphere, who had lost both eyes, spoke weakly and hoarsely. His bandaged head turned slightly left and right, as if he could still see the others. I saw the prayer angel battle flag, wrapped in red wings, with blood-colored pupils, flowing black hair, and a golden-haired girl riding a fallen unicorn, but looking pure and holy. Finally, Sphere lowered his head. He tremblingly counted on his fingers the many illusions he saw through shadow prophecy, afraid of missing any detail. That's right. The blood-red pupils like the Saint Mosul, and the black hair. The prophet we saw, Andy, has these features. He truly is a prophet, and he has inherited the soul of Saint Mosul. Before Sphere finished speaking, Sun, leaning on his ironwood staff, excitedly shouted with unexpected energy. The other 4 elders, though silent, exchanged intense, excited looks. The mysterious person sitting in the darkest corner, only showing his eyes, remained calm and still. Has Tansden been gone for a few days? The mysterious person, fully covered, suddenly asked in a hollow voice. 7 days, Elder Clenwell, replied Rakig, the one-eyed man, quickly answering before anyone else responded. It's time. The mysterious person called Elder Clenwell slowly stood up. He ignored the others and turned to walk deeper into the cave. His footsteps, stepping over the water on the ground, echoed as he moved back and forth. His gray hair was hidden under a white wavy wig, a single gold-rimmed eye covered by a patch over his right eye, a tailcoat with gold trim at the collar and cuffs, a white lace-edged large collar, and in his hands, a thick gray leather-bound book with gold edges. All of this proved that what Andy saw was indeed a young, refined noble butler, not an old man from the hidden mountain hermit society who left a bad impression. He thought that, apart from Teresa, everyone in the hermit society was over 60. After muttering this in his mind, Andy lowered his hood, revealing his face to the young man in front of him, and showed a faint smile. What did you just say? Andy folded his hands into his long sleeves and placed them on his stomach, making him look like a saint carved in stone in front of the temples of Maya City. I am called Derek Tanstein. I have heard that the noble Viscountess Vizzy and Lord Hager are missing a butler, and I believe I am suitable for this position. Ander asked somewhat rudely, but the young man with gray hair did not seem offended. He once again bowed gracefully to Ander, a proper gesture of greeting the master, perfectly executed without any flaws. Oh, do you mean that you are only here to apply as a butler and will not do anything beyond that duty? Ander raised an eyebrow. This young man was interesting. He was clearly sent by the Shuanshan Hermitage, yet he claims to only want to be a butler? Just here to test me, Lord Ander. You are wise. Derek Tanstein adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and nodded politely to Ander, his movements still elegant. His words were vague, subtly flattering Ander, but he did not answer the question directly. Next to Ander, little Tina secretly stuck out her tongue. She sensed that if this person became the butler, and with his knowledge of noble etiquette, she, who was clueless, would face a tough time. All noble butlers are also the family's etiquette masters. All right, from now on, you are the butler of this new family. For all specific matters, you need to ask Miss Teresa. Before you leave tomorrow morning, you will receive my and Viscountess Vizzy's appointment letters. Remember, what I need now is only a butler. Do you understand? To gain the power of the Shuanshan Hermitage, Derek must stay close. Ander understood this, but he didn't want to keep a dangerous person nearby, so he had to warn him. Everything will go as you wish, respected Lord Ander and lovely Viscountess Vizzy. Once again, he bowed gracefully. Derek looked at Ander with cold gray eyes. He seemed a little surprised, but he hid his feelings well, and Ander didn't notice. Ander waved his hand, and Derek understood his meaning. Led by Teresa, he left the reception room to fulfill his duties as a butler. Just as Derek opened the door for Teresa, without making a lady-first gesture, a young man with messy hair, holding a half-burnt piece of grass in his mouth, walked into the room. This is a medium-built swordsman. Through his half-plate armor, Derek smelled a mix of cheap beer, poor-quality perfume, and sweat, which together created a unique, mercenary smell. He is likely the leader of the mercenaries hired to protect the two lords. Derek politely smiled at the mercenary in front of him. Then he saw the makeshift Franco-style sword hanging at the mercenary's waist. Lucius Macrius. Derek's good eyesight allowed him to see the name engraved on the sword's hilt. Lucius Macrius? Macrius, the descendant of the Franco royal family, which the kingdom has long since fallen. Divider, I recommend a very good martial arts fan fiction. Mo Cho, Book ID 1058836. As the title suggests, it is a fan story about Lee Mo Cho. It's very interesting. If you enjoy stories about female protagonists, you might want to check it out. You say you don't know who Lee Mo Cho is? Take him away. First, review Jean de Siaz, flying snow and shooting white deer. Then come back to read this, Mo Cho. Under the diligent reminder of the new but faithful butler Derek, Andy finally remembered he still lacked a noble banner. The noble flags of the Ruger Duchy are not very strict in design. Except for the Grand Duke's special battle flag with a dragon emblem, others can be freely designed. Andy had studied art in elementary school for a few years. Although he has mostly forgotten it now, after observing the flags of other noble families, whether depicting magical beasts or knights, he decided not to hire a professional artist, but to draw his own design on a stack of white paper. But what should his design look like? Andy bit his homemade pencil in frustration. After rejecting many sketches, the image of the Crescent Bay's red-winged angel, which appeared in his dreams twice, suddenly floated into his mind. Yes, why not use this angel, which haunts his dreams, as his banner? Andy clapped his head in excitement. This was surprisingly easy to obtain. But then another problem arose. The red-winged angel is depicted. Deep down, Andy didn't want others to see the angel's body. After all, he's a very traditional man. He believes that if the angel in his dreams kissed him, she should belong only to himself. How could he let others see her body? Should he draw her with clothes? No. That would make her banner different from other family angels. Once again, he needed to draw the divine aura of the Crimson Wing Angel, but he couldn't let outsiders see her body. As he thought about this, Andre suddenly remembered the withered forest. The black-feathered, skeletal angel there used two wings crossed in front of her body to hide most of her form. Finally, Andre knew how to draw her. After more than an hour, he finished a new draft of the family banner. In the center of the sketch was the dream angel with red wings and red hair. Her wings formed an X shape, covering her front, leaving only her smooth, straight feet and part of her shoulder visible. The angel bowed her head, closed her eyes, and crossed her hands over her chest in a prayer pose. Behind her, feathers floated all around. So beautiful. Looking at Andre's colored drawing, little Tina's eyes sparkled with stars. It was clear she really liked Andre's design. Malregby, little girl, let the master out. Wow, don't come closer, don't hit my head again. I am already dead. The fat bird in the cage cursed at the right moment, once again ruining the mood. When it sensed Andre was about to hit it, the fat bird squawked loudly and lay stiffly at the bottom of the cage, pretending to be dead. Following the usual rules of the main world, Andre asked Tina to sign her surname in the lower left corner of the banner draft. Then Andre signed his name, and finally, they added oak leaves beneath their signatures to symbolize the noble title of Lord. He tugged on a rope connected to a bell outside the house, summoning the elegant butler, Derek. Andre handed the draft to him and instructed him to find someone to finish the final sewing work. The day after tomorrow was the scheduled departure day. Andre thought carefully and couldn't think of anything he had forgotten. He then returned to the Undead plane. In the Undead realm, Andre still hadn't finished reusing the bones of the Fire Dragon-Tooth soldiers. This time, Andre wanted to modify the powerful skeleton of the Fire Dragon-Tooth soldiers and install it himself. Of course, he didn't want to make it giant, so he decided to first break the bones into fragments, then use necromancy to reassemble a new skeleton, and finally put his own skull on top. If it weren't for the fear that changing the skull cavity might cause problems, Andre even considered replacing his current skull. He had no choice but to do this because the deadly god of death had made a perverse request. With the lessons from the withered forest, and considering that the item he needed was deep in the Aral Mountains, where monsters roamed freely. Although the scene given by the Grim Reaper shows countless gold, silver, and jewels, Andy is currently too afraid to become a treasure hunter. He doesn't want to die before achieving success, so he can only risk modifying his body first, and then work on improving his servant strength, dreaming of better days. Once he has a large number of Lord-level servants, he plans to recruit some qualified mercenaries in the main world. Only then might Andy have the courage to seek the Seven Kings' suffering bracelets. In fact, the huge amount of wealth is visible but out of reach, which makes Andy quite anxious. This urgency has led him to curse the Grim Reaper Heidlich 100 times in his mind. No, 100 times. The bones of the fire dragon tooth soldiers are truly from a dragon. Ordinary weapons can't handle this material. Luckily, the goblin enchanter Hikalu failed to enchant a few days ago, but managed to craft a very sharp small dagger. This allowed Andy to scrape some bone fragments from the fire dragon tooth soldier's bones for use. However, the work is slow, making Andy almost cry. His undead servants take turns working, and after several days, they only manage to gather enough bone to form one arm. Andy kept telling himself, haste makes waste, but he couldn't help but complain a little. The bone egg that absorbed and soul fire and a lot of his soul energy still shows no signs of hatching. Feeling frustrated, Andy decided to rebuild the bone bridge and led his servants to occupy the bone castle. At worst, they could just wait patiently. Since he can't upgrade for now, gathering dragon tooth soldier bones takes time. Waiting for the bone egg to hatch takes time, and his servants leveling up also takes time. Andy simply stays in the bone castle, experiencing the decayed life of an undead lord. Of course, becoming an undead lord and gaining Lord's intimidation also gave Andy new insights into necromancy, which he needs time to digest. The books say that mastering most of the mysteries of a certain element can lead to divine status. So, if he can understand the secrets of bone reconstruction, could he? This idea fascinates Andy greatly. On this rugged mountain path, since he's already halfway up, why not continue climbing to the top? So, without Andy noticing, 2 days pass quietly. Finally have a good granddaughter, standing on the city wall, watching the departing convoy. Old KGB looks serious, with a hint of melancholy on his face. Next to the old KGB agent stands Mr. Hamilton, who had a big argument with him last time. Behind the two old men, there is a kind-looking old lady dressed in a fitted water mage robe, with white hair and a gentle face. How about it? You, Shorty, are you still reluctant? Humph. It's still not too late to regret. Hurry up and regret it. We're waiting to see you call little Tina back. The old Hamilton in a bright red robe clearly seems to be deliberately teasing the old KGB agent, making funny faces as he speaks. Bah, a young eagle can't learn to fly without experiencing storms. Besides, my dear granddaughter has a very interesting mentor. The old KGB agent jumps up without hesitation, splattering Hamilton with spit. Then, the old man proudly says something that makes Hamilton furious, causing the two to almost start a magic duel. Enough. It's been decades. Why can't you two just get along peacefully? Watching the two old men about to fight and use magic against each other, the kindly old lady, who had been watching the convoy head north, finally turns around. Her clear voice, as bright as a young girl's, scolds the two disrespectful old men. Humph, since Lily said so, I'll let you go today, you little shorty. Hamilton wipes the spit off his face, glares at the old KGB agent, and then releases his grip on his collar. TCH, I think the same. Lion's Head, the old KGB agent refuses to show weakness. Sitting in his private four-wheeled carriage, Andy tightens his robe and continues reading a book called The Sacred Covenant of Sun Mountain. Interesting, really interesting. It turns out that besides warriors, there are also shadow mages who don't rely on elemental magic. Does that mean I can learn? As Andy reads and mutters to himself, the carriage suddenly jolts and then sways, stopping in place. When Andy opens the side door of the carriage, a gust of wind and snow rushes in, making him shrink back. It's November, and the weather is snowy and windy. Definitely not a good day. Don't worry, Mr. Hager. It's just the carriage wheel stuck. Lygius, the mercenary leader riding a thin horse, sees Andy and waves his hand to show there's no problem. Andy nods in response and then closes the carriage door. It's been more than 10 days since they left Maya City. The journey has been fairly safe so far, but the heavy snow starting yesterday has made the trip much worse. The journey of the joint convoy, composed of the Fat Martin Fillin family, the Ajin family, and Lords Andre and Tina, had only just reached halfway. Starting late has its benefits. At least the roads had been somewhat prepared for the families that left earlier. However, situations like the carriage getting stuck earlier still happened often. The roads in this strange world were really terrible, making Andre miss the city roads that were dug up and filled in repeatedly. Along the way, some careless monsters or bandits would jump out to rob them. But every time, not only Andre but also the 10 armored knights didn't get a chance to fight. Lucius, leading a group of mercenaries, quickly dealt with the troublemakers. Watching the skilled way they cut down monsters or searched the bandits' bodies, Andre wondered who was really robbing whom. But this time, something seemed wrong. After finally freeing the carriage from the mud and moving a little further, the road was blocked again by a jumble of fallen trees. Seeing the scattered logs and the messy footprints in the snow, Andre knew this was no accident but a planned attack. Knight Ake, what do you think? Andre, shivering from the cold, looked at the tall, black-armored knight silently following him and asked. Ake was the strongest among the 10 armored knights loyal to Tina, and as usual, Tina had promoted him to the rank of Grand Knight. It's probably just some sneaky, lowly bandits. With our armored knights here, Lord and Miss Tina are safe. Ake clenched his iron-gloved fist and knocked it against his breastplate. As a top member of the elite armored knights, Ake had good reason to look down on robbers. Maybe not. Lucius, crouching on Andre's other side and carefully examining the footprints, heard Ake and stood up, perhaps feeling cold himself. He wrapped his large red scarf around his neck again. Mercenary, are you doubting the strength of the armored knights? Ake, clearly annoyed, tried to keep his composure, but his tone was sharp. Doubting? No, Knight Ake, you misunderstood. I understand how powerful the Ice Armor Knight is, but this time we will face a large group of ogres and half-orcs. Yes, there should also be at least one goblin shaman who gives advice. At this point, Lucius reached up and patted his head, which was covered in snowflakes, then continued. Mr. Hagel, what do you think? Lucius looked into Anne's eyes, as if trying to see his reaction. To be precise, there are 96 Frosthammer ogres, 238 half-orcs, 1 goblin shaman, and a human thief. Andy looked at Lucius and then smiled. This Lucius really has some skill, worthy of his current position. So, you think these guys are coming for whom? He pulled down his hood to cover his eyes and asked pointedly. Knight Yake's face turned slightly red. He understood that his earlier words were too confident. The Frosthammer ogres and half-orcs are indeed dangerous enemies. Plus, there's that cursed goblin shaman and a human thief. Yake is committed to knightly honor, but he also knows this isn't an easy fight. Frosthammer ogres and half-orcs are creatures usually found in the northern border of Suho. Is it normal for them to appear in the plain of the river? Knights dying bravely to protect their masters is honorable, but being killed by vile, inferior creatures is not what any knight desires. Mr. Hagel, you're joking. Mercenaries who travel the world aren't qualified to be chased by ogres or half-orcs for thousands of miles. But, Mr. Hagel, how do you know the exact number of enemies? Lucius shrugged, dismissing Anne's question, then changed the subject. He was quite curious how Andy knew such specific numbers. It's nothing, just some scouts I set up early. By the way, Yake, where are the recent troops stationed? Can they be moved to help? Andy smiled. As long as he's in the main plane, he would never forget to send ghosts ahead to scout. Now, Andy can stay in the main plane for over 5 hours each day. Since it's winter, the days are short, and he only spends about 4 or 5 hours traveling each day. Today, the scout ahead is the invisible Banshee Jabori. After resting near Andy for so long, she can now understand simple commands. Of course, Ander still couldn't find out how she arrived at the Bone Castle, nor did he know what Gabrielle saw there. Lord, recently we passed through Munich Fortress, where there is a garrison. From here, it's about 80 kilometers, and there's also a small town under the direct control of the Duke with 300 or 400 soldiers. Ander answered these military questions carefully. He knew the situation was quite serious. Facing the large group of Frosthammer ogres and half-orcs, with only 110 mercenaries, 10 armored knights, and dozens of mixed family guards, winning seemed very unlikely. 80 kilometers? Looks like there's no hope. Ander, tell the knights to prepare their gear, and do the same for Lucius's mercenaries. About 3 kilometers ahead, the ogres are having lunch. Luckily, we still have some time to set up camp. Thanks to the snowstorm, Ander really needed more time. If only he could delay until nightfall. Because darkness belongs to the undead. Main text. The snow-covered hillside was stained with blood, like countless bright red roses in full bloom. A half-orc in iron armor, with bare green feet, stomped through the icy snow. It roared and swung its battle axe, cutting off the young mercenary's right arm, who was holding a round shield. The mercenary knelt in pain on the snow. The half-orc didn't get the chance to deliver a killing. A spear suddenly pierced into its head from behind, stabbing through the fragile neck of the ogre. The bearded mercenary who wielded the spear pulled it out forcefully and shouted with concern, "Shan't, go back to the noble lords and get them to bandage." Before he finished, the Frosthammer ogre's famous weapon, the giant stone hammer, struck him, sending him flying 5 or 6 steps. The bearded mercenary fell to the ground, spilling his internal organs. A green foot of another half-orc stepped over his bloodied face. Scenes like this kept repeating on the hillside. The ground was littered with bodies, more and more. The snow fell heavier, gradually covering the fallen soldiers. The lucky wounded who survived their injuries wailed on the ground. Finally, a long horn sounded from the foot of the mountain. Hearing the horn, the half-beastman and the Frosthammer ogre retreated without hesitation and took some of the mercenary bodies with them. On the hillside, Ander, protected by armored knights, frowned slightly. This was only the third attack from the enemy. The armored half-beastman and the Frosthammer ogre had caused many casualties among the mercenaries. If they attacked a fourth time, only the reserve armored knights would be left to defend. Ander suddenly felt relieved. If he hadn't been busy making his dragon-toothed skeleton in the bone castle and had arrived 2 hours later in the main world, he might not have lasted until nightfall before running out of Tina's mental energy. But given the current situation, it seemed unlikely he could hold out until dark. "Lord Ander, are you sure we can finally drive away these low creatures?" "Oh my. Can someone give me a clear answer?" Seeing such a bloody battle, the chubby Viscount Martin Firen broke out in a cold sweat despite the cold environment. He started shouting nervously, clearly overwhelmed by the pressure. Ander looked at the poor, fat man and then at Teresa and Tina, but gave no answer. "Mr. Hager, we only have 46 mercenaries able to fight. If those enemies attack again, we won't be able to hold out. Don't you plan to send out the noble knights?" Lucius, covered in blood with one arm hanging in front of his chest, and 2 other mercenary leaders, approached Ander with red eyes. Lucius emphasized the word noble heavily, warning Ander that if they wanted to preserve the knight's strength, they would only end up losing everything. After hearing Lucius, Ander could only sigh. "Why don't you understand? The ones commanding the half-beastman and Frosthammer ogre are human thieves and that goblin wizard. So far, neither of them has shown up. Who knows what secret weapons they still have up their sleeves?" Teresa responded to Lucius. Her fragile body, worn from standing in the cold wind beside Ander, made her lips turn a bluish color. Teresa was also very anxious, but after abandoning her long-held belief in the wind god, she had lost control of the wind element. Her training in shadow magic was just beginning and was not yet strong enough for battle. After hearing Teresa, Lucius stared hard at Ander, hoping to get a different answer from him. But to Lucius's disappointment, Ander simply looked at him calmly and nodded. "Brothers, look down the mountain. What are those beasts eating? They are not ordinary bandits. If you don't want to become their food, get your spirits up. Bandage your wounds quickly. If we don't fight, we will all die." Suddenly, Lucius turned around and pointed at the nearby hillside, where the corpses of dead mercenaries were being torn apart. He saw half-beasts and frost trolls greedily eating to fill their stomachs, and he shouted loudly, "Get the guards ready. Next time, they will fight alongside the mercenaries, desperate to survive." Ander sighed again. He was almost forced into a corner by these unintelligent creatures. Although he could return to the undead realm at any time, could he really do that? "No, it's not possible. I can't send my guards out. If we really can't win, I need them to protect me while I break through. I am a viscount. You, a lowly baron, have no right to command me." The nervous and frightened Baron Martin jumped up when he heard this, protesting Ander's decision with his chubby body trembling. "Two choices. Obey my orders, or I will throw you down the hill right now." Ander looked at the fat man nervously wiping sweat from his forehead, then sneered angrily. The fully fed half-beasts and frost trolls roared again and charged up the hill. Apart from the great knight Yake, all the other knights were wounded. They now only had 10 heavily armored foot soldiers, as their war horses had already died earlier. The elegant black armor of the knight was now full of dents and cuts. AK roared loudly, wielding a broad-bladed sword that shimmered with black light. The frost troll he fought was covered in broken armor, with a chest full of frost and a long wound from the frost troll's hammer. Hot, fatty intestines and frost-covered flesh spilled out. Seizing the moment, AK stabbed again, piercing the frost troll's large heart. Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching AK's head. The tall frost troll collapsed like a mountain falling. It reached out to wipe the blood from its eyes. AK finally had a moment to look around the battlefield. Most of the mercenaries had already died. The remaining private soldiers were few, and his knight comrades fought alone, all in danger and unlikely to last long. AK finally understood Lucius's feelings earlier. Things were not looking good. He never thought he, a proud Ruger knight, would die so dishonorably. His tombstone might be engraved with "failed to protect the Lord," dishonoring the knight's honor. The distant goblin wizard was constantly casting spells on the beastmen and frost trolls. Even if he was about to die, AK was determined to take down this vile creature first. AK swung his sword in anger, rushing toward the goblin wizard. But two frost trolls blocked his way. Their eyes, bloodshot from a bloodthirsty spell, made AK feel bitter inside. Suddenly, a bow and arrow with a metallic shine shot through the snowstorm, accurately piercing the goblin wizard's throat. The goblin's scream of disgust was silenced forever. On the hillside, wasn't the enemy's defenses already broken? Could it be reinforcements? Excited, AK turned his head. Through the heavy snow and wind, he saw a flag fluttering in the storm, bearing the emblem of a praying angel with red wings. Somehow, a skeleton archer riding a giant skeletal bear appeared. The archer was knocking a second, icy arrow. Nearby, a shining glow flickered, and a heavily armored skeleton bear soldier gradually materialized. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Advertisement break Xuanxiang Shuai's new book Reviving the Tang, ISBN 112-0855, an author dedicated to writing about the history of the Tang dynasty. Fans of history should check it out, haha. The goblin wizard was eliminated by Semmel's precise bow and arrow. The human assassin was first weakened by Magellan, then driven mad by the mournful howls of the siren Jopli, turning him into a paralyzed patient. In the end, he was dragged to inside like a beaten dog by a few surviving mercenaries. After nearly exhausting all his guards and putting on a dangerous, unstable appearance, Andy successfully lured the hidden assassin into the open. The assassin revealed all his secrets first, and then Andy smiled in the end. War isn't won just by being stronger. Luck and having good cards are just as important. Andy was lucky to encounter such a snowstorm and managed to set up defenses just before the enemy's lunch break. Using this luck, he arranged a fierce stand on a narrow hillside, forcing the ogre and half-orc bandits to fight with filler tactics. He patiently wore them down until the goblin wizard and thief, who had been hiding carefully, finally appeared. Almost simultaneously, ghosts and archers took out these leaders. With a large number of heavily armored undead servants as backup, Andy naturally gained the favor of the goddess of victory. Tell me, why did you ambush us? Be honest, and I might spare your life. Andy took the blood-stained sword from the Black Knight and used the tip to lift the chin of the assassin, who had been beaten black and blue for refusing to cooperate with the mercenaries checking his mouth for poison. Puffed, the battered assassin, forced to kneel on both knees, looked at Andy with a fierce glare. Suddenly, he spat blood at Andy and tried to bite his own tongue to commit suicide. Fool, do you really think biting your tongue will kill you? Want to die? It's not that easy. I want to know, who among you is good at interrogation? Andy sneered at the blood-filled assassin, then looked around at the remaining dozens of survivors. The knights couldn't be relied on. Among the 20 or so mercenaries left, surely 1 or 2 were skilled at torture. Mr. Hager, I think I can try. After such a fierce battle, the butler Derek, still neat and tidy, saluted Andy and smiled, expressing his intention before anyone else could respond. Are you really capable? Andy was a bit doubtful. Derek was an excellent butler, handling all the trivial matters efficiently, which eased Andy's worries. But being a butler and using harsh interrogation methods are two different things. Looking at Derek's somewhat thin build, Andre had good reason to shift his attention to another soldier, who was broad-shouldered and eager to try. "Please trust me. I won't let you down." Derek bowed politely to Andre and glanced at the assassin on the ground. A strange light flickered in his eyes, and he subtly licked his lips with his tongue. Just as Andre caught Derek's expression, he suddenly felt something strange. It seemed that the elegant butler was actually a perverted man who had found his favorite toy. "Very well, I'll leave him to you. Tomorrow morning, I want him to tell me who ordered this and why. Is that clear?" Andre changed his mind about the big soldier and handed the task to Derek. He already guessed the answer, but just wanted to confirm. How the interrogation was done didn't matter, as long as the prisoner wasn't killed. At the same time, Andre wanted to see how capable Derek, a member of the secret society, really was. "As you wish, my respected master." Derek brushed some snow off his sleeves and bowed in reply. After giving instructions, Andre looked around and was surprised to find that the others had already formed a large circle, surrounding him in the middle. Their eyes showed either respect, relief, or even admiration. Surrounded by so many powerful half-beasts and ogres, and still alive, everyone knew that Andre's survival was thanks to him being rarely seen along the way. It was already known that Lady Tina's mentor was a mysterious, undead wizard. Many speculated that Andre's identity was that powerful undead wizard. Although Andre's faintly glowing light power confused everyone, since they knew that light and darkness shouldn't coexist. According to the main world's understanding, to summon a large number of high-level undead from the undead realm in one go, without offering enough sacrifices, was impossible. For undead wizards, the highest sacrifice was their own life force. For someone like Andre, summoning over 100 powerful undead knights at once would require sacrificing a huge amount of life energy. People who understand this truth realize why Ander started fighting fiercely while he remained still. It's because he was communicating with the spirit world and sacrificing his own soul. Lord Ander is definitely a good person. Well, more accurately, he is a powerful and kind ghost wizard. Among the surviving mercenaries and noble guards, there is now a clear understanding. Lord Ander is a good man. He sacrificed his life force to summon many undead knights. He was so exhausted that he could no longer cast magic to strengthen the undead knights. The 10 knight champions who pledged loyalty to Tina are even more excited. They originally thought they would die at the hands of lowly orcs or ogres, losing their honor. But unexpectedly, Lord Ander turned the tide of the battle alone. The surviving knights are almost choked with emotion. He is their benefactor. The noble mage, who is more respected than ordinary nobles, sacrificed his life force to save his humble servants. This is hard for the survivors to believe. Lord Ander is truly a noble and loyal gentleman. Now, the battle is over. Everyone has not disgraced their status. You are all the best. But there is still much to do. We need people to clean the battlefield, bury the bodies, prepare dinner, and guard the camp. Everyone must follow Miss Teresa's instructions and do their part. But what everyone is thinking, Ander himself doesn't really know. Seeing everyone looking at him, he thought his nearly self-sacrificial actions earlier had angered them. Feeling a bit guilty, and knowing Tina's mental strength was about to run out, he quickly spoke a lot of words to shift the focus to Teresa, hoping to divert everyone's attention. Ander isn't very clear that in this main world, the lives of nobles are absolutely precious. Mercenaries, noble guards, and even knights, if they fail to protect their noble master and the master dies, they will be mercilessly executed. Under the support of swords and magic, this is the strict law in all kingdoms. So, in fact, Ander's actions saved everyone's lives. After Andy finished the previous speech, he noticed that everyone was not showing any signs of cheering or causing trouble. He then continued to speak, feeling it was necessary to mention Ruger's army, so that the surrounding people wouldn't become suspicious or have bad thoughts. Well, I've already sent someone to Dihanglan Fortress for help. The reinforcements are expected to arrive tomorrow, but tonight we need everyone to guard. Do you all have confidence that we can get through tonight? Yes, of course. We believe in ourselves. Andy was pleasantly surprised by the cheers. One wave of enthusiasm followed another. Tonight, I only received the call at 7:30 p.m. I'm so frustrated. Ewan. The editor even told me that the story will be published on January 1st, but I don't have a single word written yet. It's making me worry so much I could cry. After returning to the Undead realm, Andy naturally had many things to do. The half-orcs and Frosthammer ogres. Although they fought with the mercenaries for most of the day and were exhausted, especially after losing their commander, still suffered heavy damage from Andy's heavily armored undead servants. More than a dozen skeletal giant bears, along with skeleton heavy armor gun riders, were shattered into bones scattered all over the mountain, their soul fires extinguished. The remaining undead riders also sustained injuries. In this kind of close combat battle, with a ratio of losing 800 for every 1,000 enemies killed, Andy considered himself quite fortunate. The group attack of heavily armored skeleton bear gun riders, supported by the skeleton mage team hiding in the back, along with the two main attackers, the Black Knight and the skeleton lord at the front, kept losses to a minimum. Only after removing the pseudo-artifact disguise could Andy cast the bone reanimation spell on his servants. He was slowly recalling the entire battle, trying to analyze his gains and losses. Andy has always liked to review lessons learned. There are too few servants with metal armor, too few capable of fighting fiercely, and also, after I put on the pseudo-artifact, I can't cast undead spells in the main plane. Tomorrow, I'll try to see if I can use shadow magic with stealth, because I also need to be able to fight fiercely in the main plane. Good experiences don't need to be overthought. Andy carefully summarized his lessons learned. Recently, because I was busy making enchanted weapons, I had fewer bone-made equipment with metal inlays. I didn't expect this situation to happen, and it caused quite a big loss. While thinking about this, and suddenly remembered a serious problem that made him jump. Orcs, half-orcs, and ogres come from the wilderness in the northwest border of Sahoyi. They are a major security threat to the western frontier of Sahoyi. Because of this, Sahoyi often sends its most elite griffin cavalry to hunt these fast-breeding creatures every few years. This year was no different. However, in the face of Ruger's sudden invasion, and even the destruction of the Southern Army Corps and large parts of the country, King Piping of Sahoyi has not yet recalled the powerful Griffin Legion. Instead, he's only using other troops to fight Ruger and the Kyribur coalition. So what are the Griffin troops busy doing? Wearing standard iron armor, the half-orcs and ogres could prove what the Griffin Legion of Sahoyi has actually accomplished. If the western frontier of Sahoyi is completely cleared by the Griffin Legion, then these strong but not very smart orcs and half-orcs, who are naturally cannon fodder, could join the Sahoyi army. If they cooperate with the Griffin Legion and suddenly attack Ruger and the KGB coalition forces, and couldn't imagine further. If things develop as expected, and doesn't think Marquis Hansa can hold up. Before leaving Maya City, he heard that Marquis Hansa was confronting Sahoyi across the Ibe River. If he's ambushed, if Marquis Hansa, who is fighting in front, loses, and knows that the planned territorial development will definitely fall apart, maybe he'll have to run back with the little girl, in a panic. That's not what An wants. But An also understands that since the Sahoyi forces have the strength to send small groups of half-orcs to attack behind enemy lines, the main battlefield must already be in full swing, and knows that rushing blindly is useless. This matter can only be left to Marquis Hansa, who is brave and clever, to foresee and prepare for. But trusting fate and doing one's best, and hurriedly returned to the main world once. He wrote a report analyzing the latest battle situation, sealed it in a special magic envelope, and tied it to the leg of the wind owl he used for sending messages. That night, he sent the letter to Duke Ruger in Maya City. Before leaving Maya City, Duke Ruger gave An a special magic envelope and this wind owl, saying that if An had any urgent messages, he could use it. Ander tracked the location of the Sequoia infiltration team, which was about 800 miles from Maya City. Feng Xiao could fly back and forth in just one night. Watching Feng Xiao quickly disappear into the vast night sky, Ander smiled helplessly. His backup secret message had already been put to use so quickly, huh? But if the situation really became urgent, and the Hansa Legion was wiped out by the Sequoia people, Ander planned to run away with Tina. No matter where, there's always a place to hide. At worst, he'd hide inside Arrow Mountain, take the little girl, and become a mountain king. He could even collect tolls or do small jobs, anything to gather enough money for materials. Whether it's Rouge or Sequoia, they have nothing to do with Ander, whether they fight or die. He wasn't interested in the so-called hidden mountain seers or prophets. As long as the war isn't going well, he'd be the first to run away. After thinking for a while, Anders started to feel more relaxed. He realized he had been getting a little carried away without noticing. After some reflection, he suddenly understood. In the main world, the only person he really needed to care about was Tina. So why worry about the world's big affairs? Gaining more power wouldn't change the fact that he was a skeleton mage. Strengthening himself was the real way to go. Using external help could make his activities in the main world easier, but losing it wouldn't be a big deal. All those illusions are just clouds blocking the eyes. Once Anders understood this, he felt much better. He shared a couple of subtle, cold jokes with the girl, making her giggle nonstop. After amusing her, Anders returned to the undead realm. Since he was considering guerrilla attacks in the mountains at any time, Anders also had other plans for the dozen or so half-beasts and Frosthammer ogre prisoners. He couldn't afford to waste food by killing them. These creatures weren't human, had no bad intentions, and were full of brute strength. Perfect potential fighters. In his mind, Anders visualized a scene. A ogre holding up the red-winged angelic battle flag, with Tina sitting excitedly on its shoulder. Inspired by the battle flag, Andy rode a giant skeleton bear and wore full heavy armor like a metal can. Leading a group of orcs and trolls covered in metal bone armor, he shouted a fierce slogan, "City Management Enforcement," which could scare people to death. With lightning speed, they robbed passing caravans. After finally restoring the servants who had gone to the main world, Andy quickly led a large group of servants out of the bone castle. Since there was still time, he went hunting for soul fire to replenish their supplies. He focused on strengthening a few key servants by increasing their soul fire, aiming to make them evolve into lord-level beings as soon as possible. During the hunt, Andy didn't fight himself, he just watched. When he learned the lord's intimidation skill, the light from the skeleton temple unexpectedly gave him a vast amount of undead knowledge. These deep and complex undead secrets, Andy still hasn't fully understood. Andy had a faint idea that understanding these core undead secrets might be the key to truly distinguishing higher and lower undead ranks. When Andy returned to the main world, the fierce snowstorm that had raged for 2 or 3 days had quietly stopped. The entire camp was covered in snow, shining like silver. Early in the morning, the Ajin and Fyron families' maids were busy making fire and cooking. Some mercenaries patrolling with weapons glanced at the young maids' bodies and joked among themselves, making gestures only men would understand. The mercenaries' behavior annoyed a fiery red-haired maid who crossed her arms and scolded them loudly. The other maids, blushing, helped her scold the men, chattering and causing a lively fuss. Since women are not good at arguing, the mercenaries quickly backed off, sheepishly continuing their patrols. The maids gathered around the red-haired maid, cheering happily. The whole small scene didn't last long, probably afraid of waking the noble master's dreams. Both the mercenaries and maids kept their voices low. This proved that everyone still alive was in a good mood. Andy saw this lively scene clearly. A faint smile appeared on his face. For undead, carefree laughter and playful teasing are things to envy. Sir, the assassin said he is a member of the Thieves Guild affiliated with Duke Sahoy, named Sergei Ivanovich. This time, he and 3 other companions followed Duke Bujoni's orders to lead a team of half-orcs and frost troll elite infiltrators from the north, secretly hunting down all the nobles in the Krasnodar province. Standing humbly behind Anders, Delric recounted the intelligence he had obtained from an assassin. His face showed a strange sense of satisfaction. Is that so? Good work. Anders nodded non-committally in response. This was not surprising to him. He knew Duke Shimei Mykonovich Bujoni, whose full name was Shimei Mykonovich Bujoni. He was 33 years old and skilled at leading cavalry. He is now the commander of the Sukhoi Legion. Sending infiltrators to disrupt the enemy's rear was a normal tactic for a good commander. Anders didn't find it strange, just felt unlucky to have encountered such a situation. As for whether the elite Sukhoi Griffin cavalry had reached the front lines, Thief Sergei was not qualified to know. So, Delric's report didn't include that information. Anders, having accepted the situation, paid little attention and didn't bother asking. He just strolled through the camp with his steward Delric, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the living beings around him. Whenever he passed by, busy people would put down their work and bow to him respectfully. Ander was surprised that everyone's greeting was sincere and respectful, not perfunctory. Especially the young maids, who looked at Ander with intense admiration, making him pull his hood lower to hide his embarrassment. Prophet Ander, do you feel it? The power of faith is slowly gathering into your body. You might even turn them all into fanatics. Delric, eyes shining, whispered softly behind Ander's ear, his calm tone hiding his inner fanaticism. It's not the right time yet. Ander was momentarily stunned, then understood that Delric meant the spiritual faith of the survivors he had gained was slowly growing stronger with everyone's belief. Delric was hinting that Ander should develop new followers among the survivors, those who secretly worship the mountain. But in this cold weather, Ander had no intention of pretending to be a fanatic. Anyway, now that Ander has come to terms with things, his interest in Shuanshan Hidden Retreat has decreased a lot. Before the battle situation becomes clear, Ander won't do much. In fact, he's just waiting here, planning to act once he knows more. So, Ander gave a seemingly profound half-answer to Delric. Ander, not afraid of the cold, came out early, naturally wanting to deal with those half-orcs and ogres. Last night, in the Undead realm, he made plans for these prisoners' future, which made Ander very excited. He was eager to try out some of his ideas. Death or food, you can choose. I, Lord Ander Hager, am a fair man. I always give others the right to choose, standing between the newly built gallows and a big pot of steaming meat soup. Ander was talking to the prisoners who had been kept in a cage all night, frozen and hungry. He had already taken off his hood, revealing his signature black hair. Ander's gaze wandered among the half-orcs and ogres, finally stopping at the frontmost half-orc with a bloody, torn cheek. Two strong mercenaries, following Ander's instructions, pulled this half-orc out of the cage and brought him in front of Ander. Young half-orc, swear an oath to your ancestors and your clan. Become my, and you will get delicious food. Resist, and you will have a free chance to be hanged. What is your choice, young half-orc? Looking directly at the half-orc, who had been kicked a few times by the mercenaries and was now kneeling before Ander, Ander spoke in a cold, carefully controlled voice. To add to the tense atmosphere, he played with a bone staff he had brought from the Undead realm. Ander had secretly sprinkled some yellow-brown powder and was trying to use a shadow spell he had just learned, hoping to make the half-orc feel his hunger and pain more clearly, but he failed. Are you? The Undead sorcerer commander from yesterday. The injured face of the half-orc Ander had chosen was more intelligent than Ander expected. He clearly expressed a full sentence, though his beastly accent still made Ander a bit uncomfortable. Yes, I am the undead sorcerer you mentioned. Now, tell me your choice, half-orc. Gallows. Food? This half-orc probably had some contact with normal humans, so Ander didn't find it too strange. He just squinted and continued to press for an answer. This weather, although it has stopped snowing, the cold wind still howls through. This makes Andy, who is wearing a special disguise that makes him feel very alert, extremely annoyed. I, swear on the name of the beast god, my ancestors, and the Frost Wolf clan, to become your servant. The young half-orc looked at Andy with a complicated expression. He knelt on one knee, and with his weakened body from the cold, he bit through his right index, middle, and ring fingers. He then raised 3 fingers to the sky and swore an oath. Andy was a little surprised because this young half-orc actually called upon the beast god to make a serious vow. With the first person taking the lead, the others followed more smoothly than Andy expected. Both the half-orcs and the Frosthammer ogres obediently made their vows, becoming An's private slaves. Lord, reinforcements from Munich Fortress have arrived, but the knight leading them brought some bad news. Just as Andy was feeling proud of his success and planning to check on Tina, the young girl studying new magic in the tent, Teresa, dressed in a bright red cloak, quickly approached him like a cold wind. Her words were also full of coldness. Bad news. What kind of bad news could it be? An's heart sank. Divider tonight at midnight. The VIP section will open. I wonder how well I will do, but I definitely won't become a legendary figure like TJ. To be precise, the knight leading 500 infantry soldiers to protect Andy and the other nobles, and to eventually head north to the Errol Mountain Pass Fortress, brought 2 pieces of bad news. The first bad news is, The orc troops and the Griffin cavalry, led by Duke Baccioni, took advantage of the frozen Elba River to launch a night attack on the Ruger and Kluwer allied forces. This forced the brave Marquis of Hansa to make a desperate decision. After suffering heavy losses, they used a precious mage group to break the ice after it refroze, and then the Sequoia mages reinforced the ice sheet. In this operation, Marquis Hansa's limited mage troops suffered heavy casualties, losing most of their forces. However, he successfully blocked Baccioni's entire army from crossing the river to pursue, giving the Allied forces a brief chance to breathe. Just the pursuit by the Sequoia Griffin aerial cavalry caused Marquis Hansa to lose about 30,000 men during the retreat. The remaining Allied troops had to retreat in a sorry state to the Aral Mountain Pass fortress. The overall situation of the war has completely turned around. The second bad news is, besides the Sequoia infiltration unit destroyed by Andy, 3 other hidden infiltration groups, riding the snowstorm, have destroyed more than 10 noble families who had just arrived at their fiefs. The exact number of families wiped out is still rising. The region formerly known as Sequoia Krasnodar Province, now called Rouge North Province, is filled with panic and fear. The wind owl that flew to Maya City also returned, bringing back a letter from the Grand Duke. The letter contained only a few numbers. No need to panic. Could it be that Duke Rouge 13 had already foreseen everything and prepared a plan? Maybe the situation isn't as dangerous as it seems. With this doubt in mind, Andy decided that everyone needed rest and refused the knight from Munich Fortress who wanted to head north quickly. As a result, in the words of the survivors, Lord N's good qualities now included being considerate of his people. After delaying for a day and a half, Andy finally agreed to continue the march. The overweight Viscount Philin, who had survived the disaster, wanted to return to Maya City, but his request was ignored by everyone. Knowing that relying only on his small force, he would be doomed if he encountered more Sequoia infiltrators or large groups of bandits, he could only find excuses to beat his servants a few times before continuing north with the main group. With 500 infantry soldiers protecting him, Andy felt much more relaxed. The journey was peaceful, with no more battles. Since that was the case, Andy dedicated more time to the undead realm. Using the bones of fire dragon teeth soldiers, he finally managed to rebuild a new body. This time, since he was making a new skeleton for himself, Andy was very focused. He didn't dare upgrade it further, but each time he finished constructing a dragon tooth skeleton, he poured pure dark energy, soul essence, into it as much as he could, until he couldn't pour any more. After completing the routine strength test, Andy was surprised to find that the dragon tooth bones infused with dark magic were much stronger than ordinary bones he had infused with his full power. The strength was like night and day. Ordinary bones would break after 3 cuts from the Black Knight, but the dragon tooth bones withstood 7 or 8 powerful strikes without any damage. In fact, they even caused the Black Knight's sword to end too. Frustrated, the Black Knight held his broken sword and cried out in pain. Once the Black Knight was quiet, Andy pulled the Goblin Hekru through different worlds to enchant the dragon tooth bones. The success rate was astonishingly high, only 1 failure in 10 attempts. The excited Goblin's forehead shone with sweat as he loudly claimed he now had the skills of a top enchantment master. Andy thought that, poor Goblin, if he were still alive, he might even faint from excitement. Andy had already noticed that most of the magic properties added to the dragon tooth bones were fire and dark attributes. This meant that the bones material played a big role. Since the fire dragon tooth soldiers were naturally fire type, it made sense. This situation gave Andy some insight into undead enchantments. Since bones made from pure fire dragon teeth mostly resulted in fire attributes, perhaps using other single attribute bones for enchantments would also have a high success rate. Andy shared his thoughts with the Goblin, which made the Goblin feel disappointed for a long time. Sometimes, the Goblin would mutter alone, "It can't be, it can't be. I must have gained better control of enchantments as a genius Goblin." Andy also thought that this might have been a big to the Goblin's confidence. So, he gave the Goblin 2 days of paid leave. After rewarding the Goblin with 2 good quality soul flames, Andy promised that if the Goblin produced a certain number of enchanted items in the future, he would receive a fixed amount of soul flames as a reward. The once discouraged, genius goblin, immediately became excited again and threw himself into his beloved enchantment work with renewed energy. After completing all the enchantments on the dragon tooth skeleton, Andy assembled the structure himself. He then carefully transferred his skull onto the new dragon tooth soldier skeleton, directing the most agile of his helpers, Semmel, to assist. After more than a day, Ander finally fully controlled the new skeleton, completely freeing himself from the state where he would fall flat on his face or get mud in his mouth after just 2 steps. Aside from the initial phase where he couldn't control the skeleton's movements, this improved dragon tooth soldier skeleton gave Ander only one feeling. It was excellent, because Ander felt that both the speed of casting undead spells and the control over the skeleton had greatly improved. Even his perception of his minions and his intimidation of other wild undead had become much stronger. Now, the offensive undead spells Ander cast often attached some fire magic because of the fire element skeletons. Sometimes, with a bit of luck, a simple cloud of decay could burn prey into black ash. Unfortunately, most of Ander's offensive spells seemed to reflect his declining luck, as the fire magic attached to his spells was weak and fleeting, barely stronger than a firefly, and not even enough to scare prey. After many experiments, Ander believed that after casting 10 undead spells, only about 1 or 2 would have strong fire magic attached, while the rest would have normal or flickering fire magic, with about 7 or 8 having only tiny fireflies of flame. The main reason was that a goblin enchanter's skill was limited. Ander's claim was met with stubborn denial from the increasingly brave goblin. He said, "It's obvious that Great Lord Ander, you have a slight misunderstanding about fire magic. A genius goblin enchanter's magic is never a problem." Ander thought carefully and realized his understanding of fire magic was indeed not quite right. He nodded in agreement with the goblin's first statement. Then, he quickly turned hostile, giving the poor goblin a good beating. The reason was that the goblin's second statement exaggerated, and Ander felt he had to teach him a lesson to calm the people. After stretching and moving his limbs, and praising the goblin's good attitude of remorse, Ander used the remaining dragon tooth skeleton bones to craft a fitting full-body dragon tooth armor. He planned to transform himself into a strange, heavily armored skeleton mage again. After finishing all the chores, and finally realized that the enchanted sand Teresa gave him last time was completely used up. The other enchanted materials the goblin had were also running low. This meant and needed to gather various materials listed by the goblin while hunting to replenish his supplies. As for the enchanted sand, and currently couldn't get more. It's not an inexpensive item. He could take some from Teresa once, but not a second time. Leaving Maya City would mean Teresa giving up control over the magical material trade for the Oaken family, while in Maya City, and could choose to let Teresa stay in the city as an informant or to travel north with him to the fief as a neighbor. But after careful thought, he decided to have Teresa follow him north. Teresa's brothers were not trustworthy, and didn't want a troublesome neighbor nearby. Also, Viscount Oaken seemed wary of Teresa and kept strict records of all transactions. The so-called free magic materials last time were only possible because Teresa used her savings to cover the debt. Apart from these issues, there was nothing else pressing. Under the protection of the regular army, Lord N arrived at his fief with Tina. After saying goodbye to the Munich Castle Knights heading further north to Errol Mountain Pass, the flag of the Crimson Wing Prayer Angel was raised high by a strong ogre wielding a massive hammer. It was planted at the highest point of Lord Kirov's small castle. The castle had recently been severely burned, with some buildings partially collapsed. Luckily, the castle is made of stone. If it had been a wooden structure, there wouldn't even be a place to stand inside. He then ordered his steward, Derek, to have everyone clean and repair the castle quickly. Thanks to the half-orcs and ogres, the broken stones were cleared swiftly, and most of the castle was made livable again. Only Derek, the dwarf master blacksmith, refused to help with the repairs. As a dwarf, he disliked half-orcs and ogres and insisted on fixing the broken forge himself. It looked like it would take him 2 or 3 days to finish. Dear Miss Vexy and Lord Hager, I am Robin, the current mayor of Kirov Town. As you instructed, I have brought what you requested. Sir, this is the total tax collected over several months, amounting to 13 gold coins and 96 copper coins. In the castle hall, which has been briefly cleaned, Andre and little Tina receive the mayor of Kirov town, a grumpy old man with a large, red, and seriously bald nose. Andre indicated the money bag handed over by the steward Derek, then asked Sarl, the half-orc bodyguard, to bring a seat for the mayor. Old mayor, Sarl is not a savage orc. Please relax. Well, you know we just arrived in this land. Could you tell us about the area here? It was not Andre asking, but Tina, who sat on the main seat on the third stone step in the hall, a position usually held by the lady of the house. Maybe Tina's sweet voice made the old man, Robin, carefully look at Sarl, the fully armored half-orc, several times before finally relaxing a little. To answer Miss Vexy, Kirov town is about 50 kilometers across, backed by Errol Mountain and facing the Dune River. Also, the Shiro River flows through the town. Besides the small town near the Lord's castle and 2 small farms under our control, which bring in about 270 gold coins a year, there's a watermill and an iron mine that has not yet resumed production. These 2 generate about 150 gold coins in taxes annually. That's about all there is. It seemed that Robin, the old mayor, had given many reports before, speaking clearly and organized. Andre watched him with interest. Dressed in black robes, he leaned lazily on the Lord's seat, supporting his head with his right hand, silent and relaxed, letting Tina ask questions without interference. Standing nearby was Derek, expressionless, standing in a formal but relaxed posture, seemingly waiting for commands from the 2 masters. Old Mayor, I heard that recently some orcs crossed the mountains from the north. Has our town been disturbed? Since Andre didn't give Tina specific instructions, the young girl could only fold her hands on her lap, looking like a young queen, young but dignified. She continued to ask. To answer Miss Vexy, our town has also been disturbed. The iron mine on the mountain was destroyed by those creatures. These beastmen, they not only killed the miners in the mine, but also ate their bodies, leaving nothing but bones. Miss, you don't know how terrible the scene was at the time. They are even more cruel than the magic wolves in the mountains. Tina didn't ask at first, but after she did, the old town mayor immediately shivered. It seemed he had witnessed the terrible scene himself and was clearly filled with righteous anger. Tina quickly comforted the tearful old man with a few words until he calmed down and continued his story. According to the old mayor, a squad of Sequoia infiltration troops passed through. After eating the miners, they burned the empty Lord's castle. Because Andy and Tina hadn't arrived yet, they didn't stay long or attack the villagers on the hillside outside the castle. Instead, they headed south. While the old mayor was speaking, Andy looked up at the quiet half-orc, Sar standing nearby. Sar shook his head, indicating that their infiltration team wasn't responsible for this. So, Andy cleared his throat softly. As agreed earlier, Tina told the old mayor he could go home. Robin, with slightly pale eyes, secretly glanced around the hall and then bowed to ask to leave. Andy made a gesture to the butler Derek. Derek nodded and led Robin and the mayor out of the castle hall. After they left, Andy told the young half-orc Sar that he could also go down. The straightforward half-orc nodded and turned to leave, leaving his large backside in Andy and Tina's view. If Derek saw this, he would surely scold him sharply. Slaves, you shouldn't let your master see your backside. 10 knights lost their war horses, 26 injured mercenaries, 9 frosthammer ogres, 7 half-orcs, 2 maids, 2 butlers, and a steward. With so little money, we can only survive on porridge. Andy picked up the money bag Robin left and shook it, then smiled happily at Tina. Yes, Uncle Andy. But the residents in the territory probably don't have any money either. When passing through the town to the castle, I saw many children without proper clothes. It's so cold, they're really pitiful. Maybe, Uncle Andy, we should help them a bit. Earlier, I was very nervous. Uncle, you didn't give me any hints at all, which almost made me realize what I should ask when no one was around. The young girl immediately returned to her true nature. She got off her seat and happily ran to the fire pit in the hall to warm her freezing hands. After warming her hands, she pouted and started complaining about Andre's cruelty earlier. Rescue? Sure, Andre smiled again. He picked up a thick cloak nearby, went to Tina, and draped it over her. He gently patted her head, then continued speaking. Little girl, do you want to hear a story from Uncle? After tightening his clothes, Andre reached out his hand to Tina. The magic device allowed him to feel the warmth of the fire. Warmth spread through his body, slowly penetrating his armor, which disguised him as Igmond and made Andre feel sleepy. Yes, I love hearing your stories, Uncle. I like the story of Sleeping Beauty and Snow White. But, Uncle Andre, you can't tell stories like last time, or I might stop listening to your stories in the future. The girl clapped happily, then suddenly remembered something. Her face turned red, and after glancing at Andre, she pouted and said, last time, Andre had been unable to resist her charm and told a subtle, inappropriate joke. The girl didn't understand it then, but now she seemed to realize, so she emphasized her point. No stories, no stories. Last time, Uncle, you were talking nonsense. Tina, just pretend you didn't hear it. I shouldn't have said there was a soldier on duty in the desert. Andre chuckled, deliberately teasing her. Uncle, you still say that. The girl stomped her foot, looking adorable and a little fierce. Haha. Uncle won't tell that anymore, okay? I'll tell you a new, interesting story as an apology, all right? Andre wouldn't really make her angry. After a few teasing gestures, he pinched her little nose, then put on a serious face. Bad uncle. But, what's this new story about? She pouted and swatted away Andre's hand. But her curiosity was still strong. Once upon a time, a nobleman bought a large estate during a cold winter. He paid a high price for it, and soon discovered that the garden was full of dry, dead grass. The young nobleman found the overgrown weeds very unsightly, so he ordered his servants to clear out all the dead grass completely. However, when spring arrived, the seller of the estate happened to pass by and decided to visit the young nobleman. To his surprise, he saw the garden completely empty, with nothing left but bare soil. He was shocked and greatly alarmed. Ander recalled this story and told it slowly. But after telling only half, he habitually paused to build suspense. This bad habit seemed clearly influenced by his clever, mischievous nature. Why was the seller so shocked? The girl asked eagerly. Isn't clearing out the weeds a good thing? Uncle Ander, please tell me. What really happened? The girl blinked her big eyes, confused by Ander's teasing, and could only sadly beg him to explain. The seller said, in this garden, I planted a rare peony, a small patch of evening primrose, and other valuable flowers. Why couldn't you wait until spring? Actually, these precious flowers are the most valuable part of this estate. After hearing this, the young nobleman almost regretted his actions so much he felt like hitting himself. Smiling, Ander finished the story. Tina listened thoughtfully. Uncle, you want to tell me that something similar could happen in our land, she said. The people here also have valuable flowers and ordinary weeds. So, we shouldn't treat everyone the same. We should give them a chance to grow, and wait until spring to see who's truly special, right? It was clear she understood Ander's point and was able to think beyond what was said. Looks like I don't need to tell you the rest of the story, Anders said, surprised at how quickly she was growing up. Maybe it was time to share some things with her earlier than expected. Tomorrow morning, I plan to upload another 3,000 words. My father just retired, and I need to spend time with guests and drink a little wine. With my drinking capacity, if I don't appear before midnight, I might be gone. Dash. In the surprised eyes of the residents of Kirov town, our two new lords began wandering around the town just the day after their arrival. At first, they only roamed outside the castle in the small town. From the third day onward, their activities extended beyond the town, heading along the Shiloh River. Led by old Robin Hood, the two lords first visited the watermill in Dekar village, located near the confluence of the Shiloh and Don rivers. Then they traveled west to Bapov village, near Errol Mountain, to check on the destroyed iron mine. To young Remington, the 14-year-old grandson of old Robin Hood, Lord Hagel, although dressed in a black robe that covered him completely, seemed like a good lord because he radiated a faint light. As for Miss Vizzy, who rode a gentle red mare, every time little Remington stole a glance at her, his heart would beat wildly for a while. He didn't even have the courage to speak to her. Ander, who disliked riding horses and chose to travel by carriage, naturally didn't know that the boy driving the carriage was developing strange feelings for Tina. Although Ander stayed inside the carriage the whole time, after inspecting the area, he had started to form some ideas. Ander didn't know much about farming, During his 20 years on Earth, he was busy reading or working in the city. Despite being the son of farmers, he knew little about agriculture. Besides rice, wheat, and soybeans, he couldn't tell the difference between grains. So, when it came to the agricultural issues in the town, Ander listened honestly. Tina, who also didn't know much, kept asking old Mayor Robin Hood questions. After getting a rough idea, Ander understood that it was winter. Despite the chaos of war, the farmers who could only dig in the soil had already sown winter wheat. Most of their yearly food depended on these crops. As for other types of crops, Ander didn't need to worry about them for now. His thoughts were focused on other matters, like the abandoned iron mine he was facing. With the help of a dwarf blacksmith master lured by fine wine, this average-yield iron mine needed to be restored quickly. The iron or mined here would be supplied to the dwarf's blacksmith shop to be turned into weapons and sold. During times of chaos and war, weapons and armor naturally sell very well, don't they? Thinking of the alcohol-loving dwarf Zachary, Andre couldn't help but think of wine. The small barrels of beer distilled and purified in Maya City had already been drunk by Zachary to the last drop. As a result, the dwarf master now damages his own reputation, staying up late with bloodshot eyes, constantly chasing after Andre, threatening that if he doesn't get more wine, he will run away. Therefore, Andre knows clearly that he needs to quickly set up a small brewing workshop. Ideally, he should open a tavern. Since the injured mercenaries plan to stay and work for his kind lord, he might as well pick a few of them to run these businesses. The brewing equipment and recipes need to be kept secret, but finding someone trustworthy might be difficult. Maybe he could use obedient half-orcs and frosthammer ogres? That young half-orc named Sarl is quite interesting. He is smarter than most half-orcs. Sarl openly shows he is smarter than others, and it seems he wants to learn something from Andre. Andre needs to observe him carefully. Also, the townspeople affected by the war, who are starving, need help. Tina has mentioned this a few times. Perhaps he should recruit these townspeople to help rebuild the castle or work as miners. Using work as aid is a good idea. On this northern expedition, old KGB secretly gave Tina a crystal coin, worth about 1,000 gold coins, enough to buy some food. Andre remains silent, thinking about how to solve these current problems. Settling down will bring many tasks: assessing the situation, guarding against infiltration from other forces, and constantly checking the latest news from the Mountain Pass Fortress. Andre wishes he could split every second into two to get more done. After inspecting the wrecked, abandoned iron mine, it was already sunset. It seemed impossible to return to the castle tonight. Reluctantly, Andre followed old Robin Hood's advice and set up camp at a windy spot. The leather tents are enough. However, half-orcs and frosthammer ogres are not used to sleeping in tents. After eating and drinking, they find a spot near the fire and quickly fall asleep, snoring loudly. To avoid suspicion, Andre naturally slipped into the best tent, and Tina went in with him. Sitting by the warm fire inside the tent, Ander shared some of his ideas with the young girl. Tina, of course, had no objections. At her age, she couldn't come up with better ideas than Ander. Still, she offered a few suggestions, such as training some townsfolk to be militia in case of emergencies, and dealing with the leftover wine mash from brewing by feeding it to the beast creatures called Karo Lamas. Through the girl's explanation, Ander finally understood that Karo Lamas are medium-sized livestock, similar to pigs on Earth. Now that Ander knew this, he fully agreed with the plan. After making sure everything was clear, Ander returned to the Undead plane, where he had many things to deal with. The first thing Ander did upon returning was to check on the bone egg, which had been still and silent all along. As before, it showed no signs of movement. So, Ander donned his heavy dragon-tooth bone armor, gathered his undead servants, and prepared for their usual hunting patrol. But before they could leave the bone castle, Magellan, who had been sent out as a scout, hurried back in a panic. He brought news that Ander had not expected. "Master, 3 undead lords are leading a huge army of undead toward our castle. One is a zombie tiger lord, another is a double-headed zombie wolf lord, and the third is a vampire lord." Fortunately, although Magellan was a bit panicked, he managed to explain the situation clearly. "What? Are you kidding? How did these 3 end up together? Why haven't they fought each other yet?" Ander was also shocked. The first 2 were beast-like lords, But how did the vampire get involved? On the undead plane, vampires are a special kind of zombie, but vampires usually prefer to be alone. How did they end up allied with two zombie beast lords? Moreover, they were marching together, clearly coming to attack the bone castle where Ander was stationed. Reed, close the castle gates. Go to the wall and raise the bone drawbridge. After cursing, Ander quickly ordered Skeleton Lord Reed to pull up the bone drawbridge facing the skeleton temple. At the same time, Ander jumped down from his skeletal giant bear mount. He first ordered a few undead servants to hurriedly close the recently completed gates of the bone castle, then climbed up to the city wall. Standing behind the battlements, he watched a large, dark army of undead approaching the horizon. Ander, who usually loved the thrill of the hunt, finally couldn't feel happy this time. The enemy had come within his clear sight. Ander suddenly realized what he was seeing. At the front were dozens of vampires in black tuxedos with pale skin. Behind the vampires were many strong, muscular zombie tiger-headed men. Following them were countless zombie wolves with sharp teeth. The three lords reported by Magellan stood on the tall city wall. Ander saw everything clearly. The vampire lord wore a long white robe with many white ribbons flowing in the wind. His white hair moved without wind. Two sharp vampire fangs protruded from his lips, extending from his upper jaw to the edge of his lower jaw. His face was pale and bluish, with two small curled mustaches. Ander noticed that the vampire lord cared about his mustache, often using his sharp fingernails to groom it. The vampire lord looked somewhat fragile, but Ander knew that his quick, sometimes curled, sometimes straight nails could unleash attacks far stronger than the modified clawed skeleton, Gamma. Next, Ander saw the zombie tiger-headed general, the leader of the zombie tiger men. He had a huge tiger head with a mouth full of crossed, jagged fangs. His body was covered in tattered half-armor, with wounds crisscrossing his exposed skin, showing he had fought many battles. His weapon was similar to the vampire lord's, a pair of bone fists about 2 feet long, reminding Ander of Wolverine from the X-Men. Finally, there was the zombie two-headed wolf lord, a small creature like a young calf. Its two large heads looked very different. One was half-rotted, the other was just a skull. Its blood-red and ghostly blue eyes kept looking around. Behind it, about thousands of zombie wolves of varying degrees of decay obediently followed. Under Andre's watchful eye, the three undead lords, who were supposed to fight each other upon meeting, led their respective armies of undead minions using their lord intimidation skills. They charged like dark clouds pressing down on the city, stopping at the wide, dark moat outside Bone Castle. The three undead lords lined up side by the moat, each with 4 heads raised, quietly looking up at Andre on the castle wall. An indescribable pressure spread from them into the Bone Castle. Watching the encircling army outside the city, a negative feeling quietly grew in Andre's soul fire. It was called nervousness.